11. How real is this going back to the moon? What our top story tonight? You guys okay?
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness. How you doing, Lester?
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Always one guy that really stretches that percentage up.
Oh, way up and in, Luka.
Another shot of the day from Luka Doncic. The Maverick star had no problem seeking that floater from behind the backboard. He finished with 41 points, but the Mavericks still fell to the Wizards by 1.
Time to send your apologies to the families and friends. Netflix is ready to crack down on password sharing, which means tens of millions of viewers will need to pay up or give up binge-watching favorites. Our Emily Ikeda has the story.
Whether you're binge-watching Wednesday,
I think I'm going to love it here.
or catching up on The Crown,
as future king, you have a duty.
your Netflix favorites will soon cost you more than your friends' or parents' password. Streaming giant Netflix just revealing its crackdown on password sharing is imminent and could press pause on an estimated 100+ million viewers who are tuning in without paying up. The new practice, to begin rolling out by the end of March, will be similar to recent test runs in Latin American countries, where viewers outside of the primary household had to create a sub-account to tune in for an additional $2 to $3 a month, compared to the standard $15.49. Netflix hasn't said what the price tag will be in the U.S.
There will be current members that are unhappy with this move. We'll see folks come on as new subscribers, essentially borrowers creating their accounts, or incremental monetizations.
News of a password-sharing crackdown broke last spring after Netflix lost subscribers for the first time in more than a decade. It's a stark turnaround from a few years ago when the streaming giant seemingly encouraged users to share their accounts.
Y'all remember when Netflix said love is sharing a password back in 2017?
Why now? It's about getting subscriber growth back on track for the company. Netflix held off as long as they could before they ultimately had to do that.
Amid cooling demand and an increasingly competitive industry, more streamers have raised prices in recent months. And while Netflix is the first to break the barrier on password sharing, experts say it likely won't be the last.
I think everyone will take a page out of Netflix's book. A lot of Americans are tightening their belts.
In the meantime, experts say check who is utilizing your Netflix account under the Manage Access tab. You can log out specific devices. And if you're looking for ways to save, consider a cheaper ad-supported subscription that many streamers offer, and search for deals connected to credit cards and phone plans, as big changes set in for the binge-watching business.
Thanks to Emily for that report. At least we're off the hook. That awkward moment when somebody says, can I share that? I don't have it. I just want to watch one series.
Yeah, I mean, everybody in our lives, we know somebody or we're the ones who do it. I can't believe they got away with it for so long.
Yeah, this is Early Today. Have a great one.
Free show. Banning TikTok in America. That's what one senator will be proposing after more than half of the states have already restricted TikTok on government devices. 80 million Americans use it, so is a total ban possible?
The U.S. is preparing to send dozens of our high-tech Abrams tanks to Ukraine as the escalation of America's military hardware to the war zone continues.
New details this morning on the newly revealed classified materials found at former Vice President Mike Pence's home.
The U.S. Senate was focused like a laser on the chaos created by the Taylor Swift concert ticket debacle.
I think it's a nightmare dressed like a daydream. I don't think we ought to go there.
We know all too well.
May I suggest respectfully that Ticketmaster ought to look in the mirror and say, I'm the problem. It's me.
And how much is too much when it comes to lead inside infant baby food? The FDA proposes new lead limits.
And what a comeback after a rough Olympics. America has a new history maker atop the slopes. Michaela Schifrin is in a league of her own. Early Today starts right now.
Good Wednesday morning. I'm Philip Mena.
Glad you're with us. I'm Frances Rivera. The countdown to the end may have started for TikTok. In a statement Tuesday, Missouri Senator Josh Hawley said he will introduce legislation to ban the wildly popular social media app TikTok in the U.S. Hawley has been a vocal critic of both big tech and China during his time in office. NBC's Bree Jackson joins us now from D.C. with more. Bree, this is not Josh Hawley's first rodeo when it comes to this issue, is it?
That's right. Good morning, Francis. Well, as far back as 2020, the Republican senator was introducing bills that would ban the use of the Chinese-owned TikTok on government devices, citing national security concerns. But Tuesday, Hawley took the next step in his crusade against the social media powerhouse, which is estimated to have 80 million monthly active users in the United States. He tweeted, "TikTok is China's backdoor into Americans' lives. It threatens our children's privacy as well as their mental health." Last month, Congress banned it on all government devices. Now, I will introduce legislation to ban it nationwide. As Hawley made reference to it in his tweet, this is coming in the midst of a nationwide crackdown on the use of TikTok on government-issued devices and phones. Over half of the states in the country have already banned the use of the apps on state phones, as have several universities. FBI Director Christopher Wray has also come out in recent months voicing his concerns over the app. Here's what he said before Congress in November.
They include the possibility that the Chinese government could use it to control data collection on millions of users or control the recommendation algorithm, which could be used for influence operations if they so chose.
And former President Trump also tried to institute a nationwide ban on TikTok in 2020. That move never panned out, but we'll see if Senator Hawley can move the needle on this issue. Francis?
And we'll see who gets on board, and I'm sure all teens and influencers, the uproar, I'm sure, is starting already. Bree, thank you.
Now to a major development in the war in Ukraine. After weeks of debate, 3 U.S. defense officials tell NBC News the White House will send several dozen American tanks to Ukraine's military. It's a major shift from last week when officials said the Abrams, which runs on jet fuel, was just too difficult for Ukraine to maintain. The M1 Abrams battle tank has long been the iron fist of America's ground forces. It weighs 70 tons and is armed with a 120-millimeter cannon. The decision was made in coordination with NATO allies Germany and Poland, who are now expected to send their own Leopard tanks to Ukraine.
Classified documents have been found in the private home of former Vice President Mike Pence. Counsel for the ex-VP revealing that a small number of classified documents were inadvertently boxed and taken to Mr. Pence's Indiana residence after he left office. That's according to a letter his legal team sent to the National Archives and obtained by NBC News. Mr. Pence has previously denied taking classified information with him. The recent firestorm over current President Biden's handling of classified material, however, led him to ask for an independent search after all, which turned up a total of 4 boxes on January 16th. Mr. Pence, through his lawyer, maintains he did not know that the documents were in his home.
House Speaker Kevin McCarthy is aiming his gavel at top Democrats. The new speaker made good on his promise to block former Intelligence Committee Chairman Adam Schiff and California Congressman Eric Swalwell from serving on the panel, citing national security. Speaker McCarthy also said he will remove Congresswoman Ilhan Omar from the Foreign Affairs Committee. In a joint statement, the 3 Democrats called the move disappointing but not surprising and accused the speaker of capitulating to the far right in order to win the speakership.
Turning to the gun violence that is plaguing the country, tearing families and communities apart. There have been a staggering 40 mass shootings in just 25 days so far this year. This, according to the Gun Violence Archive, which defines a mass shooting as an incident with 4 or more victims shot, not including the shooter. At least 73 people have been killed and 168 wounded in these mass shootings in 2023. California was the site of 2 tragedies just 48 hours apart this week. A prayer service was held Tuesday for the 7 who were killed in Half Moon Bay after 66-year-old Chun-Li Zhao allegedly opened fire on 2 farms, one of which he worked at. Officials are calling it an act of workplace violence that victimized members of the migrant community.
According to the San Mateo County Sheriff, 5 of those killed were men and 2 were women. A man who was hospitalized with life-threatening wounds is in stable condition. Zhao is due in court today. And the city of Monterey held a candlelight vigil on Tuesday for the 11 killed at a dance hall there on Saturday. And we're learning new details about the 72-year-old man who opened fire before he died by suicide. Investigators searched Hucantran's home for clues, and police say they found hundreds of rounds of ammunition, a rifle, and materials for homemade firearm suppressors. According to former friends and acquaintances, Tran was said to be an angry loner who appeared to have a grudge against the world. Police say the gunman's motives were likely personal. Vice President Harris is expected to visit Monterey Park today to meet with families of the victims.
New this morning, a woman filed a lawsuit against Mike Tyson in New York, alleging the boxing legend raped her in the early 1990s. She is suing for $5 million. The woman says in the affidavit that Tyson attacked her while in his limousine and that she has suffered psychological, physical, and sociological and emotional harm since then. NBC News has not received comment from Tyson's representatives.
The final jury selection is expected to conclude today in the double murder trial of South Carolina attorney Alec Murdaugh. The 12 people chosen will then be officially seated and hear opening arguments. Several legal experts have commented that the evidence against Murdaugh is almost all circumstantial. The prosecution plans to call more than 200 witnesses as they try to make their case. Murdaugh is currently not slated to testify in his own defense, although his other son, Buster, will. He stands accused of murdering his wife and adult son in June of 2021. He denies the charges.
Now to a consumer alert. The FDA wants to get the lead out of baby food. The proposal comes after studies found high levels of lead there, enough to actually pose a risk to infants' neurological and behavioral development. The Food and Drug Administration estimates that the limits could cut lead exposure by as much as 27% for children under 2. Now, if you're wondering why it's there in the first place, the FDA says ingredients like fruit and vegetables absorb contaminants like lead from the ground.
On a snowy slope in Italy, Michaela Schifrin moved a mountain-sized record. She won the 83rd World Cup race of her career, becoming the winningest female alpine skier ever.
There it is, the final gas pedal, and she gets it! Michaela Schifrin, victory number 83.
Schifrin passed fellow American Lindsey Vonn to claim the women's record. She's now just 4 wins away from breaking the all-time record. We're talking men or women, which is held by the legendary Ingeborg Stenmark. Schifrin is just 27, and Stenmark won his last World Cup race when he was 32.
All right, some of us haven't been able to hit the slopes because of no snow. That might be changing in some parts of the country, too. We've got extreme weather moving across. Here's NBC meteorologist Angie Lassman, who's tracking it all. Good morning, Angie.
Good morning, guys. There's some locations across the country today that will receive 6 to 10 inches. So there's a couple of spots with snow, not so much in parts of the Northeast, especially along the I-95 corridor, but still 80 million people are under these winter weather alerts from this massive storm system that brought more than a dozen tornado reports yesterday along the Gulf Coast. We'll have that severe threat again today, but we'll also have some snowy conditions. We see a tornado watch remaining in effect for parts of Alabama and the Florida Panhandle. Through this morning, we could still see some of those impacts as far as tornadoes, strong winds that cause some damage out there, uprooting trees, as well as small risk for hail. This will last up into the Carolinas through the afternoon as well. That's a look at the big weather story of the day. Here's a closer look at your day ahead. In the south, we'll watch for that severe weather stretching into parts of the Carolinas. Temperatures range from the 50s to the 60s for most. Up into the northeast, the snow will start to fall here as we get through the later morning hours. Temperatures remain in the 40s for places like New York. And guys, we'll have a couple of snow flakes this morning for places like New York and Boston, but then that'll quickly transition over to rain, so no accumulating snowfall here.
We'll grab as many as we can get.
Yeah, just a lot of slush, I guess. All right, Angie, thank you. In today's Quick Hits, Amazon is launching a new benefit called RX Pass. Prime members can get eligible prescriptions filled as often as necessary for $5 a month. Deliveries free. Services available in 42 states.
Walmart bumping its minimum wage up from $12 to $14. The company says about 340,000 employees will get a raise because of the move, which comes amid a tight labor market.
Good Samaritans turned over nearly $2.5 million worth of cocaine that washed ashore in Florida. 146 pounds of coke. We'll be right back.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. a daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
This is what it looks and feels
the latest film, the bigger piece to the puzzle.
We begin tonight with breaking news.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now. Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts. Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
This is what it looks and feels
the latest film, the bigger piece to the puzzle.
We begin tonight with breaking news.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now. Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Join Hoda Kotb for Season 3 of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
Police in Phoenix have arrested a 25-year-old man trying to make a very unique sale. Investigators say that tiger cub was advertised online for $25,000. Police negotiated a sale and then executed a search warrant, booking that seller for possession of live wildlife. Now they say their suspect is the one earning his stripes.
Call it swift justice for the Swifties. Ticketmaster was in the hot seat facing monopoly accusations from Congress. Savannah Sellers has more.
It's not every day TikTokers are tuning into Senate hearings.
Every spare moment at work today, I had the Senate congressional hearing playing through my headphones.
It's also not every day senators are quoting Taylor Swift.
'Cause darling, I'm a nightmare dressed like a daydream.
I think it's a nightmare dressed like a daydream.
We know all too well.
May I suggest respectfully that Ticketmaster ought to look in the mirror and say, I'm the problem. It's me.
I'm the problem, it's me. 2 months after the chaotic presale of Swift's Eras tour tickets caused bad blood between Swifties and Ticketmaster,
I just really wanted to see Taylor.
the CEO of Live Nation, Ticketmaster's parent company, was on the hot seat.
We apologize to the fans. We apologize to Ms. Swift. We need to do better.
The company primarily pinning its difficulties on cyber attacks and bot traffic.
This is what led to a terrible consumer experience, which we deeply regret.
But lawmakers pushed back.
Our critical infrastructure in this country, whether it is utilities, electric, water, power, they get bot attacks every single day by the thousands. By the thousands. And they have figured it out, but you guys haven't. This is unbelievable.
They also challenged the company's combination of concert promotion, venue ownership, and ticket sales, calling it a monopoly.
The fact of the matter is that Live Nation, Ticketmaster, is the 800-pound gorilla here. It's a monopolistic mess.
If you care about the consumer, cap the price.
Singer-songwriter Clyde Lawrence, a witness, even wrote his frustration into a song.
Live Nation's a monopoly. Between their ability to be the promoter and the venue and the ticketing company at the same time, you end up kind of having no choice but to interact with them.
You may be wondering what real change could come from this. Well, the hope is that it could mean cracking down on some of those exclusive venue contracts, as well as lowering those extra fees. Senators also say that it could be helpful to have those witnesses in the hearing under oath to the reported ongoing Justice Department investigation into Ticketmaster. Back to you.
Okay, Savannah, thank you. We will watch and wait for change, hopefully.
I believe we want to see it.
Yeah.
Up next, Miley's self-love anthem sending shockwaves to the top of the charts. Stay with us.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff, and let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff, and let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Join Hoda Kotb for season 3 of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
I can take myself dancing, and I can hold my own head. Yeah, I can love me better than you can.
She sure came in like a wrecking ball. Miley Cyrus's Flowers is now the biggest song in the world. The single from her upcoming album leads Billboard's Global 200 after it was released on ex-husband Liam Hemsworth's birthday. It's also Miley's first song to top the chart. You should do a comparison of Bruno Mars' When I Was Your Man and the lyrics of that.
That's what I was
How
saying.
it's in response to it, too. It's fascinating conspiracy. She says no, but
Sounds
you
close.
never know.
All right, this year's Oscar contenders have been revealed, and Everything Everywhere All at Once is dominating every major category. Our Chris Pallone breaks it down.
Very busy today. No time to help you.
An independent sci-fi thriller snagged 11 nominations, leading all films competing for this year's Academy Awards, including Best Picture.
The big story of the day, in my opinion, is the domination of the movie Everything Everywhere All at Once.
Fresh off her Golden Globes win, Michelle Yeoh is nominated for Best Actress, while Everything Everywhere All at Once co-stars Jamie Lee Curtis and Stephanie Hsu are up for the Best Supporting Actress award. And Ki-hee Kwan also got a Best Supporting Actor nod for the film. Kwan joined the third hour of Today after hearing the news.
I'm jumping up and down and I'm screaming so loud.
Among the most talked about Oscar snubs,
I would say Viola Davis, Tom Cruise are the two big names.
While Cruise did not get a Best Actor nomination, Top Gun Maverick scored 6, including Best Picture. But Davis, a Best Actress favorite, and her film The Woman King were shut out entirely.
Where'd you gain all that weight?
In the acting category, 16 out of the 20 people named are first-time Oscar nominees.
You got Jamie Lee Curtis, Michelle Yeoh. They've never been nominated before. So, Brendan Fraser, never been nominated before. So that is pretty noteworthy and cool.
Other Best Picture nominees include blockbusters like Elvis and Avatar, The Way of Water, and smaller films like The Banshees of Inisherin and Steven Spielberg's semi-autobiographical picture, The Fabelmans.
I think that's exciting when a Best Picture lineup of 10 movies can make room for huge blockbusters, quirky independent films, and international films.
Morning, everybody. We've been awake all night getting ready for this moment.
The Oscar winners will be announced March 12th. Chris Pallone, NBC News.
What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Join Hoda Kotb for season 3 of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
This is what it looks and feels
From the
like.
storm zone.
The bigger piece to the puzzle.
New numbers just out this morning.
We begin with breaking news just coming in.
Russia has launched another round of attacks.
What was it like when you came back and saw your neighborhood like this?
They say that in modern war, there aren't any front lines anymore. Here, there certainly are.
And we begin with the breaking news. Hurricane Ian gaining in strength.
We've had some of the strongest winds here.
How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
Now to the economy as Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
How does this all impact your wallet? More fallout from Elon Musk's Twitter takeover.
An urgent warning this hour about the flu.
How does RSV specifically hit some kids so hard, and then it seems like it almost doesn't affect others? Can voters trust that you will be able to do this job?
Why should voters believe you?
This special election night.
We love it. We live for this.
We have a substantial team of NBC News correspondents fanned out.
This is the first time we've not been able to call control of the House on election night.
Tonight, we'll take an unflinching look at the resurgence of anti-Semitism in America.
They're waiting until Title 42 is lifted before they decide whether to cross into the United States.
What made you decide to go the medicinal healing route for what you're growing here?
Who should be accountable? The city points the finger at the state at the city.
Making news right now.
We are live on the ground there.
I want to show you an up-close look at what we're talking about here.
The news continues right now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Always one guy that really stretches that percentage up.
Way up and in, Luka.
Like Larry Bird, another shot of the day from Luka Doncic. The Maverick star found himself behind the backboard, but he had no problem sinking that floater. He finished with 41 points, but the Mavericks fell short. They lose to the Wizards by 1.
All right, let's get another check of the messy spots with the weather with Angie. Hi again.
Hi, guys. There's a couple of them. We have nice conditions on the West Coast and, of course, in parts of the Southern Plains. But elsewhere, we have snow that will be falling from places like the Great Lakes up into the interior Northeast. Plenty of rain and even the potential for some severe storms through parts of the Southeast. We'll be right back.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland?
How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
How real is this going back to the moon? What our top story tonight? You guys okay?
Yeah. Oh, my goodness. How you doing, Lester?
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
I feel like every single person is an inspirational leader or teacher in some way. What can I do in my life? What can I take from this person's story? I think we all want a fresh start.
Join Hoda Kotb for season 3 of her podcast, Making Space.
NBC News, streaming free now.
What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We have a consumer alert to warn you about. Volvo is recalling some of its 2023 model cars due to brake issues. The National Highway Traffic Safety Administration says a reduction in brake support functions can increase risks of a crash in affected vehicles, which include the S60 and V60. Owners will be contacted by the Swedish automaker via mail by March 15th regarding a free software update.
In today's top story, Sesame Street is mourning the death of one of its co-creators. Sesame Workshop announced the passing of Lloyd Morissette, adding that he left an indelible legacy among generations of children. Morissette helped launch the iconic Sesame Street in 1969. The show received Kennedy Center honors in 2019. Fellow co-founder Joan Gans Cooney said in a statement that there would be no Sesame Street without him. Lloyd Morissette was 93 years old.
A U.S. senator is taking on what he calls big egg. In the past year, the national average price of a dozen eggs has gone up nearly 140% to $4.25. Now, Jack Reed, a Democrat from Rhode Island, has asked the Federal Trade Commission to open an investigation into potential price gouging by egg companies. Reed notes in the letter that he rejects the industry's claim that an avian flu outbreak explains the sticker shock. The FTC has not yet responded.
Florida's education law, dubbed the Don't Say Gay law, could be triggering an out-migration of LGBTQ plus parents. UCLA's Williams Institute took a look at how the law is impacting LGBTQ plus families. They found 88% were very concerned about the impact of the bill on their children, with 1 in 4 who say they have experienced harassment. They've also found that 56% of LGBTQ plus parents were willing to move their families out of state over the concern that the bill will stigmatize their child's identity or create a hostile learning environment.
Well, they ran the tests and checked them twice, and the results are in for the Santa DNA case. A forensic analysis on a partially eaten Christmas cookie processed by the Rhode Island Department of Health came back as inconclusive. While they did not locate a complete system match, they did get a partial hit to a 1947 case near 34th Street in Manhattan. The report concluded magic may be at play, noting traces of reindeer DNA on the carrot samples. The department added they look forward to seeing a job application from the young girl who submitted the evidence.
Fantastic. All right, Oreo is reinventing itself yet again. The company is putting a new spin on the original with its new Most Oreo cookies. Limited edition flavor features cookies and cream filling that has ground up Oreo cookies mixed in. They're available for pre-sale on Oreo.com, where you can find them in stores on January 30th. Have a great day. We'll see you tomorrow.
Today, we could hear opening statements in the Alec Murdaugh double murder trial in what many are calling one of the most intriguing cases in decades.
A severe weather threat continues along the Gulf Coast after a series of damaging tornadoes touched down. Plus, heavy snow is headed for tens of millions in multiple states.
We are learning more about the victims of the latest deadly shootings in California as America surpasses 40 mass casualty shootings already this year.
Our Lester Holt reports on record-setting U.S. skier Michaela Schifrin, who just topped Lindsey Vonn and is fast approaching #1 for men or women.
Plus, the Netflix crackdown on password sharing. What you need to know if you happen to be one of the many people who share an account. Early Today starts right now. Good to be with you. I'm Frances Rivera.
And I'm Philip Mena. We begin this morning in Walterboro, South Carolina, where jury selection is expected to finish up today in the double murder trial of disgraced local attorney Alec Murdaugh. The pool of potential jurors has been whittled down to 120. Today's court session will choose the final 12 jurors who will then hear opening statements. The prosecution plans to call more than 200 witnesses as they try to make their case. Murdaugh stands accused of murdering his wife and adult son in June of 2021. He's currently not slated to testify in his own defense, although his other son, Buster, will. He denies the charges.
Classified documents have been found in the private home of former Vice President Mike Pence. Counsel for the ex-Veep revealing that a small number of classified documents were inadvertently boxed and taken to Mr. Pence's Indiana residence after he left office. That's according to a letter his legal team sent to the National Archives and obtained by NBC News. Mr. Pence has previously denied taking classified information with him. The recent firestorm over current President Biden's handling of classified material, however, led him to ask for an independent search after all, which turned up a total of 4 boxes on January 16th. Mr. Pence, through his lawyer, maintains that he did not know that the documents were in his home.
Now to the influx of gun violence that is tearing families and communities apart. There have been a staggering 40 mass shootings in just 25 days so far this year. That's according to the Gun Violence Archive, which defines a mass shooting as an incident with 4 or more victims shot, not including the shooter. At least 73 people have been killed in these horrific acts of violence in 2023. California was the site of 2 tragedies just 48 hours apart this week. A prayer service was held on Tuesday for the 7 who were killed in Half Moon Bay after 66-year-old Chun-Li Zhao allegedly opened fire on 2 farms, one of which he worked at. Officials are calling it an act of workplace violence that victimized members of the migrant community.
According to the San Mateo County Sheriff, 5 of those killed were men and 2 were women. A man who was hospitalized with life-threatening wounds is in stable condition. Zhao is due in court today. And the city of Monterey held a candlelight vigil Tuesday for the 11 killed at a dance hall there on Saturday. We're learning new details about the 72-year-old man who opened fire before he died by suicide. Investigators search who can trans home for clues. Police say they found hundreds of rounds of ammunition, a rifle, and materials for homemade firearm suppressors. According to former friends and acquaintances, Tran was said to be an angry loner who appeared to have a grudge against the world. Police say the gunman's motives were likely personal. Vice President Harris is expected to visit Monterey Park today to meet with families of the victims.
The countdown to the end may have started for TikTok. In a statement on Tuesday, Missouri Senator Josh Hawley said that he's going to introduce legislation to ban the wildly popular social media app TikTok in the U.S. Hawley has been a vocal critic of both big tech and China during his time in office. NBC's Bree Jackson joins us now from D.C. with more on this. Bree, good morning. This is not Josh Hawley's first rodeo when it comes to this particular issue, is it?
That's right. Good morning, Philip. It's not. As far back as 2020, the Republican senator was introducing bills that would ban the use of the Chinese-owned TikTok on government devices, citing national security concerns. But Tuesday, Hawley took the next step in his crusade against the social media powerhouse, which is estimated to have 80 million monthly active users in the United States. He tweeted, TikTok is China's backdoor into Americans' lives. It threatens our children's privacy as well as their mental health. Last month, Congress banned it on all government devices. Now, I will introduce legislation to ban it nationwide. As Hawley made reference to in his tweet, this is coming in the midst of a nationwide crackdown on the use of TikTok on government-issued devices and phones. Over half of the states in the country have already banned the use of the app on state phones, as have several universities. FBI Director Christopher Wray has also come out in recent months voicing his concerns over the app. Here's what he said before Congress in November.
They include the possibility that the Chinese government could use it to control data collection on millions of users or control the recommendation algorithm, which could be used for influence operations if they so chose.
And former President Donald Trump also tried to institute a nationwide ban on TikTok in 2020. That move never panned out, but we'll soon see if Senator Hawley can move the needle on this issue. Philip.
A lot of young kids' ears perking up when it comes to this. All right, Bree, thank you.
Ticketmaster is under fire on Capitol Hill. The company is in the hot seat facing monopoly accusations from Congress. Lawmakers grilled a top executive over November's Taylor Swift ticket debacle. Savannah Sellers has more.
It's not every day TikTokers are tuning into Senate hearings.
Every spare moment at work today, I had the Senate congressional hearing playing through my headphones.
It's also not every day senators are quoting Taylor Swift.
Because, darling, I'm a nightmare dressed like a daydream.
I think it's a nightmare dressed like a daydream.
We know all too well.
May I suggest respectfully that Ticketmaster ought to look in the mirror and say, I'm the problem. It's me.
I'm the problem, it's me.
2 months after the chaotic presale of Swift's Eras tour tickets caused bad blood between Swifties and Ticketmaster,
I just really wanted to see Taylor.
The CEO of Live Nation, Ticketmaster's parent company, was on the hot seat.
We apologize to the fans. We apologize to Ms. Swift. We need to do better.
The company primarily pinning its difficulties on cyber attacks and bot traffic.
This is what led to a terrible consumer experience, which we deeply regret.
But lawmakers pushed back.
Our critical infrastructure in this country, whether it is utilities, electric, water, power, they get bot attacks every single day by the thousands. By the thousands. And they have figured it out, but you guys haven't. This is unbelievable.
They also challenged the company's combination of concert promotion, venue ownership, and ticket sales, calling it a monopoly.
The fact of the matter is that Live Nation, Ticketmaster, is the 800-pound gorilla here. It's a monopolistic mess.
If you care about the consumer, cap the price.
Singer-songwriter Clyde Lawrence, a witness, even wrote his frustration into a song.
And Live Nation's a monopoly.
Between their ability to be the promoter and the venue and the ticketing company at the same time, you end up kind of having no choice but to interact with them.
You may be wondering what real change could come from this. Well, the hope is that it could mean cracking down on some of those exclusive venue contracts, as well as lowering those extra fees. Senators also say that it could be helpful to have those witnesses in the hearing under oath to the reported ongoing Justice Department investigation into Ticketmaster. Back to you.
Savannah, thank you.
All right, let's turn now to the severe weather pummeling the Gulf Coast overnight. In the darkness, millions in Louisiana are bracing for the threat of possible tornadoes as heavy rain and damaging winds lash that state. There are over 100,000 power outages across the southeast at this hour. This is the system that already produced at least 10 preliminary tornadoes, including 4 that triggered an emergency in the Houston area where there were multiple reports of injuries. The local police chief of Pasadena, Texas, said the damage there is catastrophic.
Okay, let's get over to NBC meteorologist Angie Lassman, who is tracking the path of the storm and where it's headed next. Hi, Angie. Good morning.
Hi, guys. We are not done with that storm system just yet. We're still going to see it impact us here for the next day or so. And you can see 80 million people under those winter weather alerts because it's not just the severe storms that come along with this system. We also have heavy snow that we're expecting through the day today and into tomorrow. Here's where it currently stands. You see the strong storms that are stretching into parts of the Panhandle, the snow from places like Ohio and western Pennsylvania all the way into portions of Missouri and Kansas. That snow going to be impactful for folks in the Great Lakes region and in the Northeast through the day today. But we still are watching for the potential for some of these stronger storms. A tornado watch will be in effect for a little while longer for parts of the Gulf Coast, including the Florida Panhandle as well as Alabama. That severe potential will shift a little farther to the east today and impact places like the Carolinas. How about the snowfall? Anywhere from 6 to 9 inches in Detroit, over a foot for places like northern Maine. That's a look at the big weather story of the day. Let's take a closer look at your day ahead. In the south, it'll be the severe storms that get our attention today with some rain, some heavy rain, some strong winds, and even a potential tornado or two. In the northeast, it's the snow and the rain along the I-95 corridor for places like Philadelphia and New York. And if you've been keeping track, we've been watching for the latest snowfall date for New York City. It could be today, so we won't quite make it to the top spot, guys, as far as the latest it's ever been, but we won't have a whole lot of accumulating snow either in New York.
It feels like the latest it's ever been. You know, it's kind of odd that it just hasn't happened yet. All right, Angie, thanks. All right, coming up in just 60 seconds, Michaela Schifrin becomes the most successful woman in World Cup skiing history.
Plus, the 98-year-old veteran who's grabbing life by the horns and the parachute.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. I love mornings. They're full of possibility. And how you start your day sets the tone for the whole day.
We need to pull up one extra chair at the table.
We feel like we're right there with you.
Just ahead, in this half hour, we're going to introduce you to...
Because every day we start our morning so you can take on yours.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist. And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You were.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
How many of you were up there?
At least 11.
How real is this going back to the moon? How you doing, Lester?
A North Carolina Navy vet is celebrating his 98th birthday with the ultimate leap of faith. Roy Jernigan crossed skydiving off his bucket list, and he brought 3 generations along with him. His daughter and granddaughter joined him for the big plunge. Roy loved it so much he's planning to do it again for his 100th birthday.
Amazing. All right, on a snowy slope in Italy, Michaela Schifrin moved a mountain-sized record. With her 83rd World Cup victory, the 27-year-old became the winningest female alpine skier ever. Here's Lester Holt with more.
On a snowy mountain in Italy, Michaela Schifrin made history.
There it is, the final gas pedal, and she gets it! Michaela Schifrin, victory number 83.
World Cup victory number 83, making her the winningest female alpine skier ever, overtaking fellow American Lindsey Vonn. She's now just 4 wins away from breaking the all-time record, men or women, which has belonged to legendary Swedish skier Ingemar Stenmark for decades.
It's a little overwhelming.
It all left Schifrin a bit speechless.
The question that I'm getting asked the most is, how do you feel? And I'm like, tired, excited. I don't know. We have to race again tomorrow, so I'm a little bit nervous too.
What makes her accomplishment even more incredible, it comes after a few very challenging years. In 2020, Schifrin's dad, Jeff, passed away unexpectedly. And then there were the crushing Beijing Olympics a year ago. She went in as a favorite, but left without a medal.
Oh my God! It's happened again.
I sat down with her in 2021.
For me, for my career, it's been a lot of counting and a lot of records, but I see so much more that's happened in my career.
She told me for her, skiing has always been about much more than wins. So where's the fun in all this?
The fun in it is when I ski well and I make really good turns. That's not a feeling you get doing anything else in life. It's like flying without a plane. It just makes you feel so good.
Yeah. She's got to be feeling awfully good.
Can only imagine. Our thanks to Lester for that report.
All right, still ahead. Whiskey business. Fireball facing legal trouble for misleading mini bottles.
And drawing a line on drug smuggling after 146 pounds of cocaine washes up on shore in Florida.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
This is what it looks and feels like.
From the storm zone.
A bigger piece to the puzzle.
New numbers just out this morning.
We begin with breaking news just coming in.
Russia has launched another round of attacks.
What was it like when you came back and saw your neighborhood like this?
They say that in modern war, there aren't any front lines anymore. Here, there certainly are.
We begin with the breaking news. Hurricane Ian gaining in strength.
We've had some of the strongest winds here.
How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
Now to the economy as Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
How does this all impact your wallet?
More fallout from Elon Musk's Twitter takeover.
An urgent warning this hour about the flu.
How does RSV specifically hit some kids so hard, and then it seems like it almost doesn't affect others?
Can voters trust that you will be able to do this job?
Why should voters believe you?
This special election night.
We love it. We live for this.
We have a substantial team of NBC News correspondents fanned out.
This is the first time we've not been able to call control of the House on election night.
Tonight, we'll take an unflinching look at the resurgence of anti-Semitism in America.
They're waiting until Title 42 is lifted before they decide whether to cross into the United States.
What made you decide to go the medicinal healing route for what you're growing here?
Who should be accountable? The city points the finger at the state, state at the city.
Making news right now.
We are live on the ground there.
I want to show you an up-close look at what we're talking about here.
The news continues right now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are. Oh, you got it.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
This is what it looks and feels
the latest
like.
the bigger piece to the puzzle.
We begin tonight with breaking news.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now. For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
In today's Quick Hits, Amazon is launching a new benefit called RX Pass. Prime members can get eligible prescriptions filled as often as necessary for $5 a month, and delivery is free. The service is available in 42 states.
And a new class action lawsuit is targeting the makers of Fireball Cinnamon, alleging purposefully misleading packaging. The mini bottles, often sold at gas stations and convenience stores, don't actually contain whiskey. The suit claims the two variants are virtually indistinguishable. A representative for Sazerac, which makes both products, said the company does not comment on ongoing litigation.
Good Samaritans turned over nearly $2.5 million worth of cocaine that washed ashore in Florida. Border Patrol says the two bundles were found on a beach in the Keys, and inside was 146 pounds of cocaine.
So Bill Gates thinks it's the best time now to be born in 2 decades in the future, though. But first, Walmart is about to make life a little bit better for their employees today. CNBC's Karen Cho joins us now to explain it all. Karen, good morning.
Francis, Philip, good morning to you both. What we're seeing, a continuation of the tight labour market. So Walmart is lifting minimum wages again. What we're seeing for store workers, those who stock shelves and also interact with customers, the minimum wage will rise to $14 per hour. So it means that from early March, some of those workers will be receiving between $14 to $19 per hour instead of what they've had currently, $12 to $18 per hour, which means on average we're talking about $17.50 per hour. Roughly about 340,000 workers workers at Walmart will be eligible for that increase. That's about 21% of the workforce of the retailer. All this, don't forget, comes at a time where we are seeing those weakening retail trends start to emerge. Elsewhere, we're used to alarm signals from the Microsoft co-founder Bill Gates, but this time we've had an optimistic view. He's talking about those born in the next few decades, 20, 40, 60 years from now, saying they'll be better off than those born in the past. He's pointing to technological advancements we're seeing in healthcare, also the emergence of green technology. He did acknowledge some of the pessimists out there, that there are these trends around COVID, the pandemic, what we're seeing around climate change and the inability to tackle these climate goals, but said effectively it's easy to get a more negative view of those trends than is really fair. So optimism prevails this time.
Yeah, cheers to that optimism for the generations to come. Okay, Karen, thank you.
We got a pair of consumer alerts to tell you about next, including a big recall for luxury car owners.
And it might be hard for parents to swallow, but there's lead in baby food. We'll have the new push to lower the level of the contaminant.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
How real is this going back to the moon? How you doing, Lester?
This is what it looks and feels.
With the latest film, the bigger piece to the puzzle.
We begin tonight with breaking news.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
I feel like every single person is an inspirational leader or teacher in some way. What can I do in my life? What can I take from this person's story? I think we all want a fresh start.
Join Hoda Kotb for season 3 of her podcast, Making Space.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Now to a consumer alert. The FDA wants to get the lead out of baby food. The proposal comes after studies found that lead levels are high enough to actually pose a risk to an infant's neurological and behavioral development. The Food and Drug Administration estimates that the limits could cut lead exposure by as much as 27% for children under 2. The FDA says ingredients like fruit and vegetables absorb contaminants like lead from the ground.
Another consumer alert, Volvo is recalling some of its 2023 model cars due to brake issues. The National Highway Traffic Safety Administration says that a reduction in brake support functions can increase risks of a crash in affected vehicles, which include the S60 and V60. Owners will be contacted by the Swedish automaker via mail by March 15th regarding a free software update.
Okay, let's get another check of your weather with NBC meteorologist Angie Lastman on who's quiet and who's got to worry about something.
The West is really quiet. It's great out there. We're seeing temperatures in the 70s, guys, in parts of Southern California. Meanwhile, the East remains very busy through the day today and even into tomorrow. Some snow falling from basically the Great Lakes all the way stretching into the interior areas of the Northeast. We'll even see a few flakes along the I-95 corridor. Meanwhile, severe storms possible for parts of the South through the day today.
All right, Angie, thank you. Coming up next here on Early Today, it is the end of the stream dream inside Netflix's plan to finally roll the credits on password sharing. Beware moochers.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started a vote on the PACT Act. If you're like Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
Join Hoda Kotb for season 3 of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started a vote on the PACT Act. If you're like Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Always one guy that really stretches that percentage up.
Oh, way up and in, Luka.
Another shot of the day from Luka Doncic. The Maverick star had no problem seeking that floater from behind the backboard. He finished with 41 points, but the Mavericks still fell to the Wizards by 1.
Well, time to send your apologies to the families and friends. Netflix is ready to crack down on password sharing, which means tens of millions of viewers will need to pay up or give up binge-watching favorites. Our Emily Ikeda has the story.
Whether you're binge-watching Wednesday,
I think I'm going to love it here,
or catching up on The Crown,
as future king, you have a duty.
Your Netflix favorites will soon cost you more than your friends' or parents' password. Streaming giant Netflix just revealing its crackdown on password sharing is imminent and could press pause on an estimated 100+ million viewers who are tuning in without paying up. The new practice, to begin rolling out by the end of March, will be similar to recent test runs in Latin American countries, where viewers outside of the primary household had to create a sub-account to tune in for an additional $2 to $3 a month, compared to the standard $15.49. Netflix hasn't said what the price tag will be in the U.S.
There will be current members that are unhappy with this move. We'll see folks come on as new subscribers, essentially borrowers creating their accounts or incremental monetizations.
News of a password-sharing crackdown broke last spring after Netflix lost subscribers for the first time in more than a decade. It's a stark turnaround from a few years ago when the streaming giant seemingly encouraged users to share their accounts.
Y'all remember when Netflix said love is sharing a password back in 2017?
Why now? It's about getting subscriber growth back on track for the company. Netflix held off as long as they could before they ultimately had to do that.
Amid cooling demand and an increasingly competitive industry, more streamers have raised prices in recent months. And while Netflix is the first to break the barrier on password sharing, experts say it likely won't be the last.
I think everyone will take a page out of Netflix's book. A lot of Americans are tightening their belts.
In the meantime, experts say check who is utilizing your Netflix account under the Manage Access tab. You can log out specific devices. And if you're looking for ways to save, consider a cheaper ad-supported subscription that many streamers offer and search for deals connected to credit cards and phone plans as big changes set in for the binge-watching business.
Thanks to Emily for that report. At least we're off the hook. That awkward moment when somebody says, can I share that? I don't have it. I just want to watch one series.
Yeah, I mean, everybody in our lives, we know somebody or we're the ones who do it. I can't believe they got away with it for so long.
Yeah, this is Early Today. Have a great one.
Free show.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Lindsay Reiser in for Savannah Sellers. Right now on Morning News Now, devastation. This morning, millions of people bracing for more severe weather from a storm that's already slammed several states with rain, snow, and even possible tornadoes. We're tracking the system stretching from the south to the northeast. Also this morning, a new twist in a controversy over classified materials after another batch of documents is found, this time linked to former Vice President Mike Pence. What we're learning about this latest discovery and the growing concerns over national security. Searching for solutions, new developments this morning in 2 deadly mass shootings, sending shockwaves across California as lawmakers push for more gun safety.
A few decades ago, we didn't experience these kind of things. What the hell is going on?
Today, Vice President Kamala Harris set to travel to California to meet with the families of the victims. We will bring you the latest. And cracking down this morning, a warning to desperate breakfast lovers who are going to extremes to get their morning scramble. How a nationwide shortage of eggs is causing a spike in smuggling, and what authorities are doing to stop all the foul play.
Egg Street.
You thought the Taylor Swift story was the only one with puns. Oh, no.
Oh, no. We got eggs for you.
We have more up our
sleeves. We got eggs for you.
We begin this morning with another round of severe winter weather ripping through the country.
80 million people are under some sort of winter weather alert this morning. The powerful storm system battered the Gulf Coast yesterday. More than a dozen tornadoes were reported in Texas and Louisiana. In the Houston area, a tornado destroyed buildings, tore roofs off of homes, downed power lines, and overturned vehicles in several communities.
The lights started flickering. I could hear kind of like some popping sounds. I just heard a big boom. The back windows blew out of the house, and we just started seeing stuff flying past the house.
That severe weather is moving through Louisiana with a possible tornado reported in Beauregard Parish. Several homes there were damaged, and flooding was also reported in some areas. And in North Texas, it was a much different picture with the storm dumping heavy snow in Texas. Across much of the region, some areas saw nearly 10 inches. Now, that same system brought a lot of snowfall to parts of the south central region of the country as well, places like Arkansas, where 100,000 people are without power this morning, along with Oklahoma. And today the storm is on the move again, heading through the Great Lakes region and the Northeast. NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa is in Indianapolis tracking the latest on the storm.
Hey, good morning. The snow is falling. It just started falling overnight here in Indianapolis. Definitely already starting to stick, and the sidewalks and streets are getting slick as well. But this is nothing compared to what people down south are dealing with. In the last 24 hours, we have had 14 reports of tornadoes, all in Texas and Louisiana. Multiple people injured in those states, and we're also hearing reports of power outages this morning. This as this latest round of severe winter weather continues to move east. Parts of the Ohio River Valley bracing for up to 9 inches of snow just today, and parts of New England, especially northern New England, bracing for up to 16 inches of snow. This morning, close to 75 million Americans from the deep south, again up into New England, waking up to winter weather alerts and winter weather warnings. Close to 37 million waking up to severe wind alerts this morning. And again, for a lot of areas, this storm is just getting started. I'll send it back to you.
All right, Maggie, thank you so much. For more on the severe storm conditions affecting the south, let's check your weather.
Meteorologist Angie Lassman joins us now. Good morning, Angie.
Good morning, guys. Another active day. Maggie said it. It's going to be a wintry kind of forecast for folks in the Northeast and the Great Lakes region, but we've still got severe storms that we're tracking in parts of the south, mainly the panhandle of Florida stretching into just the extreme southeast portions of Alabama, where we have that tornado watch that's going to stay in effect for a little while longer. We also have some tornado warnings that have gone into effect effect this morning, and that line of thunderstorms is just not going to let up here. We're going to continue to see the threat for storms, at least this morning, be focused more towards Georgia and parts of northern Florida. And then as we get into the afternoon hours, the Carolinas will start to see the impacts there. On the table, we have potentially some tornadoes once again. The hail, the damaging winds are all things that we'll watch to be potentially impactful to folks in these areas here as we stretch through the afternoon hours. And does it feel like we've had more tornadoes this month than usual? Well, that's because we have. Check out these stats. 157 tornado reports. That's just for the month of January. We've had 12 days with tornadoes spanning over 16 states. How about those records, though? Most active January on record with 157 reports. As I mentioned, the average is about 36. You can see most of it centered for portions over the southeast. But again, we'll have another day to add to that tally here as we get through the afternoon hours today. Now, winter weather, 80 million impacted, and that stretches from Illinois, parts of Kansas, into northern parts of New England, Maine, one of those places that's going to pick up on a whole lot of snow by the time Friday rolls around. Here's the storm system that is the culprit of all of this. It eventually moves to the northeast. It'll move out pretty quickly, but between now and, say, late Friday, we'll still be dealing with some of the snow. This is 8 p.m. tonight. You can see heavy snow over much of the northeast, especially the interior areas. Along the coast, I-95 corridor, I think you'll have some snow for the early parts of the afternoon hours, and then that'll quickly transition over into rain. And that's going to be the most impactful thing for folks in that area through the afternoon hours today. Eventually, we'll start to see the system moving out, but we have a strong wind today and even into tomorrow. So we could see some lingering snow showers. Check out those totals, though. Detroit coming up close to 10 inches in some locations. Indianapolis, 4 to 7 inches, and parts of Maine, 8 to 14 inches. Boston, I think maybe an inch. New York City, maybe a half an inch if we're lucky. But for the most part, it's going to be the rain that's really going to make a difference in the commute later this afternoon, walking, traveling by, by plane as well up and down the East Coast and into the Midwest. Guys, it's going to be a little bit of a headache for all those major airports. We'll continue to see that be an issue, along with all the millions of people that will see strong winds today, anywhere from 30, 40, 50 miles per hour are possible. So that'll be something that we watch closely. You can see those peak wind gusts through the afternoon hours. Again, anywhere from 30 to 40, even 50 miles per hour. There's the airports that you'll want to keep a close eye on, especially through the afternoon hours today. Again, stretching from St. Louis, Detroit, Washington, D.C., New York.
With the domino effect, I feel like it's going to be a rough travel day.
Exactly.
All right, thanks, Angie. Appreciate it. Now to the latest discovery of classified materials, this time connected to another former vice president, Mike Pence.
In letters obtained by NBC News, Pence's lawyer wrote to the National Archives to report what he described as a small number of classified marked documents discovered on January 16th at Pence's Indiana home. This new discovery comes amid swirling questions around President Biden and former President Trump and their handling of classified documents. So for more on this, let's bring in NBC News White House correspondent Mike Memley. Mike, good morning to you. We know the special counsel is investigating former President Trump's handling of classified documents. Those were found at Mar-a-Lago last year. Another special counsel is investigating President Biden after documents with classified markings were found at a D.C. office and his Delaware home. What do we know about these documents tied to Pence and how this came to light?
Well, Lindsay, I think when we began reporting on the discovery of documents in former Vice President Joe Biden's former office, we began asking questions like this. How many other former officials probably have classified documents that they don't even realize in their possession? One of the people who asked that same question was former Vice President Mike Pence, because we learned in this new letter from his attorney that it was on January 16th that he directed his staff, because of the reports about Biden, to see whether anything that he had in his personal home might have also been classified. Well, indeed, as a result of that search, they did discover a small number in 4 boxes of documents that may have had sensitive or classified information. It was on January 19th that the FBI came to Pence's Indiana home and retrieved those boxes. Now, it's still at a very early stage, and we're going to wait to learn more about this, but reaction obviously coming very quickly. There was a political group aligned with President Joe Biden who really was quick to link the Pence and the Biden cases as very different from the Trump cases. Former President Donald Trump, though, was also quick to defend his former vice president, posting on Truth Social that Pence was an innocent man, that he had never done anything knowingly dishonest in his life. Now, of course, the Justice Department is going to view all of these things in their very specific details individually, with a lot of decisions still to come.
So, Mike, first you've got Trump, now the current president, now the former vice president. How are folks in Washington reacting to all this? Are they astonished, or maybe are they starting to realize that maybe everyone literally has something in their closet?
Yeah, Joe, I think that there are two issues that are really at the top of the conversation now in Washington among lawmakers, especially. One is, are there record-keeping problems that we need to address here? Adam Schiff, the former chairman of the House Intel Committee, saying that that should be a topic of conversation. We also have potentially an overclassification problem. Our colleague Ken Delanian saying that there are 50 million classification decisions made each year, perhaps too many documents marked classified that don't need to be. It was also interesting to hear from Senator Lindsey Graham, somebody who knows President Biden well from their years together in the Senate, but also was a key political ally for Donald Trump, raising this issue as well. Let's take a listen.
So let's find out how that happened. You got Trump, you got Pence, you got Biden. I don't believe for a minute that Mike Pence is trying to intentionally compromise national security. Think that about Biden and Trump, but clearly we got a problem here. And so what became a political problem, for Republicans is now a national security problem for the country.
It was also interesting to hear yesterday from Mike Pompeo, former Secretary of State, former CIA director, who rather bluntly said in an interview on Fox News, it's entirely possible I have classified information in my home. Clearly, any former official at a high level in government is probably doing that same search as well.
Wow. Mike, we are also hearing from the other three former living presidents in light of this recent discovery of documents. What are they saying?
All of their offices putting out very similar statements, all of which emphasize the degree to which they believe that they have all turned over any records that would fall under the Presidential Records Act, but especially classified information. Presidents Clinton and Obama saying that, President Bush saying all of his records were turned over immediately. Now, there's a report in Politico that former President Jimmy Carter believes he discovered classified information in his possession. A statement that was attributed to the former president's office did not specify when that may have been found or where. Those are important details as well. But clearly, presidential record keeping in the spotlight now.
All right, Mike, thank you.
Later today, the suspect in this week's mass shooting in Northern California is scheduled to make his first court appearance. Authorities say he killed 7 people when he opened fire on co-workers at 2 agricultural centers in Half Moon Bay. NBC News national correspondent Miguel Almaguer has the latest.
Deputies made the arrest just outside the sheriff's department's front door. The 66-year-old suspected gunman, who investigators say killed 7 farm workers, whisked into custody after an officer spotted the man in a car with a semi-automatic weapon.
We found him with his seat back. He was laying in the front seat, and luckily we were able to apprehend him quickly.
Authorities say Chun Li Zhao began his rampage just before 2:30 p.m. Monday in Half Moon Bay at this farm where he worked. After killing 4 and critically wounding another, investigators say he drove 3 miles to a second agriculture center and shot 3 more to death. Families and children lived on the property.
There were no specific indicators that would have led us to believe that he was capable of something like this.
The arrest outside San Francisco marked the second mass shooting in California in 48 hours, both allegedly at the hands of senior citizens. Just 24 days into this year, 70 have been killed in 39 mass shootings.
How many people have to die? How many children have to be killed? How many children have to witness their parents being killed?
Authorities said the suspect was not previously known to police and described the shooting as a workplace violence incident. Friends and family of those feared dead are desperate for answers.
We hear about this and we see it on the news, and it almost seems like it's our normal, and it's not right. We have to do something. We have to do more.
The once unspeakable, now seemingly routine, as another community finds itself in the middle of a mass shooting.
Miguel Almaguer, thank you so much. The suspected shooter is expected to face 7 counts of murder and 1 charge of attempted murder. Police say he has been cooperative.
Today, Vice President Kamala Harris will travel to Monterey Park to meet with the families of victims of the mass shooting there. Last night, hundreds of mourners came out to pay their respects to the victims. 11 people died, 9 others were hurt when investigators say a 72-year-old gunman opened fire at a dance studio.
It breaks my heart, and I have friends that lost people in this shooting. My aunt lost somebody in this shooting. My friend lost somebody in this shooting. You can't live in a world like this. I mean, who wants to bring children into a world like this? It's not right.
For more, we are joined by NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delaney. And Ken, the vice president was originally scheduled to travel to Raleigh, North Carolina today. She's postponed that trip to spend time in California. What can you tell us about her visit?
Good morning, Lindsay. Yeah, obviously California, the vice president's home state. She was the attorney general there. According to her office, she will arrive in L.A. this afternoon and then will meet with victims' families in the Monterey Park incident. She announced her visit on Twitter, saying, as we grieve Saturday's mass shooting in California, we already faced 2 more this week alone in Half Moon Bay and Oakland, and that she said tomorrow she will stand and mourn with the community.
Police have said, and this investigation is still in its early stages, but obviously one question that people think about is why? What's the latest on the investigation?
Well, look, this 72-year-old suspect is increasingly looking like he had profound mental health issues and may have been paranoid. He told NBC News that he told police that he thought his relatives were trying to poison him. And witnesses say he used to frequent that dance hall, but often complained that people were out to get him. People who knew him described him to NBC News as an angry loner who was mad at the world, a man who had no job and very few friends, hopeless and desperate, Lindsay.
And Ken, we're also learning more about the victims this morning. What can you tell us?
Yeah, so 11 people killed, 9 wounded in that incident. The victims included 6 women and 5 men whose ages ranged from their 50s to their 70s. And what's so heartbreaking is that these were older people who, instead of staying home and watching television, they were out at a dance hall trying to be active and social. One of them, Ming Wei Ma, 72 years old, was a dance instructor who played a role in running the studio, described as kind and welcoming. Another was Hong Jian, whose husband, Jeff Liu, told NBC News he watched his wife die in front of him. Just heartbreaking, Lindsay.
Ken Delaney, thank you.
Every hour, 4 people in America lose their lives to violence. That's according to the Secret Service. This week has certainly been no exception. But now, for the first time ever, the Secret Service is releasing a long-term comprehensive report on some of these violent attacks in the hopes of preventing future ones. NBC's Julia Ainsley joins us now with more on this. So first of all, Julia, what more can you tell us about the magnitude of this report and what it really means and says about the country as a whole?
Well, let me first tell you about the timeline of this report. This was done by the National Threat Assessment Center at the Secret Service. That was an organization that started for the Secret Service to be able to determine the threat of a certain area if a protectee, like a president, was going into. But now they're sharing this research widely, and this focuses on 2016 to 2020. So a lot of the more radical ideologies that we're talking about now, the more recent shootings, aren't included. But they do talk about 173 mass attacks. That would be any attack with any weapon that injured 3 or more people in a public space, including schools, places of worship, etc. And what they found are some disturbing trends. They found actually the lead motivator was personal grievances, but that also 1/4 of the perpetrators did have a belief in conspiracy theories or hateful ideologies. Remember, this span would have included the El Paso shooting in Walmart that we know was targeted at the Latino community there. It also would have included the Tree of Life shootings in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania that targeted the Jewish community. And of course, we've seen other similar incidents since then, thinking about the Tops grocery store in Buffalo targeting African Americans. And just this week, of course, we've seen a lot of violence in the Asian American community. There are a lot of lessons that we can pull from this report as they try to educate community members on signs that they can look for. In 1/3 of the cases, the perpetrators had clear signs of evidence that they were planning these attacks, but they simply went unnoticed.
Yeah, I want to ask you more about that, Julia. I mean, it is a sad coincidence that we've seen so much violence on the week this report's being released. So what is it that they hope we can learn from it?
Well, it's interesting. There's still, sometimes you want more takeaways. You want the if this, then that, Joe. Unfortunately, it doesn't always work this way. But there are some trends. And they did look at weapons. In fact, they saw that in 80% of the casualties, 80% of the attacks that used a firearm, those attacks did leave someone killed. Whereas attacks that did not use a firearm, which were obviously far fewer if they were using a knife or some other kind of weapon, the chance that anyone died was actually less than 50%. It shows how deadly and how frequent firearms are used, and that in a third of the attacks using firearms, they've used a semi-automatic or automatic weapons. And so this is really a chance to look at the breadth of the epidemic of violence in America, to see how communities could try to stretch resources. They use social workers, mental health workers, law enforcement. Everyone came to the table to look at these 173 incidents, Joe.
And Julia, I mean, you spoke with an official from the Secret Service yesterday about the role the community can play in preventing an attack. Let's listen to that.
But what we really want people to focus on, not a specific trait or a specific profile of the type of person that would carry out this attack, because there isn't one. What we want people and communities to focus on are the behaviors that they're exhibiting that may suggest that they pose a risk of violence.
So, Julia, what are the potential behaviors or motives that people might want to flag if they see them?
That was Dr. Lena Alathari, and she leads the National Threat Assessment Center at the Secret Service. And yes, she said that, it's not necessarily one thing, but to focus on if someone starts using language that might suggest either a specific attack. She also gave examples that someone might say something on the way out the door where, I'm going to eliminate these people, or I'm going to be famous later and you'll see why. I mean, she just sort of gave triggering words that people have used in the past. She also showed examples of a list of things to do. People were basically planning their last days, even people who planned to kill themselves at the end of these attacks. As she's saying, it's not any one thing, but it's something for communities to be aware of, especially as people start to pull away. You just heard Ken Delanian talk about the perpetrator of the shooting, the mass shooting in Monterey Park, someone who was really seen as a loner in society. It's not that all loners are going to perpetrate attacks, but just to be mindful of people in your communities, in your workplaces, in your schools, who may be starting to pull away and exhibiting signs of violence. She's just trying to raise the public's awareness. And today she's conducting a webinar just to show you how interested people are in this topic right now. She already has 21,000 people across the country, whether they be law enforcement officials or people working in schools or just members of the public, who are interested in this research and are tuning in.
All right, Julia Ainsley, such an important conversation and an important report, especially in the wake of this week's tragedies. Thank you so much, Julia.
Let's head over to Silicon Valley now, where big tech is in the spotlight again.
The Justice Department, along with 8 other states, are suing Google for the second time in just over 2 years. They're targeting the company's advertising business. Attorney General Merrick Garland discussed the allegations yesterday.
We alleged that Google has used anti-competitive, exclusionary, and unlawful conduct to eliminate or severely diminish any threat to its dominance over digital advertising technologies. For 15 years, Google has pursued a course of anti-competitive conduct that has allowed it to halt the rise of rival technologies, manipulate auction mechanics to insulate itself from competition, and force advertisers and publishers to use its tools.
For more on this, we're joined by David McCabe, technology reporter for the New York Times. So, David, this is really the latest here in a series of lawsuits against Google. It's the first one filed under the Biden administration. Help us understand, we just heard Merrick Garland a little bit there, but in layman's terms, what does this focus on?
So this is about the software that places ads on the websites that everybody goes to every day. Behind every ad you see on a publisher's website is an intricate network of programs and tools that allow advertisers to buy space from those publishers. And what the DOJ has said is that Google, over time, monopolized that software, which allowed them basically then to exert control that raised prices for advertisers, meant publishers made less money, and ultimately hurt the marketplace of ideas that consumers tap into every day on the internet.
So, David, let's talk about Google's response to the lawsuit. A spokesperson said, quote, the lawsuit attempts to pick winners and losers in the highly competitive advertising technology sector. The DOJ is doubling down on a flawed argument that would slow innovation, raise advertising fees, and make it harder for thousands of small businesses and publishers to grow. Is there anything else key that Google is arguing here? And are there folks out there who think Google has a point?
Yeah, I mean, Google is basically saying there are hundreds of companies that do what we do, that this is a really vibrant space, and that the DOJ is basically coming in here and intervening in a totally fair market. And there are, of course, some groups that are likely to agree with Google. There are a lot of groups that are likely to agree with the DOJ. But ultimately, this is going to head to the Eastern District of the U.S. District Court for the Eastern District of Virginia, is what's expected. And the DOJ has actually asked for a jury trial, which is uncommon in these cases. So it would go to an actual jury potentially.
What are the potential outcomes in this case, and what broader implications could it have for the tech sector?
So the outcomes for Google are potentially myriad. So the DOJ has asked that the court force Google to sell part of its advertising business. This is a lucrative business that Google has been in for a long time, and this would effectively break up part of Google. For the larger industry, these are cases that are being watched really closely because they're an indicator of whether or not the government can successfully ramp up enforcement of these antitrust laws. There are all kinds of concerns about Google or Amazon or Apple or Facebook. And the question now is, can the government make good on what its promise has been to a lot of voters, which is we're going to intervene in some of these markets and correct what we see as major imbalances in competition.
All right, David McKay, thanks for joining us and explaining that to us. Appreciate it.
Coming up, breaking news on the war in Ukraine. This morning, Germany confirming that it is sending battle tanks to help fight against Russia, with the U.S. expected to follow suit. We're going to bring you the latest.
Plus, people shelling out more for eggs these days, but some are going to the extreme amid a nationwide shortage. We're going to explain next on Morning News Now.
Begin tonight with breaking news just coming in whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now.
What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top story with Tanya Amos. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Breaking news this morning, the German government confirms it will send its Leopard battle tanks to Ukraine to aid in the war against Russia. Now, 3 senior U.S. officials have also told NBC News that America is preparing to follow suit and send its own Abrams tanks. That would be a reversal for the Biden administration, which just days ago had been arguing against the move. But those officials stress that decision to send the tanks is not yet final. NBC News foreign correspondent Raf Sanchez joins us now from Kharkiv, Ukraine, with the latest. So, Raf, walk us through these moves from Germany, the potential move from the U.S. Why are they deciding to go ahead with these plans?
Joe, this is about these two countries taking this step together. Both Germany and the U.S., for different reasons, had been reluctant to send tanks up until now. The American position was the U.S. M1 Abrams tank, not practical for the Ukrainian battlefield. The Germans were concerned about provoking the Russians, but it does now appear there has been a coordinated decision to move forward to take this major step. We heard from the German Chancellor Olaf Scholz earlier today. Germany is sending 14 of those Leopard battle tanks, and they are also going to train Ukrainian crews in Germany to use them. Now, 14 German Leopard tanks, probably a couple of dozen American M1 Abrams. That's not going to change the tide of the war on its own, but this decision clears the way for other NATO allies to start providing their Leopard tanks. There are about 2,000 of them across Europe, and Ukraine hopes they will be on the battlefield here in the east of the country soon. Jeff?
Raf, you mentioned fears about provoking Russia. Do we know how this news is being received in Russia?
Well, not well, as you can imagine, Joe. We are hearing some familiar rhetoric from the Russians. On the one hand, they are kind of dismissive. They are saying we will destroy these NATO tanks, just like we've destroyed other bits of NATO equipment that have been sent to the battlefield. But they are also warning that this is a major escalation. The narrative that the Kremlin is selling to its own people in Russia is that Russia is now fighting essentially a proxy war against the combined might of NATO here in Ukraine. They are not happy about this. They also are fond of Nazi references, and they're making the point that the Germans are the ones sending these tanks here to Ukraine, Jeff.
And Raf, I know you met with the UN's top refugee official out there. What has he been saying about this situation?
Yeah, so we met with the UN High Commissioner for Refugees. He has been doing a tour of Ukraine ahead of the one-year anniversary. We met him here in Kharkiv in front of the wreckage of an apartment building. And, Joe, he expressed real anger about the toll that this war is taking on civilians. He mentioned there are about 8 million Ukrainian refugees. Most of them are in Europe. And he said many of them just want to return home. Take a listen to what he had to say.
I think what they really want, most of them, is to return. Let's not forget the vast majority, maybe 90%, are women and children that left in the early part of the war. And their men, their husbands, their fathers, their brothers are here in Ukraine, often in the army. And they want to be reunified, these families.
Now, he is meeting with President Zelensky this week, and the UN has a major job here. They are fundraising starting next month for the next phase of this refugee support program. They have a lot of money to raise. But, Joe, they also have to try to keep the world's attention on this refugee crisis. We are nearly 1 year into this war now. People watch those images of Ukrainians streaming over the border into Europe in the early days of the war. But the big concern is that the world may move on, that there may be other crises, and these millions of Ukrainians who are either outside of their country or displaced inside of it may be forgotten. Jeff?
Important point. Raf Sanchez in Kharkiv. Raf, thank you so much.
If you've been to the store recently, you're no doubt spending more for your groceries. Eggs have gotten especially expensive, almost tripling in price recently. And now U.S. Customs and Border officials are scrambling to stop people from bringing in raw eggs from Mexico. It's an illegal move that could cost people thousands in fines. NBC News correspondent Stephen Romo has more.
A crackdown in an unexpected contraband at the southern border. Crate after crate full of chicken eggs confiscated, some going the extra mile to get their hands on a carton, all due to high demand and rising prices for the culinary staple.
It shouldn't be such a struggle to put together a meal.
The spike in egg costs now pushing some to go across the border, a move that's been banned for more than a decade due to the risk of avian flu. In South Texas alone, U.S. Border Patrol reports a 300% increase in raw eggs intercepted, with seizures ranging from 86 eggs at a time to nearly 350. And in San Diego, the customs team sending out a reminder that failure to declare agriculture items like uncooked eggs can result in penalties of up to $10,000. But Border Patrol says at times some travelers simply aren't aware that they can't enter the U.S. with raw eggs, and that moderate amounts could lead to a penalty that ranges anywhere from $300 to $1,000. So we've talked about inflation driving up the cost of groceries for a while now, but that is not exactly what's happening here. Egg prices continue to climb, even though inflation has leveled off. But they're such a mainstay for American tables, egg hunts like these are likely to continue. The average price for a dozen eggs hit $4.25 last month, up from $1.72 a year earlier, according to the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics.
They were $17 for a whole case when we started, and now we're paying like $60 a case.
The eggs are, in some places, you can find like a 45–50% expensive.
So what's driving these climbing prices? Bird flu hit egg farmers hard. Nearly 58 million birds were killed last year to stop the virus from spreading, according to the USDA. And the majority were egg-laying hens. That led the U.S. egg inventory to drop nearly 30% by the end of last year.
We used to have good brands for $3.50, but not anymore.
Many now hoping for those simpler times when eggs were just cheaper by the dozen.
Our thanks to Stephen Romo for that report.
All right, more international headlines now. A rescue mission off Japan's coast after a cargo ship capsized.
Claudio Lavanga joins us now from Rome with that and more. Good morning, Claudio.
Good morning. Yes, about a dozen of the 22 crew members who were on board of that cargo ship that sank off the coast of Japan have been rescued so far. The vessel, which was carrying lumber, issued a distress call on Tuesday after it capsized. Search and rescue teams are still looking for the missing crew members using planes, ships, and private vessels. And let's go to Peru, where thousands of people clashed with security forces in the capital Lima during the latest anti-government protest. Peruvians have been protesting since former President Pedro Castillo was impeached and arrested 2 months ago. But Tuesday's protest in Lima was the biggest so far, with security forces trying to disperse the crowds using tear gas and pellets. And let's move to Egypt, where the remains of a mummified teenager buried 2,300 years ago were digitally unwrapped. Radiologists at Cairo University used CT scans to digitalize the remains, uncovering 49 precious amulets placed inside his body to provide vitality in the afterlife. Among them, a golden heart scarab that was used to replace the boy's heart, and a gold tongue amulet was placed inside the mouth to ensure that deceased will speak in the afterlife. So imagine what he's saying now when he discovers that his body has been scanned 2,300 years later, guys.
Yeah, no kidding. My goodness, that's fascinating. All right, Claudio, thank you so much.
Coming up on Morning News Now, Ticketmaster in trouble over the now infamous Taylor Swift ticket debacle.
Ticketmaster ought to look in the mirror and say, I'm the problem. It's me.
When we return, we're going to have more from yesterday's hearing on Capitol Hill.
Plus, controversy in the classroom after Florida's governor rejects an AP course on African American studies. We'll be right back.
NBC News, streaming free now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Join Hoda Kotb for season 3 of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
Welcome back. In Florida, civil rights attorneys Ben Crump and Craig Weisenhunt announced they plan to sue the state and Governor Ron DeSantis for rejecting the AP African American Studies course from being taught in high schools. NBC correspondent Zincle Asamoah has the details.
Florida says a new advanced placement African American Studies course is not welcome in its high schools, marking the first time a state has ever refused to certify an AP course. In a statement to NBC News, the Florida Department of Education says, in part, the course was rejected because it, quote, is a vehicle for a political agenda and leaves large ambiguous gaps that can be filled with additional ideological material. Florida's Commissioner of Education saying in a tweet, in part, quote, Florida rejected an AP course filled with critical race theory, and we proudly required the teaching of African American history.
I think the ambiguity is what is causing some level of consternation across the state and, quite frankly, across the country.
The claims of indoctrination and critical race theory have previously been denied by the College Board, who said, in part, AP students are never required to agree with a particular opinion or adopt a particular ideology, but they are expected to analyze different perspectives. In response to Florida's decision, the College Board said, in part, like all new AP courses, AP African American Studies is undergoing a rigorous multi-year pilot phase, collecting feedback from teachers, students, scholars, and policymakers. We visited a Memphis, Tennessee pilot course in October.
All right, guys, show of hands, Langston Hughes. Who knows who Langston Hughes is? It's interdisciplinary. So we're including art, music, literature, geography.
But we want to teach students to think and to think critically and give them safe spaces to do that.
The pilot, introduced in 60 schools, including one in Florida. Students currently taking the course will not receive an AP exam score or college credit. Florida's rejection of AP African American Studies comes as Republican Governor Ron DeSantis, today considered by some to be a frontrunner for the Republican presidential nomination, has already signed bills that ban lessons around critical race theory and limit lessons on sexual orientation and gender identity. This latest ban comes as 36 states have introduced 137 bills to restrict teaching on race, gender, and history, according to a PEN America report.
The state of Florida stipulates that this information shall be taught to students throughout the state. So I was unable to square that rejection with what I knew about law and what I knew specifically about the value and the impact that it has on the learning and the lives of our students across the state.
The College Board tells NBC on February 1st they will release the official framework for the course. Zincle Asamoah, NBC News.
On Capitol Hill, Ticketmaster was in the hot seat yesterday over the Taylor Swift ticket meltdown. Republicans and Democrats took aim with some tough questions, and while they were at it, they quoted a few Taylor Swift songs along the way. Our very own Savannah Sellers joins us now from D.C. with more on that. Who would do that, Savannah? Who would use Taylor Swift songs to make a point in a story?
Gosh, I don't know. Let's see if I can take it away and try to do the same thing. Good morning, Joe. Hey, everybody at home. So just 2 months ago, of course, we all remember, Ticketmaster essentially broke down during the pre-sale for Taylor Swift tickets, which, as Joe just said, led to this major meltdown from Swifties heard across the internet. Well, all that bad blood culminated in a congressional hearing that had lawmakers quoting the mega pop star, as Joe just said, and asking if the ticketing giant was ready for it. And it had Ticketmaster defending its reputation.
It's not every day TikTokers are tuning into Senate hearings.
I had the Senate congressional hearing playing through my headphones.
It's also not every day senators are quoting Taylor Swift.
'Cause darling, I'm a nightmare dressed like a daydream.
I think it's a nightmare dressed like a daydream.
We know all too well.
May I suggest respectfully that Ticketmaster ought to look in the mirror and say, I'm the problem. It's me.
I'm the problem, it's me. 2 months after the chaotic pre-sale of Swift's Eras tour tickets caused bad blood between Swifties and Ticketmaster,
I just really wanted to see Taylor.
the CEO of Live Nation, Ticketmaster's parent company, was on the hot seat.
We apologize to the fans. We apologize to Ms. Swift. We need to do better.
The company primarily pinning its difficulties on cyber attacks and bot traffic.
This is what led to a terrible consumer experience, which we deeply regret.
But lawmakers pushed back.
Our critical infrastructure in this country, whether it is utilities, electric, water, power, they get bot attacks every single day by the thousands. By the thousands. And they have figured it out, but you guys haven't. This is unbelievable.
They also challenged the company's combination of concert promotion, venue ownership, and ticket sales, calling it a monopoly.
The fact of the matter is that Live Nation, Ticketmaster, is the 800-pound gorilla here. It's a monopolistic mess.
If you care about the consumer, cap the price.
Singer-songwriter Clyde Lawrence, a witness at today's hearing, even wrote his frustration into a song.
Live Nation's a monopoly.
Between their ability to be the promoter and the venue and the ticketing company at the same time, you end up kind of having no choice but to interact with them.
Well, look, the question, just as it was yesterday, is so now what? What could happen here? Well, the hope is really the same. Not much changes after the Senate hearing. The hope is that it could be a catalyst in cracking down on things like exclusivity agreements with venues or lowering some of those extra fees that the consumer ends up seeing when they go and they purchase a ticket on Ticketmaster. Senators do say, though, that having those witnesses under oath yesterday and what they heard in that room could be helpful to the fact that there's this reported ongoing Justice Department investigation into Ticketmaster, which is where any legal action could come, or the remote possibility of actually going back to separating Live Nation and Ticketmaster, which is what some of the lawmakers brought up yesterday, guys.
And if nothing else, just seeing lawmakers rip into them yesterday might have been mildly cleansing.
Like a rare show of bipartisanship that they agree on something.
Yes, that was brought up, actually. You've got us all in agreement on one thing, which was interesting to see.
All right, Savannah, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thanks.
Coming up, quitting the trade.
After the break, why so many rookie investors have walked away from Wall Street. This is Morning News Now.
think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
We are back now with some financial headlines. A new report shows us how the current economic uncertainty is affecting Americans.
CNBC's Silvana Henao joined us with that and other money news. Silvana, good morning.
Hey guys, good morning. Yeah, so more people are struggling to save money amid inflation and worries about a recession. A new report from Bankrate finds 57% of adults are currently unable to afford an emergency expense of $1,000. Nearly 3/4 say they're saving less this year due to economic factors such as inflation, rising interest rates, or a change in employment or income. About 25% of Americans say they would rely on credit cards more than ever to cover a surprise expense. Lyft is cracking down on late passengers. The ride-sharing company has quietly started charging extra if you make a driver wait more than 2 minutes after they arrive or 5 minutes for Lux Black and Lux Black XL rides. Now, Lyft doesn't specify how much it's charging per minute and doesn't display any fees on its website. It only says they vary by location. Uber has had a similar policy since 2016. And it may not be the real deal. A woman is taking the maker of Fireball Cinnamon Whiskey to court. She claims the packaging is misleading after discovering mini bottles of Fireball don't in fact contain any whiskey. Instead, she says it's a malt beverage flavored to taste like whiskey. The mini bottles are sold in supermarkets or gas stations that are licensed to sell alcohol. Sazerac, which makes the product, says it doesn't comment on ongoing litigation, guys. So
I guess do those shots out of the big bottles is the lesson. I don't know. But
right.
All right.
You're condoning that on television?
Well, if you choose to.
If you choose to. Exactly. Exactly, Joe.
All
That's
right.
a lot of things.
Last year was one of the worst for U.S. stock markets.
And the downturn hit many rookie investors who had opted to manage their own portfolios. NBC News business and data reporter Brian Chung meets some of those investors who are now calling it quits.
Alan Garcia and his wife invested their stimulus checks into the stock market as the pandemic began. Not even 3 years later, that money is gone.
At the end of the day, I didn't make any money at all. I lost my whole portfolio, which is very unfortunate.
Garcia did well initially, but when the stock market turned in 2022, Garcia doubled down on bets the market would go back up.
Sure enough, we never recovered. And yeah, I said goodbye to the stimulus checks.
In 2022, the S&P 500, a popular index fund made up of 500 big companies, lost almost 20% in value, making it the worst year for stocks since the 2008 financial crisis. That decline devastated the portfolios of rookie traders who picked up investing during the pandemic.
I know people that lost a lot of money.
As the pandemic started, new users flocked to apps like Robinhood, a popular commission-free stock trading platform. They report monthly active users quadrupled between December 2019 to June 2021. Marvin LaHood was one of those new users. He started investing using Robinhood and found Reddit forums online that fueled speculative run-ups in stocks like GameStop.
It was always small money until the GameStop, and that kind of opened my appetite, probably not a good thing, towards putting more money towards such speculative plays.
Those meme stock trades helped him break $1 million. The same day his wife shared she was pregnant with the second child. His portfolio ballooned to as much as $2.2 million in 2021, but it came crashing down to just $200,000.
I had moments where I experienced mild forms of depression for the first time and had to rethink purpose of life and happiness and what matters to me.
Brokerages are now seeing waning enthusiasm among its users. Robinhood says monthly active users fell near pre-pandemic levels from June 2021 to November 2022. A Robinhood report says their user base shrank by 8.8 million. Meanwhile, financial services company TD Ameritrade says its users appeared to sell stocks into December as they sidelined themselves from a falling market.
The mom and pop investors probably aren't going to have as much to put in the market. We also see when consumer sentiment starts to sour and turn south a little bit, people also are a little bit less willing to invest.
Both Garcia and Lahoud have sidelined themselves from actively trading at the moment, but it all depends on the market.
I was a bit too obsessed. I'll definitely get back into it, but hopefully this year we'll see how the market does. It looks like it wants to reverse. So.
A hint of optimism after a brutal year for traders.
All right, our thanks to Brian Chung for that. So far this year, the S&P 500 has seen a slight rebound in fortunes, but it's still far off from the highs we've seen in recent years. All right, coming up, history on the slopes as Michaela Schifrin breaks a really impressive record in alpine skiing.
More on how her 83rd World Cup win put her at #1. You're watching Morning News Now.
The big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland? How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
How real is this going back to the moon? What our top story tonight? You guys okay?
Yeah.
Oh my God. How you doing, Lester?
Welcome back. Oreo is no stranger to limited edition flavors. We've seen the famous snack food partner with K-pop group Blackpink, Pokemon, even Lady Gaga. But its latest collab is with itself. Yeah, that's right. The Most Oreo. That's what it's called. It's made with a large amount of Oreo cookies and cream filling, stuffed between the classic chocolate cookies. The new flavor is available for pre-sale on the Oreo website and will sell in stores beginning January 30th for just under $5. The packaging features a QR code that when scanned grants buyers access to online games and prize opportunities within the Oreoverse. Yes, the Oreoverse. That's, of course, Oreo's virtual platform where people can interact as avatars. I always thought the double stuff was the most Oreo, but now I guess this is even more Oreo-ish. Oreoer.
Some multiverse of Oreo, I'm not sure. But I will say, that is like one of the snack foods I cannot keep at home.
Yeah.
Because I will just eat.
You'll just eat them all.
All of it. But I'm a classic girl. All right, it was a race to remember for alpine skier Michaela Schifrin. She is now the all-time winningest women's alpine skier after her record-breaking 83rd career World Cup victory on Tuesday. NBC Nightly News anchor Lester Holt has the details.
She's had her ups and downs, but now American skier Michaela Schifrin has made it all the way to the top. On a snowy mountain in Italy, Michaela Schifrin made history.
There it is, the final gas pedal, and she gets it! Michaela Schifrin, victory number 83.
World Cup victory number 83, making her the winningest female alpine skier ever, overtaking fellow American Lindsey Vonn. She's now just 4 wins away from breaking the all-time record, men or women, which has belonged to legendary Swedish skier Ingemar Stenmark for decades.
It's a little overwhelming.
It all left Schifrin a bit speechless.
The question that I'm getting asked the most is, how do you feel? I'm like, tired, excited. I don't know. We have to race again tomorrow, so I'm a little bit nervous too.
What makes her accomplishment even more incredible, it comes after a few very challenging years. In 2020, Schifrin's dad, Jeff, passed away unexpectedly. And then there were the crushing Beijing Olympics a year ago. She went in as a favorite, but left without a medal.
Oh my God! It's happened again.
I sat down with her in 2021.
For me, for my career, it's been a lot of counting and a lot of records, but I see so much more that's happened in my career.
She told me for her, skiing has always been about much more than wins.
So where's the fun in all this?
The fun in it is when I ski well and I make really good turns. That's not a feeling you get doing anything else in life. It's like flying without a plane. It just makes you feel so good.
She's got to be feeling awfully good.
And that was Lester Holt reporting. So she's still 27 years old.
That.
Okay, so she plans to continue skiing at least through the next Winter Olympics, which, by the way, also takes place in Italy in 2026.
Looking forward to that. All right.
So happy to see her doing well.
Definitely. That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
The news continues right now. Good morning, everybody. I'm Lindsay Reiser in for Savannah Sellers.
And I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, wicked weather. Millions are waking up to severe storm alerts stretching across the country this morning. From reports of tornadoes in Texas and Louisiana to more than 80 million people bracing for a new round of snow. We're tracking who's seeing the worst of these storms and when people could catch a break. Major reversal from the White House when it comes to sending aid to Ukraine. The Biden administration is now preparing to send a couple dozen tanks to the country. All of this less than a week after U.S. officials insisted President Biden did not want to provide that kind of help. What this new aid means for the war in Ukraine, and breaking news this morning about the additional help now coming from another Western country. Also this morning, a miracle rescue. A 22-year-old was missing at sea for hours after getting caught up in a current, but then was miraculously found alive hours later. All of it was caught on camera. We're going to talk to him and his mother, who was there when he was rescued. Plus, start your engines. NASCAR is celebrating 75 years of bringing the racing world together. We're going to have two of the biggest names in the sport, Jeff Gordon and Daniel Suarez, joining us for a look back on NASCAR's legacy. Excited to have those live guests with us here in studio.
Yeah, big fans, so that'll be fun.
All right, we're going to begin this morning with more severe winter weather on the way for several states. Right now, 80 million people are under some sort of winter weather alert this morning.
And the storm hit the Gulf Coast yesterday with a tornado in Texas, reports of a tornado in Louisiana, and snow in other parts of the country. Now it's heading to the East Coast. NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa is in Indianapolis tracking the storm for us. Maggie, good morning.
Hey guys, good morning. I don't know if you can see it, but we have kind of like a rain-snow mix falling right now in downtown Indianapolis. And as you said, this is nothing compared to what people in parts of the South are dealing with. I know it's been a lot to keep track of. Our climate unit just updated us. We have had in the last 24 hours actually 14 reports of tornadoes, largely in Texas and Louisiana. Multiple people injured in both states, close to 200,000 this morning without power. And then we're talking farther east, some of the first measurable snowfall to hit major cities this season, including New York and D.C., as this latest round of severe winter weather barrels east.
This morning, millions across the South waking up to a trail of damage from a series of reported tornadoes. Louisiana hit overnight, leaving 3 hospitalized. Heavy rain and intense winds ripping apart homes and littering streets with debris.
We huddled in the hallway until it passed.
Residents near Houston out surveying the wreckage. Tornadoes injuring multiple people there, too.
The back windows blew out of the house, and we just started seeing stuff flying past the house.
Homes and businesses throughout the region in pieces. Cars nearly flipped over on front lawns. This house ripped open, its kitchen visible from the street.
We had 15 structures damaged.
In nearby Baytown, first responders rushing to help after a gas line ruptured and caught fire. And in hard-hit Pasadena, Texas, more than 70 animals were transferred from a shelter that sustained severe damage. The tornadoes also wreaking havoc on the roads, with this semi-truck left completely sideways. And this transformer completely igniting and catching fire. It comes as about 80 million people across the country are waking up to winter weather alerts. The Northeast bracing for even more snow later today from a system that already struck the plains. Heavy powder sweeping onto campus at the University of Oklahoma. Meanwhile, in Arkansas, drivers cautiously navigating slick roads. And in North Texas, inch after inch of snow falling on the city of Amarillo. With the storm moving east, millions preparing for a new round of severe winter weather.
And again, the weather just picking up now, as you can see in downtown Indianapolis. We talked about close to 80 million people under winter weather alerts this morning. Also close to 37 million under some kind of wind alert. So speaking to the kind of, again, damage that we could see from this system that is just so widespread. And then again, guys, we're talking about measurable snowfall out east, in particular in New York, where you are. Our climate team says that Central Park actually hasn't had measurable snow in 319 days. So again, this would be a first for the season. That stretch expected to be broken today. Lindsay, Joe, I'll send it back to you.
All right, Maggie, thanks.
Fingers crossed. Let's get more on the forecast with meteorologist Angie Lassman.
All right, Angie, good morning. Good morning, guys. Maggie's exactly right. We could see some snowfall in parts of New York City today. Whether it'll stick, I don't really think so, because we have a whole lot of rain working in behind it. Some of that rain already moving through places like Atlanta, Albany. You can see into Tallahassee. We have some strong to even severe storms that we're tracking. Already tornado warning so far this morning. And we continue to see a tornado watch in effect for parts of the Panhandle, stretching into just that extreme southeastern portion of Alabama. Now, that system is going to continue to trek to the east, and that means that the severe weather threat through the day today, while it's lower than it was yesterday, it also moves a little farther to the east. So places in the Carolinas, especially the eastern Carolinas, that's where you're going to see the greatest potential for some of these strong and even severe storms by later this afternoon. We're talking tornadoes, strong winds, up to 60-mile-per-hour gusts, a lower risk for large hail, but still we're going to keep a close eye on that. Now, we've already seen record-breaking amounts of tornadoes so far this year. 157 reports. We've seen 12 days with tornadoes stretching across 16 states, mainly focused for the southeast. This is the most active January on record for tornadoes, blowing away the average of 36 reports with 157 so far this month. And we're not done just yet. Again, we could add a couple more to that through the day today. How about those winter weather alerts? We've seen a couple of them come down, but still parts of Missouri into parts of Michigan, as well as into the higher parts or the northern parts of New England, where we'll likely see plenty of snow that will cause some trouble when it comes to traveling. Now, here's how it tracks through the next couple of days. We'll watch for it to impact folks along the East Coast with rain today. Again, stretching through the Carolinas, we'll still have that severe storm threat, but it's the snow for really Michigan up into Maine that we'll see be quite impressive in some spots. Now, the storm moves out quickly, but Maggie mentioned there's still some gusty winds possible, and that's going to be something we'll watch through the day today. But that west wind will also help us keep a few of those lingering snow showers, especially downwind of the lakes. Those will be around for tomorrow. Totals coming in anywhere from 1 to 3 inches for Chicago. Won't be too impressive there. They know how to handle that. 4 to 7 inches in Indianapolis, up to 9 inches for Detroit. Not all that impressive either for places like Boston. Notice along the I-95 corridor, yes, we could see a few snowflakes today, but it's not going to be anything that accumulates really, and we're more so going to be watching for the impactful rain this afternoon that will cause problems when it comes to travel for the commute and air travel as well. Up into northern portions of New England, over a foot of snow, so that'll be quite impressive. As far as the rainfall is concerned, 1 to 2 inches, guys. Those wind alerts will eventually come down as well, but it's just a busy day when it comes to weather, and not exciting either for New York. I was hoping for some.
Are we going to beat the record of the most days?
So here's the deal. The 29th is in the number one spot for the latest first snowfall for Central Park. If we get some measurable snow, which could be a trace of snow today, then we won't quite make it there. But that's still, we're still in the second spot. That's pretty impressive.
Yeah. All right. No snow angels.
No, sorry, Joe.
Rain angels. Rain angels. All right. Thank you, Angie. There's new information this morning about classified documents found at former Vice President Mike Pence's home in Indiana. This comes, of course, after classified documents were found at President Biden's home and office, as well as former President Trump's Mar-a-Lago estate. NBC News Chief White House correspondent Peter Alexander joins us with the latest on all this. Peter, good morning.
Hey, Joe, good morning. A lawyer for former Vice President Mike Pence says that Pence was unaware the documents were in his Indiana home and that he is cooperating fully. But these revelations, they complicate Republicans' efforts to attack President Biden for his handling of classified documents. And they're also fueling new bipartisan criticism, with one Republican lawmaker calling the issue an epidemic. This morning, the controversy over classified documents is growing. A lawyer for former Vice President Mike Pence found what he called a small number of classified documents last Monday during a search of Pence's Indiana home, according to these letters to the National Archives obtained by NBC News. The lawyer says the documents were, quote, inadvertently boxed and transported to Pence's home when he left office, adding Pence was unaware of the existence of sensitive or classified documents at his personal residence. Pence has repeatedly denied taking classified documents to his home when asked by ABC News last November.
I did not.
Pence recently criticized President Biden for the act of taking classified documents after leaving office.
The handling of classified materials and the nation's secret is a very serious matter. I can speak from personal experience about the attention that ought to be paid to those materials when you're in office and after you leave office. And clearly, that did not take place in this case.
Pence's lawyer says the search was done January 16th after classified materials were found at President Biden's home. On January 18th, they notified the National Archives, and the next day, FBI agents collected the documents. The revelations come as special counsels are already investigating President Biden and former President Trump's handling of classified documents, following the discovery of materials at their homes and other locations. Now, the chorus of criticism from both parties is getting louder.
You got Trump, you got Pence, you got Biden. What became a political problem, for Republicans is now a national security problem for the country.
Now there's a systemic problem with former occupants of the presidency and vice presidency having classified information at their homes when it shouldn't be there.
Mr. Trump defending Pence, who he has regularly attacked, posting, "Mike Pence is an innocent man. Leave him alone." The immediate question here, will Attorney General Merrick Garland appoint another special counsel now for the Pence case? So far, Garland has declined to comment. Pence's spokesperson tells me that no other classified materials were found at the office of Pence's political organization and that Pence's team has not heard from the Justice Department, Joe, since it handed over those classified documents last week.
All right, Peter, thank you so much.
California has become the focal point in the debate over gun control after an alarming spike in violence to start the year. So far in 2023, the country is averaging more than one mass shooting per day, and California has seen just 3 since Saturday.
NBC News senior national correspondent and News Now anchor Kate Snow is back from covering the shooting over the weekend in Monterey Park, California, and joins us with more on this. Kate, good morning.
Yeah, Joe and Lindsay, good morning. Vice President Harris is going to be visiting Monterey Park, California today. She will meet with the families of the 11 victims who were killed Saturday in that dance ballroom. And in Half Moon Bay, California, the suspect accused of killing 7 people on Monday will be arraigned today. He's been cooperating with authorities as the nation tries to process this wave of deadly violence.
They lost their lives.
Overnight vigils in Half Moon Bay and Monterey Park, California.
I think the last 2 days, 3 days have just been so difficult for us.
It's very frustrating.
Across the country, grief, despair, anger.
It was really hard not to cry because all I thought was, what is happening? What is happening to our community?
In just the past 4 days, 8 mass shootings, the latest leaving 3 people dead and 1 injured in North Carolina. According to the Robeson County Sheriff's Office, a suspect is in custody. 3 of the most recent shootings in California, a state considered to have the toughest gun laws in the nation. But that hasn't stopped the violence.
This problem isn't unique to our state, but it is unique to our nation. This has to end. It must end.
According to the Gun Violence Archive, in the first few weeks of 2023, at least 73 people have been killed in 40 mass shootings across the country, compared to 27 at this point last year. That's any shooting with at least 4 people shot. There have been more mass shootings than days in 2023.
one happens, and then within a week, there's 2 more. We call that social contagion, where other people see somebody do that, and then suddenly that feels like an answer for them as well.
Nationally, politicians don't often agree on solutions, but the Giffords Law Center points to progress. In 2022, President Biden signed a bipartisan bill that gives grants to states for red flag laws, enhances background checks for 18 to 21-year-olds, and funds mental health services. 21 states and Washington, D.C. passed some kind of bill aimed at gun safety, though dozens of other bills in state legislatures throughout the country did not pass.
I do think we're making some progress. It's slow, but I think it's coming.
We need to come together and we need action to stop this violence.
In the wake of the recent shootings in California, Governor Gavin Newsom and state lawmakers have been really vocal, demanding more action on the federal level. Senate Democrats joined President Biden in calling for new limits on access to firearms, but that is a non-starter for many conservative lawmakers, guys.
Emotional reporting there. Is there anything that you think about in your last few days there that still sticks in your mind today? I'm sure there are many, but
yeah, it just I think what's hard for us as reporters is we've been going to so many of these scenes over and over and over again, and each time you meet people whose lives have just been completely destroyed and upended, and you see really firsthand the power that these mass shootings can have, and just the numbers, the sheer numbers right now. More than 1 a day so far this year.
Yeah. All right, Kate Snow, thank you.
Thanks, Kate. Breaking news this morning in the Ukraine war. After weeks of deliberation, Germany has agreed to send its Leopard battle tanks to Ukraine. And NBC News has also learned from U.S. officials that the United States is expected to announce the delivery of its Abrams tanks just days after the Biden administration had argued against the move. NBC News chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel joins us now with the latest on this. So, Richard, after much hesitation, looks like both countries, Germany and America, are going to send their tanks to Ukraine. In the end, why they decide to do this?
Well, both sides ended up pressuring each other. The United States was pressuring Germany, publicly outing Germany, naming and shaming the German government for not sending tanks. Poland was doing the same. Poland has German-made tanks, and for weeks Poland has said, we want to send our German-made tanks, since we're not using them and they're very good, we want to send them across the border into Ukraine, where they can be put into action and they can be put to use against the Russians. And the Poles are very worried that unless Vladimir Putin's forces are stopped in Ukraine, they will keep going across Ukraine and into Eastern Europe. The Germans had been hesitant. The Germans had said no. And then the last excuse that the Germans came up with was actually a pretty good one. They said, well, we're not going to send tanks to Ukraine. We don't want to get more embroiled in that conflict. We don't want to potentially provoke Vladimir Putin if the United States isn't willing to send tanks as well. And the United States wasn't sending tanks. And the United States excuses were that the tanks were, Abrams tanks were expensive, they were hard to maintain, relatively flimsy excuses. Well, it seems that the two sides have ultimately pressured each other, and now both the United States and Germany are going to send tanks. And Germany also just a few hours ago relented, saying that if Poland or other countries want to re-export German tanks to Ukraine, they can do that as well. So all of this very good news for the Ukrainians who've been asking for more advanced Western tanks almost since the war began, almost since day one of this conflict.
Richard, you mentioned the fears of provoking Putin. How is Moscow responding to this news?
They called it, through the Russian embassy in Germany, a dangerous escalation. They said it was an abandonment of Germany's responsibilities to Russia. So a clear and quick condemnation from Russia, which Joe, is hardly to be, is not surprising at all, I should say.
Richard, how about the reaction in Ukraine to this news? I mean, do they expect it will have a big impact on the war?
Yes and no. And so often when I talk about Ukraine, you get answers like that, yes and no. Of course, they're happy. This is something they've been asking for, but they want more. And they're not just accumulating these tanks so that they can keep them in the garage and polish them and look at them. These weapons are immediately going to be sent into battle. Germany said it will send 14 Leopard tanks. The United States is expected to announce that around 30 tanks are going to be sent. But the Ukrainians say they need hundreds, 300, maybe 700 tanks. So they're happy, but they want more. And they're concerned that the United States and the West are doling out support, doling out weapons in a piecemeal basis. And it has been effective so far, but the Ukrainians, up to and including President Zelensky, and he's told me this himself, they wonder if the U.S. and other countries want to help Ukraine, why go through this charade? Why dole them out in onesies, twosies, a dozens at a time? Why not just commit, send lots, send what they need to change the dynamic on the battlefield, and not go through this, what some of them have described as a striptease?
All right, Richard Engel, thank you so much. I always appreciate having you on.
Coming up, already under fire, new Congressman George Santos now making new claims.
Next, what he's saying about an assassination attempt as more of his Republican colleagues turn against him. You're watching Morning News Now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
How real is this going back to the moon? How you doing, Lester?
We're back now with new claims from embattled New York Congressman George Santos.
He recently appeared on a Brazilian podcast saying he was the victim of multiple crimes, including an alleged assassination attempt. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ryan Nobles has the details.
Another wave of shocking claims from Representative George Santos, speaking in Portuguese on a Brazilian podcast in December about an alleged attempt to assassinate him.
A gente já sofreu atentado de vida, atentado de assassinato.
The embattled congressman also claiming he was mugged in the summer of 2021 in New York. The supposed assailants even taking the shoes off his feet on Fifth Avenue.
Eu fui assaltado por 2 homens, mas eles me assaltaram, levaram a minha pasta, levaram o meu sapato e meu relógio. E isso foi na luz do dia. Eram 3 e pouca da tarde.
NBC News asked Congressman Santos' office for verification of the stories and have not heard back. We've also reached out to the NYPD and multiple other police departments for any associated reports and have not been able to verify.
Plan to resign after your comments, the backlash?
The freshman lawmaker's early political career has been steeped in controversy, stemming from the web of lies he spread about his family, employment history, religion, and more. Now forced to admit some of those statements were false.
I always joked, I'm Catholic, but I'm also Jew-ish, as in ish.
In one of the more bizarre about faces, he first denied performing as a drag queen in a tweet, but just 2 days later appeared to admit to dressing in drag when questioned by reporters.
I was young and I had fun at a festival.
In the podcast interview, he explained his support for the Brazilian drag community, but in contrast said American drag culture is over-sexualized.
Eu, particularmente, acho o máximo a arte de drag queen, eu acho muito legal, divertida, mas eu sempre a interpretei como uma arte cultural para adulto.
The openly gay congressman also defended his support for Florida Governor Ron DeSantis' so-called Don't Say Gay bill.
Falar sobre sexo com uma criança de menos de 12 anos de idade eu acho um pouco inapropriado.
Santos has quickly become an easy target, with late-night TV shows piling on.
I'm just in town to pick up my Nobel Peace Prize.
Saturday Night Live offering up another portrayal.
Proud to be the first African-American quarterback to ever dunk a football.
Santos responding by tweeting that he's been, quote, enshrined in late-night TV history, but that all the impersonations are, quote, terrible so far. Even some Republican lawmakers have turned on him.
He's nutty as a fruitcake.
Santos responding that he is saddened by Kennedy's derogatory language. Clearly not backing down, he surprised reporters with coffee and donuts outside his Capitol Hill office.
Donuts and coffee for all the hard work you guys do.
All right, that was Ryan Nobles reporting. Congressman Santos has continued to ignore calls to step down from office despite growing opposition.
Turning now to international headlines, Pope Francis is speaking out about discrimination against the LGBTQ community.
Claudia Levanga joins us now from Rome with that and more. Good morning.
Good morning, guys. Yes, Pope Francis spoke to the Associated Press today, and he said that, and he called all the laws that criminalize homosexuality unjust, and called for Catholic bishops who support those laws to welcome LGBTQ people into the church instead. The Pope said that God loves all his children just as they are, and that being homosexual is not a crime. And forces in Rwanda said that they fired a fighter jet from the Democratic Republic of Congo, accusing it of violating its airspace. The DRC government denied the accusation and called the shooting an act of war. A video shared on Congolese social media shows a missile exploding near an airborne military plane. The video could not be independently verified. And let's go to Brazil, where a woman is recovering after giving birth to a 16-pound baby boy. That's more than twice the average of weight of a baby. So no wonder that on social media the newborn has gained the nickname of Bebê Gigante, giant baby. Still, he didn't make it into the Guinness World Record. The heaviest baby to survive infancy was born here in Italy in 1955, and he weighed, wait for it, 22 pounds, guys.
You cringed there.
Visceral. Glad the baby's healthy, but...
All right. Thank you, Claudio. Enough said. Coming up, if you have been to a grocery store lately, you've seen the extremely high egg prices. Cases of the avian flu have been to blame, but turns out that's not the only thing driving up those prices. We'll explain.
Plus, 25 days into the new year, if you're still sticking to your resolution of working out, it is doing more than just changing your physical health. The new research on what exercise does to your brain. Next.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
Welcome back. Questions are now rising around the country's big egg producers as the price of eggs soars.
At first, the avian flu was being blamed for the price spike, but egg producers are now sharing the blame as the average cost of a dozen eggs hits $4.25. NBC News business and data reporter Brian Chung joins us now with more. What's going on?
Hey, good morning. Well, with reasonably priced eggs flying off of store shelves and warnings about smuggling cheaper eggs across the border, yes, that's happening. Buyers are scrambling to deal with this crisis, but people are now wondering, is this really because of the avian flu, or is this price gouging?
Got them eggs.
Nobody follow you here, did they?
High egg prices and demand have users on social media cracking jokes. But it's the nation's largest egg producers now facing the spotlight amid allegations of foul play. Advocacy group Farm Action has accused giants, including Cal-Maine Foods, of working together in a collusive scheme to limit production and increase prices, all to juice their profits. Cal-Maine is the top producer of eggs in the U.S., controlling about 20% of the market. Their quarterly profits were more than 7 times larger than the year prior. During that time, the price of eggs more than doubled. In response to the allegations, Cal-Maine says many factors, including the bird flu and increasing production costs, have contributed to higher prices. Experts point out that egg farms are not the ultimate price setter.
We have to keep in mind that there are also other players in the supply chain, such as retailers, whose margins have to be factored into the final price that we pay at the grocery store.
Smaller farms like this one in Orondo, Washington, have been able to avoid huge price hikes because they've also been able to avoid the flu. Cage-free eggs were actually about 40 cents cheaper than conventional eggs in the first half of January.
It's delivery day today.
We don't want to completely price ourselves out of the market, and we'd just like to be a good, wholesome supplier for our local community.
Whether the blame goes to bird flu or price gouging, shoppers are taking desperate measures to find cheaper eggs, from raising their own chickens to smuggling across the border, prompting the government to issue a warning of hefty fines up to $10,000. But some positive news, the USDA says prices are starting to come down as the holiday bump in demand fades. Signs of improvement after an extraordinary year for egg prices. So in addition to looking at cage-free, also check the sell-by date and see if you can get a markdown on eggs that might be closer to expiry. Also consider buying in bulk and just sharing with friends and family, and look at lower-grade eggs as cheaper options. No smuggling, guys. No smuggling.
No, darn, I'm going to have to cut off that smuggling operation I started. All right, it's what everyone's talking about right now.
It's always the ones you don't expect.
No, exactly. All right. Thanks, Brian. Appreciate it.
A series of recent incidents at the Dallas Zoo is raising concerns about security and potential criminal behavior. This past weekend, the zoo's president described the death of an endangered bird as suspicious and, quote, not a natural death. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock joins us now with the latest. Sam, good morning.
Yeah, Lindsay, good morning. That vulture that died is one of 6,500 like it in the world. So it was an endangered species. Now, the Dallas Zoo is not saying much about how the vulture pin actually died, except to say that it was from some sort of strange wound. Here in Miami, Zoo Miami has no direct connection to Dallas or those incidents, but did show us the layers upon layers of security that they use that would have to be penetrated to threaten an animal. The striking death of the lappet-faced vulture named Pin landed hard at the Dallas Zoo, not just because of the outcome, but also the circumstances.
What we found was deemed to be very suspicious, which pointed to this not being a natural death.
That death, resulting from an unusual wound, according to zoo officials, comes on the heels of a clouded leopard escaping her enclosure on January 13th, prompting a frantic search for the animal, ultimately found close by. The next day, the zoo announced the discovery of an incision in the leopard's mesh fencing, as well as the enclosure for some of the zoo's monkeys, though none escaped. Then Pin's tragedy. 7 days later, Dallas police are not ruling anyone out.
They're looking at both people who work at the zoo, staff, and then anyone outside as well.
So they're questioning everyone.
On its sprawling 110-acre campus, the zoo says it has more than 100 cameras and it's doubled security. The officials haven't discussed how these enclosures might have been breached.
These are considered dangerous animals, and there's various layers protecting this area. We're coming into the first layer here.
At Zoo Miami, which has no connection to Dallas Zoo or the incidents, Communications Director Ron McGill takes us to the enclosures housing black bears and a Florida panther, wearing masks because those animals are susceptible to COVID. How many layers of protection would you say there are in this complex?
Between 5 and 6. 5 and 6 layers for each animal.
Just to open the guillotine gate to get to the bears requires 2 people. One person to open the handle, the other to make sure the lock is in place. So how hard would it be to compromise the structure?
The bottom line is here, you'd have to make not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4, but 5 fatal mistakes in order to actually give animal access to escape or to get to the animal.
With mystery enveloping the Dallas Zoo, that community is left with a sobering and sickening feeling about Pin.
This is an endangered species, which makes him all the more important to long-term sustainability of the vulture population. And we're also really disturbed by the idea that someone might have intentionally done this.
And both Dallas police and U.S. Fish and Wildlife are investigating this trio of incidents. Lindsay?
And Sam, what do we know about the investigation itself and who might have seen something?
So the scope is very wide. That's what we're told from authorities. And the Dallas Zoo is in the south part of the city where there's a residential neighborhood around there, Lindsay, which is to say that there are people living very close by. The hope is that someone saw something peculiar either on Friday or Saturday. And right now, there is a $10,000 reward for any information.
Okay,
Lindsay?
Sam, thank you.
A new study is out showing just how bad skipping your daily workout can be for your brain.
And with cold and flu season well underway, doctors are prescribing a different kind of remedy for kids staying active.
NBC News medical contributor Dr. Akshay Sayal joins us now with all these exercise details we're going to talk about in the weekly checkup. Let's start with that one. The new study found even the slightest changes in your exercise routine can impact how your brain works. Why is that?
Yeah, let's break that down. So this was a study out of the UK, about 4,500 people, and they took these people and they put activity monitors like fitness trackers on them, and they had them measure their activity while also taking these tests at the end of their activity or at the end of the period, saying, testing their memory and performance and things like that. And what they found was that those who did, only light exercise or those who replaced heavy, strenuous exercise with no exercise actually did worse on the memory performance. Now, the big caveat here is only about a 1 to 2% decrease, so we still need to see how that actually plays out in the real world. But this is, I think, a great opportunity just to bring up some doctor's orders here. The big one here, and this is a favorite word of mine, I just learned, exercise snacks or activity snacks.
We talked about them a few days ago.
I just like regular snacks.
Just regular, yeah. Well, I really like this. It's you sit for 30 minutes and then you walk for 5. The caveat here, though, is if you're walking to the pantry to grab potato chips, it's not really working for you. So that's definitely something we want to try here. It can lower your blood sugar and your blood pressure as well.
I feel personally attacked.
No Oreos, no Oreos, or what's the Oreo? What?
Oreo.
The Oreos, Oreo.
Mega stuff. All right, so let's talk also. We're in the middle of cold and flu season here, and there's actually pediatric research that shows kids who exercise may be better off. Is this like a make sure your kid is exercising regularly and it strengthens their immune system, or like, hey, you got the sniffles, go exercise?
Definitely not that.
Okay. Good thing I'm not
make sure your kids are exercising regularly. What the data shows, this is a study out of Switzerland or out of Europe that basically showed that those who are more active, especially the kids who are playing at least 3 hours of sports or exercise per week, tend to just they're sick less and they're sick less often. This isn't a direct causation study, meaning if you exercise more, you're not guaranteed to not get sick, but rather there's some sort of association. There's some smoke here, and we want to figure out what's going on. But some doctor's orders here: don't be afraid of the weather. Don't let bad weather be an excuse not to exercise. Bundle up. And my personal favorite, if you have a young child, sports. I think sports, besides this, great way to teach teamwork and education and how to interact with other people. So definitely want to try that for this reason, but for other reasons as well.
Just get that exercise. Speaking of exercise, we know there are some people who like to run, not just because they like to run, but maybe is to sort of an escape from problems, and that that a study found can actually maybe lead to bad health habits?
Yeah, I saw a mug the other day. It was just running from your problems count as cardio, and I thought of this study. But the study is really going after those people who are using running as a way to sort of rage run and just get away from everything. And there's not a lot of positivity associated with that, and it can create what's called exercise addiction. Just like other addictions, if you're spending less time with your family and friends to exercise, if you're cutting other things out of your life to exercise, that's something you want to be mindful for. So, we just spent the last few minutes talking about how important exercise is. Don't overdo it. Listen to your body, and don't sacrifice a lot of other aspects of your life to exercise all the time.
All right. Dr. Akshay Sayal, thanks so much for joining us. Interesting. All right.
Coming up, could writing essays be a thing of the past?
Teachers are worried that's now the case, especially with more AI technology. What schools are now doing to make sure it's actually the students who are writing those papers. Next.
Plus, miracle at sea. A man is rescued hours after getting caught up in a current. His rescue was caught on camera by family members. It's now going viral on TikTok. He joins us with his mother next on what it was like reuniting after hours lost at sea.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in. A lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
This is what it looks and feels.
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece of the puzzle comes.
New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
This is what it looks and feels.
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece of the puzzle comes.
New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in. A lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Remember those long school nights spent writing page after page of essays? I still have nightmares. They're due the next day. There are new concerns this morning, though, that all that could soon be a thing of the past thanks to an artificial intelligence chatbot called ChatGPT. Stephanie Goss joins us now with more on what this new tech can do. Steph?
You know, Lindsay, I just handed in all my papers late. But for those people who don't want to do that, this is pretty tempting. You know, it's fair to say educators are pretty rattled by this new technology. There are glaring ways it can be used by students intent on cheating. New York City and Seattle have already banned ChatGPT and its competitors on school devices, at least temporarily. But some experts say that's the wrong approach. These technologies are here to stay, and they're about to become even more powerful. Essays, philosophical questions, even therapy. ChatGPT is a computer program that will write whatever you want quickly and convincingly, and with better grammar than a grade school teacher.
The big change is the existence of a paragraph is no longer evidence of human thought.
NYU Media Studies professor Clay Shirky says ChatGPT isn't actually thinking, but using a form of predictive text, like we have on our phones, but on steroids.
So if I say to you, happy birthday, I baked you a cake, you know exactly what to fill in.
All that data allows the program to achieve astonishing results, passing a graduate-level test at the prestigious Wharton School of Business, managing a C+ on exams at the University of Minnesota Law School. The potential for cheating causing a growing number of school districts, including New York and Seattle, to ban artificial intelligence on school devices. OpenAI launched ChatGPT 2 months ago, getting billions of dollars from Microsoft to help develop it. The company writing, "We don't want ChatGPT to be used for misleading purposes in schools or anywhere else," adding that it's working on ways to identify AI-generated text, which is what 22-year-old Princeton student Edward Tian has already done, developing an app being embraced by teachers.
We've seen lots of teachers try it out and see wow, it works. Sometimes it confirms suspicions they've already been having, of the students' writing suddenly changing.
Tian says he doesn't support banning the use of AI in schools, and even uses it himself as a sort of rough draft when writing computer code.
It's really good at getting me started, but at the end of the day, you have to finish the job yourself.
The powerful technology can be a constructive tool if used the right way. Should educators be freaked out by this?
I mean, freaked out, no, but really the answer is change your assignments to reflect the fact that you're in a world now that has a personal calculator for words.
Students may actually already be using this. Stanford School Paper did an informal poll, and 17% of the students said they used it on final exams. 5% said they copied it directly. Lindsay?
Stephanie, I can just hear you now with your girls. I remember when I had to write my essay by hand uphill in the snow.
With my own brain.
I know. I feel so old and boomery doing this story.
All right, Steph, thank you.
All right, now an emotional reunion that's going viral after a heart-wrenching rescue in the Florida Keys.
22-year-old Dylan Gartenmeyer went missing after getting swept out to sea while free diving. His family obviously feared the worst, but after hours of searching, he was found alive. The heartfelt reunion as he was pulled from the ocean was captured on video.
Oh my God! Dylan! Oh my God! Oh my God, Dylan!
We are happy to say that Dylan Gartenmeyer and his mom, Tabitha, are joining us now. Good to see you both. Really good to see you, Dylan. Thank you. I mean, let's walk through it here. Basically, you went free diving, you surfaced, and you could see the boat was nowhere around, your friends were nowhere around. I mean, what went through your mind in that moment, and how did you know what to do?
Yeah, so at that moment, once I realized the boat was gone over the horizon, it was just kind of, had to make a quick decision to either swim for the nearest reef that I knew that was there, or just keep getting dragged further out to sea, and I picked the obvious option.
So you actually swam to a reef, and that's how?
Yeah, swam about a mile against the outgoing tide and made it to the reef. Luckily, I found a piece of bamboo that had floated up out there in the deep water. And I used that so I could just focus on energy propelling me forward instead of having to tread water and, fight the current.
Your know-how, literally saved your life. But Tabitha, as a mom, I mean, you can hear the emotion in that video, by the way. You can't imagine the worry. But Dylan had actually told our NBC affiliate in Miami that he had bait. There were fish. He knew eventually there would be bigger fish.
Yes.
Maybe even sharks. I mean, how worried were you?
Well, I worry every time he goes out because I'm a mom, and he pushes the limits sometimes, and he loves being on the ocean. So every time he goes out, I'm worrying. But This is the one time that I got this call, and it was just the worst call ever. His father never worries when he's out because we have taught him how to survive. You know what I mean? Like, he knows.
Clearly.
Swimming, keep your knife on you to protect you, drop the weight belt, you know, because there's certain things that you have to do to survive out there, and get the buoys, the bamboo. Just knowing that he's smart really helped me a lot to get through it. But you have that fear that comes over you, and you're just like, whoa.
My baby's floating out
My
there.
baby. And it was the worst feeling ever.
You got a group of people together to go out there. Dylan, when you see that boat coming, how long were you out there before you finally saw that boat?
About 3.5 hours.
And what went through your mind when you saw them?
Oh man, when I heard that thing coming up behind me, I did a little, shuffle and looked behind me, and I was like, oh my God, that's my grandfather's boat. That's insane. And that was the best feeling ever, just seeing that.
Just the best feeling for all of us. Like, when you're literally going into the ocean. When I flew here, I looked down, I'm like, how did we find my son in that ocean? Like, it's
the vastness.
Huge. And we're sitting here going like 58 miles an hour, full throttle through the canal. And I'm just like, we knew he was going to swim to a reef. And all of a sudden, something came over me and said, just slow down, slow the boat down. Let's look and listen. And we slow down, and my son is right there. Wow. Right there.
It almost feels
It's a miracle. It's a miracle, because how did we stop right by him? And he said, you guys swerved a little bit to the left. And he was like, oh no. And then he's like, and then I seen you wave and they seen me. And I was like, that's when you seen the whole video, because it was all captured, the actual moment.
Yeah, we got to be quick with you here. But my question to you is, are you surprised by the reaction? And my question to you is, how soon are you going to get back out there? First to you.
He already wants to go back out there. And when I seen his smile, it was the most handsome smile, just to see my son smiling. And that was the best feeling in the world.
We were watching that rescue video just now. You reached over and grabbed his knee. I'm guessing you don't want to let him go.
I don't. That's my baby.
That's okay with you, right?
Yeah.
All right. Dylan and Tabitha Gardmeyer, thank you so much for sharing your story.
It's just incredible. Appreciate you both.
Coming up on Morning News Now, 75 years of NASCAR.
And two of the biggest names in racing join us next in studio. How Jeff Gordon and Daniel Suarez are looking back at the legacy of NASCAR next.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere?
Are we headed for a recession or a recovery?
Migrant families now stranded in Mexico.
What's the World Cup experience been like?
The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back, everybody. A big congratulations to Paris Hilton, who just became a mom. Hilton and her husband, Carter Ream, welcomed their first child, a baby boy, via surrogate. Hilton revealed the news on Instagram yesterday, and the post shows a really sweet picture of her son holding onto her thumb with the caption, "You are already loved beyond words." The two 41-year-olds talked about having a child since they got married last year. They even started the IVF process during the height of the pandemic. Again, big congratulations.
No kidding. All right.
All right, start your engines, because we are less than 2 weeks from the start of the NASCAR season, and this year is extra special. The sport celebrating its Diamond 75th anniversary.
And this morning, we have two of NASCAR's biggest names with us. Hall of Fame legend and four-time Cup Series champion Jeff Gordon and Daniel Suarez, who made history as the first Mexican-born driver to win a Cup Series race. Good morning to both of you. Good to have you with us. I mean, Jeff, I'll start by asking you, I mean, when you think of 75 years of NASCAR, what goes through your mind?
Well, I mean, I've been a part of it for about 30 or 40 years of that, and it's been incredible just to see the growth and you know, how it's changed over the years. Young drivers and bringing more diversity and reaching out to new fans. We've got new tracks that we're going to, and this year I think it's really going to sum up 75 years, because if you look at the schedule, we're going to be going back to a track, North Wilkesboro. It hasn't been on the circuit for, like, I don't know, 30 years or something like that, and then we're going to go to a brand new track, a street course, something NASCAR's never done in the history, in Chicago, in the streets of Chicago. So you know, it's always been a phenomenal sport and liked by so many, but you look back at 75 years, they've done just an amazing job getting it to where it is today.
Because you remember the 50th anniversary.
I remember it well, and you're making me feel really old, because I won the championship that year and celebrated 50 years. So, hey, these guys got a lot on the line with that 75th Diamond Trophy. I don't know what NASCAR's plans are, but I know that 50th anniversary is special to me. I'm sure these guys are going to make this one special.
And Daniel, you're the first Mexican-born driver to win a Cup Series. Talk to me about how big that accomplishment feels, and also about diversity in the sport.
Yeah, it's very special, and it's very special for many different reasons, because, you know, it's been a long journey. I remember, you know, when I came to the U.S. Back in 2011 without speaking the language. It was quite a journey to be able to get, you know, through the ranks of NASCAR and learn the culture, learn the system, learn, you know, where to get better. You know, it's been a long journey, but you know, thanks to the Drive for Diversity of NASCAR and such an amazing group of people in NASCAR and in my race team, we've been able to get better as we've been going. And last year, obviously, was a special year for me that we were finally able to break that barrier and win the first race.
Jeff, you mentioned change. What have you seen when it comes to who's behind the wheel and the fans in the stands, the fan base? How much has NASCAR changed over the years?
Yeah, well, I mean, if you look at just how in the 90s when I came into the sport, it was broadening, going to Indianapolis, to new tracks, new venues, the Midwest, out to California, up to New Hampshire. I mean, it just started really broadening in the racetracks, and of course, then you're bringing new fans from different regions. But now it's broadening far beyond, you know, our borders and bringing in people from all over the world. You know, people like Daniel, who, you know, are bringing you know, a Latin American fan base to the sport. But you know, you look at young, female, we've had, you know, Danica Patrick has brought a lot of female fans to the sport. So, you know, when you look at NASCAR, you're starting to see America within it. It's always been an all-American sport, but you're also starting to see it resemble what America looks like.
You know, we have the first race, not this weekend, the next weekend. How are you feeling, and what are you most looking forward to in the season?
You know, we race for a long time. Once we get to February, you know, pedal to the metal. we get going all the way to November. So the off season goes by super quick. And right now, I mean, myself, Jeff, and everyone, we're so ready to get started. It's going to be our second year racing in LA, in the Coliseum. for me, it's amazing because for me, it's like almost like racing at home. You know, there is so many Hispanics there, and last year, for the first time, it was unbelievable. So super excited to get going, super excited to start in LA again, and you know, like Jeff mentioned, you know, I think that this season is going to be special, you know, for many different reasons. Every season is special, you know, for new opportunities, new goals. But the fact that the 75th anniversary of NASCAR is this year and the trophy is going to be special, it's going to be different. I feel like every driver is going to have that little extra excitement to go out there and compete as hard as possible.
You want that trophy.
We have less than 20 seconds here, but for someone who's never seen a race before, what's your sell to them to watch one?
It's loud, it's fast, and it's as good as it gets at 200 miles per hour out there on the track.
How about you, Daniel?
Yeah, totally. I mean, if you put 40 crazy drivers together in a little track, that's what you're going to see.
Sounds like New York.
Exactly, yeah.
Some millions. All right, Jeff and Daniel, thank you so much. It's been a real pleasure. Appreciate you both. Good luck this season. NASCAR's 75th anniversary season begins February 5th. NBC Sports exclusive coverage of the season's second half, including the playoffs and the championship, begin in June.
That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
The news continues right now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Lindsay Reiser in for Savannah Sellers. Right now on Morning News Now, devastation. This morning, millions of people bracing for more severe weather from a storm that's already slammed several states with rain, snow, and even possible tornadoes. We're tracking the system stretching from the south to the northeast. Also this morning, a new twist in a controversy over classified materials after another batch of documents is found, this time linked to former Vice President Mike Pence. What we're learning about this latest discovery and the growing concerns over national security. Searching for solutions, new developments this morning in two deadly mass shootings, sending shockwaves across California as lawmakers push for more gun safety.
A few decades ago, we didn't experience these kind of things. What the hell is going on?
Today, Vice President Kamala Harris said to travel to California to meet with the families of the victims. We will bring you the latest. And cracking down this morning, a warning to desperate breakfast lovers who are going to extremes to get their morning scramble. How a nationwide shortage of eggs is causing a spike in smuggling, and what authorities are doing to stop all the foul play.
Egg stream.
You thought the Taylor Swift story was the only one with puns. Oh, no.
Oh, no. We got eggs for you.
We have more up our
sleeves. We got
sleeves.
eggs for you.
We begin this morning with another round of severe winter weather ripping through the country.
80 million people are under some sort of winter weather alert this morning. The powerful storm system battered the Gulf Coast yesterday. More than a dozen tornadoes were reported in Texas and Louisiana. In the Houston area, a tornado destroyed buildings, tore roofs off of homes, downed power lines, and overturned vehicles in several communities.
The lights started flickering. I could hear kind of like some popping sounds. I just heard a big boom. The back windows blew out of the house, and we just started seeing stuff flying past the house.
That severe weather is moving through Louisiana with a possible tornado reported in Beauregard Parish. Several homes there were damaged, and flooding was also reported in some areas. And in North Texas, it was a much different picture, with the storm dumping heavy snow in Texas. Across much of the region, some areas saw nearly 10 inches. Now, that same system brought a lot of snowfall to parts of the south central region of the country as well, places like Arkansas, where 100,000 people are without power this morning, along with Oklahoma. And today the storm is on the move again, heading through the Great Lakes region and the Northeast. NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa is in Indianapolis tracking the latest on the storm.
Hey, good morning. The snow is falling. It just started falling overnight here in Indianapolis. Definitely already starting to stick, and the sidewalks and streets are getting slick as well. But this is nothing compared to what people down south are dealing with. In the last 24 hours, we have had 14 reports of tornadoes, all in Texas and Louisiana. Multiple people injured in those states, and we're also hearing reports of power outages this morning. This as this latest round of severe winter weather continues to move east. Parts of the Ohio River Valley bracing for up to 9 inches of snow just today, and parts of New England, especially northern New England, bracing for up to 16 inches of snow. This morning, close to 75 million Americans from the deep south, again up into New England, waking up to winter weather alerts and winter weather warnings. Close to 37 million waking up to severe wind alerts this morning. And again, for a lot of areas, this storm is just getting started. I'll send it back to you.
All right, Maggie, thank you so much. For more on the severe storm conditions affecting the South, let's check your weather.
Meteorologist Angie Lassman joins us now. Good morning, Angie.
Good morning, guys. Another active day. Maggie said it. It's going to be a wintry kind of forecast for folks in the Northeast and the Great Lakes region, but we've still got severe storms that we're tracking in parts of the South, mainly the panhandle of Florida, stretching into just the extreme southeast portions of Alabama, where we have that tornado watch that's going to stay in effect for a little while longer. We also have some tornado warnings that have gone into effect this morning, and that line of thunderstorms is just not going to let up here. We're going to continue to see the threat for storms, at least this morning, be focused more towards Georgia and parts of northern Florida. And then as we get into the afternoon hours, the Carolinas will start to see the impacts there. On the table, we have potentially some tornadoes once again. The hail, the damaging winds are all things that we'll watch to be potentially impactful to folks in these areas here as we stretch through the afternoon hours. And does it feel like we've had more tornadoes this month than usual? Well, that's because we have. Check out these stats. 157 tornado reports. That's just for the month of January. We've had 12 days with tornadoes spanning over 16 states. How about those records, though? Most active January on record with 157 reports. As I mentioned, the average is about 36. You can see most of it centered for portions over the southeast. But again, we'll have another day to add to that tally here as we get through the afternoon hours today. Now, winter weather, 80 million impacted, and that stretches from Illinois, parts of Kansas, into northern parts of New England, Maine, one of those places that's going to pick up on a whole lot of snow by the time Friday rolls around. Here's the storm system that is the culprit of all of this. It eventually moves to the northeast. It'll move out pretty quickly, but between now and, say, late Friday, we'll still be dealing with some of the snow. This is 8 p.m. tonight. You can see heavy snow over much of the northeast, especially the interior areas. Along the coast, I-95 corridor, I think you'll have some snow for the early parts of the afternoon hours, and then that'll quickly transition over into rain. And that's going to be the most impactful thing for folks in that area through the afternoon hours today. Eventually, we'll start to see the system moving out, but we have a strong wind today and even into tomorrow. So we could see some lingering snow showers. Check out those totals, though. Detroit coming up close to 10 inches in some locations. Indianapolis, 4 to 7 inches, and parts of Maine, 8 to 14 inches. Boston, I think maybe an inch. New York City, maybe a half an inch if we're lucky. But for the most part, it's going to be the rain that's really going to make a difference in the commute later this afternoon, walking, traveling by, by plane as well up and down the East Coast and into the Midwest. Guys, it's going to be a little bit of a headache for all those major airports. We'll continue to see that be an issue, along with all the millions of people that will see strong winds today, anywhere from 30, 40, 50 miles per hour are possible. So that'll be something that we watch closely. You can see those peak wind gusts through the afternoon hours. Again, anywhere from 30 to 40, even 50 miles per hour. There's the airports that you'll want to keep a close eye on, especially through the afternoon hours today. Again, stretching from St. Louis, Detroit, Washington, D.C., New York.
A lot of the domino effect, I feel like it's going to be
Exactly.
a rough travel day.
Exactly.
All right, thanks, Angie. Appreciate it. Now to the latest discovery of classified materials, this time connected to another former vice president, Mike Pence.
In letters obtained by NBC News, Pence's lawyer wrote to the National Archives to report what he described as a small number of classified marked documents discovered on January 16th at Pence's Indiana home. This new discovery comes amid swirling questions around President Biden and former President Trump and their handling of classified documents. So for more on this, let's bring in NBC News White House correspondent Mike Memley. Mike, good morning to you. We know the special counsel is investigating former President Trump's handling of classified documents. Those were found at Mar-a-Lago last year. Another special counsel is investigating President Biden after documents with classified markings were found at a D.C. office and his Delaware home. What do we know about these documents tied to Pence and how this came to light?
Well, Lindsay, I think when we began reporting on the discovery of documents in former Vice President Joe Biden's former office, we began asking questions like this. How many other former officials probably have classified documents that they don't even realize in their possession? One of the people who asked that same question was former Vice President Mike Pence, because we learned in this new letter from his attorney that it was on January 16th that he directed his staff because of the reports about Biden to see whether anything that he had in his personal home might have also been classified. Well, indeed, as a result of that search, they did discover a small number in 4 boxes of documents that may have had sensitive or classified information. It was on January 19th that the FBI came to Pence's Indiana home and retrieved those boxes. Now, it's still at a very early stage, and we're going to wait to learn more about this, but reaction obviously coming very quickly. There was a political group aligned with President Joe Biden, who really was quick to link the Pence and the Biden cases as very different from the Trump cases. Former President Donald Trump, though, was also quick to defend his former vice president, posting on Truth Social that Pence was an innocent man, that he had never done anything knowingly dishonest in his life. Now, of course, the Justice Department is going to view all of these things in their very specific details individually, with a lot of decisions still to come.
So, Mike, first you've got Trump, now the current president, now the former vice president. How are folks in Washington reacting to all this? Are they astonished, or maybe are they starting to realize that maybe everyone literally has something in their closet?
Yeah, Joe, I think that there are 2 issues that are really at the top of the conversation now in Washington among lawmakers, especially. One is, are there record-keeping problems that we need to address here? Adam Schiff, the former chairman of the House Intel Committee, saying that that should be a topic of conversation. We also have potentially an overclassification problem. Our colleague Ken Delaney is saying that there are 50 million classification decisions made each year, perhaps too many documents marked classified that don't need to be. It was also interesting to hear from Senator Lindsey Graham, somebody who knows President Biden well from their years together in the Senate, but also was a key political ally for Donald Trump, raising this issue as well. Let's take a listen.
So let's find out how that happened. You got Trump, you got Pence, you got Biden. I don't believe for a minute that Mike Pence is trying to intentionally compromise national security. Think that about Biden and Trump, but clearly we've got a problem here. And so what became a political problem, for Republicans, is now a national security problem for the country.
It was also interesting to hear yesterday from Mike Pompeo, former Secretary of State, former CIA director, who rather bluntly said in an interview on Fox News, it's entirely possible I have classified information in my home. Clearly, any former official at a high level in government is probably doing that same search as well.
Wow. Mike, we are also hearing from the other 3 former living presidents in light of this recent discovery of documents. What are they saying?
All of their offices putting out very similar statements, all of which emphasize the degree to which they believe that they have all turned over any records that would fall under the Presidential Records Act, but especially classified information. Presidents Clinton and Obama saying that, President Bush saying all of his records were turned over immediately. Now, there's a report in Politico that former President Jimmy Carter believes he discovered classified information in his possession. A statement that was attributed to the former president's office did not specify when that may have been found or where. Those are important details as well, but clearly presidential record keeping in the spotlight now.
All right, Mike, thank you.
Later today, the suspect in this week's mass shooting in Northern California is scheduled to make his first court appearance. Authorities say he killed 7 people when he opened fire on co-workers at 2 agricultural centers in Half Moon Bay. NBC News national correspondent Miguel Almaguer has the latest.
Deputies made the arrest just outside the sheriff's department's front door. The 66-year-old suspected gunman, who investigators say killed 7 farm workers, whisked into custody after an officer spotted the man in a car with a semi-automatic weapon.
We found him with his seat back. He was laying in the front seat, and luckily we were able to apprehend him quickly.
Authorities say Chun Li Zhao began his rampage just before 2:30 p.m. Monday in Half Moon Bay at this farm where he worked. After killing 4 and critically wounding another, investigators say he drove 3 miles to a second agriculture center and shot 3 more to death. Families and children lived on the property.
There were no specific indicators that would have led us to believe that he was capable of something like this.
The arrest outside San Francisco marked the second mass shooting in California in 48 hours, both allegedly at the hands of senior citizens. Just 24 days into this year, 70 have been killed in 39 mass shootings.
How many people have to die? How many children have to be killed? How many children have to witness
their parents being killed.
Authorities said the suspect was not previously known to police and described the shooting as a workplace violence incident. Friends and family of those feared dead are desperate for answers.
We hear about this and we see it on the news, and it almost seems like it's our normal, and it's not right. We have to do something. We have to do more.
The once unspeakable, now seemingly routine, as another community finds itself in the middle of a mass shooting.
Miguel Almaguer, thank you so much. The suspected shooter is expected to face 7 counts of murder and 1 charge of attempted murder. Police say he has been cooperative.
Today, Vice President Kamala Harris will travel to Monterey Park to meet with the families of victims of the mass shooting there. Last night, hundreds of mourners came out to pay their respects to the victims. 11 people died, 9 others were hurt when investigators say a 72-year-old gunman opened fire at a dance studio.
It breaks my heart, and I have friends that lost people in this shooting. My aunt lost somebody in this shooting. My friend lost somebody in this shooting. You can't live in a world like this. I mean, who wants to bring children into a world like this? It's not right.
For more, we are joined by NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delaney. And Ken, the vice president was originally scheduled to travel to Raleigh, North Carolina today. She's postponed that trip to spend time in California. What can you tell us about her visit?
Good morning, Lindsay. Yeah, obviously California, the vice president's home state. She was the attorney general there. According to her office, she will arrive in L.A. this afternoon and then will meet with victims' families in the Monterey Park incident. She announced her visit on Twitter, saying, as we grieve Saturday's mass shooting in California, we already faced 2 more this week alone in Half Moon Bay and Oakland, and that she said tomorrow she will stand and mourn with the community.
Police have said, and this investigation is still in its early stages, but obviously one question that people think about is why? What's the latest on the investigation?
Well, look, this 72-year-old suspect is increasingly looking like he had profound mental health issues and may have been paranoid. He told NBC News that he told police that he thought his relatives were trying to poison him. And witnesses say he used to frequent that dance hall, but often complained that people were out to get him. People who knew him described him to NBC News as an angry loner who was mad at the world, a man who had no job and very few friends, hopeless and desperate, Lindsay.
And Ken, we're also learning more about the victims this morning. What can you tell us?
Yeah, so 11 people killed, 9 wounded in that incident. The victims included 6 women and 5 men whose ages ranged from their 50s to their 70s. And what's so heartbreaking is that these were older people who, instead of staying home and watching television, they were out at a dance hall trying to be active and social. One of them, Ming Wei Ma, 72 years old, was a dance instructor who played a role in running the studio, described as kind and welcoming. Another was Hong Jian, whose husband, Jeff Liu, told NBC News he watched his wife die in front of him. Just heartbreaking, Lindsay.
Ken Delaney, thank you.
Every hour, 4 people in America lose their lives to violence. That's according to the Secret Service. This week has certainly been no exception. But now, for the first time ever, the Secret Service is releasing a long-term comprehensive report on some of these violent attacks in the hopes of preventing future ones. NBC's Julia Ainsley joins us now with more on this. So first of all, Julia, what more can you tell us about the magnitude of this report and what it really means and says about the country as a whole?
Well, let me first tell you about the timeline of this report. This was done by the National Threat Assessment Center at the Secret Service. That was an organization that started for the Secret Service to be able to determine the threat of a certain area if a protectee, like a president, was going into. But now they're sharing this research widely, and this focuses on 2016 to 2020. So a lot of the more radical ideologies that we're talking about now, the more recent shootings, aren't included. But they do talk about 173 mass attacks. That would be any attack with any weapon that injured 3 or more people in a public space, including schools, places of worship, etc. And what they found are some disturbing trends. They found actually the lead motivator was personal grievances, but that also 1/4 of the perpetrators did have a belief in conspiracy theories or hateful ideologies. Remember, this ban would have included the El Paso shooting and Walmart that we know was targeted at the Latino community there. It also would have included the Tree of Life shootings in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, that targeted the Jewish community. And of course, we've seen other similar incidents since then, thinking about the Tops grocery store in Buffalo targeting African Americans. And just this week, of course, we've seen a lot of violence in the Asian American community. There are a lot of lessons that we can pull from this report as they try to educate community members on signs that they can look for. In 1/3 of the cases, the perpetrators had clear signs of evidence that they were planning these attacks, but they simply went unnoticed.
Yeah, I want to ask you more about that, Julia. I mean, it is a sad coincidence that we've seen so much violence on the week this report's being released. So what is it that they hope we can learn from it?
Well, it's interesting. There's still, sometimes you want more takeaways. You want the if this, then that, Joe. Unfortunately, it doesn't always work this way. But there are some trends. And they did look at weapons. In fact, they saw that in 80% of the casualties, 80% of the attacks that used a firearm, those attacks did leave someone killed, whereas attacks that did not use a firearm, which were obviously far fewer if they were using a knife or some other kind of weapon, the chance that anyone died was actually less than 50%. It shows how deadly and how frequent firearms are used, and that in 1/3 of the attacks using firearms, they've used a semi-automatic or automatic weapons. And so this is really a chance to look at the breadth of the epidemic of violence in America, to see how communities could try to stretch resources. They use social workers, mental health workers, law enforcement. Everyone came to the table to look at these 173 incidents, Joe.
And Julia, I mean, you spoke with an official from the Secret Service yesterday about the role the community can play in preventing an attack. Let's listen to that.
But what we really want people to focus on, not a specific trait or a specific profile of the type of person that would carry out this attack, because there isn't one. What we want people and communities to focus on are the behaviors that they're exhibiting that may suggest that they pose a risk of violence.
So, Julia, what are the potential behaviors or motives that people might want to flag if they see them?
That was Dr. Lena Alathari, and she leads the National Threat Assessment Center at the Secret Service. And yes, she said that, you know, it's not necessarily one thing, but to focus on if someone starts using language that might suggest either a specific attack. She also gave examples that someone might say something on the way out the door where, you know, I'm going to eliminate these people, or I'm going to be famous later and you'll see why. I mean, she just sort of gave triggering words that people have used in the past. She also showed examples of a list of things to do. People were basically planning their last days, even people who planned to kill themselves at the end of these attacks. As she's saying, it's not any one thing, but it's something for communities to be aware of, especially as people start to pull away. You just heard Ken Delanian talk about the perpetrator of the shooting, the mass shooting in Monterey Park, someone who was really seen as a loner in society. It's not that all loners are going to perpetrate attacks, but just to be mindful of people in your communities, in your workplaces, in your schools, who may be starting to pull away and exhibiting signs of violence. She's just trying to raise the public's awareness. And today she's conducting a webinar just to show you how interested people are in this topic right now. She already has 21,000 people across the country, whether they be law enforcement officials or people working in schools or just members of the public, who are interested in this research and are tuning in.
All right, Julia Ainsley, such an important conversation and an important report, especially in the wake of this week's tragedies. Thank you so much, Julia.
Let's head over to Silicon Valley now, where big tech is in the spotlight again.
The Justice Department, along with 8 other states, are suing Google for the second time in just over 2 years. They're targeting the company's advertising business. Attorney General Merrick Garland discussed the allegations yesterday.
We alleged that Google has used anti-competitive, exclusionary, and unlawful conduct to eliminate or severely diminish any threat to its dominance over digital advertising technologies. For 15 years, Google has pursued a course of anti-competitive conduct that has allowed it to halt the rise of rival technologies, manipulate auction mechanics to insulate itself from competition, and force advertisers and publishers to use its tools.
For more on this, we're joined by David McCabe, technology reporter for the New York Times. So, David, this is really the latest here in a series of lawsuits against Google. It's the first one filed under the Biden administration. Help us understand. We just heard Merrick Garland a little bit there, but in layman's terms, what does this focus on?
So this is about the software that places ads on the websites that everybody goes to every day. Behind every ad you see on a publisher's website is an intricate network of programs and tools that allow advertisers to buy space from those publishers. And what the DOJ has said is that Google, over time, monopolized that software, which allowed them basically then to exert control that raised prices for advertisers, meant publishers made less money, and ultimately hurt the marketplace of ideas that consumers tap into every day on the internet.
So, David, let's talk about Google's response to the lawsuit. A spokesperson said, quote, "The lawsuit attempts to pick winners and losers in the highly competitive advertising technology sector. The DOJ is doubling down on a flawed argument that would slow innovation, raise advertising fees, and make it harder for thousands of small businesses and publishers to grow." Is there anything else key that Google is arguing here? And are there folks out there who think Google has a point?
Yeah, I mean, Google is basically saying there are hundreds of companies that do what we do, that this is a really vibrant space, and that the DOJ is basically coming in here and intervening in a totally fair market. And there are, of course, some groups that are likely to agree with Google. There are a lot of groups that are likely to agree with the DOJ. But ultimately, this is going to head to the Eastern District of the U.S. District Court for the Eastern District of Virginia, is what's expected. And the DOJ has actually asked for a jury trial, which is uncommon in these cases. So it would go to an actual jury potentially.
What are the potential outcomes in this case, and what broader implications could it have for the tech sector?
So the outcomes for Google are potentially myriad. So the DOJ has asked that the court force Google to sell part of its advertising business. This is a lucrative business that Google has been in for a long time, and this would effectively break up part of Google. For the larger industry, these are cases that are being watched really closely because they're an indicator of whether or not the government can successfully ramp up enforcement of these antitrust laws. There are all kinds of concerns about Google or Amazon or Apple or Facebook. And the question now is, can the government make good on what its promise has been to a lot of voters, which is we're going to intervene in some of these markets and correct what we see as major imbalances in competition.
All right, David McCabe, thanks for joining us and explaining that to us. Appreciate it.
Coming up, breaking news on the war in Ukraine. This morning, Germany confirming that it is sending battle tanks to help fight against Russia, with the U.S. expected to follow suit. We're going to bring you the latest.
Plus, people shelling out more for eggs these days, but some are going to the extreme amid a nationwide shortage. We're going to explain next on Morning News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Join Hoda Kotb for Season 3 of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. a daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
This is what it looks and feels.
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece to the puzzle comes.
New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are out.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Breaking news this morning, the German government confirms it will send its Leopard battle tanks to Ukraine to aid in the war against Russia. Now, 3 senior U.S. officials have also told NBC News that America is preparing to follow suit and send its own Abrams tanks. That would be a reversal for the Biden administration, which just days ago had been arguing against the move. But those officials stress that decision to send the tanks is not yet final. NBC News foreign correspondent Raf Sanchez joins us now from Kharkiv, Ukraine, with the latest. So, Raf, walk us through these moves from Germany, the potential move from the U.S. Why are they deciding to go ahead with these plans?
Joe, this is about these two countries taking this step together. Both Germany and the U.S., for different reasons, had been reluctant to send tanks up until now. The American position was the U.S. M1 Abrams tank, not practical for the Ukrainian battlefield. The Germans were concerned about provoking the Russians, but it does now appear there has been a coordinated decision to move forward to take this major step. We heard from the German Chancellor Olaf Scholz earlier today. Germany is sending 14 of those Leopard battle tanks, and they are also going to train Ukrainian crews in Germany to use them. Now, 14 German Leopard tanks, probably a couple of dozen American M1 Abrams. That's not going to change the tide of the war on its own, but this decision clears the way for other NATO allies to start providing their Leopard tanks. There are about 2,000 of them across Europe, and Ukraine hopes they will be on the battlefield here in the east of the country soon. Joe?
Raf, you mentioned fears about provoking Russia. Do we know how this news is being received in Russia?
Well, not well, as you can imagine, Joe. We are hearing some familiar rhetoric from the Russians. On the one hand, they are kind of dismissive. They are saying we will destroy these NATO tanks, just like we've destroyed other bits of NATO equipment that have been sent to the battlefield. But they are also warning that this is a major escalation. The narrative that the Kremlin is selling to its own people in Russia is that Russia is now fighting essentially a proxy war against the combined might of NATO here in Ukraine. They are not happy about this. They also are fond of Nazi references, and they're making the point that the Germans are the ones sending these tanks here to Ukraine, Jeff.
And Raf, I know you met with the UN's top refugee official out there. What has he been saying about this situation?
Yeah, so we met with the UN High Commissioner for Refugees. He has been doing a tour of Ukraine ahead of the one-year anniversary. We met him here in Kharkiv in front of the wreckage of an apartment building. And, Joe, he expressed real anger about the toll that this war is taking on civilians. He mentioned there are about 8 million Ukrainian refugees. Most of them are in Europe. And he said many of them just want to return home. Take a listen to what he had to say.
I think what they really want, most of them, is to return. Let's not forget the vast majority, maybe 90%, are women and children that left in the early part of the war. And their men, their husbands, their fathers, their brothers are here in Ukraine, often in the army. And they want to be reunified, these families.
Now, he is meeting with President Zelensky this week, and the UN has a major job here. They are fundraising starting next month for the next phase of this refugee support program. They have a lot of money to raise, but Joe, they also have to try to keep the world's attention on this refugee crisis. We are nearly 1 year into this war now. People watch those images of Ukrainians streaming over the border into Europe in the early days of the war, but the big concern is that the world may move on, that there may be other crises, and these millions of Ukrainians who are either outside of their country or displaced inside of it may be forgotten. Jeff?
Important point. Raph Sanchez in Kharkiv. Raph, thank you so much.
If you've been to the store recently, you're no doubt spending more for your groceries. Eggs have gotten especially expensive, almost tripling in price recently. And now U.S. Customs and Border officials are scrambling to stop people from bringing in raw eggs from Mexico. It's an illegal move that could cost people thousands in fines. NBC News correspondent Stephen Romo has more.
A crackdown in an unexpected contraband at the southern border. Crate after crate full of chicken eggs confiscated. Some going the extra mile to get their hands on a carton, all due to high demand and rising prices for the culinary staple.
It shouldn't be such a struggle to put together a meal.
The spike in egg costs now pushing some to go across the border, a move that's been banned for more than a decade due to the risk of avian flu. In South Texas alone, U.S. Border Patrol reports a 300% increase in raw eggs intercepted, with seizures ranging from 86 eggs at a time to nearly 350. And in San Diego, the customs team sending out a reminder that failure to declare agriculture items like uncooked eggs can result in penalties of up to $10,000. But Border Patrol says at times some travelers simply aren't aware that they can't enter the U.S. with raw eggs, and that moderate amounts could lead to a penalty that ranges anywhere from $300 to $1,000. So we've talked about inflation driving up the cost of groceries for a while now, but that is not exactly what's happening here. Egg prices continue to climb, even though inflation has leveled off. But they're such a mainstay for American tables, egg hunts like these are likely to continue. The average price for a dozen eggs hit $4.25 last month, up from $1.72 a year earlier, according to the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics.
They were $17 for a whole case when we started, and now we're paying like $60 a case.
The eggs are, in some places, you can find like a 45–50% expensive.
So what's driving these climbing prices? Bird flu hit egg farmers hard. Nearly 58 million birds were killed last year to stop the virus from spreading, according to the USDA. And the majority were egg-laying hens. That led the U.S. egg inventory to drop nearly 30% by the end of last year.
We used to have good brands for $3.50, but not anymore.
Many now hoping for those simpler times when eggs were just cheaper by the dozen.
Our thanks to Stephen Romo for that report.
All right, more international headlines now. A rescue mission off Japan's coast after a cargo ship capsized.
Claudio Lavanga joins us now from Rome with that and more. Good morning, Claudio.
Good morning. Yes, about a dozen of the 22 crew members who were on board of that cargo ship that sank off the coast of Japan have been rescued so far. The vessel, which was carrying lumber, issued a distress call on Tuesday after it capsized. Search and rescue teams are still looking for the missing crew members using planes, ships, and private vessels. And let's go to Peru, where thousands of people clashed with security forces in the capital Lima during the latest anti-government protest. Peruvians have been protesting since former President Pedro Castillo was impeached and arrested 2 months ago. But Tuesday's protest in Lima was the biggest so far, with security forces trying to disperse the crowds using tear gas and pellets. And let's move to Egypt, where the remains of a mummified teenager buried 2,300 years ago were digitally unwrapped. Radiologists at Cairo University used CT scans to digitalize the remains, uncovering 49 precious amulets placed inside his body to provide vitality in the afterlife. Among them, a golden heart scarab that was used to replace the boy's heart, and a gold tongue amulet was placed inside the mouth to ensure that the deceased will speak in the afterlife. So imagine what he's saying now when he discovers that his body has been scanned 2,300 years later, guys.
Yeah, no kidding. My goodness, that's fascinating. All right, Claudio, thank you so much.
Coming up on Morning News Now, Ticketmaster in trouble over the now infamous Taylor Swift ticket debacle.
Ticketmaster ought to look in the mirror and say, I'm the problem. It's me.
When we return, we're going to have more from yesterday's hearing on Capitol Hill.
Plus, controversy in the classroom after Florida's governor rejects an AP course on African American studies. We'll be right back.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Join Hoda Kotb for season 3 of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Join Hoda Kotb for season 3 of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
How real is this going back to the moon? How you doing, Lester?
I feel like every single person is an inspirational leader or teacher in some way. What can I do in my life? What can I take from this person's story? I think we all want a fresh start.
Join Hoda Kotb for season 3 of her podcast, Making Space.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Welcome back. In Florida, civil rights attorneys Ben Crump and Craig Weisenhunt announced they plan to sue the state and Governor Ron DeSantis for rejecting the AP African American Studies course from being taught in high schools. NBC correspondent Zincle Esamoah has the details.
Florida says a new advanced placement African American Studies course is not welcome in its high schools, marking the first time a state has ever refused to certify an AP course. In a statement to NBC News, the Florida Department of Education says, in part, the course was rejected because it, quote, is a vehicle for a political agenda and leaves large ambiguous gaps that can be filled with additional ideological material. Florida's Commissioner of Education saying in a tweet, in part, quote, Florida rejected an AP course filled with critical race theory, and we proudly required the teaching of African American history.
I think the ambiguity is what is causing some level of consternation across the state and, quite frankly, across the country.
The claims of indoctrination and critical race theory have previously been denied by the College Board, who said, in part, AP students are never required to agree with a particular opinion or adopt a particular ideology, but they are expected to analyze different perspectives. In response to Florida's decision, the College Board said, in part, like all new AP courses, AP African American Studies is undergoing a rigorous multi-year pilot phase, collecting feedback from teachers, students, scholars, and policymakers. We visited a Memphis, Tennessee pilot course in October.
All right, guys, show of hands, Langston Hughes. Who knows who Langston Hughes is? It's interdisciplinary. So we're including art, music, literature, geography.
But we want to teach students to think and to think critically and give them safe spaces to do that.
The pilot, introduced in 60 schools, including one in Florida. Students currently taking the course will not receive an AP exam score or college credit. Florida's rejection of AP African American Studies comes as Republican Governor Ron DeSantis, today considered by some to be a frontrunner for the Republican presidential nomination, has already signed bills that ban lessons around critical race theory and limit lessons on sexual orientation and gender identity. This latest ban comes as 36 states have introduced 137 bills to restrict teaching on race, gender, and history, according to a PEN America report.
The state of Florida stipulates that this information shall be taught to students throughout the state. So I was unable to square that rejection with what I knew about law and what I knew specifically about the value and the impact that it has on the learning and the lives of our students across the state.
The College Board tells NBC on February 1st they will release the official framework for the course. Zinclea Samoa, NBC News.
On Capitol Hill, Ticketmaster was in the hot seat yesterday over the Taylor Swift ticket meltdown. Republicans and Democrats took aim with some tough questions, and while they were at it, they quoted a few Taylor Swift songs along the way. Our very own Savannah Sellers joins us now from D.C. with more on that. Who would do that, Savannah? Who would use Taylor Swift songs to make a point in a story?
Gosh, I don't know. Let's see if I can take it away and try to do the same thing. Good morning, Joe. Hey, everybody at home. So just 2 months ago, of course, we all remember, Ticketmaster essentially broke down during the pre-sale for Taylor Swift tickets, which, as Joe just said, led to this major meltdown from Swifties heard across the internet. Well, all that bad blood culminated in a congressional hearing that had lawmakers quoting the mega pop star, as Joe just said, and asking if the ticketing giant was ready for it. And it had Ticketmaster defending its reputation.
It's not every day TikTokers are tuning into Senate hearings.
I had the Senate congressional hearing playing through my headphones.
It's also not every day senators are quoting Taylor Swift.
'Cause darling, I'm a nightmare dressed like a daydream.
I think it's a nightmare dressed like a daydream.
We know all too well.
May I suggest respectfully that Ticketmaster ought to look in the mirror and say, I'm the problem. It's me.
I'm the problem, it's me.
2 months after the chaotic pre-sale of Swift's Eras tour tickets caused bad blood between Swifties and Ticketmaster,
I just really wanted to see Taylor.
the CEO of Live Nation, Ticketmaster's parent company, was on the hot seat.
We apologize to the fans. We apologize to Ms. Swift. We need to do better.
The company primarily pinning its difficulties on cyber attacks and bot traffic.
This is what led to a terrible consumer experience, which we deeply regret.
But lawmakers pushed back.
Our critical infrastructure in this country, whether it is utilities, electric, water, power, they get bot attacks every single day by the thousands. By the thousands. And they have figured it out, but you guys haven't. This is unbelievable.
They also challenged the company's combination of concert promotion, venue ownership, and ticket sales, calling it a monopoly.
The fact of the matter is that Live Nation, Ticketmaster, is the 800-pound gorilla here. It's a monopolistic mess.
If you care about the consumer, cap the price.
Singer-songwriter Clyde Lawrence, a witness at today's hearing, even wrote his frustration into a song.
And Live Nation's a monopoly.
Between their ability to be the promoter and the venue and the ticketing company at the same time, you end up kind of having no choice but to interact with them.
Well, look, the question, just as it was yesterday, is so now what? What could happen here? Well, the hope is really the same. Not much changes after the Senate hearing. The hope is that it could be a catalyst in cracking down on things like exclusivity agreements with venues or lowering some of those extra fees that the consumer ends up seeing when they go and they purchase a ticket on Ticketmaster. Senators do say, though, that having those witnesses under oath yesterday and what they heard in that room could be helpful to the fact that there's this reported ongoing Justice Department investigation into Ticketmaster, which is where any legal action could come, or the remote possibility of actually going back to separating Live Nation and Ticketmaster, which is what some of the lawmakers brought up yesterday, guys.
And if nothing else, just seeing lawmakers rip into them yesterday might have been mildly cleansing.
Like a rare show of bipartisanship that they agree on something.
Yes, that was brought up, actually. You've got us all in agreement on one thing, which was interesting to see.
All right, Savannah, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thanks.
Coming up, quitting the trade.
After the break, why so many rookie investors have walked away from Wall Street. This is Morning News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Danny. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
This is what it looks and feels.
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece to the puzzle comes.
New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Morning, Al.
Morning, Cap.
Good morning. Welcome to Today.
I love mornings. They're full of possibility. And how you start your day sets the tone for the whole day.
We need to pull up one extra chair at the table.
We feel like we're right there with you.
Just ahead in this half hour, we're going to introduce you to...
Because every day we start our morning so you can take on yours.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. But let's just get to the point. They have started a vote on the PACT Act. If you're like Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Danny. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
How many of you were up there?
At least 11.
How real is this going back to the moon? How you doing, Lester?
Join Hoda Kotb for season 3 of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
We are back now with some financial headlines. A new report shows us how the current economic uncertainty is affecting Americans.
CNBC's Silvana Henao joined us with that and other money news. Silvana, good morning.
Hey guys, good morning. Yeah, so more people are struggling to save money amid inflation and worries about a recession. A new report from Bankrate finds 57% of adults are currently unable to afford an emergency expense of $1,000. Nearly 3/4 say they're saving less this year due to economic factors such as inflation, rising interest rates, or a change in employment or income. About 25% of Americans say they would rely on credit cards more than ever to cover a surprise expense. Lyft is cracking down on late passengers. The ride-sharing company has quietly started charging extra if you make a driver wait more than 2 minutes after they arrive or 5 minutes for Lux Black and Lux Black XL rides. Now, Lyft doesn't specify how much it's charging per minute and doesn't display any fees on its website. It only says they vary by location. Uber has had a similar policy since 2016. And it may not be the real deal. A woman is taking the maker of Fireball Cinnamon Whiskey to court. She claims the packaging is misleading after discovering mini bottles of Fireball don't in fact contain any whiskey. Instead, she says it's a malt beverage flavored to taste like whiskey. The mini bottles are sold in supermarkets or gas stations that are licensed to sell alcohol. Sazerac, which makes the product, says it doesn't comment on ongoing litigation, guys. So
I guess do those shots out of the big bottles is the lesson. I don't know. But
That's right.
All right.
Condoning that on television?
Well, if you choose to.
If you choose to, exactly.
choose to.
Exactly, Joe.
All
That's
right.
a lot of things.
Last year was one of the worst for U.S. stock markets.
And the downturn hit many rookie investors who had opted to manage their own portfolios. NBC News business and data reporter Brian Chung meets some of those investors who are now calling it quits.
Alan Garcia and his wife invested their stimulus checks into the stock market as the pandemic began. Not even 3 years later, that money is gone.
At the end of the day, I didn't make any money at all. I lost my whole portfolio, which is very unfortunate.
Garcia did well initially, but when the stock market turned in 2022, Garcia doubled down on bets the market would go back up.
Sure enough, we never recovered. And yeah, I said goodbye to the stimulus checks.
In 2022, the S&P 500, a popular index fund made up of 500 big companies, lost almost 20% in value, making it the worst year for stocks since the 2008 financial crisis. That decline devastated the portfolios of rookie traders who picked up investing during the pandemic.
I know people that lost a lot of money.
As the pandemic started, new users flocked to apps like Robinhood, a popular commission-free stock trading platform. They report monthly active users quadrupled between December 2019 to June 2021. Marvin LaHood was one of those new users. He started investing using Robinhood and found Reddit forums online that fueled speculative run-ups in stocks like GameStop.
It was always small money until the GameStop, and that kind of opened my appetite, probably not a good thing, towards putting more money towards such speculative plays.
Those meme stock trades helped him break $1 million the same day his wife shared she was pregnant with the second child. His portfolio ballooned to as much as $2.2 million in 2021, but it came crashing down to just $200,000.
I had moments where I experienced mild forms of depression for the first time and had to rethink purpose of life and happiness and what matters to me.
Brokerages are now seeing waning enthusiasm among its users. Robinhood says monthly active users fell near pre-pandemic levels from June 2021 to November 2022. A Robinhood report says their user base shrank by 8.8 million. Meanwhile, financial services company TD Ameritrade says its users appeared to sell stocks into December as they sidelined themselves from a falling market.
The mom and pop investors probably aren't going to have as much to put in the market. We also see when consumer sentiment starts to sour and turn south a little bit, people also are a little bit less willing to invest.
Both Garcia and LaHood have sidelined themselves from actively trading at the moment, but it all depends on the market.
I was a bit too obsessed. I'll definitely get back into it, but hopefully this year we'll see how the market does. It looks like it wants to reverse. So.
A hint of optimism after a brutal year for traders.
All right, our thanks to Brian Chung for that. So far this year, the S&P 500 has seen a slight rebound in fortunes, but it's still far off from the highs we've seen in recent years. All right, coming up, history on the slopes as Michaela Schifrin breaks a really impressive record in alpine skiing.
More on how her 83rd World Cup win put her at #1. You're watching Morning News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started a vote on the PACT Act. If you're like Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Danny. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
Good morning. Welcome to today.
I love mornings. They're full of possibility. And how you start your day sets the tone for the whole day.
We need to pull up one extra chair at the table.
We feel like we're right there with you.
Just ahead in this half hour, we're going to introduce you to...
Because every day we start our morning so you can take on yours.
This is what it looks and feels
from the storm zone.
The bigger piece to the puzzle comes.
New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Oreo is no stranger to limited edition flavors. We've seen the famous snack food partner with K-pop group Blackpink, Pokemon, even Lady Gaga. But its latest collab is with itself. Yeah, that's right. The Most Oreo. That's what it's called. It's made with a large amount of Oreo cookies and cream filling, stuffed between the classic chocolate cookies. The new flavor is available for pre-sale on the Oreo website and will sell in stores beginning January 30th for just under $5. The packaging features a QR code that, when scanned, grants buyers access to online games and prize opportunities within the Oreoverse. Yes, the Oreoverse. That's, of course, Oreo's virtual platform where people can interact as avatars. I always thought the double stuff was the most Oreo, but now I guess this is even more Oreo-ish. Oreoer.
Some multiverse of Oreo, I'm not sure. But I will say that is like one of the snack foods I cannot keep at home.
Yeah.
Because I will just eat.
You'll just eat them all.
All of it. But I'm a classic girl. All right, it was a race to remember for alpine skier Michaela Schifrin. She is now the all-time winningest women's alpine skier after her record-breaking 83rd career World Cup victory on Tuesday. NBC Nightly News anchor Lester Holt has the details.
She's had her ups and downs, but now American skier Michaela Schifrin has made it all the way to the top. On a snowy mountain in Italy, Michaela Schifrin made history.
There it is, the final gas pedal, and she gets it! Michaela Schifrin, victory number 83.
World Cup victory number 83, making her the winningest female alpine skier ever, overtaking fellow American Lindsey Vonn. She's now just 4 wins away from breaking the all-time record, men or women, which has belonged to legendary Swedish skier Ingemar Stenmark for decades.
It's a little overwhelming.
It all left Schifrin a bit speechless.
The question that I'm getting asked the most is, how do you feel? I'm like, tired, excited. I don't know. We have to race again tomorrow, so I'm a little bit nervous too.
What makes her accomplishment even more incredible, it comes after a few very challenging years. In 2020, Schifrin's dad, Jeff, passed away unexpectedly. And then there were the crushing Beijing Olympics a year ago. She went in as a favorite, but left without a medal.
Oh my God! It's happened again.
I sat down with her in 2021.
For me, for my career, it's been a lot of counting and a lot of records, but I see so much more that's happened in my career.
She told me for her, skiing has always been about much more than wins. So where's the fun in all this?
The fun in it is when I ski well and I make really good turns. That's not a feeling you get doing anything else in life. It's like flying without a plane. It just makes you feel so good.
She's got to be feeling awfully good.
And that was Lester Holt reporting. So she's still 27 years old.
That.
Okay, so she plans to continue skiing at least through the next Winter Olympics, which, by the way, also takes place in Italy in 2026.
Looking forward to that. All right.
So happy to see her doing well.
Definitely. That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
The news continues right now. Good morning, everybody. I'm Lindsay Reiser in for Savannah Sellers.
And I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, wicked weather. Millions are waking up to severe storm alerts stretching across the country this morning. From reports of tornadoes in Texas and Louisiana to more than 80 million people bracing for a new round of snow. We're tracking who's seeing the worst of these storms and when people could catch a break. Major reversal from the White House when it comes to sending aid to Ukraine. The Biden administration is now preparing to send a couple dozen tanks to the country. All of this less than a week after U.S. officials insisted President Biden did not want to provide that kind of help. What this new aid means for the war in Ukraine, and breaking news this morning about the additional help now coming from another Western country. Also this morning, a miracle rescue. A 22-year-old was missing at sea for hours after getting caught up in a current, but then was miraculously found alive hours later. All of it was caught on camera. We're going to talk to him and his mother, who was there when he was rescued. Plus, start your engines. NASCAR is celebrating 75 years of bringing the racing world together. We're going to have two of the biggest names in the sport, Jeff Gordon and Daniel Suarez, joining us for a look back on NASCAR's legacy. Excited to have those live guests with us here in studio.
Yeah, big fans, so that'll be fun.
All right, we're going to begin this morning with more severe winter weather on the way for several states. Right now, 80 million people are under some sort of winter weather alert this morning.
And the storm hit the Gulf Coast yesterday with a tornado in Texas, reports of a tornado in Louisiana, and snow in other parts of the country. Now it's heading to the East Coast. NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa is in Indianapolis tracking the storm for us. Maggie, good morning.
Hey guys, good morning. Yeah, I don't know if you can see it, but we have kind of like a rain-snow mix falling right now in downtown Indianapolis. And as you said, this is nothing compared to what people in parts of the South are dealing with. I know it's been a lot to keep track of. Our climate unit just updated us. We have had in the last 24 hours actually 14 reports of tornadoes, largely in Texas and Louisiana. Multiple people injured in both states, close to 200,000 this morning without power. And then we're talking farther east, some of the first measurable snowfall to hit major cities this season, including New York and D.C., as this latest round of severe winter weather barrels east.
This morning, millions across the South waking up to a trail of damage from a series of reported tornadoes. Louisiana hit overnight, leaving 3 hospitalized. Heavy rain and intense winds ripping apart homes and littering streets with debris.
We huddled in the hallway until it passed.
Residents near Houston out surveying the wreckage. Tornadoes injuring multiple people there, too.
The back windows blew out of the house, and we just started seeing stuff flying past the house.
Homes and businesses throughout the region in pieces. Cars nearly flipped over on front lawns. This house ripped open, its kitchen visible from the street.
We had 15 structures damaged.
In nearby Baytown, first responders rushing to help after a gas line ruptured and caught fire. And in hard-hit Pasadena, Texas, more than 70 animals were transferred from a shelter that sustained severe damage. The tornadoes also wreaking havoc on the roads, with this semi-truck left completely sideways. And this transformer completely igniting and catching fire. It comes as about 80 million people across the country are waking up to winter weather alerts. The Northeast bracing for even more snow later today from a system that already struck the plains. Heavy powder sweeping onto campus at the University of Oklahoma. Meanwhile, in Arkansas, drivers cautiously navigating slick roads. And in North Texas, inch after inch of snow falling on the city of Amarillo. With the storm moving east, millions preparing for a new round of severe winter weather.
And again, the weather just picking up now, as you can see in downtown Indianapolis. We talked about close to 80 million people under winter weather alerts this morning. Also close to 37 million under some kind of wind alert. So speaking to the kind of, again, damage that we could see from this system that is just so widespread. And then again, guys, we're talking about measurable snowfall out east, in particular in New York, where you are. Our climate team says that Central Park actually hasn't had measurable snow in 319 days. So again, this would be a first for the season. That stretch expected to be broken today. Lindsay, Joe, I'll send it back to you.
All right, Maggie, thanks.
Fingers crossed. Let's get more on the forecast with meteorologist Angie Lassman.
All right, Angie, good morning.
Good morning, guys. Maggie's exactly right. We could see some snowfall in parts of New York City today. Whether it'll stick, I don't really think so, because we have a whole lot of rain working in behind it. Some of that rain already moving through places like Atlanta, Albany. You can see into Tallahassee. We have some strong to even severe storms that we're tracking. Already tornado warning so far this morning. And we continue to see a tornado watch in effect for parts of the Panhandle, stretching into just that extreme southeastern portion of Alabama. Now, that system is going to continue to trek to the east, and that means that the severe weather threat through the day today, while it's lower than it was yesterday, it also moves a little farther to the east. So places in the Carolinas, especially the eastern Carolinas, that's where you're going to see the greatest potential for some of these strong and even severe storms by later this afternoon. We're talking tornadoes, strong winds, up to 60-mile-per-hour gusts, a lower risk for large hail, but still we're going to keep a close eye on that. Now, we've already seen record-breaking amounts of tornadoes so far this year. 157 reports. We've seen 12 days with tornadoes stretching across 16 states, mainly focused for the southeast. This is the most active January on record for tornadoes, blowing away the average of 36 reports with 157 so far this month. And we're not done just yet. Again, we could add a couple more to that through the day today. How about those winter weather alerts? We've seen a couple of them come down, but still parts of Missouri, into parts of Michigan, as well as into the higher parts or the northern parts of New England, where we'll likely see plenty of snow. that will cause some trouble when it comes to traveling. Now, here's how it tracks through the next couple of days. We'll watch for it to impact folks along the East Coast with rain today. Again, stretching through the Carolinas, we'll still have that severe storm threat, but it's the snow for really Michigan up into Maine that we'll see be quite impressive in some spots. Now, the storm moves out quickly, but Maggie mentioned there's still some gusty winds possible, and that's going to be something we'll watch through the day today. But that west wind will also help us keep a few of those lingering snow showers, especially downwind of the lakes. Those will be around for tomorrow. Totals coming in anywhere from 1 to 3 inches for Chicago. Won't be too impressive there. They know how to handle that. 4 to 7 inches in Indianapolis, up to 9 inches for Detroit. Not all that impressive either for places like Boston. Notice along the I-95 corridor, yes, we could see a few snowflakes today, but it's not going to be anything that accumulates really, and we're more so going to be watching for the impactful rain this afternoon that will cause problems when it comes to travel for the commute and air travel as well. Up in northern portions of New England, over a foot of snow, so that'll be quite impressive. As far as the rainfall is concerned, 1 to 2 inches, guys. Those wind alerts will eventually come down as well, but it's just a busy day when it comes to weather, and not exciting either for New York. I was hoping for some.
Are we going to beat the record of the most days?
So here's the deal. The 29th is in the number one spot for the latest first snowfall for Central Park. If we get some measurable snow, which could be a trace of snow today, then we won't quite make it there. But that's still, we're still in the second spot. That's pretty impressive.
Yeah. All right. No snow angels.
No, sorry, Joe.
Rain angels. Rain angels. All right. Thank you, Angie. There's new information this morning about classified documents found at former Vice President Mike Pence's home in Indiana. This comes, of course, after classified documents were found at President Biden's home and office, as well as former President Trump's Mar-a-Lago estate. NBC News Chief White House correspondent Peter Alexander joins us with the latest on all this. Peter, good morning.
Hey, Joe, good morning. A lawyer for former Vice President Mike Pence says that Pence was unaware the documents were in his Indiana home and that he is cooperating fully. But these revelations, they complicate Republicans' efforts to attack President Biden for his handling of classified documents. And they're also fueling new bipartisan criticism, with one Republican lawmaker calling the issue an epidemic. This morning, the controversy over classified documents is growing. A lawyer for former Vice President Mike Pence found what he called a small number of classified documents last Monday during a search of Pence's Indiana home, according to these letters to the National Archives obtained by NBC News. The lawyer says the documents were, quote, inadvertently boxed and transported to Pence's home when he left office, adding Pence was unaware of the existence of sensitive or classified documents at his personal residence. Pence has repeatedly denied taking classified documents to his home when asked by ABC News last November.
I did not.
Pence recently criticized President Biden for the act of taking classified documents after leaving office.
The handling of classified materials and the nation's secret is a very serious matter. I can speak from personal experience about the attention that ought to be paid to those materials when you're in office and after you leave office. And clearly, that did not take place in this case.
Pence's lawyer says the search was done January 16th after classified materials were found at President Biden's home. On January 18th, they notified the National Archives, and the next day, FBI agents collected the documents. The revelations come as special counsels are already investigating President Biden and former President Trump's handling of classified documents, following the discovery of materials at their homes and other locations. Now, the chorus of criticism from both parties is getting louder.
You got Trump, you got Pence, you got Biden. What became a political problem, for Republicans, is now a national security problem for the country.
Now that there's a systemic problem with former occupants of the presidency and vice presidency having classified information at their homes when it shouldn't be there.
Mr. Trump defending Pence, who he has regularly attacked, posting, "Mike Pence is an innocent man. Leave him alone." The immediate question here, will Attorney General Merrick Garland appoint another special counsel now for the Pence case? So far, Garland has declined to comment. Pence's spokesperson tells me that no other classified materials were found at the office of Pence's political organization and that Pence's team has not heard from the Justice Department, Joe, since it handed over those classified documents last week.
All right, Peter, thank you so much.
California has become the focal point in the debate over gun control after an alarming spike in violence to start the year. So far in 2023, the country is averaging more than one mass shooting per day, and California has seen just 3 since Saturday.
NBC News senior national correspondent and News Now anchor Kate Snow is back from covering the shooting over the weekend in Monterey Park, California. Joins us with more on this. Kate, good morning.
Yeah, Joe and Lindsay, good morning. Vice President Harris is going to be visiting Monterey Park, California today. She will meet with the families of the 11 victims who were killed Saturday in that dance ballroom. And in Half Moon Bay, California, the suspect accused of killing 7 people on Monday will be arraigned today. He's been cooperating with authorities as the nation tries to process this wave of deadly violence.
They lost their lives.
Overnight vigils in Half Moon Bay and Monterey Park, California.
I think the last 2 days, 3 days have just been so difficult for us.
It's very frustrating.
Across the country, grief, despair, anger.
It was really hard not to cry because all I thought was, what is happening? What is happening to our community?
In just the past 4 days, 8 mass shootings, the latest leaving 3 people dead and 1 injured in North Carolina. According to the Robeson County Sheriff's Office, a suspect is in custody. 3 of the most recent shootings in California, a state considered to have the toughest gun laws in the nation. But that hasn't stopped the violence.
This problem isn't unique to our state, but it is unique to our nation. This has to end. It must end.
According to the Gun Violence Archive, in the first few weeks of 2023, at least 73 people have been killed in 40 mass shootings across the country, compared to 27 at this point last year. That's any shooting with at least 4 people shot. There have been more mass shootings than days in 2023.
One happens, and then within a week, there's 2 more. We call that social contagion, where other people see somebody do that, and then suddenly that feels like an answer for them as well.
Nationally, politicians don't often agree on solutions, but the Giffords Law Center points to progress. In 2022, President Biden signed a bipartisan bill that gives grants to states for red flag laws, enhances background checks for 18 to 21-year-olds, and funds mental health services. 21 states and Washington, D.C. passed some kind of bill aimed at gun safety, though dozens of other bills in state legislatures throughout the country did not pass.
I do think we're making some progress. It's slow, but I think it's coming.
We need to come together and we need action to stop this violence.
In the wake of the recent shootings in California, Governor Gavin Newsom and state lawmakers have been really vocal, demanding more action on the federal level. Senate Democrats joined President Biden in calling for new limits on access to firearms, but that is a non-starter for many conservative lawmakers, guys.
Emotional reporting there. Is there anything that you think about in your last few days there that still sticks in your mind today? I'm sure there are many, but
yeah, it just I think what's hard for us as reporters is we've been going to so many of these scenes over and over and over again, and each time you meet people whose lives have just been completely destroyed and upended, and you see really firsthand the power that these mass shootings can have, and just the numbers, the sheer numbers right now. More than 1 a day so far this year.
Yeah. All right, Kate Snow, thank you.
Thanks, Kate. Breaking news this morning in the Ukraine war. After weeks of deliberation, Germany has agreed to send its Leopard battle tanks to Ukraine. And NBC News has also learned from U.S. officials that the United States is expected to announce the delivery of its Abrams tanks just days after the Biden administration had argued against the move. NBC News chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel joins us now with the latest on this. So, Richard, after much hesitation, looks like both countries, Germany and America, are going to send their tanks to Ukraine. In the end, why they decide to do this?
Well, both sides ended up pressuring each other. The United States was pressuring Germany, publicly outing Germany, naming and shaming the German government for not sending tanks. Poland was doing the same. Poland has German-made tanks, and for weeks, Poland has said, we want to send our German-made tanks, since we're not using them and they're very good, we want to send them across the border into Ukraine, where they can be put into action and they can be put to use against the Russians. And the Poles are very worried that unless Vladimir Putin's forces are stopped in Ukraine, they will keep going across Ukraine and into Eastern Europe. The Germans had been hesitant. The Germans had said no. And then the last excuse that the Germans came up with was actually a pretty good one. They said, well, we're not going to send tanks to Ukraine. We don't want to get more embroiled in that conflict. We don't want to potentially provoke Vladimir Putin if the United States isn't willing to send tanks as well. And the United States wasn't sending tanks. And the United States excuses were that the tanks were, Abrams tanks were expensive, they were hard to maintain, relatively flimsy excuses. Well, it seems that the two sides have ultimately pressured each other, and now both the United States and Germany are going to send tanks. And Germany also just a few hours ago relented, saying that if Poland or other countries want to re-export German tanks to Ukraine, they can do that as well. So all of this very good news for the Ukrainians who've been asking for more advanced Western tanks almost since the war began, almost since day one of this conflict.
Richard, you mentioned the fears of provoking Putin. How is Moscow responding to this news?
They called it, through the Russian embassy in Germany, a dangerous escalation. They said it was an abandonment of Germany's responsibilities to Russia. So a clear and quick condemnation from Russia, which Joe, is hardly to be, is not surprising at all, I should say.
Richard, how about the reaction in Ukraine to this news? I mean, do they expect it will have a big impact on the war?
Yes and no. And so often when I talk about Ukraine, you get answers like that, yes and no. Of course, they're happy. This is something they've been asking for, but they want more. And they're not just accumulating these tanks so that they can keep them in the garage and polish them and look at them. These weapons are immediately going to be sent into battle. Germany said it will send 14 Leopard tanks. The United States is expected to announce that around 30 tanks are going to be sent. But the Ukrainians say they need hundreds, 300, maybe 700 tanks. So they're happy, but they want more. And they're concerned that the United States and the West are doling out support, doling out weapons in a piecemeal basis. And it has been effective so far, but the Ukrainians, up to and including President Zelensky, and he's told me this himself, they wonder if the U.S. and other countries want to help Ukraine, why go through this charade? Why dole them out in onesies, twosies, a dozens at a time? Why not just commit, send lots, send what they need to change the dynamic on the battlefield, and not go through this, what some of them have described as a striptease?
All right, Richard Engel, thank you so much. I always appreciate having you on.
Coming up, already under fire, new Congressman George Santos now making new claims. Next,
what he's saying about an assassination attempt as more of his Republican colleagues turn against him. You're watching Morning News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Danny. You were
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
Join Hoda Kotb for season 3 of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
The big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland? How many of you were up there?
At least 11.
How real is this going back to the moon? What our top story tonight? You guys okay? Yeah. Oh, my goodness. How you doing, Lester?
I love mornings. They're full of possibility. And how you start your day sets the tone for the whole day.
We need to pull up one extra chair at the table.
We feel like we're right there with you.
Just ahead, in this half hour, we're going to introduce you to...
Because every day we start our morning so you can take on yours.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico.
What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now. For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
We begin Top Story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico.
What's the World Cup experience been like?
The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're back now with new claims from embattled New York Congressman George Santos.
He recently appeared on a Brazilian podcast saying he was the victim of multiple crimes, including an alleged assassination attempt. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ryan Nobles has the details.
Another wave of shocking claims from Representative George Santos, speaking in Portuguese on a Brazilian podcast in December about an alleged attempt to assassinate him.
A gente já sofreu atentado de vida, atentado de assassinato.
The embattled congressman also claiming he was mugged in the summer of 2021 in New York. The supposed assailants even taking the shoes off his feet on Fifth Avenue.
Eu fui assaltado por dois homens, mas eles me assaltaram, levaram a minha pasta, levaram o meu sapato e meu relógio. E isso foi na luz do dia. Eram 3 e pouca da tarde.
NBC News asked Congressman Santos' office for verification of the stories and have not heard back. We've also reached out to the NYPD and multiple other police departments for any associated reports and have not been able to verify.
Plan to resign into your comments, the backlash?
The freshman lawmaker's early political career has been steeped in controversy, stemming from the web of lies he spread about his family, employment history, religion, and more. Now forced to admit some of those statements were false.
I always joked, I'm Catholic, but I'm also Jew-ish, as in ish.
In one of the more bizarre about faces, he first denied performing as a drag queen in a tweet, but just 2 days later appeared to admit to dressing in drag when questioned by reporters.
I was young and I had fun at a festival.
In the podcast interview, he explained his support for the Brazilian drag community, but in contrast said American drag culture is over-sexualized.
Eu, particularmente, acho o máximo a arte de drag queen, eu acho muito legal, divertida, mas eu sempre a interpretei como uma arte cultural para adulto.
The openly gay congressman also defended his support for Florida Governor Ron DeSantis' so-called Don't Say Gay bill.
Falar sobre sexo com uma criança de menos de 12 anos de idade eu acho um pouco inapropriado.
Santos has quickly become an easy target, with late-night TV shows piling on.
I'm just in town to pick up my Nobel Peace Prize.
Saturday Night Live offering up another portrayal.
Proud to be the first African-American quarterback to ever dunk a football.
Santos responding by tweeting that he's been, quote, enshrined in late-night TV history, but that all the impersonations are, quote, terrible so far. Even some Republican lawmakers have turned on him.
He's nutty as a fruitcake.
Santos responding that he is saddened by Kennedy's derogatory language. Clearly not backing down, he surprised reporters with coffee and donuts outside his Capitol Hill office.
Donuts and coffee for all the hard work you guys do.
All right, that was Ryan Nobles reporting. Congressman Santos has continued to ignore calls to step down from office despite growing opposition.
Turning now to international headlines, Pope Francis is speaking out about discrimination against the LGBTQ community.
Claudia Levanga joins us now from Rome with that and more. Good morning.
Good morning, guys. Yes, Pope Francis spoke to the Associated Press today, and he said that, and he called all the laws that criminalize homosexuality unjust, and called for Catholic bishops who support those laws to welcome LGBTQ people into the church instead. The Pope said that God loves all his children just as they are, and that being homosexual is not a crime. And forces in Rwanda said that they fired at a fighter jet from the Democratic Republic of Congo, accusing it of violating its airspace. The DRC government denied the accusation and called the shooting an act of war. A video shared on Congolese social media shows a missile exploding near an airborne military plane. The video could not be independently verified. And let's go to Brazil, where a woman is recovering after giving birth to a 16-pound baby boy. That's more than twice the average of weight of a baby. So no wonder that on social media the newborn has gained the nickname of Bebê Gigante, giant baby. Still, he didn't make it into the Guinness World Record. The heaviest baby to survive infancy was born here in Italy in 1955, and he weighed, wait for it, 22 pounds, guys.
You cringed there.
Visceral.
Glad the baby's healthy, buddy.
All right. Thank you, Claudio. Enough said. Coming up, if you have been to a grocery store lately, you've seen the extremely high egg prices. Cases of the avian flu have been to blame, but turns out that's not the only thing driving up those prices. We'll explain.
Plus, 25 days into the new year, if you're still sticking to your resolution of working out, it is doing more than just changing your physical health. The new research on what exercise does to your brain. Next.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
I feel like every single person is an inspirational leader or teacher in some way. What can I do in my life? What can I take from this person's story? I think we all want a fresh start.
Join Hoda Kotb for season 3 of her podcast, Making Space.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Join Hoda Kotb for season 3 of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Join Hoda Kotb for season 3 of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico.
What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Questions are now rising around the country's big egg producers as the price of eggs soars.
At first, the avian flu was being blamed for the price spike, but egg producers are now sharing the blame as the average cost of a dozen eggs hits $4.25. NBC News business and data reporter Brian Chung joins us now with more. What's going on?
Hey, good morning. Well, with reasonably priced eggs flying off of store shelves and warnings about smuggling cheaper eggs across the border, yes, that's happening. Buyers are scrambling to deal with this crisis, but people are now wondering, is this really because of the avian flu, or is this price gouging?
You got them eggs.
Nobody follow you here, did they?
High egg prices and demand have users on social media cracking jokes. But it's the nation's largest egg producers now facing the spotlight amid allegations of foul play. Advocacy group Farm Action has accused giants, including Cal-Maine Foods, of working together in a collusive scheme to limit production and increase prices, all to juice their profits. Cal-Maine is the top producer of eggs in the U.S., controlling about 20% of the market. Their quarterly profits were more than 7 times larger than the year prior. During that time, the price of eggs more than doubled. In response to the allegations, Cal-Maine says many factors, including the bird flu and increasing production costs, have contributed to higher prices. Experts point out that egg farms are not the ultimate price setter.
We have to keep in mind that there are also
other players in the supply chain, such as retailers, whose margins have to be factored into the final price that we pay at the grocery store.
Smaller farms like this one in Orondo, Washington, have been able to avoid huge price hikes because they've also been able to avoid the flu. Cage-free eggs were actually about 40 cents cheaper than conventional eggs in the first half of January.
It's delivery day today. We don't want to completely price ourselves out of the market, and we'd just like to be a good, wholesome supplier for our local community.
Whether the blame goes to bird flu or price gouging, shoppers are taking desperate measures to find cheaper eggs, from raising their own chickens to smuggling across the border, prompting the government to issue a warning of hefty fines up to $10,000. But some positive news, the USDA says prices are starting to come down as the holiday bump in demand fades. Signs of improvement after an extraordinary year for egg prices.
So in addition to looking at cage-free, also check the sell-by date and see if you can get a markdown on eggs that might be closer to expiry. Also consider buying in bulk and just sharing with friends and family, and look at lower-grade eggs as cheaper options. No smuggling, guys. No smuggling.
No, darn, I'm going to have to cut off that smuggling operation I started. All right, it's what everyone's talking about right now.
Always the ones you don't expect.
No, exactly. All right. Thanks, Brian. Appreciate it.
A series of recent incidents at the Dallas Zoo is raising concerns about security and potential criminal behavior. This past weekend, the zoo's president described the death of an endangered bird as suspicious and, quote, not a natural death. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock joins us now with the latest. Sam, good morning.
Yeah, Lindsay, good morning. That vulture that died is one of 6,500 like it in the world. So it was an endangered species. Now, the Dallas Zoo is not saying much about how the vulture Pin actually died, except to say that it was from some sort of strange wound. Here in Miami, Zoo Miami has no direct connection to Dallas or those incidents, but did show us the layers upon layers of security that they use that would have to be penetrated to threaten an animal.
The striking death of the lappet-faced vulture named Pin landed hard at the Dallas Zoo, not just because of the outcome, but also the circumstances.
What we found was deemed to be very suspicious, which pointed to this not being a natural death.
That death, resulting from an unusual wound, according to zoo officials, comes on the heels of a clouded leopard escaping her enclosure on January 13th, prompting a frantic search for the animal, ultimately found close by. The next day, the zoo announced the discovery of an incision in the leopard's mesh fencing, as well as the enclosure for some of the zoo's monkeys, though none escaped. Then Pin's tragedy. 7 days later, Dallas police are not ruling anyone out.
They're looking at both people who work at the zoo, staff, and then anyone outside as well. So they're questioning everyone.
On its sprawling 110-acre campus, the zoo says it has more than 100 cameras and it's doubled security. The officials haven't discussed how these enclosures might have been breached.
These are considered dangerous animals, and there's various layers protecting this area. We're coming into the first layer here.
At Zoo Miami, which has no connection to Dallas Zoo or the incidents, Communications Director Ron McGill takes us to the enclosures housing black bears and a Florida panther, wearing masks because those animals are susceptible to COVID.
How many layers of protection would you say there are in this complex?
Between 5 and 6. 5 and 6 layers for each animal.
Just to open the guillotine gate to get to the bears requires 2 people. One person to open the handle, the other to make sure the lock is in place. So how hard would it be to compromise the structure?
The bottom line is here, you'd have to make not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4, but 5 fatal mistakes in order to actually give animal access to escape or to get to the animal.
With mystery enveloping the Dallas Zoo, that community is left with a sobering and sickening feeling about Pin.
This is an endangered species, which makes him all the more important to long-term sustainability of the vulture population. And we're also really disturbed by the idea that someone might have intentionally done this.
Now, both Dallas police and U.S. Fish and Wildlife are investigating this trio of incidents. Lindsay?
And Sam, what do we know about the investigation itself and who might have seen something?
So the scope is very wide. That's what we're told from authorities. And the Dallas Zoo is in the south part of the city where there's a residential neighborhood around there, Lindsay, which is to say that there are people living very close by. The hope is that someone saw something peculiar either on Friday or Saturday. And right now, there is a $10,000 reward for any information.
Okay, Sam, thank you.
A new study is out showing just how bad skipping your daily workout can be for your brain.
And with cold and flu season well underway, doctors are prescribing a different kind of remedy for kids staying active.
NBC News medical contributor Dr. Akshay Sayal joins us now with all these exercise details we're going to talk about in the weekly checkup. Let's start with that one. The new study found even the slightest changes in your exercise routine can impact how your brain works. Why is that?
Yeah, let's break that down. So this was a study out of the UK, about 4,500 people, and they took these people and they put activity monitors like fitness trackers on them, and they had them measure their activity while also taking these tests at the end of their activity or at the end of the period, saying, testing their memory and performance and things like that. And what they found was that those who did only light exercise, or those who replaced heavy strenuous exercise with no exercise, actually did worse on the memory performance. Now, the big caveat here is only about a 1 to 2% decrease, so we still need to see how that actually plays out in the real world. But this is, I think, a great opportunity just to bring up some doctor's orders here. The big one here, and this is a favorite word of mine, I just learned, exercise snacks or activity snacks.
We talked about them a few days ago.
I just like regular snacks.
Just regular, yeah. Well, I really like this. It's you sit for 30 minutes and then you walk for 5. The caveat here, though, is if you're walking to the pantry to grab potato chips, it's not really working for you. So that's definitely something we want to try here. It can lower your blood sugar and your blood pressure as well.
I feel personally attacked.
No Oreos, no Oreos, or what's the Oreo? What?
Oreo.
The Oreo's Oreo.
Mega stuff. All right, so let's talk also. We're in the middle of cold and flu season here, and there's actually pediatric research that shows kids who exercise may be better off. Is this like a make sure your kid is exercising regularly and it strengthens their immune system, or like, hey, you got the sniffles, go exercise?
Definitely not that.
Okay. Good thing I'm not
Make sure your kids are exercising regularly. What the data shows, this is a study out of Switzerland, or out of Europe, that basically showed that those who are more active, especially the kids who are playing at least 3 hours of sports or exercise per week, tend to just they're sick less and they're sick less often. This isn't a direct causation study, meaning if you exercise more, you're not guaranteed to not get sick, but rather there's some sort of association. There's some smoke here, and we want to figure out what's going on. But some doctor's orders here: don't be afraid of the weather. Don't let bad weather be an excuse not to exercise. Bundle up. And my personal favorite, if you have a young child, sports. I think sports, besides this, great way to teach teamwork and education and how to interact with other people. So definitely want to try that for this reason, but for other reasons as well.
Just get that exercise. Speaking of exercise, we know there are some people who like to run, not just because they like to run, but maybe is to sort of an escape from problems, and that a study found can actually maybe lead to bad health habits.
Yeah, I saw a mug the other day. It was just running from your problems count as cardio, and I thought of this study, but this study is really going after those people who are using running as a way to sort of rage run and just get away from everything. And there's not a lot of positivity associated with that, and it can create what's called exercise addiction. Just like other addictions, if you're spending less time with your family and friends to exercise, if you're cutting other things out of your life to exercise, that's something you want to be mindful for. So, we just spent the last few minutes talking about how important exercise is. Don't overdo it. Listen to your body, and don't sacrifice a lot of other aspects of your life to exercise all the time.
All right. Dr. Akshay Sayal, thanks so much for joining us. Interesting. All right.
Coming up, could writing essays be a thing of the past?
Teachers are worried that's now the case, especially with more AI technology. What schools are now doing to make sure it's actually the students who are writing those papers. Next.
Plus, miracle at sea. A man is rescued hours after getting caught up in a current. His rescue was caught on camera by family members. It's now going viral on TikTok. He joins us with his mother next on what it was like reuniting after hours lost at sea.
The day's biggest political stories, with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested, and frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested, and frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
This is what it looks and feels.
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece to the puzzle comes.
New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Back. Remember those long school nights spent writing page after page of essays? I still have nightmares. They're due the next day. There are new concerns this morning, though, that all that could soon be a thing of the past thanks to an artificial intelligence chatbot called ChatGPT. Stephanie Goss joins us now with more on what this new tech can do. Steph?
You know, Lindsay, I just handed in all my papers late. But for those people who don't want to do that, this is pretty tempting. You know, it's fair to say educators are pretty rattled by this new technology. There are glaring ways it can be used by students intent on cheating. New York City and Seattle have already banned ChatGPT and its competitors on school devices, at least temporarily. But some experts say that's the wrong approach. These technologies are here to stay, and they're about to become even more powerful. Essays, philosophical questions, even therapy. ChatGPT is a computer program that will write whatever you want quickly and convincingly, and with better grammar than a grade school teacher.
The big change is the existence of a paragraph is no longer evidence of human thought.
NYU Media Studies professor Clay Shirky says ChatGPT isn't actually thinking, but using a form of predictive text, like we have on our phones, but on steroids.
So if I say to you, happy birthday, I baked you a cake, you know exactly what to fill in.
All that data allows the program to achieve astonishing results, passing a graduate-level test at the prestigious Wharton School of Business, managing a C+ on exams at the University of Minnesota Law School. The potential for cheating causing a growing number of school districts, including New York and Seattle, to ban artificial intelligence on school devices. OpenAI launched ChatGPT 2 months ago, getting billions of dollars from Microsoft to help develop it. The company writing, "We don't want ChatGPT to be used for misleading purposes in schools or anywhere else," adding that it's working on ways to identify AI-generated text, which is what 22-year-old Princeton student Edward Tian has already done, developing an app being embraced by teachers.
We've seen lots of teachers try it out and see wow, it works. Sometimes it confirms suspicions they've already been having, of the students' writing suddenly changing.
Tian says he doesn't support banning the use of AI in schools, and even uses it himself as a sort of rough draft when writing computer code.
It's really good at getting me started, but at the end of the day, you have to finish the job yourself.
The powerful technology can be a constructive tool if used the right way. Should educators be freaked out by this?
I mean, freaked out, no, but really the answer is
change your assignments to reflect the fact that you're in a world now that has a personal calculator for words.
Students may actually already be using this. Stanford School Paper did an informal poll, and 17% of the students said they used it on final exams. 5% said they copied it directly. Lindsay?
Stephanie, I can just hear you now with your girls. I remember when I had to write my essay by hand uphill in the snow.
With my own brain.
I know. I feel so old and boomery doing this story.
Thank you.
All right, now an emotional reunion that's going viral after a heart-wrenching rescue in the Florida Keys.
22-year-old Dylan Gardenmeyer went missing after getting swept out to sea while free diving. His family obviously feared the worst, but after hours of searching, he was found alive. The heartfelt reunion as he was pulled from the ocean was captured on video.
Oh my God. Dylan. Oh my God. Oh my God, Dylan.
We are happy to say that Dylan Gardenmeyer and his mom, Tabitha, are joining us now. Good to see you both. Really good to see you, Dylan. I mean, let's walk through it here. Basically, you went free diving, you surfaced, and you could see the boat was nowhere around, your friends were nowhere around. I mean, what went through your mind in that moment, and how did you know what to do?
Yeah, so at that moment, once I realized the boat was gone over the horizon, it was just kind of, had to make a quick decision to either swim for the nearest reef that I knew that was there, or just keep getting dragged further out to sea, and I picked the obvious option.
So you actually swam to a reef, and that's how?
Yeah, so I'm about a mile against the outgoing tide and made it to the reef. Luckily, I found a piece of bamboo that had floated up out there in the deep water. And I used that so I could just focus on energy propelling me forward instead of having to tread water and, you know, fight the
your
current.
know-how like literally saved your life. But Tabitha,
Yeah.
as a mom, I mean, you can hear the emotion in that video, by the way. I can't imagine the worry. But Dylan had actually told our NBC affiliate in Miami that he had bait. There were fish. He knew eventually there would be bigger fish.
Yes.
Maybe even sharks. I mean, how worried were you?
Well, I worry every time he goes out because I'm a mom, and he pushes the limits sometimes, and he loves being on the ocean. So every time he goes out, I'm worrying. But this is the one time that I got this call, and it was just the worst call ever. His father never worries when he's out because we have taught him how to survive. You know what I mean? Like, he knows.
Clearly.
Swim in, keep your knife on you to protect you, drop the weight belt. You know, because there's certain things that you have to do to survive out there, and get the buoys, the bamboo. Just knowing that he's smart really helped me a lot to get through it. But you have that fear that comes over you, and you're just like, whoa.
My baby's floating out
My
there.
baby. And it was the worst feeling ever.
You got a group of people together to go out there. Dylan, when you see that boat coming, how long were you out there before you finally saw that boat?
About 3.5 hours.
And what went through your mind when you saw them?
Oh man, when I heard that thing coming up behind me, I did a little, you know, shuffle and looked behind me, and I was like, oh my God, that's my grandfather's boat. That's insane. And that was the best feeling ever, just seeing that.
Just the best feeling for all of us. Like, when you're literally going into the ocean. When I flew here, I looked down, I'm like, how did we find my son in that ocean? Like, it's
the vastness.
Huge. And we're sitting here going like 58 miles an hour, full throttle through the canal. And I'm just like, we knew he was going to swim to a reef. And all of a sudden, something came over me and said, just slow down, slow the boat down. Let's look and listen. And we slow down, and my son is right there.
Wow.
Right there.
It almost feels
It's a miracle. It's a miracle, because how did we stop right by him? And he said, you guys swerved a little bit to the left. And he was like, oh no. And then he's like, and then I seen you wave, and they seen me. And I was like, that's when you seen the whole video, because it was all captured, the actual moment.
Yeah, we got to be quick with you here. But my question to you is, are you surprised by the reaction? And my question to you is, how soon you're going to get back out there? First to you.
He already wants to go back out there. And when I seen his smile, it was the most handsome smile, just to see my son smiling. And that was the best feeling in the world.
We were watching that rescue video just now. You reached over and grabbed his knee. I'm guessing you don't want to let him go.
I don't. That's my baby.
That's okay with you, right?
Yeah.
All right. Dylan and Tabitha Gardenmeyer, thank you so much for sharing your story.
It's just incredible. Appreciate you both.
Coming up on Morning News Now, 75 years of NASCAR.
And two of the biggest names in racing join us next in studio. How Jeff Gordon and Daniel Suarez are looking back at the legacy of NASCAR next.
This is what it looks and feels
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece to the puzzle comes.
New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
NBC News, streaming free now.
I feel like every single person is an inspirational leader or teacher in some way. What can I do in my life? What can I take from this person's story? I think we all want a fresh start.
Join Hoda Kotb for season 3 of her podcast, Making Space.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe. NBC News, streaming free now.
This is what it looks and feels
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece to the puzzle comes.
New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland? How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
How real is this going back to the moon? What our top story tonight? You guys okay?
Yeah.
How you doing, Lester?
Welcome back, everybody. A big congratulations to Paris Hilton, who just became a mom. Hilton and her husband, Carter Ream, welcomed their first child, a baby boy, via surrogate. Hilton revealed the news on Instagram yesterday, and the post shows a really sweet picture of her son holding onto her thumb with the caption, "You are already loved beyond words." The two 41-year-olds talked about having a child since they got married last year. They even started the IVF process during the height of the pandemic. Again, big congratulations.
No kidding. All right.
All right, start your engines, because we are less than 2 weeks from the start of the NASCAR season, and this year is extra special. The sport celebrating its Diamond 75th anniversary.
And this morning, we have two of NASCAR's biggest names with us, Hall of Fame legend and four-time Cup Series champion Jeff Gordon and Daniel Suarez, who made history as the first Mexican-born driver to win a Cup Series race. Good morning to both of you. Good to have you with us. I mean, Jeff, I'll start by asking you, I mean, when you think of 75 years of NASCAR, what goes through your mind?
Well, I mean, I've been a part of it for about 30 or 40 years of that, and it's been incredible just to see the growth and you know, how it's changed over the years. Young drivers and bringing more diversity and reaching out to new fans. We've got new tracks that we're going to, and this year I think it's really going to sum up 75 years, because if you look at the schedule, we're going to be going back to a track, North Wilkesboro. It hasn't been on the circuit for, like, I don't know, 30 years or something like that. And then we're going to go to a brand new track, a street course, something NASCAR's never done in the history, in Chicago, in the streets of Chicago. So, you know, it's always been a phenomenal sport and liked by so many, but you look back at 75 years, they've done just an amazing job getting it to where it is today.
Because you remember the 50th anniversary.
I remember it well, and you're making me feel really old because I won the championship that year and celebrated 50 years. So, hey, these guys got a lot on the line with that 75th Diamond Trophy. I don't know what NASCAR's plans are, but I know that 50th anniversary is special to me. I'm sure these guys are going to make this one special.
Daniel, you're the first Mexican-born driver to win a Cup Series. Talk to me about how big that accomplishment feels and also about diversity in the sport.
Yeah, it's very special, and it's very special for many different reasons because, it's been a long journey. I remember, when I came to the U.S. Back in 2011 without speaking the language, it was quite a journey to be able to get, through the ranks of NASCAR and learn the culture, learn the system, learn, where to get better. It's been a long journey, but, thanks to the Drive for Diversity of NASCAR and such an amazing group of people in NASCAR and in my race team, we've been able to get better as we've been going. And last year, obviously, was a special year for me that we were finally able to break that barrier and win the first race.
Jeff, you mentioned change. What have you seen when it comes to who's behind the wheel and the fans in the stands, the fan base? How much has NASCAR changed over the years?
Yeah, well, I mean, if you look at just how in the 90s when I came into the sport, it was broadening, going to Indianapolis, to new tracks, new venues, the Midwest, out to California, up to New Hampshire. I mean, it just started really broadening in the racetracks. And, of course, then you're bringing new fans from different regions. But now it's broadening far beyond, our borders and bringing in people from all over the world. People like Daniel who, are bringing, a Latin American fan base to the sport. But you look at young, female, we've had, Danica Patrick has brought a lot of female fans to the sport. So, when you look at NASCAR, you're starting to see America within it. It's always been an all-American sport, but you're also starting to see it resemble what America looks like.
We have the first race, not this weekend, the next weekend. How are you feeling, and what are you most looking forward to in the season?
We race for a long time. Once we get to February, pedal to the metal. we get going all the way to November. So the off season goes by super quick. And right now, I mean, myself, Jeff, and everyone, we're so ready to get started. It's going to be our second year racing in LA, in the Coliseum. For me, it's amazing because for me, it's almost like racing at home. There is so many Hispanics there. And last year, for the first time, it was unbelievable. So super excited to get going, super excited to start in LA again. And, like Jeff mentioned, I think that this season is going to be special, for many different reasons. Every season is special, for new opportunities, new goals. But the fact that the 75th anniversary of NASCAR is this year and the trophy is going to be special, it's going to be different. I feel like every driver is going to have that little extra excitement to go out there and compete as hard as possible.
You want that trophy.
We have less than 20 seconds here, but for someone who's never seen a race before, what's your sell to them to watch one?
It's loud, it's fast, and it's as good as it gets at 200 miles per hour out there on the track.
How about you, Daniel?
Yeah, totally. I mean, if you put 40 crazy drivers together in a little track, that's what you guys are going to see.
Sounds like New York.
Exactly, yeah.
With some millions. All right, Jeff and Daniel, thank you so much. It's been a real pleasure. Appreciate you both. Good luck this season. NASCAR's 75th anniversary season begins February 5th. NBC Sports exclusive coverage of the season's second half, including the playoffs and the championship, begin in June.
That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
The news continues right now. Good morning, everybody. I'm Lindsay Reiser in for Savannah Sellers.
And I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, wicked weather. Millions are waking up to severe storm alerts stretching across the country this morning. From reports of tornadoes in Texas and Louisiana to more than 80 million people bracing for a new round of snow. We're tracking who's seeing the worst of these storms and when people could catch a break. Major reversal from the White House when it comes to sending aid to Ukraine. The Biden administration is now preparing to send a couple dozen tanks to the country. All of this less than a week after U.S. officials insisted President Biden did not want to provide that kind of help. What this new aid means for the war in Ukraine, and breaking news this morning about the additional help now coming from another Western country. Also this morning, a miracle rescue. A 22-year-old was missing at sea for hours after getting caught up in a current, but then was miraculously found alive hours later. All of it was caught on camera. We're going to talk to him and his mother, who was there when he was rescued. Plus, start your engines. NASCAR is celebrating 75 years of bringing the racing world together. We're going to have two of the biggest names in the sport, Jeff Gordon and Daniel Suarez, joining us for a look back on NASCAR's legacy. Excited to have those live guests with us here in studio.
Yeah, big fans, so that'll be fun.
All right, we're going to begin this morning with more severe winter weather on the way for several states. Right now, 80 million people are under some sort of winter weather alert this morning.
And the storm hit the Gulf Coast yesterday with a tornado in Texas, reports of a tornado in Louisiana, and snow in other parts of the country. Now it's heading to the East Coast. NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa is in Indianapolis tracking the storm for us. Maggie, good morning.
Hey guys, good morning. I don't know if you can see it, but we have kind of like a rain-snow mix falling right now in downtown Indianapolis. And as you said, this is nothing compared to what people in parts of the South are dealing with. I know it's been a lot to keep track of. Our climate unit just updated us. We have had in the last 24 hours actually 14 reports of tornadoes, largely in Texas and Louisiana. Multiple people injured in both states, close to 200,000 this morning without power. And then we're talking farther east, some of the first measurable snowfall to hit major cities this season, including New York and D.C., as this latest round of severe winter weather barrels east.
This morning, millions across the South waking up to a trail of damage from a series of reported tornadoes. Louisiana hit overnight, leaving 3 hospitalized. Heavy rain and intense winds ripping apart homes and littering streets with debris.
We huddled in the hallway until it passed.
Residents near Houston out surveying the wreckage. Tornadoes injuring multiple people there, too.
The back windows blew out of the house, and we just started seeing stuff flying past the house.
Homes and businesses throughout the region in pieces. Cars nearly flipped over on front lawns. This house ripped open, its kitchen visible from the street.
We had 15 structures damaged.
In nearby Baytown, first responders rushing to help after a gas line ruptured and caught fire. And in hard-hit Pasadena, Texas, more than 70 animals were transferred from a shelter that sustained severe damage. The tornadoes also wreaking havoc on the roads, with this semi-truck left completely sideways. And this transformer completely igniting and catching fire. It comes as about 80 million people across the country are waking up to winter weather alerts. The Northeast bracing for even more snow later today from a system that already struck the plains. Heavy powder sweeping onto campus at the University of Oklahoma. Meanwhile, in Arkansas, drivers cautiously navigating slick roads. And in North Texas, inch after inch of snow falling on the city of Amarillo. With the storm moving east, millions preparing for a new round of severe winter weather.
And again, the weather just picking up now, as you can see in downtown Indianapolis. We talked about close to 80 million people under winter weather alerts this morning. Also close to 37 million under some kind of wind alert. So speaking to the kind of, again, damage that we could see from this system that is just so widespread. And then again, guys, we're talking about measurable snowfall out east, in particular in New York, where you are. Our climate team says that Central Park actually hasn't had measurable snow in 319 days. So again, this would be a first for the season. That stretch expected to be broken today. Lindsay, Joe, I'll send it back to you.
All right, Maggie, thanks.
Fingers crossed. Let's get more on the forecast with meteorologist Angie Lassman.
All right, Angie, good morning.
Good morning, guys. Maggie's exactly right. We could see some snowfall in parts of New York City today. Whether it'll stick, I don't really think so, because we have a whole lot of rain working in behind it. Some of that rain already moving through places like Atlanta, Albany. You can see into Tallahassee. We have some strong to even severe storms that we're tracking. Already tornado warning so far this morning. And we continue to see a tornado watch in effect for parts of the Panhandle, stretching into just just that extreme southeastern portion of Alabama. Now, that system is going to continue to trek to the east, and that means that the severe weather threat through the day today, while it's lower than it was yesterday, it also moves a little farther to the east. So places in the Carolinas, especially the eastern Carolinas, that's where you're going to see the greatest potential for some of these strong and even severe storms by later this afternoon. We're talking tornadoes, strong winds, up to 60-mile-per-hour gusts, a lower risk for large hail, but still we're going to keep a close eye on that. Now, we've already seen record-breaking amounts of tornadoes so far this year. 157 reports. We've seen 12 days with tornadoes stretching across 16 states, mainly focused for the southeast. This is the most active January on record for tornadoes, blowing away the average of 36 reports with 157 so far this month. And we're not done just yet. Again, we could add a couple more to that through the day today. How about those winter weather alerts? We've seen a couple of them come down, but still parts of Missouri, into parts of Michigan, as well as into the higher parts or the northern parts of New England, where we'll likely see plenty of snow that will cause some trouble when it comes to traveling. Now, here's how it tracks through the next couple of days. We'll watch for it to impact folks along the East Coast with rain today. Again, stretching through the Carolinas, we'll still have that severe storm threat, but it's the snow for really Michigan up into Maine that we'll see be quite impressive in some spots. Now, the storm moves out quickly, but Maggie mentioned there's still some gusty winds possible, and that's going to be something we'll watch through the day today. But that west wind will also help us keep a few of those lingering snow showers, especially downwind of the lakes. Those will be around for tomorrow. Totals coming in anywhere from 1 to 3 inches for Chicago. Won't be too impressive there. They know how to handle that. 4 to 7 inches in Indianapolis, up to 9 inches for Detroit. Not all that impressive either for places like Boston. Notice along the I-95 corridor, yes, we could see a few snowflakes today, but it's not going to be anything that accumulates really, and we're more so going to be watching for the impactful rain this afternoon that will cause problems when it comes to travel for the commute and air travel as well. Up in northern portions of New England, over a foot of snow, so that'll be quite impressive. As far as the rainfall is concerned, 1 to 2 inches, guys. Those wind alerts will eventually come down as well, but it's just a busy day when it comes to weather, and not exciting either for New York. I was hoping for some.
Are we going to beat the record of the most days?
So here's the deal. The 29th is in the number one spot for the latest first snowfall for Central Park. If we get some measurable snow, which could be a trace of snow today, then we won't quite make it there. But that's still, we're still in the second spot. That's pretty impressive.
Yeah. All right. No snow angels.
No, sorry, Joe.
Rain angels. Rain angels. All right. Thank you, Angie. There's new information this morning about classified documents found at former Vice President Mike Pence's home in Indiana. This comes, of course, after classified documents were found at President Biden's home and office, as well as former President Trump's Mar-a-Lago estate. NBC News Chief White House correspondent Peter Alexander joins us with the latest on all this. Peter, good morning.
Hey, Joe, good morning. A lawyer for former Vice President Mike Pence says that Pence was unaware the documents were in his Indiana home and that he is cooperating fully. But these revelations, they complicate Republicans' efforts to attack President Biden for his handling of classified documents. And they're also fueling new bipartisan criticism, with one Republican lawmaker calling the issue an epidemic. This morning, the controversy over classified documents is growing. A lawyer for former Vice President Mike Pence found what he called a small number of classified documents last Monday during a search of Pence's Indiana home, according to these letters to the National Archives obtained by NBC News. The lawyer says the documents were, quote, inadvertently boxed and transported to Pence's home when he left office, adding Pence was unaware of the existence of sensitive or classified documents at his personal residence. Pence has repeatedly denied taking classified documents to his home. When asked by ABC News last November,
I did not.
Pence recently criticized President Biden for the act of taking classified documents after leaving office.
The handling of classified materials and the nation's secret is a very serious matter. I can speak from personal experience about the attention that ought to be paid to those materials when you're in office and after you leave office. And clearly, that did not take place in this case.
Pence's lawyer says the search was done January 16th after classified materials were found at President Biden's home. On January 18th, they notified the National Archives, and the next day, FBI agents collected the documents. The revelations come as special counsels are already investigating President Biden and former President Trump's handling of classified documents, following the discovery of materials at their homes and other locations. Now, the chorus of criticism from both parties is getting louder.
You got Trump, you got Pence, you got Biden. What became a political problem, for Republicans is now a national security problem for the country.
Now that there's a systemic problem with former occupants of the presidency and vice presidency having classified information at their homes when it shouldn't be there.
Mr. Trump defending Pence, who he has regularly attacked, posting, "Mike Pence is an innocent man. Leave him alone." The immediate question here, will Attorney General Merrick Garland appoint another special counsel now for the Pence case? So far, Garland has declined to comment. Pence's spokesperson tells me that no other classified materials were found at the office of Pence's political organization and that Pence's team has not heard from the Justice Department, Joe, since it handed over those classified documents last week.
All right, Peter, thank you so much.
California has become the focal point in the debate over gun control after an alarming spike in violence to start the year. So far in 2023, the country is averaging more than one mass shooting per day, and California has seen just 3 since Saturday.
NBC News senior national correspondent and News Now anchor Kate Snow is back from covering the shooting over the weekend in Monterey Park, California, and joins us with more on this. Kate, good morning.
Yeah, Joe and Lindsay, good morning. Vice President Harris is going to be visiting Monterey Park, California today. She will meet with the families of the 11 victims who were killed Saturday in that dance ballroom. And in Half Moon Bay, California, the suspect accused of killing 7 people on Monday will be arraigned today. He's been cooperating with authorities as the nation tries to process this wave of deadly violence.
They lost their lives.
Overnight vigils in Half Moon Bay and Monterey Park, California.
I think the last 2 days, 3 days have just been so difficult for us.
It's very frustrating.
Across the country, grief, despair, anger.
It was really hard not to cry because all I thought was, what is happening? What is happening to our community?
In just the past 4 days, 8 mass shootings, the latest leaving 3 people dead and 1 injured in North Carolina. According to the Robeson County Sheriff's Office, a suspect is in custody. 3 of the most recent shootings in California, a state considered to have the toughest gun laws in the nation. But that hasn't stopped the violence.
This problem isn't unique to our state, but it is unique to our nation. This has to end. It must end.
According to the Gun Violence Archive, in the first few weeks of 2023, at least 73 people have been killed in 40 mass shootings across the country, compared to 27 at this point last year. That's any shooting with at least 4 people shot. There have been more mass shootings than days in 2023.
One happens, and then within a week, there's 2 more. We call that social contagion, where other people see somebody do that, and then suddenly that feels like an answer for them as well.
Nationally, politicians don't often agree on solutions, but the Giffords Law Center points to progress. In 2022, President Biden signed a bipartisan bill that gives grants to states for red flag laws, enhances background checks for 18 to 21-year-olds, and funds mental health services. 21 states and Washington, D.C. passed some kind of bill aimed at gun safety, though dozens of other bills in state legislatures throughout the country did not pass.
I do think we're making some progress. It's slow, but I think it's coming.
We need to come together and we need action to stop this violence.
In the wake of the recent shootings in California, Governor Gavin Newsom and state lawmakers have been really vocal, demanding more action on the federal level. Senate Democrats joined President Biden in calling for new limits on access to firearms, but that is a non-starter for many conservative lawmakers, guys.
Emotional reporting there. Is there anything that you think about in your last few days there that still sticks in your mind today? I'm sure there are many, but
yeah, it just I think what's hard for us as reporters is we've been going to so many of these scenes over and over and over again, and each time you meet people whose lives have just been completely destroyed and upended, and you see really firsthand the power that these mass shootings can have, and just the numbers, the sheer numbers right now. More than 1 a day so far this year.
Yeah, very right, Kate Snow, thank you.
Thanks, Kate. Breaking news this morning in the Ukraine war. After weeks of deliberation, Germany has agreed to send its Leopard battle tanks to Ukraine. And NBC News has also learned from U.S. officials that the United States is expected to announce the delivery of its Abrams tanks just days after the Biden administration had argued against the move. NBC News chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel joins us now with the latest on this. So, Richard, after much hesitation, looks like both countries, Germany and America, are going to send their tanks to Ukraine. In the end, why they decide to do this?
Well, both sides ended up pressuring each other. The United States was pressuring Germany, publicly outing Germany, naming and shaming the German government for not sending tanks. Poland was doing the same. Poland has German-made tanks, and for weeks Poland has said, we want to send our German-made tanks, since we're not using them and they're very good, we want to send them across the border into Ukraine, where they can be put into action and they can be put to use against the Russians. And the Poles are very worried that unless Vladimir Putin's forces are stopped in Ukraine, they will keep going across Ukraine and into Eastern Europe. The Germans had been hesitant. The Germans had said no. And then the last excuse that the Germans came up with was actually a pretty good one. They said, well, we're not going to send tanks to Ukraine. We don't want to get more embroiled in that conflict. We don't want to potentially provoke Vladimir Putin if the United States isn't willing to send tanks as well. And the United States wasn't sending tanks. And the United States excuses were that the tanks were, Abrams tanks were expensive, they were hard to maintain, relatively flimsy excuses. Well, it seems that the two sides have ultimately pressured each other, and now both the United States and Germany are going to send tanks. And Germany also just a few hours ago relented, saying that if Poland or other countries want to re-export German tanks to Ukraine, they can do that as well. So all of this very good news for the Ukrainians, who've been asking for more advanced Western tanks almost since the war began, almost since day one of this conflict.
Richard, you mentioned the fears of provoking Putin. How is Moscow responding to this news?
They called it, through the Russian embassy in Germany, a dangerous escalation. They said it was an abandonment of Germany's responsibilities to Russia. So a clear and quick condemnation from Russia, which Joe, is hardly to be, is not surprising at all, I should say.
Richard, how about the reaction in Ukraine to this news? I mean, do they expect it will have a big impact on the war?
Yes and no. And so often when I talk about Ukraine, you get answers like that, yes and no. Of course, they're happy. This is something they've been asking for, but they want more. And they're not just accumulating these tanks so that they can keep them in the garage and polish them and look at them. These weapons are immediately going to be sent into battle. Germany said it will send 14 Leopard tanks. The United States is expected to announce that around 30 tanks are going to be sent. But the Ukrainians say they need hundreds, 300, maybe 700 tanks. So they're happy, but they want more. And they're concerned that the United States and the West are doling out support, doling out weapons in a piecemeal basis. And it has been effective so far, but the Ukrainians, up to and including President Zelensky, and he's told me this himself, they wonder if the U.S. and other countries want to help Ukraine, why go through this charade? Why dole them out in onesies, twosies, a dozens at a time? Why not just commit, send lots, send what they need to change the dynamic on the battlefield, and not go through this, what some of them have described as a striptease?
All right. Richard Engel, thank you so much. I always appreciate having you on.
Coming up, already under fire, new Congressman George Santos now making new claims.
Next, what he's saying about an assassination attempt as more of his Republican colleagues turn against him. You're watching Morning News Now.
This is what it looks and feels. From the storm zone.
The bigger piece of the puzzle comes.
New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments.
We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland? How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
How real is this going back to the moon? What our top story tonight? You guys okay?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. What kind of training? How you doing, Lester?
Join Hoda Kotb for season 3 of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
I feel like every single person is an inspirational leader or teacher in some way. What can I do in my life? What can I take from this person's story? I think we all want a fresh start.
Join Hoda Kotb for season 3 of her podcast, Making Space.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Join Hoda Kotb for season 3 of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
How real is this going back to the moon? How you doing, Lester?
This is what it looks and feels.
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece to the puzzle comes.
New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments.
We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
We're back now with new claims from embattled New York Congressman George Santos.
He recently appeared on a Brazilian podcast saying he was the victim of multiple crimes, including an alleged assassination attempt. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ryan Nobles has the details.
Another wave of shocking claims from Representative George Santos, speaking in Portuguese on a Brazilian podcast in December about an alleged attempt to assassinate him.
A gente já sofreu atentado de vida, atentado de assassinato.
The embattled congressman also claiming he was mugged in the summer of 2021 in New York. The supposed assailants even taking the shoes off his feet on Fifth Avenue.
Eu fui assaltado por dois homens, mas eles me assaltaram, levaram a minha pasta, levaram o meu sapato e o meu relógio. E isso foi na luz do dia. Eram 3 e pouca da tarde.
NBC News asked Congressman Santos' office for verification of the stories and have not heard back. We've also reached out to the NYPD and multiple other police departments for any associated reports and have not been able to verify. The freshman lawmaker's early political career has been steeped in controversy, stemming from the web of lies he spread about his family, employment history, religion, and more. Now forced to admit some of those statements were false.
I always joked, I'm Catholic, but I'm also Jew-ish, as in ish.
In one of the more bizarre about faces, he first denied performing as a drag queen in a tweet, but just 2 days later appeared to admit to dressing in drag when questioned by reporters.
I was young and I had fun at a festival.
In the podcast interview, he explained his support for the Brazilian drag community, but in contrast said American drag culture is over-sexualized.
Eu, particularmente, acho o máximo a arte de drag queen, eu acho muito legal, divertida, mas eu sempre a interpretei como uma arte cultural para adulto.
The openly gay congressman also defended his support for Florida Governor Ron DeSantis' so-called Don't Say Gay bill.
Falar sobre sexo com uma criança de menos de 12 anos de idade eu acho um pouco inapropriado.
Santos has quickly become an easy target, with late-night TV shows piling on.
I'm just in town to pick up my Nobel Peace Prize.
Saturday Night Live offering up another portrayal.
Proud to be the first African-American quarterback to ever dunk a football.
Santos responding by tweeting that he's been, quote, enshrined in late-night TV history, but that all the impersonations are, quote, terrible so far. Even some Republican lawmakers have turned on him.
He's nutty as a fruitcake.
Santos responding that he is saddened by Kennedy's derogatory language. Clearly not backing down, he surprised reporters with coffee and donuts outside his Capitol Hill office.
Donuts and coffee for all the hard work you guys do.
All right, that was Ryan Nobles reporting. Congressman Santos has continued to ignore calls to step down from office despite growing opposition.
Turning now to international headlines, Pope Francis is speaking out about discrimination against the LGBTQ community.
Claudia Levanga joins us now from Rome with that and more. Good morning.
Good morning, guys. Yes, Pope Francis spoke to the Associated Press today, and he said that, and he called all the laws that criminalize homosexuality unjust, and called for Catholic bishops who support those laws to welcome LGBTQ people into the church instead. The Pope said that God loves all his children just as they are, and that being homosexual is not a crime. And forces in Rwanda said that they fired a fighter jet from the Democratic Republic of Congo, accusing it of violating its airspace. The DRC government denied the accusation and called the shooting an act of war. A video shared on Congolese social media shows a missile exploding near an airborne military plane. The video could not be independently verified. And let's go to Brazil, where a woman is recovering after giving birth to a 16-pound baby boy. That's more than twice the average of weight of a baby. So no wonder that on social media the newborn has gained the nickname of Bebê Gigante, giant baby. Still, he didn't make it into the Guinness World Record. The heaviest baby to survive infancy was born here in Italy in 1955, and he weighed, wait for it, 22 pounds, guys.
You cringed there.
Visceral. Glad the baby's healthy, but.
All right. Thank you, Claudio. Enough said. Coming up, if you have been to a grocery store lately, you've seen the extremely high egg prices. Cases of the avian flu have been to blame, but turns out that's not the only thing driving up those prices. We'll explain.
Plus, 25 days into the new year, if you're still sticking to your resolution of working out, it is doing more than just changing your physical health. The new research on what exercise does to your brain. Next.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested, and frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
I feel like every single person is an inspirational leader or teacher in some way. What can I do in my life? What can I take from this person's story? I think we all want a fresh start.
Join Hoda Kotb for season 3 of her podcast, Making Space.
This is what it looks and feels
the latest film, the bigger piece of the puzzle.
We begin tonight with breaking news.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
This is what it looks and feels
the latest film, the bigger piece of the puzzle.
We begin tonight with breaking news.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
How real is this going back to the moon? How you doing, Lester?
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
This is what it looks and feels.
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece of the puzzle comes.
New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland? How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
How real is this going back to the moon? What our top story tonight? You guys okay?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. What kind of training is that? How you doing, Lester?
Welcome back. Questions are now rising around the country's big egg producers as the price of eggs soars.
At first, the avian flu was being blamed for the price spike, but egg producers are now sharing the blame as the average cost of a dozen eggs hits $4.25. NBC News business and data reporter Brian Chung joins us now with more. What's going on?
Hey, good morning. Well, with reasonably priced eggs flying off of store shelves and warnings about smuggling cheaper eggs across the border, yes, that's happening. Buyers are scrambling to deal with this crisis, but people are now wondering, is this really because of the avian flu, or is this price gouging?
We got them eggs. About to follow you here today.
High egg prices and demand have users on social media cracking jokes. But it's the nation's largest egg producers now facing the spotlight amid allegations of foul play. Advocacy group Farm Action has accused giants, including Cal-Maine Foods, of working together in a collusive scheme to limit production and increase prices, all to juice their profits. Cal-Maine is the top producer of eggs in the U.S., controlling about 20% of the market. Their quarterly profits were more than 7 times larger than the year prior. During that time, the price of eggs more than doubled. In response to the allegations, Cal-Maine says many factors, including the bird flu and increasing production costs, have contributed to higher prices. Experts point out that egg farms are not the ultimate price setter.
We have to keep in mind that there are also other players in the supply chain, such as retailers, whose margins have to be factored into the final price that we pay at the grocery store.
Smaller farms like this one in Orondo, Washington, have been able to avoid huge price hikes because they've also been able to avoid the flu. Cage-free eggs were actually about 40 cents cheaper than conventional eggs in the first half of January.
It's delivery day today. We don't want to completely price ourselves out of the market, and we'd just like to be a good, wholesome supplier for our local community.
Whether the blame goes to bird flu or price gouging, shoppers are taking desperate measures to find cheaper eggs, from raising their own chickens to smuggling across the border, prompting the government to issue a warning of hefty fines up to $10,000. But some positive news, the USDA says prices are starting to come down as the holiday bump in demand fades. Signs of improvement after an extraordinary year for egg prices. So in addition to looking at cage-free, also check the sell-by date and see if you can get a markdown on eggs that might be closer to expiry. Also consider buying in bulk and just sharing with friends and family, and look at lower-grade eggs as cheaper options. No smuggling, guys. No smuggling.
No, wait. Darn, I'm going to have to cut off that smuggling operation I started. All right, it's what everyone's talking about right now.
Always the ones you don't expect.
No, exactly. All right. Thanks, Brian. Appreciate it.
A series of recent incidents at the Dallas Zoo is raising concerns about security and potential criminal behavior. This past weekend, the zoo's president described the death of an endangered bird as suspicious and, quote, not a natural death. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock joins us now with the latest. Sam, good morning.
Yeah, Lindsay, good morning. That vulture that died is one of 6,500 like it in the world. So it was an endangered species. Now, the Dallas Zoo is not saying much about how the vulture pin actually died, except to say that it was from some sort of strange wound. Here in Miami, Zoo Miami has no direct connection to Dallas or those incidents, but did show us the layers upon layers of security that they use that would have to be penetrated to threaten an animal.
The striking death of the lappet-faced vulture named Pin landed hard at the Dallas Zoo, not just because of the outcome, but also the circumstances.
What we found was deemed to be very suspicious, which pointed to this not being a natural death.
That death, resulting from an unusual wound, according to zoo officials, comes on the heels of a clouded leopard escaping her enclosure on January 13th, prompting a frantic search for the animal, ultimately found close by. The next day, the zoo announced the discovery of an incision in the leopard's mesh fencing, as well as the enclosure for some of the zoo's monkeys, though none escaped. Then Pinn's tragedy. 7 days later, Dallas police are not ruling anyone out.
They're looking at both people who work at the zoo, staff, and then anyone outside as well. So they're questioning everyone.
On its sprawling 110-acre campus, the zoo says it has more than 100 cameras and it's doubled security, though officials haven't discussed how these enclosures might have been breached.
These are considered dangerous animals, and there's various layers protecting this area. We're coming into the first layer here.
At Zoo Miami, which has no connection to Dallas Zoo or the incidents, Communications Director Ron McGill takes us to the enclosures housing black bears and a Florida panther, wearing masks because those animals are susceptible to COVID.
How many layers of protection would you say there are in this complex?
Between 5 and 6. 5 and 6 layers for each animal.
Just to open the guillotine gate to get to the bears requires 2 people. One person to open the handle, the other to make sure the lock is in place. So how hard would it be to compromise the structure?
The bottom line is here, you'd have to make not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4, but 5 fatal mistakes in order to actually give animal access to escape or to get to the animal.
With mystery enveloping the Dallas Zoo, that community is left with a sobering and sickening feeling about Pin.
This is an endangered species, which makes him all the more important to long-term sustainability of the vulture population. And we're also really disturbed by the idea that someone might have intentionally done this.
And both Dallas police and U.S. Fish and Wildlife are investigating this trio of incidents. Lindsay?
And Sam, what do we know about the investigation itself and who might have seen something?
So the scope is very wide. That's what we're told from authorities. And the Dallas Zoo is in the south part of the city where there's a residential neighborhood around there, Lindsay, which is to say that there are people living very close by. The hope is that someone saw something peculiar either on Friday or Saturday. And right now, there is a $10,000 reward for any information.
Okay, Sam, thank you.
A new study is out showing just how bad skipping your daily workout can be for your brain.
And with cold and flu season well underway, doctors are prescribing a different kind of remedy for kids staying active.
NBC News medical contributor Dr. Akshay Sayal joins us now with all these exercise details we're going to talk about in the weekly checkup. Let's start with that one. The new study found even the slightest changes in your exercise routine can impact how your brain works. Why is that?
Yeah, let's break that down. So this was a study out of the UK, about 4,500 people, and they took these people and they put activity monitors like fitness trackers on them, and they had them measure their activity while also taking these tests at the end of their activity or at the end of the period, saying testing their memory and performance and things like that. And what they found was that those who did only light exercise or those who replaced heavy strenuous exercise with no exercise actually did worse on the memory performance. Now, the big caveat here is only about a 1 to 2% decrease, so we still need to see how that actually plays out in the real world. But this is, I think, a great opportunity just to bring up some doctor's orders here. The big one here, and this is a favorite word of mine, I just learned, exercise snacks or activity snacks.
We talked about them a few days ago.
I just like regular snacks.
Just regular, yeah. Well, I really like this. It's you sit for 30 minutes and then you walk for 5. The caveat here, though, is if you're walking to the pantry to grab potato chips, it's not really working for you. So that's definitely something we want to try here. It can lower your blood sugar and your blood pressure as well.
I feel personally attacked.
No Oreos, no Oreos, or what's the Oreo? What?
Oreo.
The Oreos Oreo.
Mega stuff. All right, so let's talk also. We're in the middle of cold and flu season here, and there's actually pediatric research that shows kids who exercise may be better off. Is this like a make sure your kid is exercising regularly and it strengthens their immune system, or like, hey, you got the sniffles, go exercise?
Definitely not that.
Okay.
Make sure your kids are exercising regularly. What the data shows, this is a study out of Switzerland or out of Europe that basically showed that those who are more active, especially the kids who are playing at least 3 hours of sports or exercise per week, tend to just they're sick less and they're sick less often. This isn't a direct causation study, meaning if you exercise more, you're not guaranteed to not get sick, but rather there's some sort of association. There's some smoke here, and we want to figure out what's going on. But some doctor's orders here: don't be afraid of the weather. Don't let bad weather be an excuse not to exercise. Bundle up. And my personal favorite, if you have a young child, sports. I think sports, besides this, great way to teach teamwork and education and how to interact with other people. So definitely want to try that for this reason, but for other reasons as well.
Just get that exercise. Speaking of exercise, we know there are some people who like to run, not just because they like to run, but maybe is to sort of an escape from problems, and that a study found can actually maybe lead to bad health habits?
Yeah, you know, I saw a mug the other day. It was, does running from your problems count as cardio? And I thought of this study, but you know, the study is really going after those people who are using running as a way to sort of rage run and just get away from everything. And there's not a lot of positivity associated with that, and it can create what's called exercise addiction. Just like other addictions, you know, if you're spending less time with your family and friends to exercise, if you're cutting other things out of your life to exercise, that's something you want to be mindful for. So, you know, we just spent the last few minutes talking about how important exercise is. Don't overdo it. Listen to your body, and don't sacrifice a lot of other aspects of your life to exercise all the time.
All right. Dr. Akshay Sayal, thanks so much for joining us. Interesting. All right.
Coming up, could writing essays be a thing of the past?
Teachers are worried that's now the case, especially with more AI technology. What schools are now doing to make sure it's actually the students who are writing those papers. Next.
Plus, miracle at sea. A man is rescued hours after getting caught up in a current. His rescue was caught on camera by family members. It's now going viral on TikTok. He joins us with his mother next on what it was like reuniting after hours lost at sea.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. I love mornings. They're full of possibility. And how you start your day sets the tone for the whole day.
To have you along with us. We need to pull up one extra chair at the table.
We feel like we're right there with you.
Just ahead, in this half hour, we're going to introduce you to...
Because every day we start our morning so you can take on yours.
I feel like every single person is an inspirational leader or teacher in some way. What can I do in my life? What can I take from this person's story? I think we all want a fresh start.
Join Hoda Kotb for season 3 of her podcast, Making Space.
This is what it looks and feels
from the storm zone.
The bigger piece to the puzzle comes.
New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
I feel like every single person is an inspirational leader or teacher in some way. What can I do in my life? What can I take from this person's story? I think we all want a fresh start.
Join Hoda Kotb for season 3 of her podcast, Making Space.
NBC News, streaming free now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Back. Remember those long school nights spent writing page after page of essays? I still have nightmares. They're due the next day. There are new concerns this morning, though, that all that could soon be a thing of the past thanks to an artificial intelligence chatbot called ChatGPT. Stephanie Goss joins us now with more on what this new tech can do. Steph?
I know, Lindsay, I just handed in all my papers late. But for those people who don't want to do that, this is pretty tempting. You know, it's fair to say educators are pretty rattled by this new technology. There are glaring ways it can be used by students intent on cheating. New York City and Seattle have already banned ChatGPT and its competitors on school devices, at least temporarily. But some experts say that's the wrong approach. These technologies are here to stay, and they're about to become even more powerful. Essays, philosophical questions, even therapy. ChatGPT is a computer program that will write whatever you want quickly and convincingly, and with better grammar than a grade school teacher.
The big change is the existence of a paragraph is no longer evidence of human thought.
NYU Media Studies professor Clay Shirky says ChatGPT isn't actually thinking, but using a form of predictive text, like we have on our phones, but on steroids.
So if I say to you, happy birthday, I baked you a cake, you know exactly what to fill in.
All that data allows the program to achieve astonishing results, passing a graduate-level test at the prestigious Wharton School of Business, managing a C+ on exams at the University of Minnesota Law School. The potential for cheating causing a growing number of school districts, including New York and Seattle, to ban artificial intelligence on school devices. OpenAI launched ChatGPT 2 months ago, getting billions of dollars from Microsoft to help develop it. The company writing, "We don't want ChatGPT to be used for misleading purposes in schools or anywhere else," adding that it's working on ways to identify AI-generated text, which is what 22-year-old Princeton student Edward Tian has already done, developing an app being embraced by teachers.
We've seen lots of teachers try it out and see wow, it works. Sometimes it confirms suspicions they've already been having, of the students' writing suddenly changing.
Tian says he doesn't support banning the use of AI in schools, and even uses it himself as a sort of rough draft when writing computer code.
It's really good at getting me started, but at the end of the day, you have to finish the job yourself.
The powerful technology can be a constructive tool if used the right way. Should educators be freaked out by this?
I mean, freaked out, no, but really the answer is change your assignments to reflect the fact that you're in a world now that has a personal calculator for words.
Students may actually already be using this. Stanford School Paper did an informal poll, and 17% of the students said they used it on final exams. 5% said they copied it directly. Lindsay?
Stephanie, I can just hear you now with your girls. I remember when I had to write my essay. Oh my God. Uphill in the snow.
With my own brain.
I know. I feel so old and boomery doing this story.
Thank you.
All right, now an emotional reunion that's going viral after a heart-wrenching rescue in the Florida Keys.
22-year-old Dylan Gartenmeyer went missing after getting swept out to sea while free diving. His family obviously feared the worst, but after hours of searching, he was found alive. The heartfelt reunion as he was pulled from the ocean was captured on video.
Oh my God. Dylan. Oh my God. Oh my God, Dylan.
We are happy to say that Dylan Gartenmeyer and his mom, Tabitha, are joining us now. Good to see you both. Really good to see you, Dylan. Thank you. I mean, let's walk through it here. Basically, you went free diving, you surfaced, and you could see the boat was nowhere around, your friends were nowhere around. I mean, what went through your mind in that moment, and how did you know what to do?
Yeah, so at that moment, once I realized the boat was gone over the horizon, it was just kind of, had to make a quick decision to either swim for the nearest reef that I knew that was there, or just keep getting dragged further out to sea, and I picked the obvious option.
So you actually swam to a reef, and that's how?
Yeah, I swam about a mile against the outgoing tide and made it to the reef. Luckily, I found a piece of bamboo that had floated up out there in the deep water. And I used that so I could just focus on energy propelling me forward instead of having to tread water and, fight the
your
current.
know-how literally saved your life. But Tabitha, as a mom, I mean, you can hear the emotion in that video, by the way. I can't imagine the worry. But Dylan had actually told our NBC affiliate in Miami that he had bait. There were fish. He knew eventually there would be bigger fish.
Yes.
Maybe even sharks. I mean, how worried were you?
Well, I worry every time he goes out because I'm a mom, and he pushes the limit sometimes, and he loves being on the ocean. So every time he goes out, I'm worrying. But This is the one time that I got this call, and it was just the worst call ever. His father never worries when he's out because we have taught him how to survive. You know what I mean? Like, he knows.
Clearly.
Swim in, keep your knife on you to protect you, drop the weight belt, you know, because there's certain things that you have to do to survive out there, and get the buoys, the bamboo. Just knowing that he's smart really helped me a lot to get through it. But you have that fear that comes over you, and you're just like, whoa.
My baby's floating out
My
there.
baby. And it was the worst feeling ever.
You've had a group of people together to go out there. Dylan, when you see that boat coming, how long were you out there before you finally saw that boat?
About 3.5 hours.
And what went through your mind when you saw them?
Oh, man, when I heard that thing coming up behind me, I did a little, shuffle and looked behind me, and I was like, oh, my God, that's my grandfather's boat. That's insane. Yeah, no, that's the best feeling ever, just seeing that.
Just the best feeling for all of us. Like, when you're literally going into the ocean. When I flew here, I looked down, I'm like, how did we find my son in that ocean? Like, it's
the vastness.
Huge. And we're sitting here going like 58 miles an hour, full throttle through the canal. And I'm just like, we knew he was going to swim to a reef. And all of a sudden, something came over me and said, just slow down, slow the boat down. Let's look and listen. And we slow down, and my son is right there. Wow. Right there.
It almost feels
It's a miracle. It's a miracle, because how did we stop right by him? And he said, you guys swerved a little bit to the left. And he was like, oh no. And then he's like, and then I seen you wave and they seen me. And I was like, that's when you seen the whole video, because it was all captured, the actual moment.
Yeah, we got to be quick with you here. But my question to you is, are you surprised by the reaction? And my question to you is, how soon you're going to get back out there? First to you.
He already wants to go back out there. And when I seen his smile, it was the most handsome smile, just to see my son smiling. And that was the best feeling in the world.
We were watching that rescue video just now. You reached over and grabbed his knee. I'm guessing you don't want to let him go.
I don't. That's my baby.
That's okay with you, right?
Yeah.
All right. Dylan and Tabitha Gardmeyer, thank you so much for sharing your story.
It's just incredible. Appreciate you both.
Coming up on Morning News Now, 75 years of NASCAR.
And two of the biggest names in racing join us next in studio. How Jeff Gordon and Daniel Suarez are looking back at the legacy of NASCAR next.
This is what it looks and feels
From the
like.
storm zone.
The bigger piece to the puzzle, new numbers just out this morning.
We begin with breaking news just coming in.
Russia has launched another round of attacks.
What was it like when you came back and saw your neighborhood like this?
They say that in modern war, there aren't any front lines anymore. Here, there certainly are.
We begin with the breaking news. Hurricane Ian gaining in strength.
We've had some of the strongest winds here. How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
Now to the economy as Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
How does this all impact your wallet?
More fallout from Elon Musk's Twitter takeover.
An urgent warning this hour about the flu.
How does RSV specifically hit some kids so hard, and then it seems like it almost doesn't affect others?
Can voters trust that you will be able to do this job?
Why should voters believe you?
This special election night.
We love it. We live for this.
We have a substantial team of NBC News correspondents fanned out.
This is the first time we've not been able to call control of the House on election night.
Tonight, we'll take an unflinching look at the resurgence of anti-Semitism in America.
They're waiting until Title 42 is lifted before they decide whether to cross into the United States.
What made you decide to go the medicinal healing route for what you're growing here?
Who should be accountable? The city points the finger at the state, state at the city.
Making news right now.
We are live on the ground there.
I want to show you an up-close look at what we're talking about here.
The news continues right now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
NBC News, streaming free now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
This is what it looks and feels
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece to the puzzle comes. New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments.
We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland? How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
How real is this going back to the moon? What our top story tonight? You guys okay?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. How you doing, Lester?
NBC News, streaming free now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Welcome back, everybody. A big congratulations to Paris Hilton, who just became a mom. Hilton and her husband, Carter Ream, welcomed their first child, a baby boy, via surrogate. Hilton revealed the news on Instagram yesterday, and the post shows a really sweet picture of her son holding onto her thumb with the caption, "You are already loved beyond words." The two 41-year-olds talked about having a child since they got married last year. They even started the IVF process during the height of the pandemic. Again, big congratulations.
No kidding. All right.
All right, start your engines, because we are less than 2 weeks from the start of the NASCAR season, and this year is extra special. The sport celebrating its Diamond 75th anniversary.
And this morning, we have two of NASCAR's biggest names with us, Hall of Fame legend and four-time Cup Series champion Jeff Gordon and Daniel Suarez, who made history as the first Mexican-born driver to win a Cup Series race. Good morning to both of you. Good to have you with us. I mean, Jeff, I'll start by asking you, I mean, when you think of 75 years of NASCAR, what goes through your mind?
Well, I mean, I've been a part of it for about 30 or 40 years of that, and it's been incredible just to see the growth and you know, how it's changed over the years. Young drivers and bringing more diversity and reaching out to new fans. We've got new tracks that we're going to, and this year I think it's really going to sum up 75 years, because if you look at the schedule, we're going to be going back to a track, North Wilkesboro. It hasn't been on the circuit for, like, I don't know, 30 years or something like that, and then we're going to go to a brand new track, a street course, something NASCAR's never done in the history, in Chicago, in the streets of Chicago. So you know, it's always been a phenomenal sport and liked by so many, but you look back at 75 years, they've done just an amazing job getting it to where it is today.
Because you remember the 50th anniversary.
I remember it well, and you're making me feel really old, because I won the championship that year and celebrated 50 years. So, hey, these guys got a lot on the line with that 75th Diamond Trophy. I don't know what NASCAR's plans are, but I know that 50th anniversary is special to me. I'm sure these guys are going to make this one special.
Daniel, you're the first Mexican-born driver to win a Cup Series. Talk to me about how big that accomplishment feels, and also about diversity in the sport.
Yeah, it's very special, and it's very special for many different reasons, because, you know, it's been a long journey. I remember, you know, when I came to the U.S. Back in 2011 without speaking the language. It was quite a journey to be able to get, you know, through the ranks of NASCAR and learn the culture, learn the system, learn, you know, where to get better. You know, it's been a long journey, but you know, thanks to the Drive for Diversity of NASCAR and such an amazing group of people in NASCAR and in my race team, we've been able to get better as we've been going. And last year, obviously, was a special year for me that we were finally able to break that barrier and win the first race.
Jeff, you mentioned change. What have you seen when it comes to who's behind the wheel and the fans in the stands, the fan base? How much has NASCAR changed over the years?
Yeah, well, I mean, if you look at just how in the 90s when I came into the sport, it was broadening, going to Indianapolis, to new tracks, new venues, the Midwest, out to California, up to New Hampshire. I mean, it just started really broadening in the racetracks, and of course, then you're bringing new fans from different regions. But now it's broadening far beyond, you know, our borders and bringing in people from all over the world. You know, people like Daniel, who, you know, are bringing you know, a Latin American fan base to the sport. But you know, you look at young, female, we've had, you know, Danica Patrick has brought a lot of female fans to the sport. So, you know, when you look at NASCAR, you're starting to see America within it. It's always been an all-American sport, but you're also starting to see it resemble what America looks like.
Daniel, we have the first race, not this weekend, the next weekend. How are you feeling, and what are you most looking forward to in the season? You know, we race for a long time. Once we get to February,
pedal to the metal. we get going all the way to November. So the off season goes by super quick. And right now, I mean, myself, Jeff, and everyone, we're so ready to get started. It's going to be our second year racing in LA, in the Coliseum. For me, it's amazing because for me, it's like almost like racing at home. There is so many Hispanics there, and last year, for the first time, it was unbelievable. So super excited to get going, super excited to start in LA again, and like Jeff mentioned, I think that this season is going to be special, for many different reasons. Every season is special, for new opportunities, new goals. But the fact that the 75th anniversary of NASCAR is this year and the trophy is going to be special, it's going to be different. I feel like every driver is going to have that little extra excitement to go out there and compete as hard as possible.
You want that trophy.
We have less than 20 seconds here, but for someone who's never seen a race before, what's your sell to them to watch one?
It's loud, it's fast, and it's as good as it gets at 200 miles per hour out there on the track.
How about you, Daniel?
Yeah, totally. I mean, if you put 40 crazy drivers together in a little track, that's what you guys are going to see.
Sounds like New York.
Exactly, yeah.
With some millions. All right, Jeff and Daniel, thank you so much. It's been a real pleasure. Appreciate you both. Good luck this season. NASCAR's 75th anniversary season begins February 5th. NBC Sports exclusive coverage of the season's second half, including the playoffs and the championship, begin in June.
That does it for this hour Morning News Now.
The news continues right now.
Hi, everyone. Good Wednesday. Glad you're with us. I'm Vicki Wynn.
And I'm Joe Fry. Our NBC News Daily starts right now.
I'm going to go ahead and interrupt this newscast. We have a special report to bring to you right now involving President Biden.
This is an NBC News special report. Here's Lester Holt.
Good day, everyone. We're coming on the air with breaking news. Just moments from now, President Biden is expected to make a major announcement about U.S. support for Ukraine in its war with Russia. Sources telling NBC News the president will make a significant reversal and will now provide dozens of M1 Abrams tanks, the main battle tank of the U.S. military, to Ukraine. These tanks are considered the best in the world and will give the Ukrainians more offensive capabilities, which they'll need if they want to retake land currently controlled by Russia. Here is the president.
Invasion of Ukraine. 11 months in which Ukrainian people have showed Putin and the world the full force of their courage and the indomitable determination to live free. And through every single step of this horrific war, the American people have been strong and unwavering in their support. And Democrats and Republicans in Congress have stood together. The United States has worked in lockstep with our allies and partners around the world to make sure the Ukrainian people are in the strongest possible position to defend their nation, their families, and against the truly brutal aggression of Russia. We haven't seen the likes of this in a long time. The United States and Europe are fully united. This morning, I had a long conversation with our NATO allies. German Chancellor Scholz, French President Macron, Prime Minister Sunak, and the Italian Prime Minister Meloni, to continue our close coordination and our full support of Ukraine. Because you all know, I've been saying this for a long time, the expectation on the part of Russia is we're going to break up. We're not going to stay united. But we are fully, thoroughly, totally united. With spring approaching, Ukrainian forces are working to defend the territory they hold and preparing for additional counteroffensives. To liberate their land, they need to be able to counter Russia's evolving tactics and strategy on the battlefield in the very near term. They need to improve their ability to maneuver on open terrain, and they need an enduring capability to deter and defend against Russian aggression over the long term. The Secretary of State and the Secretary of the military behind me they've been deeply involved in this whole effort. Armored capability, as General Austin will tell you, has been critical, and that's why the United States has committed hundreds of armored fighting vehicles to date. including more than 500 as part of the assistance package we announced last Friday. And today I'm announcing that the United States will be sending 31 Abrams tanks to Ukraine, the equivalent of 1 Ukrainian battalion. Secretary Austin has recommended this step because it will enhance the Ukraine's capacity to defend its territory and achieve its strategic objectives. The Abrams tanks are the most capable tanks in the world. They're also extremely complex to operate and maintain. So we're also giving Ukraine the parts and equipment necessary to effectively sustain these tanks on the battlefield. And we'll begin to train the Ukrainian troops on these issues of sustainment, logistics, and maintenance as soon as possible. Delivering these tanks to the field is going to take time. That we'll use to make sure the Ukrainians are fully prepared to integrate the Abrams tanks into their defenses. We're also closely coordinated this announcement with our allies. The American contribution will be joined by an additional announcement, including that will be ready, available, and more easily integrated for use in the battlefield in the coming weeks and months from other countries. I'm grateful to Chancellor Scholz for providing German Leopard 2 tanks and will lead an effort to organize a European contribution of 2 tank battalions for Ukraine. I want to thank the Chancellor for his leadership and his steadfast commitment to our collective efforts to support Ukraine. Germany has really stepped up. The Chancellor has been a strong voice for unity, a close friend, and for the level of effort we're going to continue. Supporting Ukraine's ability to fight off Russian aggression to defend its sovereignty and territorial integrity is a worldwide commitment. Not just it's a worldwide commitment. Last week, in Germany, Secretary Austin convened the Ukraine Defense Contact Group for the 8th time. This group is made up of some 50 nations, each making significant contributions of their own to Ukraine's integrity. Each fully committed to making Ukraine remain strong and independent and able to defend itself against Russian threats and violence. I want to thank every member of that coalition for continuing to step up. The UK, the United Kingdom, recently announced that it's donating Challenger 2 tanks to Ukraine. France is contributing AMX-10s, armored fighting vehicles. In addition to the Leopard tanks, Germany, like the United States, Germany is also sending a Patriot missile battery. The Netherlands is donating a Patriot missile and launchers. France, Canada, the UK, Slovakia, Norway, and others have all donated critical air defense systems to help secure Ukrainian skies and save the lives of innocent civilians who are literally the target of Russia's aggression. Poland is sending armored vehicles. Sweden is donating infantry fighting vehicles. Italy is giving artillery. Denmark and Estonia are sending howitzers. Latvia is providing more Stinger missiles. Lithuania is providing anti-aircraft guns. And Finland recently announced its largest package of security assistance to date. You may remember I was asked a while ago what I think was going to happen. And I said, I let Putin know. He thought that he's going to end up with the Finlandization of Europe. Well, he's got the NATOization of Finland. He's gotten something he never intended. Together with our allies and partners, we've sent more than 3,000 armored vehicles, more than 8,000 artillery systems, more than 2 million rounds of artillery ammunition, and more than 50 advanced multi-launch rocket systems, anti-ship and air defense systems, all to help counter Ukraine's brutal aggression that's happening because of Russia. And look, today's announcement builds on the hard work and commitment from countries around the world, led by the United States of America, to help Ukraine defend its sovereignty and its territorial integrity. That's what this is about, helping Ukraine defend and protect Ukrainian land. It is not an offensive threat to Russia. There is no offensive threat to Russia. If Russian troops return to Russia, they'll be there where they belong. This war would be over today. That's what we all want, an end to this war in just and lasting terms. You know, our teams do not permit one nation. We're not going to allow one nation to steal a neighbor's territory by force. Our terms that preserve Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity and honor the UN Charter, they're the terms we're working on. And you know, these are the terms we all signed up for, and 143 nations voted for in the United Nations General Assembly last October. So, the United States, standing shoulder to shoulder with allies and partners, is going to continue to do all we can to support Ukraine. Putin expected Europe and the United States to weaken our resolve. He expected our support for Ukraine to crumble with time. He was wrong. He was wrong. And he was wrong from the beginning, and he continues to be wrong. We are united. America's united, and so is the world. And we approach the one-year mark, as we do, of the Russian full-scale invasion of Ukraine. We remain united and determined as ever in our conviction and our cause. These tanks are further evidence of our enduring, unflagging commitment to Ukraine and our confidence in the skill of the Ukrainian forces. As I told President Zelensky when he was here, and today's his birthday, by the way, in December, we're with you for as long as it takes, Mr. President. Ukrainians are fighting an age-old battle against aggression and domination. It's a battle Americans have fought proudly, time and again. And it's a battle we're going to make sure the Ukrainians are well equipped to fight as well. This is about freedom. Freedom for Ukraine. Freedom everywhere. It's about the kind of world we want to live in, the world we want to leave to our children. So may God protect the brave Ukrainian defenders of their country and keep the flame of liberty burning brightly as we can. Thank you.
Mr. President, why are you taking this decision now? Did Germany force you to change your mind on sending tanks?
Germany didn't force me to change your mind. We wanted to make sure we were all together. That's what we're going to do all along. And that's what we're doing right now. Thank you.
Mr. President, any response to the Pence disclosures of classified documents?
Sir, are the searches of your homes completed?
President taking only one question on and reaffirming the unity between the U.S. and the rest of NATO allies as the president makes its announcement to approve the dispatch of 31 U.S.-made M1A1 tanks to assist Ukraine in the war against Russia. Let's get right to Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker. Kristen, there was a bit of a turnabout here.
This was a major shift for the U.S., Lester. That's absolutely right. Initially, the generals had been opposed to this move, arguing that these Abrams tanks are difficult to maintain and operate, as you heard the president talking about. And of course, there were concerns that this could be seen as an escalation by Russia and thereby lead to a wider escalation in the war. And there was a big back and forth between the U.S. and Germany about sending more tanks. But that has been resolved. Germany made the announcement they're sending their Leopard tanks, and now the U.S. sending these Abrams tanks. And you really heard the president stress there that this is about the unity of NATO allies against Russia. Yet another step in isolating Russia. Now, the question remains what led to this change. We know that President Zelensky has been asking for these tanks for quite some time. He wants them with urgency. And as you heard the president say, it could take many months before they actually arrive. But again, Lester, this is a show of force and a show of strength, particularly as that all-important spring months arrive. We know that Putin has been resetting and retooling his forces, so the optics of this certainly significant. President Zelensky has praised this move, and Russia already out condemning it, Lester.
All right, Kristen Welker. Kristen, thank you. That concludes this special report. We'll have much more on NBC News Daily this afternoon, and of course tonight on NBC Nightly News. I'm Lester Holt. Thank you for joining us. Good day.
At least like 11.
How real is this going back to the moon? How you doing, Lester?
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
And we're back now with the nasty winter storm that is now making its way east. Today, millions of people are at risk for severe storms from the Florida Panhandle all the way to the mid-Atlantic. And snow is also expected in parts of the Midwest, Great Lakes, and the Ohio Valley.
But southern states have seen an unprecedented number of tornadoes this week. In the last 24 hours, there have been 14 reports of tornadoes in Texas and Louisiana. We've got team coverage on the ongoing storms. NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns will have the latest forecast. But first, NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa is live in Indianapolis. So, Maggie, what's it looking like where you are right now and across the region?
Yeah, Joe, Vicky, the snow really just picked up here in the last 4 or 5 hours or so. We got here last night. It was pretty much dry as a bone, but already we were seeing warnings about how bad the roads were going to get, and schools have now closed for the day here in the Indianapolis area. Drivers very cautious, and keep in mind, this is a Midwestern city. They've been through snowstorms before, but drivers being really cautious on the roads. As this started falling, we saw slick road conditions, and we also saw air travel kind of get thrown into a little bit of chaos around the Midwest. Cancellations and delays stacking up in Chicago, Detroit, here in Indianapolis. So people are taking this one seriously, guys.
Maggie, this is a record-setting January for tornadoes. As we just talked about, there have been more than 150 tornado reports, but the average usually for January is just 36. So where are we seeing the most damage?
Well, I mean, you guys have seen it over and over, just like we have in Texas, in the South. It's really been a stunning series of tornadoes. Texas in particular really feels like it's just getting battered over and over. And overnight last night, in the last 24 hours, and I know we'll get into more of this in the forecast, but 14 reports of tornadoes, again, in the last 24 hours. We're hearing about people injured in Texas, also in Louisiana. In fact, 3 hospitalizations. In Louisiana, we saw homes torn apart. We've seen cars flipped on their sides, semi-trucks left on their sides on the interstates. So it's really just been, as you said, a historically, I guess, busy, for lack of a better term, tornado season month, tornado-wise, but also just the destruction over and over again has been stunning. People who have lived in that area, in that part of the South their entire lives, telling us they have never seen something like this. Guys.
All right, NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa. Maggie, thank you so much.
And as Maggie mentioned, the National Weather Service issued its first ever tornado emergency for the Houston area on Tuesday.
And one man there is describing the terrifying moment when a tornado passed over his house. Take a listen.
And the light started flickering. I could hear kind of like some popping sounds. You know, the standard, you hear a train coming type noise, and started raining sideways. My brain went, oh crap. And I was like, everybody get in the hallway. And about that time, the back window, the house, you just heard a big boom. The back windows blew out of the house, and we just started seeing stuff flying past the house.
Scary. NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns joins us now. So, Bill, talk to us about who's going to be hit hardest today, who needs to be on alert, and what does it look like for the rest of this week?
The worst is behind us, that's for sure. And it's just been an amazing way. It hasn't felt like winter in a lot of areas of the East, so it's really no surprise if it's felt like spring weather. We're getting spring-like weather conditions with tornadoes and severe storms. And this was the path of those tornadoes yesterday from Houston to Lake Charles. That was the area where we had the most destruction done. And we were mentioning how many we've had this January, and the numbers are just pretty crazy. You know, the total number that we've had, you know, with the 150 that we've seen over the last, 3-4 weeks. We still got a week left. I mean, that is easily the highest we've ever had. The records do go back, but they only go back to the year 2000. So that's what kind of makes it a little bit, we don't have the records going back earlier than that, but still, the average is 36. It just shows you how unusual it has been. And so the area of concern today is going to be the southeast coast. We're mostly talking about areas from, the southeast coastal areas of South Carolina, Georgia, and all the way back up to North Carolina. That's the greatest risk. But so far, only one tornado today, and no damage reported with that.
All right, that's some good news there. Meteorologist Bill Cairns, thank you so much. Curriculum controversy in Florida. A little later, the fallout after the state banned a new advanced placement course on African American studies. You're watching NBC News Daily.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We return now to that breaking news we had for you at the top of the hour coming out of the White House. Just moments ago, President Biden announced the U.S. is preparing to send 31 of its top-of-the-line battle tanks to Ukraine. They're called M1 Abrams. The president says the U.S. will also train Ukrainian troops on how to run the machinery, but he insists this is not an offensive move against Russia. NBC News chief White House correspondent Peter Alexander is live in Washington for us this afternoon. Peter, good to see you. So this really, it's not an understatement to say it's a stunning reversal from the White House. For months, officials insisted the Abrams tanks were too difficult to use in Ukraine. There wouldn't be enough training. So what changed, and when could we actually see these tanks on the battlefield, Peter?
Yeah, Vicki, as you note, this is the premier armored tank that the U.S. could provide to Ukraine right now. As you noted, 31 of them in total, and it follows the Germans announcing that they'll be delivering 14 of their tanks. Not as impressive as this particular vehicle is, but still a significant effort. Dozens of tanks going that direction. But for the U.S., they're not going to be providing them from their stockpile. Instead, they're going to be having them produced by manufacturers. So that means it could be months, if not years, frankly, before those Abrams tanks make it to the front lines in Ukraine. The White House insists they're going to use this time period to help train the Ukrainians on what is really a complex piece of machinery. And as you speak to those in and around the Pentagon, they will tell you that this could impact the situation on the battlefield right now, because it's the kind of tank that can really go up to those front lines directly, where the Russians have built these bunkers there, help pierce those front lines as the Ukrainians try to stave off this continued invasion, and with a lot of eyes on spring when they believe that it will sort of ramp up yet again. Vicki?
Peter, you said months, if not years. Really interesting, the strategy here. Just today, a top Russian official said if the U.S. sends tanks to Ukraine, Moscow would view it as a, quote, blatant provocation. And some are warning this move could pull us into the war. So how is the White House responding to those concerns?
Well, the White House is saying that this is the U.S. acting in agreement with its allies, the Germans, among others. Obviously, NATO has tried to demonstrate a united force throughout this. But President Biden was very quick to communicate that this is not an offensive threat that the U.S. is providing to the Ukrainians right now, an effort to try to cool tensions with Russia. But clearly, the situation only continues.
NBC News chief White House correspondent Peter Alexander. Always good to have you, Peter. Thank you.
Congressman George Santos is making more head-scratching claims, the most recent related to his campaign finances. And today, House Speaker Kevin McCarthy said the embattled Republican would be removed from office if the Ethics Committee finds he broke the law. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ryan Nobles joins us now from his post. Ryan, good to see you. So just yesterday, Santos amended his campaign filings to specify that a $500,000 loan did not come from his personal funds. So where did it come from? And any idea if the loan or money even exists at all?
So the short answer to your question, Joe, is we don't know. Basically, all he did with this amended report was uncheck a box that said that it came from personal funds. So that actually raises a whole new round of questions as to how Santos came into contact with this money, where it came from, and then how it became a part of his campaign, and if the money was donated appropriately. None of those questions were answered with this amended filing. It basically just said that it did not come from his own personal bank account. It was just a loan to the campaign from an unspecified unspecified donor. So those are among the long list of questions that still exist around Santos and his time here in Congress. And as you rightly point out, Kevin McCarthy saying he's going to leave it in the hands of the Ethics Committee to determine whether or not Santos has done anything wrong.
Okay, so here's an interesting one. There is a House bill called the Stop Another Non-Truthful Officer Seeker Act. If you look at it, it's a clever acronym for Santos. It aims to make it tougher for candidates to lie about themselves on the campaign trail. What should we know about this? What's the goal here?
Well, we should know that for the most part, it's just a messaging bill. It's likely not to become law, at least anytime in the near future, because it's been introduced by two Democrats, Richie Torres and Daniel Goldman, and there's no way that House Speaker Kevin McCarthy is even going to entertain this getting to the floor. But it does speak to kind of this, loophole that many candidates have about how they present themselves to candidates or to their constituents before they vote upon. There's no law that says you can't lie to them. This aims to at least try and rein that in a little bit.
All right. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ryan Nobles. Ryan, thank you.
Coming up, a gun crime crisis in California, the state reeling after back-to-back deadly mass shootings. The new demands for federal gun control. You're watching NBC News Daily.
At least like 11.
How real is this going back to the moon? How you doing, Lester?
Join Hoda Kotb for season 3 of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back this Wednesday. Thanks for being with us. I'm Vicki Wynn.
And I'm Joe Fryer. Making news right now. The Secret Service has released a new report detailing the motives behind the country's violent string of mass shootings. Findings showed that 1/4 of attackers were driven by conspiracy theories or hateful ideologies. The agency detailed 173 shootings from 2016 to 2020 and found that personal grievances were the most common motive.
Well, the FDA is proposing new limits on the amount of lead in processed baby foods. New guidelines would apply to prepackaged foods containing fruit, vegetable, and yogurt products for children who are under 2 years old. The agency says exposure to the contaminant lead, which happens through agricultural and processing measures, it could be reduced by as much as 27%.
And Justin Bieber is the latest high-profile act to sell the rights to his music catalog. The singer made a multi-million-dollar deal with Hypnosis Song Management for the rights to all of his music that was released before December of 2021. This means the investment company will receive royalties every time hit songs like Baby and Sorry play on the radio.
Salaramula. Well, we are learning new information in the Virginia elementary school shooting case. The lawyer representing Abby Zwerner, that's the teacher who was shot by her 6-year-old student, has spoken publicly for the very first time today.
Her statement comes as Rich Neck Elementary students get ready to go back to school. They're scheduled to return to class on January 30th. On top of that, the district school board is expected to release its superintendent in a vote later today. Following this story for us is NBC News Washington correspondent Yamiche Alcindor. Yamiche, good to have you with us. So today, Abby Zwerner's attorney said school administrators were warned at least 3 times in the hours before the shooting and detailed each one of those warnings. Walk us through what we learned from the attorney and how the teacher's recovery is going.
Well, Joe, this was really a remarkable press conference with some damning allegations coming from the attorney for Abby Zwerner. The lawyer said that the school repeatedly failed to act. Take a listen.
This tragedy was entirely preventable if the school administrators responsible for school safety had done their part and taken action when they had knowledge of imminent danger. But instead, they failed to act and Abby was shot.
Now, that lawyer said that the school administration was warned 4 times, Joe, that this was a 6-year-old that probably had a gun and that was threatening to hurt other students. They said at least one time, Abby, the teacher that was shot, she ended up going and saying that she was worried about the student. And then 3 other teachers went and said that they also were worried and that the child should be searched. So this is really the lawyer saying that this was a really, really big failure on the part of the school district.
That is just stunning, Yamiche. NBC also has exclusive reporting that Abby Zwerner texted a loved one just about an hour before she was shot. What more can you tell us about that text?
That's right. Well, a source close to the situation is telling NBC News that Abby Zwerner, that she texted a loved one saying that she was worried that this student had a gun in his backpack and that the school administration was not helping. That source said that that text showed her, quote, frustration, and also disclosed details about that single text message, saying in part that the text messages were really her trying to really say that she was scared, that she was someone who was trying to get help for this child, but that this child simply was not able to get the sort of backing and the sort of searching and the sort of things that needed to be happening in that moment. So it really does tell you that even before, an hour before she was shot, she was definitely worried and reaching out to a loved one.
Very quickly, Yamiche, any idea when or if charges could come down in this case?
It's a great question. We're not quite sure. We know that school officials are planning to meet tonight in terms of the what's next. The agenda says that members are going to be considering the approval of a separation agreement and severance with the current superintendent, as well as an appointment of an interim superintendent. But when it comes to criminal charges, we're just not sure what's going to happen there. We also know, of course, that students are returning to classes on January 30th on Monday. But today, the school is open for students to be visiting to, in some ways, let them come back into the building and start to get comfortable. So it really does tell you that this is a situation that is continuing to evolve while these students and, I will say, staff members are feeling very traumatized by what happened.
So many warning signs, so many failures. NBC's Yamiche Alcindor, thank you so much.
We turn now to California, where Vice President Kamala Harris will visit the families of the 11 victims who were killed over the weekend in the Monterey Park shooting near Los Angeles.
The state is reeling from 3 mass shootings in recent days, highlighting what seems to be a much larger issue in our country. NBC News senior national correspondent Kate Snow joins us now, NBC News Daily host as well, of course. Kate, you were just in Monterey Park for 2 days, talking to so many people, great reporting. What exactly are we getting to know now about the motive of this alleged shooter and who he was?
Yeah, Vicki, we are definitely learning a little bit more about the suspect in Monterey Park. We're being told by people who knew him that he was an angry loner who was on the outs with fellow dance hall patrons at both of the venues that he went to. But that is just, as you said, one of many mass shootings across the country in recent weeks. In so many places now, people are in mourning.
They lost their lives.
Overnight vigils in Half Moon Bay and Monterey Park, California.
I think the last 3 days have just been so difficult for us because
it's very frustrating.
Across the country, grief, despair, anger.
It was really hard not to cry because all I thought was, what is happening? What is happening to our community?
In just the past 4 days, 8 mass shootings, the latest leaving 3 people dead and 1 injured in North Carolina. According to the Robeson County Sheriff's Office, a suspect is in custody. 3 of the most recent shootings in California, a state considered to have the toughest gun laws in the nation. But that hasn't stopped the violence.
This problem isn't unique to our state, but it is unique to our nation. This has to end. It must end.
According to the Gun Violence Archive, in the first few weeks of 2023, at least 73 people have been killed in 40 mass shootings across the country, compared to 27 at this point last year. That's any shooting with at least 4 people shot. There have been more mass shootings than days in 2023.
One happens, and then within a week, there's 2 more. We call that social contagion, where other people see somebody do that, and then suddenly that feels like an answer for them as well.
Nationally, politicians don't often agree on solutions, but the Giffords Law Center points to progress. In 2022, President Biden signed a bipartisan bill that gives grants to states for red flag laws, enhances background checks for 18 to 21-year-olds, and funds mental health services. 21 states and Washington, D.C. passed some kind of bill aimed at gun safety, though dozens of other bills in state legislatures throughout the country did not pass.
I do think we're making some progress. It's slow, but I think it's coming.
We need to come together and we need action to stop this violence.
So, Kate, here's the question we ask over and over and over again. How are lawmakers responding this time?
Right. This time, in the wake of all those shootings in California, Governor Gavin Newsom of California and state lawmakers there have been very vocal, demanding more action on the federal level. Well, Senate Democrats joined President Biden in calling for new limits on access to firearms. But as we know, that is a non-starter for a lot of conservative lawmakers. And Garrett Haake, our colleague on Capitol Hill, asked House Speaker Kevin McCarthy, the Republican, if Congress would do anything on mass shootings, and he answered last night that California already has the strongest gun laws in the country, and in his words, that didn't stop these killings from happening.
All right, Kate Snow, thank you so much for your reporting. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Kate. Well, protests are expected in Florida's capital today after Governor Ron DeSantis rejected a proposed AP, or Advanced Placement African American Studies course for high schoolers.
National Civil Rights Attorney Ben Crum tells NBC News he intends to file a lawsuit against DeSantis and Florida's Education Department over that rejection. NBC News correspondent Zinkley Esawa has more on the controversy.
Florida says a new Advanced Placement African American Studies course is not welcome in its high schools, marking the first time a state has ever refused to certify an AP course. In a statement to NBC News, the Florida Department of Education says, in part, the course was rejected because it, quote, is a vehicle for a political agenda and leaves large ambiguous gaps that can be filled with additional ideological material. Florida's Commissioner of Education saying in a tweet, in part, quote, Florida rejected an AP course filled with critical race theory, and we proudly required the teaching of African American history.
I think the ambiguity is what is causing some level of consternation across the state and, quite frankly, across the country.
The claims of indoctrination and critical race theory have previously been denied by the College Board, who said, in part, AP students are never required to agree with a particular opinion or adopt a particular ideology, but they are expected to analyze different perspectives. In response to Florida's decision, the College Board said, in part, like all new AP courses, AP African American Studies is undergoing a rigorous multi-year pilot phase, collecting feedback from teachers, students, scholars, and policymakers. We visited a Memphis, Tennessee pilot course in October.
All right, guys, show of hands, Langston Hughes. Who knows who Langston Hughes is? It's interdisciplinary. So we're including art, music, literature, geography.
But we want to teach students to think and to think critically and give them safe spaces to do that.
The pilot, introduced in 60 schools, including one in Florida. Students currently taking the course will not receive an AP exam score or college credit. Florida's rejection of AP African American Studies comes as Republican Governor Ron DeSantis, today considered by some to be a frontrunner for the Republican presidential nomination, has already signed bills that ban lessons around critical race theory and limit lessons on sexual orientation and gender identity. This latest ban comes as 36 states have introduced 137 bills to restrict teaching on race, gender, and history, according to a PEN America report.
The state of Florida stipulates that this information shall be taught to students throughout the state. So I was unable to square that rejection with what I knew about law and what I knew specifically about the value and the impact that it has on the learning and the lives of our students across the state.
The College Board tells NBC on February 1st they will release the official framework for the course. Zinclea Samoa, NBC News.
It's giving dirty clothes a whole new meaning. Straight ahead, inside the new trend of compost clothing. More NBC News Daily right after this.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
All right, so we're curious about this one. Biodegradable plant-based clothing. It is a new venture for visionaries who are fighting so-called fast fashion.
Yeah, a startup company called Unless coins itself as the first streetwear brand with 100% compostable fashion. CNBC correspondent Diane Olick gives us an inside look.
The market for plant-based clothing is growing fast. Companies like Active Activewear, Kent Underwear, and a startup called Unless. Unless calls itself the first streetwear brand to create products that will harmlessly decompose at the end of life. Unlike today's mostly petroleum-based garments, you can compost these clothes.
This basically was a t-shirt 3 weeks in the composting process. We started the company because we're a bunch of fashion executives that got tired of the make, take, and throw away of a culture of fashion.
CEO Eric Lidke came from Adidas, so no surprise Unless includes footwear, along with apparel and accessories. It's all made from 100% plant-based nutrients, like recycled cotton, hemp, plant-based leather, and coconut fiber.
What happens is when I'm done using it, it harmlessly goes away and becomes plant and worm food. And that, to me, is just as important as the quality of the product you make.
Unless has just one pop-up retail store in Portland in addition to its online sales. The hope is that the brand will grow along with the already fast-rising consumer demand for greener products.
I would pay more for sustainable clothing. I think it is, partly just like it's my contribution to helping the planet, and I think that we should all contribute in the ways that we can.
Unless is backed by Connect Ventures, an investment partnership between Creative Artists Agency and NEA. Total funding to date, $7.5 million.
Oh, our thanks to Diana Olick for that report. I'm curious how many washes and how long the materials last.
Yeah, not
cool
sure.
idea, though. Okay.
I'll have to ask. All right. There are rising fears over the rise of artificial intelligence technology in everyday use, especially in the classroom.
Yeah, you've been hearing about it a lot. ChatGPT. Well, it can churn out high-level essays in just minutes. In fact, one recently passed a Wharton Business School exam with a B grade. Now educators are scrambling because they want to stop potential cheating as the ChatGPT creator gets a big new investment. We have NBC News correspondent Stephanie Gosk with us now. It's so good to have you. So this program can basically write whatever you want. It churns it out pretty quickly, and it's kind of at a high level, Steph. It's kind of scary if you're an educator, I think.
Yeah, it is at a high level because you can imagine your student going home and saying, I need a 10-page essay on Jane Eyre. Boom, and in 5 minutes, less than that, a minute, there it is. It gets turned in, and it has perfect grammar and hits all the right themes. And because what this does is tap into a database of billions of word derivations. So it does that work. It is a lot like, although on a much higher level, when you're typing a text and your phone gives you options for what the next word is going to be.
Right.
It predicts what it should supply you with, the words and the way that they should be formed. And it can do essays, it can do poetry, it can do all sorts of different things.
Understandably, educators are worried about this. We know what New York public schools, Seattle schools have basically banned this, or at least say they're banning it, and hoping that students don't use it. I mean, how concerning is the cheating aspect of this right now?
Well, it's a big concern. And even the companies that put this software together, this technology together, say we don't want people using it for nefarious means, misinformation, or for cheating. And the people I've spoken to have said there's really two prongs in how to combat that, right? One of them is to try to detect it, which is probably a losing battle because it's only getting better and better, and it's going to be easier to disguise it. So that may not work. The other option is we have to figure out as a society how we're going to continue to teach children how to think and how to write with this being out there. So they're going to have to fashion the education around the idea that a kid can go back to their computer and type something in and this will spit out.
I feel like we're entering this whole new era of what AI can do. But besides this application, which makes sense, and the cheating thing, what can ChatGPT do that is good for us? What can it help us with that's productive in society?
So when you think about writing, there's a lot of writing out there that's basically kind of boilerplate, pretty just utilitarian writing. It takes a lot of time to do that. There are people who spend a lot of their day doing that. Think about the person who just writes office memos, right? You can get that office memo about why it's not a good idea to leave your garbage in the kitchen out to your colleagues a lot faster when you have a computer do it. And there are also other applications, like in the medical field. Doctors can use it to potentially come up with treatments, right? So how can I treat X, Y, and Z? It will spit out a whole bunch of things. The doctor then uses his or her expertise to determine which one of those, but it can creatively present ideas
like
that maybe the doctor hadn't thought of. So there are lots of constructive ways that it can be used, not just sort of the blinding, I'm going to cheat with this.
All right, but I would say my garbage memos are beautiful. All right, Stephanie Gosk, thank you so much.
I always read your memos, regardless what they're about.
Could be writing your scripts one day, Joe.
Exactly.
You're watching NBC News Daily.
the day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
How real is this going back to the moon? How you doing, Lester?
This is what it looks and feels.
What's the latest? The bigger piece to the puzzle.
We begin tonight with breaking news.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
So 22-year-old Dylan Gardmeyer was free diving in Key West when the ocean's current swept him away. And I mean, really swept him away, setting off a massive search that involved the Coast Guard.
They couldn't find him, but miraculously, his family and friends did. Here's the Today Show's Hoda Kotb and Savannah Guthrie with Dylan and his mom.
So the swim back to the Western Sandbows is where I was rescued. I was having man-o-wars and moon jellies and all types of stuff bouncing off me the whole time. Luckily, the wetsuit was there protecting me.
You had your spear. I guess that might have come in handy if you had to.
Yeah.
The sun was going down, and I would just think the scariest part of all would have been nighttime, because how long were you out there, and what were you thinking when you were watching the sun drop?
So yeah, just watching that sun drop is kind of like making my heart sink. I was like, oh, this is going to be a long night out here. And so that's the idea with the buoys, is tying those together and try to get up as high as I can, keep a little warmth, and put less of my body in the water for any potential predators.
Thank goodness for your quick thinking, your experience, your mom's face just now when you said that. By the way, the anguish of mom. I mean, I know this is what he loves.
You replay it every time.
You were a diver yourself, weren't you?
Like I was spearfishing with him in my belly, you know? So it's like, I know he was born to do this.
So you understand.
Yeah.
But so you get a call, he's missing. What happened?
That was the worst call I ever got in my life, because I worry every time he goes out, because he pushes the limit sometimes, and sometimes he night dives and goes down 100 feet. So just that scares you, you know, and you're like, so every time I'm like, all right, Dill, are you home yet? You know, I just can't wait for him to get home. And I got the call right after I got off of work, and my ex-husband, his dad, said, Tab, Dylan's been missing for an hour. And the way he sounded, it literally took my breath away. I couldn't even breathe. Like everything just went away, and I was just like standing there stuck, and you replay that every time you get that feeling. So I passed the phone to my friend, and she literally, I couldn't even talk, nothing. I just was like stuck, and she drives me to the house, and we're all like, Priscilla, my niece, and Joelle, they literally are amazing, because of them, they got the call and the coordinates, and we didn't know our son was missing for hours. Like, I didn't know my son was floating around the ocean for hours by himself. And so we get to Nana and Grandpa's house, and they already are on the boat, and literally it took the whole family to come together within seconds, because that's our baby. Like, that's our baby. And that's what you do. That's how we are, and we are always going to be there and protect our family. And we got in that boat and took off down that canal, because I'm like, it's a really long canal. You can't go the speed limit at this time. I'm like, I'm sorry, neighbors, but we're going. And we did 58 miles an hour nonstop, and we went through Cal Key. The hatches are flapping. I'm holding my niece Priscilla, my other friend here. I'm holding the hatches down. There's a little cockroach in the front flying up. I'm like, oh my God, what's happening? And I'm praying, and the sun is going down, and I'm like, we're okay. They said he was in 30 feet. Dylan has got this. I know he's okay. And at that moment, once I heard 30 feet, it kind of relieved me a little bit. I'm like, okay, he's good. I know he's got survival skills.
The Coast Guard was looking for you, too.
I was going to say, everyone was looking for you, but the Coast Guard didn't find you. The helicopters didn't find you. Your mom, your family on your grandpa's boat were the ones who found you. You said you knew the engine?
Yeah, so just growing up, and as soon as I seen that console and I could hear the hum of those motors, I was like, oh, that's definitely my grandpa's boat.
We know what your mom was feeling. What were you feeling in that moment when you knew help was here?
So at first I seen them keep running to the east a little bit, because they ended up a little further east than me, and I was like, oh, no, please stop, please stop. And then I seen them stop and just point right at me. I was like, oh my God, they see me.
How did that happen?
How
did that happen?
It's a miracle.
I'm still in awe. I'm still like, this is definitely a miracle.
I think it's a miracle. So we've all seen the video now of that moment of reunion when Mom Tabby just holds on to you for dear life.
I wanted to jump in and get him, but that wouldn't be good.
What was it like to be in that moment when your mom, you get back on that boat and your mom's wrapping her arms around you?
Oh, the greatest relief ever.
Oh, you just get chills hearing them recount how that actually all unfolded.
Yeah, it's incredible, incredible story.
Our thanks to Hoda Kotb and Savannah Guthrie for that interview. Here's what's trending right now. Legendary composer John Williams beats his own Oscars record. He is now the most Oscar-nominated person alive.
Yeah, Williams picked up his 53rd Academy Award nomination for his work on Steven Spielberg's The Fabelmans. The musician, who's soon going to turn 91, is currently at number 2 on the list of people with the most Oscar nominations of all time. He trails only the late Walt Disney, who was nominated 59 times.
Well,
I'm Joe Fryer.
Congratulations to him. I'm Vicki Nguyen. You're watching NBC News Daily.
I love mornings. They're full of possibility. And how you start your day sets the tone for the whole day.
We need to pull up one extra chair at the table.
We feel like we're right there with you.
Just ahead, in this half hour, we're going to introduce you to...
Because every day we start our morning so you can take on yours.
Hey there, everyone. Good to have you with us. I'm Joe Fryer.
I'm Vicki Nguyen. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today is Wednesday, January 25th. Polar punch. Blasts of dangerous, icy weather are impacting millions from the south to the Midwest. Plus, communities in Texas and Louisiana woke up to a trail of tornado damage.
Pending plea, the suspect accused of killing 7 people in Half Moon Bay, California, is due in court this afternoon. So far, reports suggest he has been cooperating with authorities.
Paternal precaution. Dads reflecting on their parenthood journey say they regret yelling and concealing their emotions. More this hour on how toxic masculinity can poison your kids' development.
Education Nation, Florida says a new AP African American Studies course is not welcome in its schools. This comes as the state's governor, Ron DeSantis, wages his war against teaching critical race theory.
Welcome to NBC News Daily. We're going to start with the severe storm risk that ranges from the Florida Panhandle all the way to the mid-Atlantic. Millions of people could be affected by 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts and possibly tornadoes.
Meanwhile, southern states are seeing an unprecedented level of tornadoes. 14 were reported across Texas and Louisiana on Tuesday. So far this month, there have been more than 150 tornado reports. Keep in mind, the usual average for January is just 36.
Big difference there. NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa joins us live from Indianapolis. Let's start there. The National Weather Service says the city could see 6 to 9 inches of snow. So how long is a winter storm warning in effect there, and what are conditions like across the region?
So, Joe and Vicki, we'll start with the conditions. I mean, you can see, obviously, the snow that we saw earlier today is cleared up. So I hesitate to cite the earlier winter storm warning because it might be a bit in flux based on the conditions that we're seeing. It's not quite sticking. But at the same time, the city is still bracing, just given how erratic this storm has been, because look at the equipment behind me. Like, we have heavy removal snow equipment, and we also have, you can't see it, but guys with stacks of salt bags over here. They're prepared to go out and plow the streets around the state capitol, which is just behind me here in kind of this downtown core. Also, we have schools closing in the Indianapolis area, and we're seeing reports of dozens of flight delays out of Midwest airports, so just across the region, like Detroit and Chicago. So definitely impacting. That being said, the most severe impacts are kind of hit or miss across the Midwest as this storm rolls through. Becky.
Travel will definitely be tough, Maggie, and as we mentioned, the South is already trying to recover from devastating tornado damage. As of noon Eastern today, more than 200,000 people are without power in Texas, Arkansas, and Missouri. How are folks coping right now, Maggie, with these non-stop storms?
I mean, we've been seeing so many interviews on the ground of people who are just flabbergasted by what feels like just this endless series of gutting storms and gutting tornado outbreaks in the South, especially in Texas. The video from Texas and from Louisiana today is absolutely stunning. Homes ripped apart, cars flipped on their sides, semi-trucks on their sides on interstates, and the stories that we're hearing from on the ground just take your breath away. Take a listen.
I was like, everybody get in the hallway. And about that time, the back window, the house, you just heard a big boom. The back windows blew out of the house.
Like, we went in hiding, and then in 5 minutes, it was all gone. And we came to look outside, and it's just raining hard.
I thought the roof was going to come down on top of me.
And as far as reports of injuries go, we have heard 3 people hospitalized in Louisiana, also potentially people hurt in Texas, although we haven't gotten a hard number on that. And as you said, close to 200,000 across that region still without power. And again, this has been one of the most active Januaries tornado-wise on record as this severe storm makes its way across the country. And you can see cities up and down the coast and across the Midwest preparing for that system to roll through. Vicki.
NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa, thanks for staying on top of it for us, Maggie.
The suspect in the Half Moon Bay mass shooting is due in court today to be arraigned. The 67-year-old suspect faces 7 first-degree murder charges and 1 attempted murder charge, as one survivor recovers in the hospital from life-threatening injuries. NBC News correspondent Jake Ward joins us now from outside the county courthouse in Redwood City, California. So, Jake, we're learning more details about the suspect, including that he worked at the mushroom farm that he allegedly attacked. What else are we learning?
Well, Joe, at this hour, new details are coming to light. Investigators are, in fact, speaking with NBC Bay Area, our colleagues there, and revealing all sorts of details about what happened in this. Evidently, the suspect, Chun-Li Zhao, has been cooperative with those investigators, has been describing becoming enraged after a conversation with a coworker that he considered his boss, then going and shooting that coworker's wife, and then, of course, the rest of the 8 people left, 7 of them dead, 1 gravely injured, as you mentioned. Also, interestingly, he seems to have left a note in the car for his wife. That's the car, of course, from which he was tackled by authorities as he was arrested at the sheriff's substation yesterday. That note evidently describes the shootings in a very matter-of-fact way, and also asks his wife to take care of their adult child in China. Also, very interesting here, Joe, he evidently has been insisting to authorities that he did not know about the Monterey Park shooting that left 11 people dead. He evidently was not inspired by that, which has been a prevailing theory for a while here. And so lots of new details coming to light. Of course, the courthouse where I'm standing here is where he'll be arraigned today at 1:30 local. That's 4:30 p.m. your time.
So, Jake, I mean, the community held a vigil for the victims on Tuesday. We know this is a tight-knit community where many of the farm workers actually live together on the land where they work. How is the community coping right now?
Well, this is the most horrible part of this, in a sense, Joe, is that you're really talking about a community of people that are among the most vulnerable, the most marginalized people we have in this country, and yet also the people on whom we depend to put food on our table. These were agricultural workers, a mixture of Hispanic and Asian migrant workers, trying to make a better life for themselves in the United States by working some of the roughest, toughest jobs we have here. And of course, unfortunately, now on the far end of this tragic event, that makes it that much more difficult to get help to them, especially if they have any sort of documentation issues, right? If they are undocumented, it makes it that much more difficult to get victim services to them. We know at this hour, county officials have told us that they will essentially provide wages, shelter, mental health services to them to try to keep them, put them on their feet as long as possible. But certainly the realization here that California needs those folks and is going to try and help them out the best they can, Joe.
All right, NBC News correspondent Jake Ward. Jake, thanks so much.
Joe, a new artificial intelligence chatbot called ChatGPT is causing major problems for educators. It uses predictive text and other AI programs, artificial intelligence, and students are using it to easily pass exams, even at graduate-level business schools. Here's NBC's Stephanie Gosk with how it all works.
Hey there, it's fair to say educators are pretty rattled by this new technology. There are glaring ways it can be used by students intent on cheating. New York City and Seattle have already banned ChatGPT and its competitors on school devices, at least temporarily. But some experts say that's the wrong approach. These technologies are here to stay, and they're about to become even more powerful. Essays, philosophical questions, even therapy. ChatGPT is a computer program that will write whatever you want quickly and convincingly, and with better grammar than a grade school teacher.
The big change is the existence of a paragraph is no longer evidence of human thought.
NYU Media Studies professor Clay Shirky says ChatGPT isn't actually thinking, but using a form of predictive text, like we have on our phones, but on steroids.
So if I say to you, happy birthday, I baked you a cake, you know exactly what to fill it.
All that data allows the program to achieve astonishing results, passing a graduate-level test at the prestigious Wharton School of Business, managing a C+ on exams at the University of Minnesota Law School. The potential for cheating causing a growing number of school districts, including New York and Seattle, to ban artificial intelligence on school devices. OpenAI launched ChatGPT 2 months ago, getting billions of dollars from Microsoft to help develop it. The company writing, "We don't want ChatGPT to be used for misleading purposes in schools or anywhere else," adding that it's working on ways to identify AI-generated text, which is what 22-year-old Princeton student Edward Tian has already done, developing an app being embraced by teachers.
We've seen lots of teachers try it out and see wow, it works. Sometimes it confirms suspicions they've already been having, of the students writing suddenly changing.
Tian says he doesn't support banning the use of AI in schools, and even uses it himself as a sort of rough draft when writing computer code.
It's really good at getting me started, but at the end of the day, you have to finish the job yourself.
The powerful technology can be a constructive tool if used the right way. Should educators be freaked out by this?
I mean, freaked out, no, but really the answer is change your assignments to reflect the fact that you're in a world now that has a personal calculator for words.
Students may already be using it. Stanford's school paper did an informal poll, and 17% of the students said they used it on final exams. 5% said they copied from it directly. Back to you.
All right, now for our CNBC Money Minute. It's concerning.
I don't like those details. I really, as a mom of 3 girls rising up in the academic system right now, I hope that educators find a way to detect this sooner than later. Yeah,
teach
absolutely.
Critical thinking. All right,
yes.
CNBC Money Minute. Well, inflation seems to be cooling. You're probably not going to see a huge difference at the checkout counter anytime soon. Cheaper freight and commodity costs did help consumer prices drop 0.6% in December, but many items are still more expensive than they were a year ago.
Yeah, they sure are. CNBC Senior Markets correspondent Dominic Chu joins us now. So, Dom, tell us what is keeping prices so high, and when could we start to see some relief on these consumer goods?
Okay, so Vicky, Joe, the good news is that while a lot of prices aren't going down necessarily, the increases are not as big as they were last year. The bad news here is that many companies try to avoid these surprises with longer-term contracts that really lock in or hedge prices for things like raw materials, input costs, groceries, right, shipping, that sort of thing. So those costs are going to stay high for some time, and companies are also stuck, by the way, in many cases, with those higher wages that they now have to pay to attract workers in what remains still a tight labor market. So it could be months, a long time, before things really stabilize on prices. And some prices may never, by the way, come back down to where they were before inflation surged over the last year or two. And here's an example, a huge one, of how the continuing shortage of workers is fueling higher costs. Walmart, the nation's largest private retailer and employer, is raising its average hourly wage for store workers by 50 cents to $17.50, and its minimum wage will rise by as much as $2 to a range of $14 to $19 an hour, depending on location. And finally, Bloomberg reports Apple's upcoming mixed reality headset will create a 3D version of the iPhone's operating system, complete with eye and hand tracking systems for the premium price of around $3,000. And Joe, Vicky, that is your money minute, and I can guarantee you that we wrote this, and it was not
you, Dom. We know it all comes from right here. All right. CNBC's Dom Ju, thank you so much.
Up next on our Modern Parenting series, we are talking about dads, how toxic masculinity could be impacting our kids long term. You are watching NBC News Daily.
Begin tonight with breaking news just coming in. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Join Hoda Kotb for season 3 of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
A father's toxic masculinity or lack of emotional availability and connectedness, that can have a large impact on a child's development, larger than we might think.
Yeah, yelling too much, not showing enough interest in your kids' hobbies, not saying I love you enough. All these behaviors from dads have long-term repercussions on the emotional development of children. So here to discuss is family and clinical psychologist, Dr. Jennifer Hartstein. Good to have you with us. So first of all, let's kind of lay out there. I gave some examples, but what exactly is toxic masculinity and what can be the long-term impact? impact on
Sure.
kids?
So we think of toxic masculinity kind of as like the manly man, right? Like they kind of don't show emotion and buck up, and they kind of all of that idea of kind of being disconnected, having power, demonstrating that power in really negative ways, maybe through homophobia or kind of aggression, any of those kinds of things. And so think about that in a relationship that's supposed to be nurturing. It's not going to be so positive, and it's really not going to teach your kids how to be nurturing either.
If you are a dad and you recognize some of this behavior in the description that you just gave, or you recognize that that is sort of the way you were raised in the relationship you might have had with your father, how do you know if it's time to dial it back, and how can you dial it back?
It's a really good question, and I think it's hard for us to notice. I think the good news is, right, as a society, we're starting to pull away from toxic masculinity. I think we're really starting to recognize the importance of connection and bonds and expressing emotion. So I think if you're noticing, wow, I don't have a good relationship with my child, or I feel disconnected, you need to check in with yourself and kind of say, what's going on? And it might mean talking to other men about what they're doing. It might mean talking to siblings. It might mean talking to your partner or your kids. How can I be better? How can I be more connected to you?
What are the best ways to just avoid falling into this behavior to begin with? And are there questions maybe as a dad you can ask yourself to kind of figure out where you are on this?
Right. It's hard, I think, because we are really taught for such a long time, right? Boys don't cry,
Right, yes.
Boys don't play with dolls.
Yeah.
And I remember, like, my friend bought her son a baby in a carriage, and there was like, why are you doing this? Like, well, what if he's a dad someday? Like, he needs to understand this. So I think we have to kind of just ask ourselves, like, how do we connect? What do we want? How do I raise an emotionally aware child? Am I emotionally aware myself? All of that is really important stuff to be checking in with ourselves, because we're raising people to be healthy, emotionally available adults.
And this is something you can get help with. You can actually go to a therapist who can see this and help you with certain parenting techniques and to recognize it in yourself.
Absolutely.
What about the effect on daughters versus sons? Like, if you're the dad, how does it affect girls versus boys?
So it will. There's that whole adage about how we kind of marry our fathers. Well, the truth is we do kind of fall into some of the personality traits that we have grown up with. So your daughter might be more sexually active at an earlier age. They might have more challenges. I know, not something we want to think about, right? Might have more challenges in intimate relationships. Might have more self-esteem issues. Might not be able to share themselves with other people or trust. So that's the girls. The boys, we have found, have more behavioral problems. They might act out more. They might demand to be in power more because that's what they've been told, which again prevents them from bonding with other people. So there is a difference amongst children, but overall for children, it impacts their emotional development, their ability to have positive relationships with others, in some situations their cognitive development. So there is a lot of impact that fathers have that we want to really be paying attention to.
It does feel like culture is sort of, maybe not the fathers, but culture is sort of teaching younger kids to be better about this.
Yeah. And I think it's teaching fathers to be better about it too, because I think, to your point, I think we are learning as a culture that vulnerability is a really good thing, that expressing ourselves is a really good thing, and that it builds connection and builds growth. And I think kids are asking for it, so we have to meet that need.
This is such a great conversation. I learned so much about this aspect of parenting and toxic masculinity as it relates to dads.
Yeah.
All right. Family and clinical psychologist, Dr. Jennifer Hartstein, as always, thank you.
Thanks.
Well, we turn now to the new details surrounding actor Jeremy Renner's snowplow accident. A new report from the Nevada Sheriff's Office says Renner was actually trying to stop the snowplow from hitting his nephew when he was crushed by the 14,000-pound machine on New Year's Day.
The parking brake was not engaged at the time, and the brake indicator light was not functioning, so mechanical issues may have been a factor in the accident. According to the report, the two-time Oscar nominee is now home from the hospital and is recovering.
Still ahead, President Biden's big announcement today, what led to the decision to send American tanks to Ukraine. Coming up, you are watching NBC News Daily.
need most right now. Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top Story with Tanya Ellis. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hey, podcast fans. Ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Many families across the country are struggling to heat their homes this winter. The cost of gas and heating oil are still soaring. NBC News reporter Gary Grumbach spoke with volunteers in Virginia who are now delivering firewood to neighbors in need.
Call it a firewood ministry.
A little more. Get it more over here. We're good to go. All right.
Members of the Fauquier County Baptist community in Northern Virginia get together every weekend for a different kind of service.
Well, it's not an I, it's a we.
They chop, load, and deliver donated firewood to neighbors who need it to heat their homes.
For a lot of the folks that we deliver to, it's a trade-off. Pay the heating bill, gas bill to get to work.
Because of the work of the Fauquier Community Coalition, 41 families, including Jeanette and Nigel Clark, don't have to choose between paying the bills and staying warm.
It's better than electricity or gas, but you can't afford that no way.
Expensive, too expensive.
Yes, it is.
The Clarks have been heating their home with firewood for decades.
My father was 85 and still sawing wood up there in those woods for my mother. I'm just glad that the wood comes to us so we don't have to go through that much.
For many Americans, the cost of heating a single-family home this winter has skyrocketed. Natural gas bills nationwide are jumping 28% over last winter. Heating oil up 27%, and electricity up 10%, according to the Department of Energy. Firewood banks like the one here in Fauquier County are getting the attention of the Biden administration. This winter, the Forest Service will send more than $700,000 from the bipartisan infrastructure law to groups like these across the country. Now, it's just a piece of wood, but for some people here in Fauquier County, it means so much more.
They'll tell you their personal stories, what's happening at work, or you'll get to know. I got one guy, Joe, who loves to fish, right? I hear about his fishing stories. He showed me pictures of his fish, his Dallas Cowboys. He gets frustrated with them. So you just get to know them and you have a conversation with them.
For the Clarks, it's one less thing to worry about. What would you do if you didn't have people like Jay delivering your wood?
I guess I'd be out there trying to break some sticks.
Yes, yeah.
But you can find sticks out there, but it's not going to keep you warm. You got to have wood. Yeah, go in the basement again.
Building community, one log at a time. Gary Grumbach, NBC News, Fauquier County, Virginia.
Well, farmers are essential to keeping families fed, which can be difficult when so much of what they do depends on the weather. With lower levels of snowfall this year, some are now sounding the alarm. Mary Jo Ola from our Milwaukee affiliate WTMG TV has the warning from one farmer.
Yep, third-generation farmer. Both my grandparents farmed on my mom and my dad's side.
Rick Roden is about to celebrate 20 years farming with his dad. So much has changed, but the constant is the reliance on Mother Nature. Rick welcomed us to his family's dairy farm in West Bend, Roden Echo Valley LLC. Does it feel like 20 years?
Not really. You know, time flies when you have fun.
Dairy farming is their bread and butter. They also cash crop a little and grow their own feed.
Mostly alfalfa, corn, soybeans, and winter wheat.
So far, this winter has been a little less than ideal.
Rick says it's early enough that the lack of snowfall isn't too concerning, but on a farm that crops 2,000 acres to feed cattle, those big temperature swings can mean more challenges down the road.
Rick says it's more concerning when the ground bounces between freezing and thawing because it can push roots out of the soil, killing the plant.
If it freezes and thaws, or if we get a big rainfall and you have ponding in the fields and then it freezes really fast, that's where we're going to see more of a concern with the crops, as if they're going to make it till spring.
Good crop for the cows feeds milk production, which filters down to the dairy products you love. If the alfalfa crop doesn't survive winter, it'll mean big expenses come spring. But there's still time. Rick will have a better idea of what they're dealing with come March.
It was really cold there during Christmas, and then we warmed up afterwards. If that continues to happen a lot more, I mean, we're just going to have to see what happens.
Mary Jo Ola for NBC News Daily.
The governor of Florida is blocking a course on African-American studies from classrooms. Up next, why he made that decision and the lawsuit he could soon be facing now. You're watching NBC News Daily. You can watch us free 24/7 on our streaming network, NBC News Now, wherever you stream. That includes YouTube, Hulu, Roku, Peacock, and so much more. The news continues after this.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist. And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. I'm Joe Fryer.
I'm Vicki Wynn. Making news right now. A new report published by the Secret Service found that 25% of mass shooting attackers between 2016 and 2020, they were motivated by conspiracy theories or hateful ideologies. The report detailed 173 shootings, and it found the most common motive for attackers was a personal grievance. The agency said learning these motives could help spot red flags before these tragedies occur.
Adult Swim is parting ways with Rick and Morty co-creator Justin Roiland over domestic abuse allegations. He was charged with domestic battery against an unnamed ex-girlfriend in 2020. Adult Swim says that season 7 will still continue, and Roiland, who voices the title characters Rick and Morty, will be recast. An attorney for Roiland says that he is innocent and expects the case to be dismissed.
A massive fire burned its way through multiple floors of South Side Chicago high-rise earlier today. Authorities say at least one person has been taken to the hospital with serious injuries.
It's day 3 of jury selection in the double murder trial of former attorney Alec Murdaugh.
Selection just wrapped up in the last half hour. Jurors were sworn in. Opening statements are set to follow. Alec Murdaugh is charged with killing his wife and son in June of 2021 to distract from a string of his own financial crimes. NBC News correspondent Katie Beck is live in Walterboro, South Carolina with the very latest for us. So Katie, it's taken 3 days. They've landed on a jury. Impartiality, as you've been reporting, is key. They know that people are going to know the Murdaugh name. They just want them to be able to set it aside and listen to a case. What's it like outside the courthouse today?
Well, now that we know the jury has been seated, we are now awaiting those opening statements, which could be as soon as this afternoon. We are told 8 women and 4 men will decide this case. And we know basically what the arguments are going to be, right? Murdoch's lawyers have said from the beginning that he is completely innocent of these murder charges, that while he is guilty of financial crimes and fraud, he had no motive to kill his wife and son, and the real killer is still at large. Now, we know prosecutors are going to argue Murdoch's life was unraveling, and this was a desperate measure because his financial crimes were about to be exposed. So he needed to eliminate his wife and son, and that they are going to prove that through their case. We will see what the evidence stands up in court as, but as of right now, as I said, we are on a lunch break. We are waiting to return at 3 o'clock, and at that time, opening statements could likely begin.
So, Katie, some experts are looking at this and saying this is a circumstantial evidence case, but there is new potential piece of video evidence, but the contents of that video have not been publicly released yet. What more can you tell us here?
Well, it certainly looks circumstantial from what we've seen in discovery so far. There is no murder weapon. There is no surveillance video. There is no witness to this crime. So that makes it pretty difficult when it comes to exacting evidence that's going to prove or disprove a theory. But this video that they have been arguing about is a Snapchat video that was taken 2 hours before time of death, before Paul and Maggie were killed. And that video was actually taken in the dog kennel, which is on their hunting property. It was actually taken in the dog kennel and sent to some of Paul's friends. What that video shows, we don't know. What it could show is that Alec Murdoch was somehow in that kennel at that time, which sort of blows a hole in his alibi that the first time he came to the kennel was when he discovered their bodies. So that is why it is a pivotal consequence, whether or not this Snapchat video makes it in or not. It really has to do with proving or disproving his alibi.
All right, NBC's Katie back in South Carolina for us. Katie, thank you.
Joe, we're learning more about what happened in the deadly arrest of Tyree Nichols. The 29-year-old black man died 3 days after being allegedly beaten by 5 police officers during a traffic stop in Memphis, Tennessee. This happened earlier this month. Now, a preliminary autopsy report is revealing what may have caused his death. NBC News correspondent Priscilla Thompson joins us now. Priscilla, the Nichols family hired a forensic pathologist to review Tyree's case to look at that autopsy report. What did they find?
Oh, Vicki, that independent autopsy done by the family on behalf of the family and their attorneys found that Nichols suffered extensive bleeding caused by a severe beating. And the family and their attorneys say that that is consistent with what they saw on that body cam footage that they viewed earlier this week. They've also said that they plan to release additional information and details from this independent autopsy that they had done at some point in the future. Meantime, the Shelby County Medical Examiner's Office has not yet released an official cause of death. Vicki?
Priscilla, one of the 5 former officers accused in this case, Demetrius Haley, he was also accused of assaulting a prison inmate 7 years ago. What more can you tell us about that?
Right. That's according to a federal civil rights complaint from 2016. And what that complaint filed by an inmate alleges is that Haley and 2 other officers went into this cell to conduct a search, and they accused the inmate of flushing contraband. And the inmate says that at that point, Haley and another officer both punched him in the face, and then a third officer picked him up and slammed his head into a sink. The inmate says at that point he was unconscious and woke up in a medical facility. Now, in another court filing, Haley acknowledged that the search did happen, but denied that there was any sort of beating or assault. And the case was actually dismissed in 2018 on a technicality. So the actual allegations in the suit were never addressed. And so that is sort of where that stands. We've reached out to Haley and also an attorney for him, but have not heard back on that. NBC News has. Vicki?
All right. NBC News correspondent Priscilla Thompson. Priscilla, thank you.
Now to Florida, where Governor Ron DeSantis is rejecting a proposed advanced placement course on African-American studies. National Civil Rights Attorney Ben Crump tells NBC News he intends to file a lawsuit against DeSantis and Florida's Education Department over the move. NBC News correspondent Zincle Esamoah has more.
Florida says a new advanced placement African American Studies course is not welcome in its high schools, marking the first time a state has ever refused to certify an AP course. In a statement to NBC News, the Florida Department of Education says, in part, the course was rejected because it, quote, is a vehicle for a political agenda and leaves large ambiguous gaps that can be filled with additional ideological material. Florida's Commissioner of Education saying in a tweet, in part, quote, Florida rejected an AP course filled with critical race theory, and we proudly required the teaching of African American history.
I think the ambiguity is what is causing some level of consternation across the state and, quite frankly, across the country.
The claims of indoctrination and critical race theory have previously been denied by the College Board, who said, in part, AP students are never required to agree with a particular opinion or adopt a particular ideology, but they are expected to analyze different perspectives. In response to Florida's decision, the College Board said, in part, like all new AP courses, AP African American Studies is undergoing a rigorous multi-year pilot phase, collecting feedback from teachers, students, scholars, and policymakers. We visited a Memphis, Tennessee pilot course in October.
All right, guys, show of hands, Langston Hughes. Who knows who Langston Hughes is? It's interdisciplinary. So we're including art, music, literature, geography.
But we want to teach students to think and to think critically and give them safe spaces to do that.
The pilot, introduced in 60 schools, including one in Florida. Students currently taking the course will not receive an AP exam score or college credit. Florida's rejection of AP African American Studies comes as Republican Governor Ron DeSantis, today considered by some to be a frontrunner for the Republican presidential nomination, has already signed bills that ban lessons around critical race theory and limit lessons on sexual orientation and gender identity. This latest ban comes as 36 states have introduced 137 bills to restrict teaching on race, gender, and history, according to a PEN America report.
The state of Florida stipulates that this information shall be taught to students throughout the state. So I was unable to square that rejection with what I knew about law and what I knew specifically about the value and the impact that it has on the learning and the lives of our students across the state.
The College Board tells NBC on February 1st they will release the official framework for the course. Zinclea Samoa, NBC News.
Turning now to the war in Ukraine. Just last hour, President Biden announced the U.S. is sending 31 American tanks to Ukraine. They're called M1 Abrams.
The president says the U.S. will start training Ukrainian troops on how to run the tanks as soon as possible. The move came after Germany confirmed today it's sending more than a dozen of its own tanks to the front lines. NBC News foreign correspondent Richard Engel joined us now. So, Richard, you know, the Pentagon not that long ago had claimed the Abrams tanks were too difficult to use in Ukraine. They require a lot of maintenance. Plus, these tanks run on jet fuel, not diesel, like so many other tanks. What prompted the reversal here, and when do we think Ukraine will actually get these tanks to use?
Well, it could take several months, but the U.S. was looking quite hypocritical in this regard, and I think that hypocrisy suddenly became exposed. The United States has been providing Ukraine with a tremendous amount of equipment since this war began nearly 12 months ago, including HIMARS systems, including now committing to send Bradleys and Stryker fighting vehicles. And the U.S., the administration, was pushing Germany to send tanks and saying that Germany should not only send its Leopard tanks, Leopard 2s, but it should also allow other countries to send German tanks. But Germany responded, I think, quite effectively by saying, why should they send tanks? Why should they send more advanced weaponry when the United States isn't sending its own tanks? And the U.S. said that, well, and the Pentagon, there was a chorus of officials coming out to make the argument that the tanks are too sophisticated, they're hard to use, that they mostly run on jet fuel. That is their primary source of fuel, although you could put other kinds of fuels into the tanks. They won't run as efficiently, but they will still run. And ultimately, both sides pressured each other into this outcome. So now the U.S. is sending its tanks. It'll take a few months. And Germany announced today that it is sending 14 Leopard tanks and is allowing other countries, other allies that have German tanks to send those as well. So for Ukraine, this is a very significant development because instead of seeing a rift between Germany and the United States, the biggest country that supports Ukraine, the United States, and the biggest country in Europe. Instead, you're seeing both of them singing from the same song sheet and actually ponying up the weapons.
A bit of peer pressure here, as the president called it, the NATOization of Europe.
Absolutely.
NBC News chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel, as always, great to have you. Thank you.
Outrageous egg prices have millions of Americans going to egg-stream measures. Straight ahead, some shoppers are scrambling to nab their favorite breakfast food.
I couldn't resist.
More puns and more NBC News Daily right after this.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
Egg prices are soaring to an average of more than $4 a dozen. Some are blaming the surge on a bird flu outbreak, but NBC's Brian Chung reports that some others argue that something more sinister is happening.
With reasonably priced eggs flying off store shelves and warnings about smuggling cheaper eggs across the border, buyers are scrambling to deal with this crisis. But people are now wondering, is this really because of the avian flu, or is this price gouging?
Got them eggs. Nobody follow you here, did they?
High egg prices and demand have users on social media cracking jokes. But it's the nation's largest egg producers now facing the spotlight amid allegations of foul play. Advocacy group Farm Action has accused giants, including Cal-Maine Foods, of working together in a collusive scheme to limit production and increase prices, all to juice their profits. Cal-Maine is the top producer of eggs in the U.S., controlling about 20% of the market. Their quarterly profits were more than 7 times larger than the year prior. During that time, the price of eggs more than doubled. In response to the allegations, Cal-Maine says many factors, including the bird flu and increasing production costs, have contributed to higher prices. Experts point out that egg farms are not the ultimate price setter.
We have to keep in mind that there are also other players in the supply chain, such as retailers, whose margins have to be factored into the final price that we pay at the grocery store.
Smaller farms like this one in Orondo, Washington, have been able to avoid huge price hikes because they've also been able to avoid the flu. Cage-free eggs were actually about 40 cents cheaper than conventional eggs in the first half of January.
It's delivery day today. We don't want to completely price ourselves out of the market, and we'd just like to be a good, wholesome supplier for our local community.
Whether the blame goes to bird flu or price gouging, shoppers are taking desperate measures to find cheaper eggs, from raising their own chickens to smuggling across the border, prompting the government to issue a warning of hefty fines up to $10,000. But some positive news, the USDA says prices are starting to come down as the holiday bump in demand fades. Signs of improvement after an extraordinary year for egg prices. In addition to looking at cage-free eggs, check the sell-by date and see if you can get a markdown on those closer to expiring. Consider buying in bulk and sharing with friends and family, and look at lower-grade eggs as cheaper options. Back to you.
Excellent advice, Brian Chung. Well, the last couple of years have been full of ups and downs for U.S. alpine skier Michaela Schifrin. But now she certainly has something to celebrate. Her win on Tuesday officially made her the winningest female alpine skier ever. NBC News anchor Lester Holt spoke with Michaela about her win and her career so far.
On a snowy mountain in Italy, Michaela Schifrin made history.
There it is, the final gas pedal, and she gets it! Michaela Schifrin, victory number 83.
World Cup victory number 83, making her the winningest female alpine skier ever, overtaking fellow American Lindsey Vonn. She's now just 4 wins away from breaking the all-time record, men or women, which has belonged to legendary Swedish skier Ingemar Stenmark for decades.
It's a little overwhelming.
It all left Schifrin a bit speechless.
The question that I'm getting asked the most is, how do you feel? I'm like, tired, excited. I don't know. We have to race again tomorrow, so I'm a little bit nervous too.
What makes her accomplishment even more incredible, it comes after a few very challenging years. In 2020, Schifrin's dad, Jeff, passed away unexpectedly. And then there were the crushing Beijing Olympics a year ago. She went in as a favorite, but left without a medal.
Oh my God! It's happened again.
I sat down with her in 2021.
For me, for my career, it's been a lot of counting and a lot of records, but I see so much more that's happened in my career.
She told me for her, skiing has always been about much more than wins.
So where's the fun in all this?
The fun in it is when I ski well and I make really good turns. That's not a feeling you get doing anything else in life. It's like flying without a plane. It just makes you feel so good.
She's got to be feeling awfully good.
Our thanks to NBC's Lester Holt for that inspiring story. And you are watching NBC News Daily.
tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
I feel like every single person is an inspirational leader or teacher in some way. What can I do in my life? What can I take from this person's story? I think we all want a fresh start.
Join Hoda Kotb for season 3 of her podcast, Making Space.
It's one of Broadway's most sought-after tickets. Leopoldstadt is the story of a Jewish family living in Vienna over a 50-year span, and at least one Broadway critic is calling the play breathtakingly brilliant.
NBC News correspondent Harry Smith sat down with the play's team to discuss the importance of this story.
Vienna, 1899. A wealthy family celebrates Christmas.
It's a beautiful star, darling, but it's not the star we put at the top of our Christmas tree.
They are Jewish.
We're telling a story about not just Jews, but about humanity and the forces that would tear that apart.
David Krumholtz's character has already converted to Catholicism.
He does not dwell on the past, and he can't even fathom that the past would come to haunt him again.
Jews had been persecuted for centuries in Austria. Their liberation was only several decades old. In 1899, Vienna had become a kind of Jewish utopia.
This is the promised land, and not because it's some place on a map where my ancestors came from.
Shakespeare warned us that past his prologue, Jenna Augen has dual roles in the play.
I just think this sense of safety at the beginning of the play is something we feel. And I think that should make us think.
It's its own warning.
It's its own warning.
In the spring, all gather for a Seder. Is it merely ritual, or is it essential?
Let us not say then, we know the story well. It is still our duty to retell the story of how we were brought out of Egypt.
Yet as seductive as assimilation is, a prejudicial fact remains.
There isn't a Gentile anywhere who at one moment or another hasn't thought Jew.
Brandon Uranowitz recites that line 8 times a week.
My father, I was always so tuned in to how acutely he felt anti-Semitism. Everywhere he went, there was someone that he sensed in his periphery, maybe not like that, but just Jew. And now because of this play, I feel it.
That big family on stage in the beginning of the play is fictional, but Kristallnacht and the Holocaust that became personal to Stapler figure mightily in the production's outcome.
These were people with lives, with meaning, with relationships, and with love.
The play's effect profound on each of these cast members.
I just felt to honor the memory we're trying to honor here. I think it's quite important.
Still, anti-Semitism persists and, in fact, is on the rise in America.
The Anti-Defamation League tracked more than 2,500 anti-Semitic incidents.
Anti-Semitism is unambiguously elevated.
Surveys show it. Superstars proclaim it. 2/3 of Americans under 40 do not know that 6 million Jews were killed in the Holocaust. And to that, Leopoldstadt is a powerful antidote.
There's truly nothing else that I could imagine doing right now than doing this play. And what's been fascinating to me is that the people with red eyes and wet cheeks that I see outside the theater are, yes, family of survivors, survivors themselves, Jews, but more than that, it's non-Jews who say, I had no idea. I had no idea. And it just proves to me how vital this story is right now.
And there's people packing this audience every single night to cheer alongside us, to stand and be counted in the fight against racism, anti-Semitism, and prejudice.
Harry Smith, NBC News.
You know, the power of the arts to entertain, but also to educate. Joe, you saw the show.
I saw it right before it opened, and he's right. I mean, the end, it is stunning silence at the end, and he does talk about the red eyes and the tears, and I'm not Jewish, but the impact I felt from it, it really is just a lesson for everyone, and sadly, an important lesson for these times. It's really a powerful play.
Yeah, you think about 2/3 of Americans under 40 don't know about the Holocaust. That is a stunning statistic.
It definitely is.
Kudos to those folks for putting on this amazing art piece. I'm Vicki Nguyen.
And I'm Joe Fryer. You're watching NBC News Daily.
How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
How real is this going back to the moon? How you doing, Lester?
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Hi, everybody. I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow. NBC News Daily starts right now. Today, Wednesday, January 25th, 2023, winter blast. Millions of Americans on alert across more than a half dozen states. The biggest threat and how long this powerful storm is going to last.
Breaking news, battle ready. President Biden announcing the U.S. is sending dozens of tanks to Ukraine. How that support could impact the war with Russia.
United in grief, 2 California communities hoping to heal in the wake of 2 mass shootings. What former friends of one of the suspects are now revealing about his past.
And rage against the machine, the growing alarm inside schools about the artificial intelligence software that could make cheating a breeze. It's 11 a.m. in Sacramento, 1 p.m. in Nashville, and 2 p.m. in New York City.
We begin this hour with that powerful storm system unleashing severe weather threats across the Midwest and the South. The system is gaining strength. The snow is starting to pile up in the Great Lakes region as it barrels toward New England. Right now, 55 million people are under winter weather alerts.
And in the South, severe thunderstorms are the biggest concern. Today's tornado risk is lower than yesterday's after more than a dozen reported twisters ripped through Texas and Louisiana. America is in the middle of a tornado surge right now. More than 150 have been reported so far this month. The average for January is just 36.
NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns is tracking the storm system, but let's begin with Maggie Vespa out in Indianapolis today. Maggie, the real damage right now is in the south with the tornadoes. What have we been seeing there?
Yeah, Kate, Aaron, exactly. So this system, as you can see, moved here through Indianapolis, and we have, slick roads and we have winds picking up at times. But really, when you look at the south, I mean, this is nothing. The video coming from on the ground in Texas and Louisiana, Texas in particular, is absolutely gutting. You have homes ripped open. In some cases, you can see into the home's bathroom or kitchen from the street. You have cars flipped on their sides, semi-trucks flipped on their sides and left alongside interstates. As far as we know at this point, 3 people confirmed hospitalized from these storms. And at last check, we have 17 reported tornadoes across the South in the last 24 hours. As you said, an incredibly busy and, as we've seen, an incredibly dangerous January for this kind of weather. Kate, Aaron?
Yeah, let's bring in Bill Cairns now. Bill, set the scene for us. What's happening? Where's the storm heading next?
Thankfully, so far, only 1 tornado report today with very minor damage in North Florida. We have no tornado watches currently. This line of thunderstorms, though, will intensify as it enters towards the Atlantic. So, in other words, right along the coast is our greatest risk of severe weather today. So, from Charleston, Myrtle Beach, Savannah, Brunswick, Jacksonville area, that's the area of concern. Mostly a wind damage concern, maybe an isolated tornado, but this little area here in yellow. The snow has really added up. Some of the highest totals so far have actually been from areas of the South. Fayetteville, Arkansas, 8 inches. Lubbock has had 7 inches. Chicago, St. Louis, and also Kansas City, minor snowfall event for you, right around 2 to 3 inches. Some areas got hit hard, though. Mount Magazine State Park in the Ozarks, 16 inches of snow. Also in the Ozarks and Lanton, Missouri, was at 12 inches. From here on, we're really watching the worst of it around Detroit. There's a ground stop. In other words, airplanes are not allowed to take off with their final destination being Detroit because they're in heavy snow currently. They're expecting 6 to 8 inches through the rest of the afternoon through the evening. And then the northern portion of New England is who's going to get the most significant snow. So the blue shows you the snow. Much of southern Michigan now is very treacherous to drive in, along with central New York. And eventually this will translate up into areas of northern New England. That's where we'll easily see another 6 to 10 inches of snow.
It is at least some good news for skiers, because there hasn't been much up in New England lately. Bill Cairns, thank you. Maggie Vespa, thanks so much. A major change from the Biden administration.
The president announced today the U.S. will give Ukraine tanks to help it fight Russia.
Today, I'm announcing that the United States will be sending 31 Abrams tanks to Ukraine. Secretary Austin has recommended this step because it will enhance the Ukraine's capacity to defend its territory and achieve its strategic objectives.
President Biden says America will also provide Ukraine the tools and training to properly operate those tanks. As recently as last week, the administration had resisted sending these sophisticated tanks overseas because they are complex to maintain.
Joining us now, NBC News Chief White House correspondent Peter Alexander and foreign correspondent Raf Sanchez is in Kharkiv, Ukraine. Peter, I'll start with you. Can you give us an explanation for what these M1 Abrams tanks are and why is it so significant the administration is sending them now?
Yeah, Kate and Aaron, this is a premier piece of military equipment. It's one that the U.S. had balked at sending to the Ukrainians for the course of the last several months. But finally, they came to an agreement alongside Germany to provide tanks to the Ukrainians. The Germans are going to provide just over a dozen of a similar tank that they have called the Leopard 2. The U.S. giving 31 of these tanks, as you heard from the president here. And according to those in and around the military community, these are significant because once they arrive, they can help to try to sort of puncture the Russian defenses there. But to be clear, these are being procured right now, which means they don't exist yet. The U.S. is ordering them from manufacturers, and then once they're built, they will send them to Ukraine, which means it's not going to happen in weeks. It'll certainly be months, even as we anticipate a new, renewed offensive from the Russians as spring begins. And it also has the risk of escalating the situation here. President Biden really tried to cool the temperature, lower the temperature between the U.S. and Ukraine and Russia as well. But he is getting a lot of support from Republican allies. Here's what Lindsey Graham said.
I think this is a turning point. There's been a decision made in Berlin and in Washington that clearly signals to me that they understand now the only solution is to help Ukraine defeat Russia inside of Ukraine.
Mitch McConnell saying it was overdue. The Russians, Kate and Aaron, saying that red lines are now a thing of the past. Back to you.
Let's bring in Raf Sanchez here. Raf, Peter makes a great point about it's going to take a while for these tanks to get there. You've been on the ground a couple of times now. Do you have a sense of how much of an impact these tanks could have, would eventually have, on Ukraine's capability on the battlefield?
Yeah, Aaron, well, the battlefield is largely stalemated here in eastern Ukraine at the moment, and the Ukrainian government sees these tanks as basically big iron fists that they can use to punch their way through Russian lines. They also have a lot of potential defensive firepower, and that is important because Ukraine is warning Vladimir Putin's forces are regrouping, and they may be preparing to attempt another offensive potentially in the coming weeks. But the big question is the one Peter raised: how quickly can these tanks get here? No one is expecting to see these M1 Abrams, the American tanks, here in Ukraine anytime soon. They have to literally be built first before being shipped over here. Aaron, Kate.
All right, Peter Alexander for us in D.C., Raf Sanchez in Ukraine. Gentlemen, thank you both.
Vice President Kamala Harris will travel to California today to honor the 11 people killed at a dance ballroom in Monterey Park. Last night, hundreds of community members gathered in a park just blocks away from the site of that deadly shooting. NBC News correspondent Steve Patterson is in Monterey Park. Steve, we're starting to learn a little more, right, about the 11 people who lost their lives in that dance hall. Talk to us about how the community is remembering them.
Well, one of the ways is purely visual, Kate. I know you were here not too long ago, a couple of days ago. You remember this memorial. It has grown so much. I just want to show it to you behind me. Take a look here, the flowers on the ground, but also now the faces in the storefront of that ballroom. People are coming here. This is a place of catharsis and prayer, paying their respects almost every 5 to 10 minutes or so. We see somebody new. This has played host to several vigils now in this community as well, and there are several vigils scattered throughout Monterey Park, all to honor these victims, ages 57 to 76 years old. These are grandfathers and grandmothers and elders and pillars of their community. And one of them is a man named 72-year-old Ming Ma, something of an informal dance instructor at the dance hall here, kind of the manager. He used to know everybody and fix everything inside there. One of his students was a woman named Judy Mack. She shared pictures of them dancing together with us. Here's what she said about just his light in his life. Listen to this.
How long was he your teacher for?
It's so many years already. So many years already. Yeah. Everybody know him. He's such a very nice guy, you know. He treat everybody is nice, like his own family, you know. And he's happy every day.
And that's what the vice president is walking into later on today. She will learn some of those stories. She will hug some of the people that knew these victims. She will likely lay a wreath at this memorial as this community does everything it can to heal. Kate?
It's just heartbreaking. Steve Patterson, thank you.
And in Northern California, the man accused of killing 7 workers is set to make his first court appearance as the community there comes together to try to heal. A bell ringing there 7 times for each victim at last night's multi-faith vigil. Speakers called for healing and change after the string of mass shootings we've seen. NBC News correspondent Jake Ward is outside the courthouse in Redwood City, California for us today. Jake, what more are we learning about the suspect here, and what can we expect in court today?
Well, Aaron, we're expecting the suspect to be charged with 7 counts of first-degree murder and 1 count of attempted first-degree murder here at this courthouse at 1:30 local time. That's 4:30 your time this afternoon. And since we spoke yesterday, new details have been emerging about the incident itself. According to NBC Bay Area, our colleagues here in the Bay Area, investigators say that he's been pretty cooperative. He's been describing the shooting in fair detail to them, and it seems he also left a note for his wife in the vehicle out of which he was tackled by authorities when he parked at the sheriff's substation yesterday. In that note, he evidently describes the shooting in a very matter-of-fact way to his wife and asks her to take care of their adult child living in China. Also, an important detail here, especially after what we're learning about the sort of, the details of Monterey Park. Evidently, he tells investigators that he was not aware of that shooting, as a result, was not inspired by it. And of course, from here, it's all about victim services, the support those families are going to need going forward, you guys.
Jake Ward in Northern California today. Jake, thank you.
A massive car recall for Volvo, and Justin Bieber is getting a big payday.
Seema Modi joins us now with our CNBC Money Minute. Hi, Seema.
Aaron, Volvo is asking the owners of more than 100,000 2023 vehicles to book an appointment for a software upgrade to fix a potential but unlikely brake problem. The automaker says no collisions or injuries have been reported. And Justin Bieber has sold the rights to his entire back catalog of songs to a company backed by the biggest private equity firm, Blackstone. The exact amount is not being announced, but it's reportedly more than $200 million. How about that? Hey,
$200 million for his back catalog?
Yeah.
Okay.
People love his music.
He could live off that,
Right.
I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, definitely.
Seema Modi, thank you.
Some breaking news now. What we're learning about a key piece of evidence in the murder trial of a South Carolina lawyer. You're watching NBC News Daily.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We are just moments away from opening statements in the double murder trial of Alex Murdaugh. He's the former lawyer accused of killing his wife and son in 2021. The jury has now been seated. It comes as a judge weighs whether certain key evidence will be permissible in court. Murdaugh comes from a powerful legal family in South Carolina, and the case has drawn intense interest there. Joining us now from South Carolina, NBC News correspondent Katie Beck and NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos joins me here in the studio. Katie, bring us up to speed. What's happened in court so far today?
Well, we have seen this jury seated, which I think is faster than most people expected. They thought it was going to be pretty difficult in a community of just 6,500 people to find 12 people that had not had intimate knowledge of this case or had some partiality, some tie to the Murdaugh family. But most people they sat actually did stand when they were asked if they'd heard of this case, because Murdaugh is a household name in these parts. So the jury has been seated at this point. It is 8 women and 4 men that will decide this case. They are going to come back into the courtroom at 3 o'clock and begin opening statements at that point. We have been given some idea of what each side will say. Prosecutors saying that Alex Murdaugh's life was unraveling and a series of financial fraud was about to come to light when he committed these murders. The defense has long maintained his total and complete innocence and say that the actual killers are still at large.
All right, Katie, thank you. Danny, let me bring you in here. You're a defense attorney. So if you're the defense attorney for Mr. Murdaugh, what case are you making? And also, what would the prosecution case be?
This would be my opening, and you may hear some version of this today, and it'll be that what the prosecution did in this case, they decided early on that Murdaugh, that the defendant was the bad guy, and they got tunnel vision, and they stopped looking for any other possibility that any other suspect could have committed these terrible crimes. And by doing that, they focused on Murdaugh's bad behavior, maybe the fact that he stole from his clients, whatever the case may be, but they focused in on him, and they have no direct evidence, and all they have is circumstantial evidence. It'll be some variation of that. Meanwhile, the prosecution is going to back up, beep, beep, the dump truck of evidence that they have and dump it all over not only the opening, but this trial. And they're going to try and introduce as much evidence as they can of all his other bad behavior, including allegedly stealing from clients, getting kicked out of his law firm, everything like that.
All right, Danny Ceballos, thanks so much. And also thanks to Katie Beck.
An investigation is underway in Texas after a series of suspicious incidents at the Dallas Zoo. The most recent involved the death of an endangered vulture. Zoo officials are now increasing security and offering a $10,000 reward. Here's Sam Brock.
The striking death of the lappet-faced vulture named Pin landed hard at the Dallas Zoo, not just because of the outcome, but also the circumstances.
What we found was deemed to be very suspicious, which pointed to this not being a natural death.
That death, resulting from an unusual wound, according to zoo officials, comes on the heels of a clouded leopard escaping her enclosure on January 13th, prompting a frantic search for the animal, ultimately found close by. The next day, the zoo announced the discovery of an incision in the leopard's mesh fencing, as well as the enclosure for some of the zoo's monkeys, though none escaped. Then Pin's tragedy. 7 days later, Dallas police are not ruling anyone out.
They're looking at both people who work at the zoo, staff, and then anyone outside as well. So they're questioning everyone.
On its sprawling 110-acre campus, the zoo says it has more than 100 cameras and it's doubled security, though officials haven't discussed how these enclosures might have been breached.
These are considered dangerous animals, and there's various layers protecting this area. We're coming into the first layer here.
At Zoo Miami, which has no connection to Dallas Zoo or the incidents, Communications Director Ron McGill takes us to the enclosures housing black bears and a Florida panther, wearing masks because those animals are susceptible to COVID.
How many layers of protection would you say there are in this complex? Between 5 and 6. 5 and 6 layers for each animal.
Just to open the guillotine gate to get to the bears requires 2 people. One person to open the handle, the other to make sure the lock is in place. So how hard would it be to compromise the structure?
The bottom line is here, you'd have to make not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4, but 5 fatal mistakes in order to actually give animal access to escape or to get to the animal.
With mystery enveloping the Dallas Zoo, that community is left with a sobering and sickening feeling about Pin.
This is an endangered species, which makes him all the more important to long-term sustainability of the vulture population. And we're also really disturbed by the idea that someone might have intentionally done this.
Sam Brock, NBC News.
Still ahead, why the Virginia elementary school teacher who was shot by her 6-year-old student is pointing blame at the school district. You're watching NBC News Daily.
think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
In today's Consumer Confidential, soaring egg prices are putting pressure on grocery stores. Most of the blame has been placed on a bird flu outbreak, but are the country's biggest egg producers also playing a part in keeping costs high? Here's NBC's Brian Chung.
Got them eggs.
Nobody follow you here, did they?
High egg prices and demand have users on social media cracking jokes. But it's the nation's largest egg producers now facing the spotlight amid allegations of foul play. Advocacy group Farm Action has accused giants, including Cal-Maine Foods, of working together in a collusive scheme to limit production and increase prices, all to juice their profits. Cal-Maine is the top producer of eggs in the U.S., controlling about 20% of the market. Their quarterly profits were more than 7 times larger than the year prior. During that time, the price of eggs more than doubled. In response to the allegations, Cal-Maine says many factors, including the bird flu and increasing production costs, have contributed to higher prices. Experts point out that egg farms are not the ultimate price setter.
We have to keep in mind that there are also other players in the supply chain, such as retailers, whose margins have to be factored into the final price that we pay at the grocery store.
Smaller farms like this one in Orondo, Washington, have been able to avoid huge price hikes because they've also been able to avoid the flu. Cage-free eggs were actually about 40 cents cheaper than conventional eggs in the first half of January.
It's delivery day today. We don't want to completely price ourselves out of the market, and we'd just like to be a good, wholesome supplier for our local community.
Whether the blame goes to bird flu or price gouging, shoppers are taking desperate measures to find cheaper eggs, from raising their own chickens to smuggling across the border, prompting the government to issue a warning of hefty fines up to $10,000. But some positive news, the USDA says prices are starting to come down as the holiday bump in demand fades. Signs of improvement after an extraordinary year for egg prices. In addition to looking at cage-free eggs, check the sell-by date and see if you can get a markdown on those closer to expiring. Consider buying in bulk and sharing with friends and family, and look at lower-grade eggs as cheaper options. Back to you.
All right, Brian, thank you. People are relocating to Florida in droves. Among the top reasons, no state income tax and cheaper real estate. But making the move could end up costing you big bucks. Michelle Quesada from our NBC affiliate in West Palm Beach, Florida, explains.
It's no surprise we're seeing our roads and highways explode with traffic. There are thousands more drivers in our area. People who move to Florida from other states to save on taxes may actually end up spending more on car, home, and health insurance.
There are many reasons why people are drawn to Florida.
Of course, the climate and, the taxes.
According to data from the Florida Department of Highway Safety and Motor Vehicles, from January of last year to date, more than 500,000 people surrendered an out-of-state license and got a Florida one.
Yes.
And local Adam Demanch has noticed.
Traffic's just unbearable compared to what it used to be.
No income state tax in Florida, cheaper real estate, and the weather are the top reasons broker Melissa Cantway says people are still moving here.
A property that you would buy here for $500,000 might cost $4 million in New York City.
But are they spending what they're saving in other areas? According to research from Insure.com, Florida has the highest annual car insurance premiums, ranks 28th in the highest cost of home insurance above New York, Pennsylvania, and Ohio, and is the 4th most expensive state for health care, according to Forbes. And then property taxes depend on the county you live in.
It is a little higher, but don't forget, we live in Nassau County, where it's like the ultimate high.
Araceli Rodriguez lives in Oyster Bay in Long Island and plans to live here. She's had family and neighbors make the move.
And a lot of them are our age, 60, ready to look for a different lifestyle.
Realtor Karen Moody says what brings savings to some costs more for others.
I have clients that are like, you know, this has gone down. It's saved us tremendously. We now can put our kids in private school. On the flip, I have clients that come here and they are shocked.
Money is a big factor, but don't underestimate the power of beautiful sunny days and warmer weather.
I mean, we love it here. It's just so beautiful.
Michelle Quesada reporting there. Coming up, the growing backlash after the Pope's controversial comments about being gay. You're watching NBC News Daily.
We're also streaming free 24/7 on NBC News Now. The news continues.
The big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland? How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
How real is this going back to the moon? What our top story tonight? You guys okay?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. How you doing, Lester?
Bottom of the hour now. Here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily.
A hiker who disappeared on California's Mount Baldy was found on Tuesday. 75-year-old Jin Chung went missing on his hike this past Sunday, but a search and rescue team was able to find him safe and sound 2 days later. Chung is the second hiker to have gone missing on Mount Baldy this month. British actor Julian Sands has been missing since January 13th after going hiking on that same mountain.
The cable channel Adult Swim has cut ties with the co-creator of the hit TV series Rick and Morty. The changes come for Justin Roiland after NBC News reported that he was charged with felony domestic violence in 2021. The show will continue for a 7th season without Roiland.
Civil rights lawyer Benjamin Crump is now threatening to sue Florida Governor Ron DeSantis over a decision by his administration to block a new advanced placement course on African American studies from being taught in Florida high schools. DeSantis and his administration argue the course violates Florida law and, quote, significantly lacks educational value.
Well, it has been a traumatic week of violence in this country. It seems like day after day we talk about yet another deadly shooting here.
We will see an all too familiar sight yet again today as Vice President Kamala Harris meets with grief-stricken families. She'll be in Monterey Park, California, with relatives of the 11 people who died there. But sadly, that is just one community in mourning as America grapples with this latest wave of deadly violence.
They lost their lives.
Overnight vigils in Half Moon Bay and Monterey Park, California.
I think the last 2 days, 3 days have just been so difficult for us because
it's very frustrating.
Across the country, grief, despair, anger.
It was really hard not to cry because all I thought was, what is happening? What is happening to our community?
In just the past 4 days, 8 mass shootings, the latest leaving 3 people dead and 1 injured in North Carolina. According to the Robeson County Sheriff's Office, a suspect is in custody. 3 of the most recent shootings in California, a state considered to have the toughest gun laws in the nation. But that hasn't stopped the violence.
This problem isn't unique to our state, but it is unique to our nation. This has to end. It must end.
According to the Gun Violence Archive, in the first few weeks of 2023, at least 73 people have been killed in 40 mass shootings across the country, compared to 27 at this point last year. That's any shooting with at least 4 people shot. There have been more mass shootings than days in 2023.
One happens, and then within a week, there's 2 more. We call that social contagion, where other people see somebody do that, and then suddenly that feels like an answer for them as well.
Nationally, politicians don't often agree on solutions, but the Giffords Law Center points to progress. In 2022, President Biden signed a bipartisan bill that gives grants to states for red flag laws, enhances background checks for 18 to 21-year-olds, and funds mental health services. 21 states and Washington, D.C. passed some kind of bill aimed at gun safety, though dozens of other bills in state legislatures throughout the country did not pass.
I do think we're making some progress. It's slow, but I think it's coming.
We need to come together and we need action to stop this violence.
In the wake of the recent shootings in California, Governor Gavin Newsom and state lawmakers there have been vocal, demanding more action on the federal level. Senate Democrats joined President Biden in calling for new limits on access to firearms, but that's a non-starter for many conservative lawmakers. Garrett Haake, our colleague on Capitol Hill, asked House Speaker Kevin McCarthy if Congress would do anything on mass shootings, and he answered that California already has the strongest gun laws in the country, and it did not stop these killings.
And as communities grieve these victims of these shootings, the Secret Service is releasing a new report about mass attacks in public spaces. That report examines 173 attacks from 2016 to 2020. In each of them, 3 or more people were hurt. The report shows 1/4 of the attackers were motivated by conspiracy theories or hateful ideologies. NBC News Homeland Security correspondent Julia Ainsley joins us now from D.C. Julia, take us through some of the key findings in this report. What else should we know?
Well, as you pointed out, 1/4 of them were motivated by conspiracy theories or hateful ideologies. This was the time when we saw the El Paso shooter target Latinos at a Walmart there. We also saw during the same period of time the Jewish community targeted in Pittsburgh at the Tree of Life Synagogue. But what also stood out to me is that the #1 motivator was actually personal grievances. That means that people who had a problem with their workplace, with a relationship, a romantic relationship, or had just a general grievance against society, often that was the motivator. They also said the typical attacker was a 34-year-old man, and that at least almost 1/3 of them had evidence of planning the attack. They also said 58% had a history of mental illness, and 93% had experienced a stressor within the 5 years of the attack. They even said in 22 cases, someone had lost their job that day. And so why they're trying to share all of these stats now are so that anyone from either a parent, a roommate, all the way up to a chief of police for a city can take these findings and try to prevent tragedies before they happen, Aaron.
So with that, Julia, is the Secret Service recommending any specific actions to try to turn the tide on these types of attacks?
You know, I asked about that. Right now, they're really just coming at this from a purely research base. Here's what they had to say.
But what we really want people to focus on, not a specific trait or a specific profile of the type of person that would carry out this attack, because there isn't one. What we want people and communities to focus on are the behaviors that they're exhibiting that may suggest that they pose a risk of violence.
That was Dr. Lena Alathari. She is the chief of the Secret Service's National Threat Assessment Center. That is a group that started to try to do assessments of places where the Secret Service was protecting people like the nation's leaders. And now they're sharing this research with the public. In fact, just today, Dr. Alathari is leading a webinar, and she has 21,000 people across the country who are signed up because people are dying for answers after these tragedies.
All right, Julia Ainsley for us in D.C. today. Thank you, Julia.
The teacher who was shot by a 6-year-old student in Virginia is planning to sue the school district. Abigail Zwerner was shot in her classroom in Newport News earlier this month. Her attorney says the district ignored several warning signs. Tonight, the school board will also vote on whether to remove the current superintendent. NBC News Washington correspondent Yamiche Alcindor has been following this for us. Yamiche, what else is Zwerner's attorney alleging in this lawsuit, and has the district responded?
Well, as you said, the lawyer for the teacher shot by that 6-year-old is saying that they're going to be attending to file a lawsuit and announcing that she intends to say that the Newport News Virginia School District, that they failed to act. Take a listen.
This tragedy was entirely preventable if the school administrators responsible for school safety had done their part and taken action when they had knowledge of imminent danger. But instead, they failed to act, and Abby was shot.
The lawyer said on the day of the shooting, teachers at Rich Neck Elementary School warned school administrators on 4 separate occasions that the 6-year-old was a danger to those around them. And 3 of those times, they warned that he had a gun. And I was just reading an email from the school district where I was asking them to comment on the lawyer's claims here. They said that they don't want to comment at this moment, but it obviously is a tense situation. And also in an NBC News exclusive, a source close to the situation tells NBC News that that teacher, Abby Zwerner, texted a loved one about an hour before she was shot. The 6-year-old boy was armed and that school officials were failing to act. So the source told NBC News, quote, she was frustrated because she was trying to get help with this child, for this child, and then she needed help and no one was coming.
But Yamiche, just to be clear, 3 people, they said that 3 people knew he had a gun and nothing happened. Is that what they're saying?
Certainly. They're saying that at least 3 teachers went to school administrators and said that this boy is suspected of having a gun. One of those teachers said that they searched his book bag, couldn't find the gun. Another teacher said that he told another student, showed the actual gun to the student during recess, and that those teachers were worried. The school still didn't do anything, according to the lawyer. And then a 4th teacher, they say, said that the student wanted to search the student, but they said that the school officials denied that request. So a number of people knew that this child had a gun, and on at least 3 separate occasions, school administrators were told that the student had a gun.
All according to the lawyer for the teacher. Yamiche Alcindor, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
The search for a missing woman in Boston is growing more desperate by the day. Reina Morales Rojas disappeared months ago. Community members say police are not doing enough to find her. NBC's Gary Grumbach is tracking that story for us and joins us now. Gary, what can you tell us?
Yeah, Aaron, Reina has been missing since November in Boston, and the Latino community there is really taking matters into their own hands as they continue to search for Reina Morales Rojas. She was last seen on November 26th when surveillance video captured her getting into a silver van. Police say she was dropped off about 15 minutes away in Somerville, Massachusetts, but police have not released any further information about her whereabouts after that point. On Tuesday, members of the group Luma wrote a letter to Boston police and held a vigil for the woman outside an East Boston Police Department precinct. The group says that Reina's case has not been enough of a focus for investigators compared to other women. Now, part of the letter read, quote, "It is of grave concern to our community that the authorities have done little to move forward with the investigation of this case until now, and without pressure from organizations such as ours." Advocates say her story is representative of so many other women.
Reina is an example of thousands of women who we flee from our countries for looking for a better life. I came from a country that I don't have voice. And I have voice in the state, and I want to send this message to our elected officials, to our local authorities. Please, take action.
Now, our NBC station in Boston spoke to Morales Rojas' family in her home country of El Salvador. They are understandably heartbroken, but say they haven't given up hope of finding her. On Tuesday, Massachusetts State Police tweeted that they're assisting Boston police in the search, and anybody with any information is being asked to contact Boston police at 1-800-494-TIPS. Aaron?
All right, Gary Grumbach for us today. Thank you, Gary.
Up next, how ChatGPT is triggering alarms at some of the nation's top universities. More NBC News Daily right after this.
think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top story with Tanya Amos. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
So a new artificial intelligence program has a lot of educators worried about the potential to use it for cheating in the classroom. ChatGPT has already been tested and passed law school exams and tests at prestigious business schools, and teachers and experts fear it's just the beginning. NBC's Stephanie Gosk shows us how the technology works.
Essays, philosophical questions, even therapy. ChatGPT is a computer program that will write whatever you want quickly and convincingly, and with better grammar than a grade school teacher.
The big change is the existence of a paragraph is no longer evidence of human thought.
NYU Media Studies professor Clay Shirky says ChatGPT isn't actually thinking, but using a form of predictive text, like we have on our phones, but on steroids.
So if I say to you, happy birthday, I baked you a cake, you know exactly what to fill in.
All that data allows the program to achieve astonishing results, passing a graduate-level test at the prestigious Wharton School of Business, managing a C+ on exams at the University of Minnesota Law School. The potential for cheating causing a growing number of school districts, including New York and Seattle, to ban artificial intelligence on school devices. OpenAI launched ChatGPT 2 months ago, getting billions of dollars from Microsoft to help develop it. The company writing, "We don't want ChatGPT to be used for misleading purposes in schools or anywhere else," adding that it's working on ways to identify AI-generated text, which is what 22-year-old Princeton student Edward Tian has already done, developing an app being embraced by teachers.
We've seen lots of teachers try it out and see wow, it works. Sometimes it confirms suspicions they've already been having, of the students' writing suddenly changing.
Tian says he doesn't support banning the use of AI in schools, and even uses it himself as a sort of rough draft when writing computer code.
It's really good at getting me started, but at the end of the day, you have to finish the job yourself.
The powerful technology can be a constructive tool if used the right way.
Should educators be freaked out by this?
I mean, freaked out, no, but really the answer is change your assignments to reflect the fact that you're in a world now that has a personal calculator for words.
Okay, Steph Gosk, so should parents be freaked out by this? How easy is it for students to use this technology?
Very easy, Kate. If you can get to a website, you can use it. If you can Google something, you can use it. And that's one of the things that's so remarkable about this latest iteration. There has been technology out there before that's done something similar. It's what they've done at ChatGPT to make it so easy to use. And just to give you an idea, it launched the end of November last year. Now, Stanford University's newspaper did a survey of students and found that 17% of them had used it in their final exams. 5% of them had copied from it directly. And so then the question is, how do you stop kids from cheating? And what that professor at NYU said to me is, you're not going to be able to detect this, although maybe you can at some point. But what you really need to do is incorporate this tool that's going to be out there into learning. And what does that look like? No one knows yet.
It's a whole new world. Stephanie Gosk, thank you.
Well, in today's Daily Health, there is new data out today from the CDC on COVID boosters. It found that they were about 50% effective against infections from the 2 current dominant COVID strains in this country. Let's bring in NBC News medical reporter Erica Edwards and our senior medical correspondent, Dr. John Torres. Dr. John, I'll start with you here. Can you explain what this study means for us? 50% to a layperson isn't necessarily the same thing that a scientist would see it as, right?
Exactly, Aaron. And what they looked at here is real-world examples of what happened with somebody who was vaccinated or had not gotten vaccinated in a while. And they found out if you had the updated booster shots, then you were almost half as likely to not suffer the symptomatic infections. You were protected about half from not suffering symptomatic infections. On top of that, if you had the updated booster shot and had gotten vaccines before, you're twice as likely not to have a high risk of dying from COVID. On top of that, if you'd never been vaccinated, you were 13 times more likely to not die from COVID. So this is good news, especially compared to the fact that when we looked at neutralizing antibodies, which are a lab-type test, it didn't look like these new booster shots were doing that well. But with this one, they're saying in a real-world environment, symptomatic infections are reduced by 50%. And on top of that, we also think it adds protection from dying and severe illness.
Yeah, good to know for sure for people who are getting those boosters or who needed another reason to get a booster. Erica, let me bring you in here. I know you have some new reporting about a study on COVID and cholesterol. What did it find?
It's a great segue, of course, because there is emerging evidence that COVID may increase the risk for high cholesterol by 24% up to a year after infection. 2 recent studies found that people who previously had COVID were more likely to have elevated levels of triglycerides and LDL cholesterol, that's the bad cholesterol, and lower levels of HDL, the good cholesterol. What's really intriguing, though, is both of these studies found the findings were similar, whether patients were older or otherwise young and healthy in their 20s. Doctors tell me, Aaron, that this is certainly something to keep an eye on.
All right, Erica Edwards, John Torres, thank you both. There is more news ahead.
You're watching NBC News Daily.
What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Amos. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now. Streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Pope Francis is expressing new support for the gay community. In an interview with the Associated Press, the leader of the Catholic Church touched on a wide range of topics, including sexual abuse within the church and the war in Ukraine. But it's his comments on homosexuality that are leaving members of the LGBTQ community with some mixed feelings. NBC News foreign correspondent Claudio Lavanga joining us now from Rome. Claudio, what did the Pope have to say about homosexuality?
Hey, Aaron. Well, the Pope said that called the laws against or decriminalized homosexuals around the world unjust, and he called for Catholic bishops around the world who for some reason support those laws in their own countries to welcome LGBTQ people into the church instead. Let's listen to an extract of that interview.
Somos todos hijos de Dios. We are all children of God, and God loves us as we are and for the strength that each one of us has to fight for our dignity. Being homosexual is not a crime. It's not a crime. Yes, it's a sin, but let's make a distinction between a sin and a crime.
Now, this is not the first time the Pope speaks against discrimination against homosexuals, but it's the first time that he's called for, or is called the laws against homosexuals in certain countries in the world unjust. Aaron?
So I wonder about the impact of that, Claudio. He's the head of the church, obviously, a head of state. Do these comments actually change anything when it comes to Catholic doctrine or his interactions with other world leaders?
Well, it's unlikely to change the doctrine of the Catholic Church. As you heard from that extract of the interview, he said that homosexuality is still considered a sin, even though it needs to be distinguished from a crime. It's not a crime, the Pope said. But at the same time, it's very important that he said that he's called for the bishops in those countries where these laws are applied. And there are 67 countries around the world where being a homosexual is a crime, and 11 of them, it can lead to a death penalty. So that means that those Catholic bishops could put pressure on those governments to abolish those laws. Aaron?
All right, Claudio Lavanga for us in Rome today. Claudio, thank you.
New revelations are emerging in the ongoing saga surrounding New York Congressman George Santos. The embattled lawmaker recently appeared on a podcast claiming that he was the victim of multiple crimes, including an alleged assassination attempt. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ryan Nobles joins us now. Ryan, this is the latest, as people probably know, in a series of claims that were made by Congressman Santos. Important to note that many of those claims have been proven false. He has admitted to some degree that some of them were false. What is he saying now?
Well, Kate, this was a podcast that took place before he was sworn in as a member of Congress, before many of these revelations about his past that were later determined to be inaccurate were revealed. And this is where he talks about an attempt to kill him, an attempt on his life. Take a listen.
A gente já sofreu atentado de vida, atentado de assassinato, assaltado por 2 homens, mas eles me assaltaram, levaram a minha pasta, levaram o meu sapato e meu relógio. E isso foi na luz do dia. Eram 3 e pouca da tarde.
Now, it's important to point out, we reached out to the NYPD. There's no record of a police report. And Santos, we've also reached out to him for some clarity on this. He hasn't responded. Now, that doesn't mean it didn't happen. But again, Kate, the congressman has a track record here, and it's one where he isn't always that truthful.
And let me ask also about new questions surrounding a 6-figure loan made to the congressman's campaign and where that money came from. What is Santos saying?
Well, he amended his financial disclosure report and basically unchecked a box that had at one point said that it was a personal loan from his campaign, meaning it came from his own bank account and was donated to the campaign with the opportunity to be paid back later. Now, he didn't offer any additional clarity as to where that money came from, where those donations came from, but he's basically saying that he didn't supply them himself. Now, this situation, the questions about his finances could be the biggest problem that Santos is facing right now. And the House Leader, Kevin McCarthy, says that he wants an ethics investigation to play itself out. But if it determines that Santos did something wrong, then he could be in danger of losing his committee assignments or even his seat in Congress. Kate?
All right, Ryan Nobles for us on Capitol Hill. Ryan, thanks so much. Appreciate it.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
I'm Kate Snow. You are watching NBC News Daily. We're also streaming for free 24/7 on NBC News Now. You can watch us wherever you stream live. You see a number of places there listed on your screen. The news continues right after this.
I love mornings. They're full of possibility. And how you start your day sets the tone for the whole day.
We need to pull up one extra chair at the table.
We feel like we're right there with you.
Just ahead, in this half hour, we're going to introduce you to...
Because every day we start our morning so you can take on yours.
Hi, everyone. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Aaron Gilchrist. NBC News Daily starts right now. Today, Wednesday, January 25th, 2023. Outbreak, severe weather barreling across the Midwest and in the South, leaving a path of destruction. The weather alerts in effect right now, and how long this dangerous weather will stick around.
Rolling out, President Biden announcing dozens of tanks will be sent to Ukraine. How this bold move could change the direction of the war.
United they stand. 2 California communities in mourning after a pair of mass shootings. What family and friends are now saying about the lives that were lost.
And high tech after a holiday travel season full of delays and cancellations. What some airports are doing to ensure your luggage gets where it needs to go.
And we begin with 2 communities in California on the coast there, shattered by separate mass shootings.
Vice President Kamala Harris is on her way to Monterey Park right now to help honor the 11 people killed in Saturday's shooting.
Last night, hundreds of community members gathered in a park just blocks from the deadly shooting site. They came to pay their respects to the lives lost, including one man who was in the dance hall when the shooting happened.
Whenever I close my eye, those things come back. Bang, 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 bang. Light, people fall down. People coming back. Never stop. Yeah.
So this is helping you heal and helping your heart be a little less heavy.
Yes.
NBC News correspondent Aaron McLaughlin is out in Monterey Park for us. Aaron, we're starting to learn more, right, about the 11 people killed in the dance hall. How's the community remembering them?
Hey there, Kay. Well, community members have been coming here to where I am outside of the dance studio where the gunman opened fire that Lunar New Year evening, killing 11 men and women. Community members have been laying flowers and leaving notes of remembrance at the growing makeshift memorial behind me. And that includes Judy Mock. Judy Mock says that she was supposed to be here that tragic night, but for a dinner, she would have been among the tens, the scores dancing in that ballroom. And she was here to pay tribute to 72-year-old Ming-Wei Ma. She said he was a dance instructor. She said he was like a family member. It was an emotional moment for her to be here to see the tributes to him and others. Take a listen.
How long was he your teacher for?
It's so many years already. So many years already. Yeah. Everybody know him. He's such a very nice guy, you know. He treat everybody is nice, like his own family, you know. And he's happy every day.
We're also beginning to hear from other family members, including the family of 68-year-old Valentino Alvaro. They put out a statement. Let me read you what it says in part, saying, "We wish we could let him know that we will all miss him for the rest of our days on this earth. We hope that he danced to his heart's content until the very end, and we hope that he is now dancing in heaven." And that is the hope, really, of the rest of the community as well.
Yeah, it's a beautiful way to remember somebody at a tough time like this. I do wonder, Aaron, we know the investigators are still looking for a motive in this shooting. Are we learning anything new about the suspect here?
Yeah, we are. And NBC News has been in contact with some individuals who say they knew the 72-year-old suspect, their acquaintances. They describe him as someone who was desperate, who was alone, someone who lacked close family and friends, and who was quick to anger. Multiple law enforcement officials telling NBC News that they believe that this was a personal attack. He did have ties to the dance hall behind me. There are news reports that that's the hall where he met his ex-wife. They were divorced decades ago. So we're getting to hear a disturbing picture of a man who perhaps was suffering mentally and who was all alone before committing this horrible crime. Aaron.
Aaron McLaughlin, thank you so much.
In Northern California, the man accused of killing 7 workers is set to make his first court appearance in about a half an hour. The affected community there is trying to come together and heal. A bell rang 7 times for each of the victims at a vigil last night, a multi-faith vigil. Speakers called for healing and for change after this string of mass shootings in California. NBC News correspondent Nyala Charles is outside the courthouse in Redwood City, California for us today. Nyala, what more are we learning about the suspect here, and what can we expect in court today?
Aaron, that suspect, a 66-year-old Chung Lee Zhao, we're just learning that he told investigators that his co-workers disrespected him in the years leading up to the shooting. That's according to 2 police sources with direct involvement in the investigation who spoke to NBC Bay Area. Aaron?
And Nyala, tell us a little bit more about the vigil last night. I know there was one that a lot of people attended to honor the victims. What's the community focusing on at this point?
Yeah, Aaron, all 7 of those victims who died are people who investigators say worked with the suspect at some point. All of them either Hispanic or Asian. Last night, there was a memorial service here in this community for those victims in which they prayed for the victims and also called for an end to gun violence, putting pressure on elected officials. Aaron?
All right, Nyala Charles for us in Northern California today. Nyala, thank you.
Parts of New England are bracing for as much as 15 inches of snow as a strengthening storm system moves from the Midwest to the East Coast. The Great Lakes region saw a few inches earlier today. Severe thunderstorms and the possibility of more tornadoes are the focus in the South. Look at this video. More than a dozen reported twisters ripped through Texas and Louisiana yesterday. Already the number of reported tornadoes in January is more than 4 times the average for this month. NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns is tracking this new storm system. But let's begin with Maggie Vespa in Indianapolis. Maggie, the real damage, we just saw a peek of it, is the South and these tornadoes. Talk to us about what people are dealing with.
Kate, it's insane. As you saw, a lot of that video just utterly breathtaking. 17 tornadoes reported on the ground in the past 24 hours. And frankly, a lot of people there, especially in Texas and Louisiana, dealing with devastating damage. The video that we're seeing, you can see houses ripped apart. You can see cars kind of tossed onto their sides. In some cases, semi-trucks tossed onto their sides, blocking multiple lanes of entire interstates. We're hearing about 3 people on the ground hospitalized. And of course, the damage still being surveyed by the National Weather Service. And of course, with that, sometimes that injury count tends to go up. We're hoping that doesn't happen, but we are tracking that as well. And again, these tornadoes popping up, reports of tornadoes, I should say, Texas into Louisiana, and then tracking east as this system moves east. But you kind of touched on that stunning number. I know we're going to hear more about this in the forecast, but this has been such a destructive January, an unusually destructive one. On average, we usually have close to 36 tornadoes in the month of January. So far this year, we've had more than 130. Kate?
Yeah, that's quite a staggering figure. Thank you, Maggie. Let me go to Bill. And where is the storm system heading next? What do we expect?
We're still waiting to see if we're going to get any severe weather out of this line of storms today. This is the same storm system that produced all those tornadoes yesterday. We had 1 tornado reported early this morning in a panhandle of Florida. No damage really done. But this line is still here, and it's going to be intensifying a little bit as it enters towards the coast. So it's really going to be right along the coastal areas from Jacksonville, Gainesville, northwards, Brunswick, Savannah, up through Charleston and Myrtle Beach area, Wilmington. That's the area where we could see some strong gusty winds that could do some damage, maybe an isolated tornado or 2. We're not expecting anything like yesterday. And the snow side of the storm, you know, areas in Arkansas got nailed, especially the northern Ozarks, but Fayetteville had 8 inches of snow. Lubbock, Texas was the highest, a big city in Texas at 7 inches. But Chicago, St. Louis, and Kansas City, kind of a minor event, 2 inches for you. Arizona snowball still the highest for this storm system, but there's that Mount Magazine State Park in Arkansas with up to 18 inches. The worst right now is over the Detroit area. Winter storm warning with heavy snow. They have a ground stop at the airport. The takeoffs are 1 to 2 hour delays, and they're not letting any airplanes come into the airport. So Detroit's getting it on the chin right now. It looks like you'll probably end up with about 6 to 8 inches. Areas in central and northern New England, that's where all the snow is heading next. And we think tonight this area will be doing a lot of shoveling and plowing, guys, at least 6 inches.
You see me, I'm like leaning in trying to see where my town is on that map. Bill Cairns.
I'll brief you later.
Okay, Bill Cairns, thank you. Maggie Vespa as well.
Some breaking news now. A major about-face for the Biden administration. The president announcing this afternoon that the U.S. will give Ukraine tanks to help fight Russia.
Today, I'm announcing that the United States will be sending 31 Abrams tanks to Ukraine. Secretary Austin has recommended this step because it will enhance the Ukraine's capacity to defend its territory and achieve its strategic objectives.
President Biden says America will also provide Ukraine the tools and training it needs to properly operate those tanks. As recently as last week, the administration had resisted sending these sophisticated tanks because they are complex to maintain. NBC News Pentagon correspondent Courtney Kube is joining me now from her post. So, Courtney, talk to us about what exactly these Abrams tanks are and why this is significant that the administration is sending them now.
So these are the main battle tank for the U.S. military. What's significant now is not so much what effect these 31 Abrams tanks would have on the battlefield in Ukraine, because the reality is they're not going to be there for a long time, many, many months before they'll actually be on the ground in that conflict. But what's significant here is what this means. The U.S. making the announcement that they're sending 1 battalion of these tanks. The goal, according to U.S. officials who I spoke with, is to open up the floodgates for other countries to then make similar announcements. So we've already seen it with Germany announcing the 14 tanks that they're going to send. There's a hope that other countries in the region who have these Leopard tanks, maybe even others who have Abrams tanks, that they'll provide them. And then that's what could be the potential game changer here. The reality is the coming fight is more likely to be a tank battle than what we've been seeing in Ukraine over the last 11+ months, which has been, in many cases, for many months, it's really been a battle of artillery. So firing artillery back and forth between the sides. As munitions run lower, particularly on the Russian side, we are more likely to see some more of the close-in combat that the tanks would be useful for, as well as some of these other maneuver vehicles that we've been hearing about, the Bradleys and the Strykers. So if these other nations can send tanks in the nature of, in the neighborhood of 250, 300+ tanks, that's when we're talking about a potential game changer on the ground in Ukraine, Aaron.
As we are just a couple of weeks rather, from the 1-year mark in this conflict in Ukraine. Courtney Kube for us at the Pentagon today. Thank you, Courtney.
Thanks.
A growing number of schools blocking TikTok could now lead maybe to a national ban, and the Justice Department announcing an investigation into the tire company Goodyear.
Seema Modi joins us now with our CNBC Money Minute. Hi, Seema.
Aaron and Kate, let's start with TikTok. Republican Senator Josh Hawley says he will introduce a bill to ban the Chinese-owned video app in the United States because it threatens the privacy of children and their mental health. The University of Wisconsin is the latest big educational institution to ban TikTok on school-owned devices. TikTok says the fears are not justified. Also, the Wall Street Journal reports the Justice Department is investigating Goodyear over a tire recall linked to 8 deaths. The company says it has cooperated with auto safety regulators and argues the tires do not have a safety defect. Aaron, back to you.
All right.
Seema Modi, thank you.
Coming up, why a fight is expected over what evidence can be presented in the murder trial of a former South Carolina lawyer. You're watching NBC News Daily.
free now. The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Join Hoda Kotb for season 3 of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Opening statements are about to begin in the double murder trial of Alex Murdaugh. He's the former South Carolina lawyer accused of killing his wife and son in 2021. The 18-person jury was seated this afternoon. After 3 days of selection, Alex Murdaugh comes from a prominent legal family in the South Carolina Lowcountry. The case has drawn intense interest there. NBC News correspondent Katie Beck is outside the courthouse for us in Waterboro, South Carolina. Katie, so when we last checked in, they had selected the jury. Are we about to get opening statements?
Well, Kate, opening statements were actually slated to start at 3 o'clock. We're told there's been some delay, some holdup where folks tell us inside that there is a line to get into that courtroom, and they are told it could be a while. So we don't know exactly what that means in terms of getting these statements in today. What we do know is that this jury was seated faster than anyone expected. Murdaugh is a household name here in Lowcountry, so trying to find 18 people that can be impartial and hear this case for the next several weeks, we thought would be a taller task than it has proven to be. We do expect in these opening statements to hear two very different versions of the same story. The prosecution saying that Alex Murdaugh was a man in distress, someone who was fearing the exposure of his financial crimes and therefore plotted the murder of his wife and son. The defense has vehemently said from the beginning that he is completely innocent of these murder charges, and that, you know, the fact that this case keeps going on is evidence that these murderers are still at large, and that the prosecution zeroed in on Alex Murdaugh from the beginning, telling the community they had nothing to fear when they didn't have a suspect. They are saying that eventually he will be completely exonerated. Kate?
Katie, I know there's a question over a Snapchat video and whether that is going to be allowed to be used in court. Can you tell us what we think is on that video, and is there any resolution on that yet?
There isn't any resolution. That motion will be decided during the trial, but it is a pivotal piece of evidence for the prosecution because that video was taken in the dog kennel where Maggie and Paul were murdered just 2 hours before their time of death. So if on that video, possibly, there is some voice likeness or image of Alex Murdaugh, that kind of blows his alibi timeline out of the water. So we'll see what's on that video and whether or not it gets in. That motion has yet to be decided.
All right. Katie Beck for us. Katie, thank you.
Well, after decades behind bars in Hawaii, a man wrongfully convicted of murder and sexual assault has been released from prison. In 2000, Albert Ian Schweitzer was sentenced to 130 years in prison, but new DNA evidence has cleared his name. Here's Lynn Kawano of our NBC affiliate in Honolulu.
So therefore, the conviction of Albert Ian Schweitzer for murder in the second degree, kidnapping, and sexual assault in the first degree is hereby vacated, and Mr. Schweitzer shall be released immediately from custody in this court.
Albert Ian Schweitzer is now a free man. Judge Peter Kubota, in an historic ruling today, agreed that all the new evidence, especially DNA evidence collected because of improved technology, proves that Schweitzer did not assault and murder Dana Ireland in 1991. Schweitzer was able to embrace family after the reunion. It's been decades since he saw his mother, father, and other loved ones. It was an emotional reunion in court.
Just grateful, very thankful. Give glory to all God Almighty, my Lord and Savior. Thank you for blessing me and my team, my family, and thank you to the judge for doing being an honorable judge, and the prosecutors for doing the honorable thing and restoring honor in that court system.
This has been the first time in the state of Hawaii where there's been a conviction integrity process to where the prosecutors, I'm talking about the entire state, has sat down with the defense and our Innocence Project, worked together to work cooperatively to find out who actually did this, to seek justice.
The case was dismissed without prejudice. The prosecutor, though, did not dispute the new DNA evidence in court, and in a statement said they are committed to finding the one man whose DNA litters the crime scene evidence.
Lynn Kawano reporting there. Coming up, why the skyrocketing price of eggs is leaving U.S. border officials scrambling. You're watching NBC News Daily.
I love mornings. They're full of possibility. And how you start your day sets the tone for the whole day.
We need to pull up one extra chair at the table.
We feel like we're right there with you.
Just ahead, in this half hour, we're going to introduce you to...
Because every day we start our morning so you can take on yours.
Well, it's a growing problem for a lot of Americans. We're talking about the skyrocketing price of eggs. The national average right now is about $4.25 a dozen. If you're lucky, the rising costs are leading to an unexpected situation at the border, apparently. Smugglers are trying to bring in eggs, sometimes hundreds at a time. NBC News correspondent Stephen Romo joins us now. We wouldn't have expected a conversation about smuggling eggs ever in this country, but how serious of a problem is this, Stephen, for Customs and Border officials?
Yeah, Aaron, I'll spare you my excellent puns and get right to it, telling you that I got a boo from Kate Snow over there. This has actually become a pretty big problem for Border Patrol agents, something they're not used to focusing on so much. Just for an example, in South Texas alone, they've seen a spike of 300% in these egg interceptions on the border. Now, some of that is due to smugglers trying to get a bunch of eggs, as many as 350 reported at a time, trying to get them over so they can sell them to people on the other side of the border, on the Texas side, and make that profit. But a lot of it also is people just going across the border to try to buy eggs for themselves, not realizing they're not allowed to do it. Otherwise, a problem for people on the border right now, something hopefully that will settle down, Aaron.
Wow, you just see somebody, under the cover of darkness, trading off eggs for money in a dark alley somewhere. Crazy times. Is there a light at the end of the tunnel on this, Stephen? When could we start to see egg prices go down?
Yeah, that is the question everyone wants to know. At least for the first quarter of this year, we're told that egg prices are expected to remain high. Maybe they'll get better after that, but it's going to be hard to tell. Bird flu was the big problem, leading to many birds being killed off in this country, making the egg shortage happen. So when the egg farmers will make up that extra inventory, yet to be seen, Aaron.
All right, Stephen Romo, thank you.
2022 capped off Wall Street's worst year since 2008. The S&P 500 lost over $8 trillion in market value, and that meant many rookie investors who were drawn in during the pandemic, they lost big too. NBC News business and data reporter Brian Chung met up with some of those investors.
Alan Garcia and his wife invested their stimulus checks into the stock market as the pandemic began. Not even 3 years later, that money is gone.
At the end of the day, I didn't make any money at all. I lost my whole portfolio, which is very unfortunate.
Garcia did well initially, but when the stock market turned in 2022, Garcia doubled down on bets the market would go back up.
Sure enough, we never recovered. And yeah, I said goodbye to the stimulus checks.
In 2022, the S&P 500, a popular index fund made up of 500 big companies, lost almost 20% in value, making it the worst year for stocks since the 2008 financial crisis. That decline devastated the portfolios of rookie traders who picked up investing during the pandemic.
I know people that lost a lot of money.
As the pandemic started, new users flocked to apps like Robinhood, a popular commission-free stock trading platform. They report monthly active users quadrupled between December 2019 to June 2021. Marvin LaHood was one of those new users. He started investing using Robinhood and found Reddit forums online that fueled speculative run-ups in stocks like GameStop.
It was always small money until the GameStop, and that kind of opened my appetite, probably not a good thing, towards putting more money towards such speculative plays.
Those meme stock trades helped him break $1 million, the same day his wife shared she was pregnant with the second child. His portfolio ballooned to as much as $2.2 million in 2021, but it came crashing down to just $200,000.
I had moments where I experienced mild forms of depression for the first time and had to rethink purpose of life and happiness and what matters to me.
Brokerages are now seeing waning enthusiasm among its users. Robinhood says monthly active users fell near pre-pandemic levels from June 2021 to November 2022. A Robinhood report says their user base shrank by 8.8 million. Meanwhile, financial services company TD Ameritrade says its users appeared to sell stocks into December as they sidelined themselves from a falling market.
The mom and pop investors probably aren't going to have as much to put in the market. We also see when when consumer sentiment starts to sour and turn south a little bit, people also are a little bit less willing to invest.
Both Garcia and LaHood have sidelined themselves from actively trading at the moment, but it all depends on the market.
I was a bit too obsessed. I'll definitely get back into it, but hopefully this year we'll see how the market does. It looks like it wants to reverse. So.
A hint of optimism after a brutal year for traders. Brian Chung, NBC News.
And there is more news ahead.
You're watching NBC News Daily. We are also streaming for free 24/7 on NBC News Now. The news continues after this.
like every single person is an inspirational leader or teacher in some way. What can I do in my life? What can I take from this person's story? I think we all want a fresh start.
Join Hoda Kotb for season 3 of her podcast, Making Space.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now. For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Bottom of the hour now. Here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily.
Breaking news, at least 2 people are dead and 5 are hurt after a knife attack on a train in Germany. This happened this morning on a regional train in the northern part of that country. The Interior Ministry confirming to NBC News that police do have a suspect in custody. The motive behind the attack is not clear.
The cable channel Adult Swim has cut ties with the co-creator of the hit TV series Rick and Morty. The changes come for Justin Roiland after NBC News reported that he was charged with felony domestic violence in 2021. The show will continue for a 7th season without Roiland.
Chicago White Sox pitcher Mike Clevenger is under investigation by Major League Baseball. He's accused of violating the league's domestic violence policy. Clevenger is accused of physical and emotional abuse toward his 3 children and their 2 mothers. One of the mothers says he also threw chewing tobacco at an infant. An attorney for Clevenger has denied the allegations.
It has been a traumatic week of violence in America. It seems like day after day, sometimes hour by hour, we talk about yet another deadly shooting in this country. We will see an all too familiar sight yet again today as Vice President Kamala Harris meets with grief-stricken families. She'll be in Monterey Park, California, with relatives of the 11 people who died there. But sadly, that is just one community in mourning as America grapples with this latest wave of deadly violence.
They lost their lives.
Overnight vigils in Half Moon Bay and Monterey Park, California.
I think the last 2 days, 3 days have just been so difficult for us because
it's very frustrating.
Across the country, grief, despair, anger.
It was really hard not to cry because all I thought was, what is happening? What is happening to our community?
In just the past 4 days, 8 mass shootings, the latest leaving 3 people dead and 1 injured in North Carolina. According to the Robeson County Sheriff's Office, a suspect is in custody. 3 of the most recent shootings in California, a state considered to have the toughest gun laws in the nation. But that hasn't stopped the violence.
This problem isn't unique to our state, but it is unique to our nation. This has to end. It must end.
According to the Gun Violence Archive, in the first few weeks of 2023, at least 73 people have been killed in 40 mass shootings across the country, compared to 27 at this point last year. That's any shooting with at least 4 people shot. There have been more mass shootings than days in 2023.
One happens, and then within a week, there's 2 more. We call that social contagion, where other people see somebody do that, and then suddenly that feels like an answer for them as well.
Nationally, politicians don't often agree on solutions, but the Giffords Law Center points to progress. In 2022, President Biden signed a bipartisan bill that gives grants to states for red flag laws, enhances background checks for 18 to 21-year-olds, and funds mental health services. 21 states and Washington, D.C. passed some kind of bill aimed at gun safety, though dozens of other bills in state legislatures throughout the country did not pass.
I do think we're making some progress. It's slow, but I think it's coming.
We need to come together and we need action to stop this violence.
In the wake of those recent shootings in California, Governor Gavin Newsom and state lawmakers there have been vocal, demanding more action on the federal level. Senate Democrats joined President Biden in calling for new limits on access to firearms, but that is a non-starter for many conservative lawmakers. Garrett Haake, our colleague on Capitol Hill, asked House Speaker Kevin McCarthy if Congress would do anything on mass shootings, and he answered that California already has the strongest gun laws in the country, and it didn't stop these killings.
Florida Governor Ron DeSantis is being threatened with a lawsuit after he blocked an advanced placement course on African-American studies. Today, demonstrators held a rally at the state capitol to protest that move. The governor says the course violates the state's new education law. NBC's Zincle Esemwa is in Florida for us today and joins us now. Zincle, civil rights attorney Ben Crump is warning the governor about a possible lawsuit. in this case. What did Crump say at that rally today?
Hey, Aaron, yeah, it's been a busy day here in Tallahassee, and Mr. Crump said if the governor does not back off this ban, he intends to sue, and some of those plaintiffs will include AP students. First, let's take a listen, and we'll talk on the other side.
What this really is about is saying you cannot exterminate us, you cannot exterminate our culture, and you can never exterminate the value of our children to this world.
Now, many protesters and Mr. Crump expressed to me that they were not surprised by this move. We've seen Republican Governor Ron DeSantis issue similar mandates around critical race theory and lessons on sexual identity and sexual identity. Now, it is worth noting and important to point out that the College Board refutes claims of critical race theory in its curriculum. And on February 1st, the first day of Black History Month, they intend to submit an updated curriculum. Aaron.
Well, I'll be looking for that closely for sure. Zinkley, at this point, any response from the governor's office?
Yeah, Aaron, so we do have an ask out about this new lawsuit that is intended to be filed once they hear about the state of the ban. That said, interestingly, here in Florida, Black history is actually required and mandated. And the governor's office did tell me they are proud to teach African-American history. However, they say they are uncomfortable with certain lessons that the AP African-American Studies course currently has. So this is definitely a story and a class we're going to be watching closely. Aaron.
Zinkley Esemwa for us in Tallahassee today. Thank you.
The Virginia teacher who was shot by a 6-year-old student in her classroom is planning to sue the school district. Abigail Zwerner's lawyer says that she is still recovering from the shooting earlier this month in Newport News, Virginia. Today, the school board will vote on removing the current superintendent during a special meeting. NBC News Washington correspondent Yamiche Alcindor is following this for us. Yamiche, Zwerner's lawyer says that this was entirely preventable. What else did she say about the shooting?
That's right. The lawyer for Abby Zwerner said on the day of the shooting, teachers at Rich Neck Elementary School warned school administrators multiple times that the 6-year-old had brought a gun to school. She says Abby Zwerner now intends to sue because school officials failed to act and stop what she called, as you said, a preventable shooting. Take a listen to what she said.
On that day, over the course of a few hours, 3 different times, 3 times, school administration was warned by concerned teachers and employees that the boy had a gun on him at the school and was threatening people. But the administration could not be bothered.
Now, the lawyer says during one of those warnings, a teacher told school administrators that the 6-year-old had shown the gun to another student during recess and threatened to shoot that student if he told about the weapon. Another teacher said that she wanted permission to search the student, but the school official denied that request, according to the attorney. And also, NBC News is exclusively reporting that a source close to the situation says that Abby Zwerner texted a loved one about an hour before she was shot, saying that her student was armed and that school officials were failing to act. The source said she was frustrated because she was trying to get help for the child, but then when she needed help, no one was coming, Kate.
Yamiche, any response from the school district yet?
Well, a spokesperson for the school district tells me because of the school division's ongoing investigation, officials cannot comment on the statements presented by Abby Zwerner's lawyer at this time. But as you said, school officials are planning to meet on the agenda. It says that members are going to be considering the approval of a separation and severance agreement with the current superintendent, as well as the appointment of an interim superintendent. And as to, of course, the students who are at the center of this, they're scheduled to return to classes on Monday, January 30th. But it tells you something that today they're opening the school just for students to come and visit, because it's been such a traumatic event. They want students to come and just reacquaint themselves with the building, Kate.
Yeah, Yamiche Alcindor, thank you so much.
We're learning new details today in the rape and death of a Louisiana State University student. Medical records show 19-year-old Madison Brooks's blood alcohol level was nearly 4 times the legal limit. NBC News reporter Gary Grumbach is following this story for us. Gary, bring us up to speed.
Aaron, this is such a troubling story. 4 men have been arrested for the alleged rape of Madison Brooks. Casson Carver, Kayvon Washington, who are both 18, and 27-year-old Everett Lee, and then a 17-year-old minor. Authorities are alleging that Washington and the 17-year-old raped Brooks in the back of one of their cars after she asked for a ride home from a popular bar near LSU's campus on January 15th following a night of drinking. The men then apparently dropped Brooks off just before 3 a.m. in an East Baton Rouge neighborhood. It's in that neighborhood where she was fatally hit by a car after wandering into the street. Now, Brooks was taken to a local hospital where she ended up dying from her injuries. The driver who hit her was not arrested. An autopsy revealed that Madison's blood alcohol level was extremely high, 0.319. Medical examiners also found THC in her system and what they called, quote, injuries consistent with sexual assault. Now, here's what one doctor told our NBC affiliate about the dangers of being just that intoxicated.
With the blood alcohol that high in anyone of any age, that is approaching alcohol poisoning. Anytime you get above 0.25% alcohol intoxication, that is when you start getting into trouble with your balance, trouble walking straight without assistance. Someone in that state probably needed medical help instead, unfortunately, how this story turned out.
Now, the lawyer representing two of the suspects told WAFB-TV that a rape never occurred and the sexual acts were consensual. The incident's also raising questions about how Madison got so drunk, given she was underage. Local authorities are investigating that bar, called Reggie's Bar, and have issued an emergency order barring the restaurant from serving alcohol because of what they call, quote, seriousness of the allegations and the potential threat to public safety. A hearing is scheduled for February to determine if that bar should be fined. Aaron?
A lot of questions still to be answered here. Gary Grumbach, thank you.
Coming up, how artificial intelligence is helping airports track down your missing luggage. More NBC News Daily right after this.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. But let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
Now, young man, what do you want to do with your life?
Actually, Matt, I kind of want to be a writer.
Well, la-de frickin' da! We got ourselves a writer here.
Aaron.
Love a good SNL clip. In today's Modern Parenting, how not to be like Chris Farley's iconic SNL character. We're looking at how parents can support their child's career goals after college, even if they don't agree with their chosen path. Picking a line of work is one of the most important decisions a young person can make, of course. Joining us now is author and psychotherapist Lori Gottlieb. Lori, good to see you. So, all kidding aside, when should parents start having this conversation with their kids? How should they bring it up?
Yeah, well, good to see you too. This is a really important conversation, and I think it should happen early on, and it's an ongoing conversation. It's not just one conversation. I think really helping your kids to get curious about what is it that they enjoy and let them try different things instead of trying to steer them in a certain direction too early, because they will learn from experience what they like, what they don't like. And I think the other part of it is teach them about money so that that becomes part of the conversation early on too. What does it mean to, have a certain amount of money? How do they get practice with allowance? What are different careers? What would their lifestyle be like in certain careers? What are the possibilities? So they can factor in all of these things as they, and I want to emphasize they, make the choices that they make.
How can parents be, not like Chris Farley, supportive of their child's chosen career path, especially if the parent actually doesn't agree with what the child is thinking about doing?
I think, it's interesting as a therapist, one of the things that I hear most is I don't hear a lot of, I regret that I tried. I hear a lot of, I regret that I didn't. And usually people didn't because their parents talked them out of it. And so I think being supportive is to remember that it's their life and they may have a different risk tolerance than you do. They may have different goals or values than you do. They may be okay working harder to get to something, or they may be okay having less stability in their lives. So I think it's important to share your ideas with them, share your thoughts with them, and let them integrate that into what works for them and what their values are.
It's so interesting. I have a couple people in my life who were really pushed by their parents to not do a certain thing and then were unhappy. Some professions more competitive than others, obviously. What can parents do if their child tries something and it's not working out?
Well, first of all, I think that experience is going to be really helpful for them, because let's say that it doesn't work out. In the case of, I wrote a recent column in The Atlantic, in my Dear Therapist column, about somebody who was concerned that her son wanted to be a stand-up comedian. And what I said was that experience will teach that child about perseverance, hard work, how to get up in front of people, how to be in front of a group, and how to get people to listen to you. And I think all of that would serve that child well. If it doesn't work out for him and he's in a job interview, he knows how to do that. Or maybe he'll be a trial litigator using those skills, or maybe he'll be a professor using those skills. So there are lots of different things you can do with the skills that you learned, even if it doesn't work out for you. It's not wasted time.
Lori Gottlieb, great to have you with us. Thanks so much.
Well, the holiday travel season turned out to be a nightmare for a lot of people. You remember the delays, the cancellations, and of course, all the lost luggage. Now, airports are looking to technology to help manage those lost and found items and return them to their owners. Travel writer Harriet Baskus is following the story and joins us now. We've all lived this nightmare with bags that didn't get to where they were supposed to be when we wanted them there. So how are the airlines now using technology to try to fix this problem and help people get their stuff back more quickly?
Well, I talked to a lot of airports and airlines and the companies that are making software and software platforms using a lot of technology. But some airports are using pretty basic technology, like a 3-ring binder and a box by the information booth. But a lot of the software and the software platforms are using the new technology, like intelligent intelligent matching, artificial intelligence, algorithms that are proprietary and all that, and even ChatGPT. So they're using all this new technology to make it faster to get things that are found into the system, and easier for people who are lost things to get their claims in. And then they're using the technology to make all the matches very quickly.
So is this stuff that's already happening, or what's the timeline here for actually rolling this out and having it used in a way that's going to be helpful to us?
Well, a lot of places have been using it, and they're bringing in the newer technology very quickly, like ChatGPT. So many people don't even know what it is, but it's already being rolled into these systems so that you can call up and make your claim, and it's taking your information and turning it into a claim while you're talking. I talked to one company that said during that meltdown at the holidays, there were people who were, so many people stuck in airports, losing things in airports during those hours, and there were systems that were working fast enough that they could get their things back while they were still in the airport, and some of them could get their things delivered to them at their gate.
Yeah,
so
I wondered
it's moving fast.
Yeah, I wondered though if it becomes a volume problem where there's so many bags at one time that even the technology won't help, but it seems like it will or could.
It is if you can get the information into the system. And what's happening now is so many people have air tags and tracers, so you might know where your things are, but they have to get the information into the system.
All right. Well, hope it helps people who want this help for sure. Harriet Baskets, we appreciate it. Thank you.
There is much more news ahead. You're watching NBC News Daily.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Well, an unbelievable ending to a potentially tragic ordeal. Turns out okay. A 22-year-old man was swept away while diving in Key West.
And this set off a massive Coast Guard search to find him. Incredibly, though, it was actually his family and some friends who found him. Today Show anchors Hoda Kotb and Savannah Guthrie spoke with Dylan and his mother.
So the swim back to the Western Sandbeds is where I was rescued. I was having man-o-wars and moon jellies and all types of stuff bouncing off me the whole time. Luckily, the wetsuit was there protecting me.
You had your spear. I guess that might have come in handy if you had to.
Yeah.
The sun was going down, and I would just think the scariest part of all would have been nighttime, because how long were you out there, and what were you thinking when you were watching the sun drop?
So yeah, just watching that sun drop, it was kind of like making my heart sink. I was like, oh, this is going to be a long night out here. And so that's the idea with the buoys, is tying those together and try to get up as high as I can, keep a little warmth, and put less of my body in the water for any potential predators.
Thank goodness for your quick thinking, your experience. Your mom's face just now when you said that, by the way, the anguish of mom. I mean, I know this is what he loves.
You replay it every time.
You were a diver yourself, weren't you?
Like I was spearfishing with him in my belly, you know? So it's like, I know he was born to do this.
So you understand.
Yeah.
But so you get a call, he's missing. What happened?
That was the worst call I ever got in my life, because I worry every time he goes out, because he pushes the limit sometimes, and sometimes he night dives and goes down 100 feet. So just that scares you, you know, and you're like, so every time I'm like, all right, Dill, are you home yet? You know, I just can't wait for him to get home. And I got the call right after I got off of work, and my ex-husband, his dad, said, Tab, Dylan's been missing for an hour. And the way he sounded, it literally took my breath away. I couldn't even breathe. Like, everything just went away, and I was just like standing there stuck, and you replay that every time you get that feeling. So I passed the phone to my friend, and she literally, I couldn't even talk, nothing. I just was like stuck. And she drives me to the house, and we're all like, Priscilla, my niece, and Joelle, they literally are amazing because of them, they got the call and the coordinates, and we didn't know our son was missing for hours. Like, I didn't know my son was floating around the ocean for hours by himself. And so we get to Nana and Grandpa's house, and they already are on the boat, and it took the whole family to come together within seconds, because that's our baby. Like, that's our baby. And that's what you do. That's how we are, and we are always going to be there and protect our family. And we got in that boat and took off down that canal, because I'm like, it's a really long canal. You can't go the speed limit at this time. I'm like, I'm sorry, neighbors, but we're going.
Yeah.
And we did 58 miles an hour nonstop, and we went through Kalki. The hatches are flapping. I'm holding my niece Priscilla, my other friend here. I'm holding the hatches down. There's a little cockroach in the front flying up. I'm like, oh my God, what's happening? And I'm praying, and the sun is going down, and I'm like, we're okay. They said he was in 30 feet. Dylan has got this. I know he's okay. And at that moment, once I heard 30 feet, it kind of relieved me a little bit. I'm like, okay, he's good. I know he's got survival skills.
The Coast Guard was looking for you, too.
I was going to say, everyone was looking for you, but the Coast Guard didn't find you. The helicopters didn't find you. Your mom, your family on your grandpa's boat were the ones who found you. You said you knew the engine?
Yep.
Yeah,
So
I just, growing up, and as soon as I seen that console and I could hear the hum of those motors, I was like, oh, that's definitely my grandpa's boat.
We know what your mom was feeling. What were you feeling in that moment when you knew help was here?
So at first I seen them keep running to the east a little bit, because they ended up a little further east than me, and I was like, oh, no, please stop, please stop. And then I seen them stop and just point right at me. I was like, oh my God, they see me.
How did that happen? How did that happen?
It's a miracle.
I'm still in awe. Like, I'm still like, this is definitely a miracle.
I think it's a miracle. So we've all seen the video now of that moment of reunion when Mom Tabby just holds on to you for dear life.
I wanted to jump in and get him, but that wouldn't be good.
What was it like to be in that moment when your mom, you get back on that boat and your mom's wrapping her arms around you?
Oh, the greatest relief ever.
That makes me cry.
Wow, that's amazing.
Ooh, wow. Some other stories that are trending right now?
Yeah, another mom, new mom, Paris Hilton, officially is a new mom. On Tuesday, she announced the birth of her first child with her husband, Carter Ream. Hilton and Ream were married in 2021. In an interview with People magazine, Hilton said that becoming a mother has always been her dream.
The lineup is set for the pregame show at next month's Super Bowl. Country music star Chris Stapleton will sing the national anthem. R&B legend Babyface will be part of it, performing America the Beautiful. And Rihanna is going to be there as well. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Aaron Gilchrist. You're watching NBC News Daily.
tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
This is what it looks and feels
What's the latest film? The bigger piece of the puzzle.
We begin tonight with breaking news.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
If it's Wednesday, President Biden ramps up support for Ukraine as the U.S. and Germany prepare to send dozens of tanks to the front lines of the fight against Russia. Plus, more documents, more controversy, more consequences. How the latest discovery of classified material at Mike Pence's Indiana home could end up helping former President Trump's bid for his own political comeback. And House Speaker McCarthy moves to block several Democrats from serving on top committees. We'll talk to a House Republican urging her party's leadership to start governing and stop the, quote, charade. Happy Wednesday and welcome to Meet the Press Now. I'm Chuck Todd here in Washington, where the White House announced today it will be sending a full battalion of American-made tanks to join the fight in Ukraine. It's a move which appears to have given Germany the military and political cover it was seeking to send its own tanks across Europe to the region as well. The result, the U.S. is again sending Ukraine military hardware it previously suggested it wouldn't because they feared it would be escalatory. And Zelensky is again receiving a much-needed boost in NATO firepower as the war with Russia nears the one-year mark. For its part, Russia is denouncing the move, as they have with every attempt to help Ukraine, as, quote, extremely dangerous escalation. But again, it's rhetoric they've used in the past. President Biden pushed back on those claims, however, today, insisting that these were not offensive weapons, but instead were designed to help Ukraine defend its sovereignty against the unprovoked Russian invasion.
With spring approaching, Ukrainian forces are working to defend the territory they hold and preparing for additional counteroffensives. To liberate their land, they need to be able to counter Russia's evolving tactics and strategy on the battlefield in the very near term.
As recently as Friday, U.S. officials were publicly telling NBC News that the U.S.'s Abrams tanks would not be going to Ukraine. At the time, they cited concerns over maintenance and the time it would take to train Ukrainian troops on them. Of course, at that time, U.S. officials said that Secretary Austin and General Milley, the top officials at the Pentagon, were also recommending against sending these tanks. So what changed? Simple. The political situation in Germany, it appears, as German Chancellor Olaf Scholz has been facing internal pushback over his country's increased involvement in the war. He needed some domestic political cover. So now, with a coalition of international support, he announced today the delivery of 14 Leopard tanks to Ukraine as a, quote, first step. And more importantly, it opens the door for other European countries to send their own German-made Leopard tanks to Ukraine as well. So, as this news was unfolding, by the way, in real time, our sister network Sky News happened to capture the moment when President Zelensky first learned of the announcement.
Leopard 2 tanks are coming from Europe. You must be relieved.
Ще ні. Щойно. Я вдячний в цілому світу за підтримку України. Але якщо ми говоримо відкрито з вами і чесно, то кількість танків і термін, коли вони можуть до нас доїхати, мають невід'ємну, а важливу роль.
Joining me now is our senior White House correspondent Kelly O'Donnell and our Pentagon correspondent Courtney Kube. Kelly, let me start with you today. You know, we don't see President Biden come out every time that we make an additional we send an additional round of support or weapons to Ukraine. But he did today. I'm guessing this was for an audience in Berlin.
And he did so with the Secretary of State and the Secretary of Defense at his side. And that does send a strong message. This seemed to really be about two audiences in many respects, European partners and President Zelensky. And certainly you could go to the next layer, and that's a message to Russia and certainly to the American people. But wanting to fortify those relationships, because the U.S. has been so clear for days about their concerns, even even weeks about their concerns about the sophisticated nature of the M1 Abrams tank and how it is a very difficult weapon system to use, and that it requires training and requires a complicated supply line to be effective in theater. And yet they have now decided they will commit this, in part because I think it's pretty obvious from the outward signs, they wanted to reassure European partners that if they also committed tanks that will get there much more quickly, that the United States would keep the flow of significant vehicles that are armored and that can help this next phase of the fight. We've heard from senior officials today beyond the president talking about how they believe this to be a capacity that the Ukrainians can use to reclaim part of their country that's been taken over by Russia. And the president was also very clear that he does not see this as any kind of a threat to Russia because it is not offensive in his judgment. Russia may deem it that way, but it's about strengthening their defenses within their own homeland. So definitely there was diplomacy as well as defensive capability on the agenda today, Chuck.
And Kelly, did you get the sense that Berlin and Washington were coordinating these announcements in the last 2 days?
I certainly anticipated that, because when I woke up early this morning and saw that Scholz had just made his announcement and knew that the president had not yet put his on a public calendar, it seemed to me that the pacing was unfolding. That first, have Europe signal what it would do, have the president follow. He did not have public events on his schedule prior to that, so the room was ready in his day, his public day, for this to take place. So it seemed to be well coordinated, and our colleague Courtney was already well aware of what these plans were going to be.
Well, let me go to Courtney. Thank you for that handoff there, Kelly. So, Courtney, it is interesting to me that it sounds like the military side of the Biden administration was like, this doesn't seem like a good idea, not necessarily because they don't think the tank should go, but, you know, that the juice wasn't worth the squeeze, I guess, to borrow a phrase that the youngsters like to use some days. But that this really was the State Department and Biden having to say, no, guys, you may not think it logistically makes sense, but we got to do it. Is that your sense?
Yeah, that's exactly what it is, Chuck. So it was. Yes, we've been hearing about the logistics hurdles. I mean, and that is we shouldn't understate that. The Abrams are extremely difficult to maintain. They're gas guzzlers. They require an entire logistics package with them. They're also tough to train on. But, and also, there's the problem of having to provide an exportable model. So the kind of, the tank that the U.S. would give to other allies here is not necessarily the exact same capabilities that the U.S. military uses. And that's for a whole host of reasons, including the concern that if they don't have a full accountability of a system like a tank and it falls into the wrong hands, that information could be exploited. So those are three big challenges, in addition to the major challenge of getting a bunch of tanks from the United States to Ukraine. So keep all that in the back of your head. Challenges, not insurmountable, though. That wasn't the only reason that U.S. military leaders, including Secretary Austin and General Milley, were resistant to this decision. It was also the fact that they claimed that this was not the right capability at this time. So that's this has really been a head-snapping change in the last 48 hours. But it's not so much about getting these Abrams tanks to Ukraine for the current fight. The reality is the coming offensive is going to be more of a tank battle than we've seen in Ukraine because of many reasons, the chief one being ammunition, artillery, precision-guided munitions are running lower and lower, particularly on the Russian side. We're going to see more of a tank battle and each side trying to break through the other's defenses in the coming months. 31 Abrams tanks heading into that country in months, year, maybe even a year from now, that's not for the current fight. This announcement was all about opening the floodgates. That's what U.S. officials were hoping for other countries to provide the tanks. The Ukrainians have said they need 300 tanks for the coming counteroffensive against the Russians. Now the hope is that allies will provide that and they may get close to that number.
Well, what is there? I was told there's approximately 2,200 Leopard tanks in Europe among NATO allies, and that they hope that some percentage of that is what makes it to Ukraine. Is that the numbers you've heard?
Yeah, I mean, the goal that people are talking about here is 200, somewhere between 250 and 350 tanks getting to Ukraine. Now, some countries, the challengers are going to come from Great Britain. We now know Germany is going to send some of the Leopards. But in addition to those, there actually are other allies, like Poland, who have M1 Abrams tanks as well, and they have the exportable version. Now, some of those they just got, 30 of them or so in the last year or so, but it's not outside the realm of possible that maybe some Abrams tanks will go from other nations as well. That's sort of what the U.S. is talking about here. They're hoping that this announcement today, it's less about those Abrams tanks being part of any kind of upcoming operational ability. It's more about the picture to the allies, the signal to the allies here.
All right, you humored us today when my producer said, wait a minute, how often do we say, no, we're not doing that? And then 2 weeks later, it's like, okay. And you quickly went Javelins, Stingers, HIMARS, drones, Patriots, now Abrams. So that brings me to F-16s. And, you know, there's a part of me that I assume, no, we're not going to go there, especially what you describe as what's the coming fight going to be? Well, it's trench warfare. That's why this is a tank fight and not necessarily a fight in the air unless Ukraine's aerial defenses start to weaken. So what's going to happen here with the F-16s?
So, I mean, it's all the same problems that we've heard about from for providing the Abrams are the exact same issues with the F-16. There's one difference, and that is when you talk about Ukraine providing what the military calls an integrated air defense. That's something that means they have air defenses that are at all different altitudes and at long distances. An integrated air defense would generally include attack aircraft like an F-16. If the U.S. and the world is really trying to build up their air defenses and to maintain a safe skies over Ukraine, it would stand to reason that they would provide them some sort of attack aircraft. The other big concern is that what's going to happen going forward? Yes, we talked about the potential, the reality and the likelihood of a tank battle going forward. It's not outside the realm of possible also that Russia would use their extensive and capable Air Force in the coming months, especially if they need to gain some momentum. If that's the case, that's why we saw the Patriot system go in. If that's the case, I don't think it's unreasonable that the U.S. would really start to consider providing them F-16s. The big concern is, you know, training, the maintenance, actually finding them in the stockpiles, and then this is one of the more provocative assets, like the Patriots, that there would be concerns about that as well.
Kelly, what does John Kirby say in that briefing room about F-16s?
Well, much like you alluded to, that they talk about the fact that they want to be responsive to the changing dynamics of the battlefield, and that there have been requests, and he says it is the right thing for President Zelensky to ask for these things, and as the dynamics change of what is needed, they will be responding to that. But he hasn't closed the door on that, and he hasn't really welcomed us to speculate much on that as well.
Well, I think we've all learned no is not no these days, at least when it comes to Ukraine's ask of the American war machine. Kelly O'Donnell and Courtney Cubie getting us started with all of that reporting. Thanks to the both of you. So now let's get a better understanding of what these weapons are going to be used for. Let's bring in retired General Philip Breedlove, a former NATO Supreme Allied Commander himself, a distinguished chair, by the way, at the Middle East Institute. So, General, it's my understanding that the reason for the tanks is the expectation that the next 6 months is essentially going to be a modernized version of World War I. A lot of trenches. The Russians have been digging trenches, and that's the need for this. What is that? You know, explain the importance of why the Ukrainians wanted all these tanks.
Well, first of all, Chuck, thanks for having me. It's more than the tanks. Remember that before the tanks, we have sent Bradleys. And what we're putting together is an armored team that can survive on the battlefield. And one of the words that land force commanders like to say is changing the shape and nature of the battlefield. Like you said, the trench warfare that's going on there now is very static. And this armored element opens up the shape and the availability of the battlefield. Remember that Russia sent an awful lot of tanks into northern Ukraine, and a bunch of them got killed, and they didn't change the shape of the battlefield because they weren't employed well. Tankers will tell you you don't take a tank without dismounted infantry to protect it. And the Bradleys supply mobile infantry so that we can put a powerful armored team on the battlefield that can reshape that linear battlefield via maneuver.
Look, everything gets war gamed. What do you expect the Russians, how they try to counter this?
Well, I don't expect them to really try to counter it. What we've not seen from the Russians is very innovative battlefield tactics. And you've seen a great shuffle among the leadership of the Russian forces because they're not succeeding. They're falling back into their old Grozny type of warfare, ground and pound with the artillery and then throw infantry at the problem. And so I don't really expect that they'll make a lot of changes, and they are suffering manpower problems, as you know.
You know, the one wild card out here is in the air, and I throw that out there because right now the Ukrainian air defenses are working. But if there's one place where the Russians have an advantage, it would be in the air. And how would you expect the Russians to try to attempt to? I mean, you heard Courtney say, you know, if they need to sort of create the illusion of momentum, they might try in the air. What does that look like? And would you be recommending the United States send F-16s in that case?
So let me just jump a little bit in front of your question because I heard you ask Courtney that.
Yeah.
And you get straight to F-16s. I think a more immediate impact on the battlefield and a capability that the Ukrainians are ready right now to accept is the ATACMS, the increased capability for the MLRS artillery system, getting that much longer, precise strike to be able to take the fight deeper to the Russians into Crimea and into their supply lines as they're approaching. If you want to have immediate battlefield impact, it's not the F-16. That's the airplane I float. I love it. It's a great idea. It's something we need to do over time. But if we want to impact the spring offensive, it's the ATACMS that will impact the spring offensive. And that's the first thing I would be pushing for Ukraine.
All right, speaking of time, this coalition in NATO is hanging together, but we see there's moments where you're like, uh-oh, could it crack, right? What do you think the clock is here for Ukraine? What would you be telling the Ukrainian leadership? Look, you got another 6 months, you got another 9 months, and you need to get to this negotiating table. What would you be saying? Is that the window?
Well, no, I wouldn't use those numbers. First, we have to recognize that this is what Mr. Putin is all about. His army is failing in the field in the larger sense. His war of words and his war of fear and his war of deterring NATO from taking actions that it could and possibly should, that war is making great purchase. And Mr. Putin is trying to sell the idea that this is going to be a long war and it's going to grind on. And what he's trying to do is drive those wedges in the alliance. Rather than starting to put timelines on it from our side, what we need to do is continue to show the resolve that shows that we are going to be there. And so Mr. Putin's war of words is less effective at trying to drive wedges into the alliance.
Well, there's no doubt in my mind he never thought NATO would not just be hanging together for a year, but a year later, the Germans would be sending tanks. I mean,
and he never thought that Ukraine would take it to him on the battlefield like they are now either.
No, that's for sure. General Breedlove, always good to get your perspective on this program. Thank you for the time.
Thank you.
Coming up, I'm going to speak with a member of the Ukrainian parliament about her reaction to this new announcement, what's happening on the ground as the country also battles a growing corruption scandal domestically in the middle of this war. Plus, Mike Pence is now the second former vice president to discover classified documents in his private residence. Why the revelation might be good news for President Biden and even better political news for former President Trump? Possibly. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Ukrainians are fighting an age-old battle against aggression and domination. It's a battle Americans have fought proudly, time and again. And it's a battle we're going to make sure the Ukrainians are well equipped to fight as well.
Welcome back. That was President Biden earlier today announcing the U.S. was providing Ukraine with Abrams tanks. Already, some officials inside Ukraine are floating the ask for more firepower to beat back Russia, including, as we've been discussing earlier, F-16 fighter jets, with Ukraine Parliament member Kira Rudik tweeting today that getting jets from the U.S. was a work in progress. Well, joining me now is a member of the Ukrainian Parliament, and it is that person who did that tweet. It's Kira Rudik. Ms. Rudik, thank you for coming on the program.
Hello, Chuck. Thank you so much for having me.
All right, so let's talk about, obviously, you're happy about the announcement about the tanks. Let me ask you this. Do you feel like they're going to come in time?
We know that there is a delay always between the political statement and the time when equipment or weapons arrive to the battlefield for our soldiers. And this is why we are pushing so hard, usually, for these political decisions to be made earlier rather than later, and then to speed up the logistics, and then to speed up the training to make sure that it happens as soon as possible. So no matter when they will arrive, we will make the best use of it.
Put into words some of the frustration you must have watching these political debates play out. I mean, on this issue of tanks, you know, a week ago, the political discussion was in one place, and then lo and behold, here we are today having a different conversation. I'll be honest with you, it's sort of, I had a feeling this is where we'd end up, but I'm curious, did you think that? And how frustrated was it to watch this week play out?
It was indeed frustrating because we had hope that at the end of the last year, when there was a decision made to give us the Patriot missile systems, that it was already a turning point in our Western allies starting to play the upper hand, the first hand. Because beforehand, for the last year, we have seen that it was usually Russia making a step one, and then the allies responding with some additional support or some more sophisticated weapons delivered to Ukraine. And I truly believe that we will win the war when there will be switch of the tide, having allies playing the upper hand, playing the first hand. And this is what we hoped already happened. And this is why we were all super frustrated seeing and knowing that we may not receive the tanks. Look, in Ukraine, we are still in David versus Goliath situation.
Right.
We still have less tanks, less weapons, less people than Russia has. So we have to be more sophisticated. We have to be smarter. We have to be more modern, and we have to use really different tactics to have a chance to win this war. Well, on another hand, we all here are living on this fuel of hope. So today's decision is super symbolic for people. It's telling us that we are not fighting this war alone,
right?
And that there is no impossible things. Because if we remember what happened a year ago, like all the allies were even hesitant to send us something.
Right.
And not only we are receiving what we were asking for, we have a chance to get what we actually need. Chuck, right now when we are speaking, there is an attack on Ukrainian city of Dnipro. There are more and more explosions that are being reported. And it happens because our system of air defense is not sophisticated enough to sustain a major attack by Russians that they launch on us almost every other day. So we will need the jets, and we will need ATACMS to be able just to survive, physically survive.
And obviously you'd like to start that debate right now so that this comes in time to be useful at this point?
Of course, like even on the personal matter, for people to physically live and move further without the threat of being killed by a Russian missile, you have to have this defense in place. And as we spoke, it will take time, and that's why let's start this conversation right now.
Let me ask you about the news last week where a number of Ukrainian officials were fired by the Zelensky government over corruption concerns. Obviously, this is something I think publicly he had to do to keep the alliance, trust in the alliance at a high level. How concerning is this corruption to you? And do you think it's all been rooted out?
So the most expensive currency that we are having right now is the trust. And so we have to be ruthless to all signs of the corruption. I do hope that president is cleaning up people that were appointed before and that they will be prosecuted, and it will be a very good lesson to anybody who will follow them. But I'm glad that when the first signs of this scandal were out, president was ruthless and he acted very quickly. So we are most interested to make sure that there is no sign of the corruption or like no even slightest concern is being made, because it will definitely influence the level of the support that we are receiving. And for us, again, it's a matter of life and death.
Yeah, no, that's the best way to frame it, to get everybody sober and focused on the concern on this corruption issue. Anyway, Kira Rudik, a member of the Ukrainian parliament, making the case for why the U.S. government and the allies need to get air defenses up there too soon. Thank you for coming on and sharing that perspective with us.
Thank you, and glory to Ukraine.
Up next, as the classified document debacle grows wider, does this mean Donald Trump's grip on the Republican Party can grow tighter again? You're watching Meet the Press now.
The big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland? How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
How real is this going back to the moon? What our top story tonight? You guys okay?
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness. How you doing, Lester?
Welcome back. The president, the former president, a former vice president have now all found classified documents where they shouldn't be. We're going to check the golf bags of all former presidents later today. There are, as we've said repeatedly, significant distinctions between all three situations. But for Donald Trump, the documents found at his home, at his former vice president and potential 2024 opponent's home, Indiana home, are likely a political boon as he seeks to muddy the waters around the investigation into his own mishandling of classified material and re-solidify his own power base within the GOP as he prepares to hit the campaign trail in his first major venture since declaring his 2024 candidacy. I'm joined now by my panel today, Washington Post senior national political correspondent, NBC News contributor Ashley Parker, president and CEO of Voto Latino, and an NBC News contributor, Maria Teresa Kumar, and former Republican congressman from Illinois, Rodney Davis. Well, since we're talking party politics here, Rodney Davis, I'll start with you. I think 3 weeks ago, there was a sense in the Republican Party that, hey, maybe we're going to be able to move on from Trump. At least there were some people thinking that. But this classified document situation for him doesn't look like it's nearly as politically lethal as it was a month ago. Does this mean he's in a stronger position?
Well, he's in a stronger position because it seems that the National Archives needs to do a little better training with anyone in the White House when leaving with any possible classified documents. Right. It did muddy the water having President Biden come up with classified documents. It's muddied the water having his vice president say that he has classified documents. But I would argue President Trump was strengthened, unfortunately, by the speaker vote. In the end, he was a major reason that those intransigent Republicans actually ended up voting for Speaker McCarthy rather than continuing to hold out for something they were never going to get.
You know, actually, I sit there and I feel like I was thinking about this, and he brought up, I was going to bring it up had he not. It appeared Trump was the reason why Republicans didn't do well in 2022. And there had been this growing, and you're like, boy, he's got a lot of investigations. And you would hear the whispers going, hey, we're not so worried about him. We're going to let the legal system he's going to, over time, sink with the weight of these things. And yet I remember that after January 6th. There were a lot of Republicans who thought that. And it seems as if by not doing anything, events end up letting him strengthen himself. The speaker vote did it, and I guess this does.
Although it's worth noting on the speaker vote that he was not a huge player. There were some people who were MAGA Republicans who still opposed Kevin McCarthy as speaker. But yes, sort of Donald Trump's problem has always been that when he is in the spotlight, people dislike him, and they are reminded of what they dislike about him. And they sort of decide, even Republicans who voted for him in 2016 and 2020 decide they don't like the controversy. They don't like waking up and having to, explain to their preteen daughter what the president or a candidate said and, what that word means. And so as he's receded, he has done a bit better. But what's interesting is in talking to Republican voters, including some who voted for him in 2016 and 2020, they say they would love to see him run again. They would support him if he did. But they're kind of thinking about that governor down in Florida because he feels a lot like Trump without all of the controversy.
Extra baggage. You know, Maria Teresa, I've heard from Democrats really upset at Joe Biden because they're like, I thought they were going to get Trump and now they can't get him. Have you heard some similar comments?
I think folks are it's an unforced error on the president's part. But again, what differentiates him is that he was forthcoming with the information. And when you look at the fact that it was, just sheets of paper compared to over 300 pieces of paper.
Explain that to the average swing voter.
Right. No. I think that's
issue.
correct. And I think that the Democrats, their biggest challenge has always been they have a hard time being able to differentiate in nuance and really lean into that when it comes to messaging, whereas the Republicans do a brilliant job of it. But I do think that at the end of the day, when you're talking about how Trump is playing at his base, he wants a really heavy field of Republicans because that is how he wins. But if it's only 2 or 3, he has a harder time.
He's going to go on the stump this weekend. He's going to hit New Hampshire. He's going to hit South Carolina. What are you looking for to indicate strength or weakness?
Where's he going? What's the reaction? And frankly, you got to look at the polling that we've seen. Most Republicans don't want Donald Trump to be our standard bearer. However, Donald Trump is best when he's fighting against someone. And Ashley, I respect what you said about the speaker's vote, but in the end, Donald Trump had a tremendous impact. And look, the reason I'm out of Congress is because of Donald Trump.
Right, yeah.
So
you know firsthand.
Not to minimize his power over the party.
I don't have a lot of love loss here. However, you got to give him credit for getting some of those 5 to finally come to their senses.
All right, but let me ask you this. We just went through the 2022 midterms. And I'm bringing up, there's going to be an RNC vote on Friday. And Ronald McDaniel's likely going to win. So who should bear the responsibility? Nothing's changing. The leader of the party is still Trump. The leader of the House is McCarthy. The leader of the Senate is McConnell. Apparently anybody with an MC. The leader of the RNC will be McDaniel. But, what is the party saying to the public? That they didn't hear the election results?
That's not the case at all. I mean, you could make the same argument in 2020 when Democrats on Election Day expected to win 15 to 25 seats, and we ended up picking up a net of 50.
And they changed nothing. Yeah,
they changed nothing. So in the end, I don't think the majority of Americans live, eat, and breathe politics like all of us do. And when it comes time to cast their vote, if it is a race between Ron DeSantis and Donald Trump, I think most Republicans will pick Ron DeSantis because it's a binary choice. But if it is a larger field, then Donald Trump is best, like he destroyed the field in 2016. It's more likely he could do it again.
All right, let's. The other interesting meeting of the day was Joe Manchin and Kevin McCarthy. Ashley, you know, is Manchin? I'm trying to figure out the role he wants to play. Does he want to play mediator, or is he going to be thorn in the Biden administration on debt ceiling?
It's a great question. I was thinking about this just as there's talk of will he run again or not. The thing about Senator Manchin is that, a bit like Lindsey Graham, but in a very different way, he always just likes to be in the mix.
Yep.
Sometimes that's his mediator, sometimes that's his thorn, but he just wants to be there.
How would you be using Manchin if you were the White House, and do you think they can?
You know, it's super challenging. I was in that audience in Davos when he and Sinema gave the high five of the filibuster, and it demonstrated that he is very much, he recognizes his power. And the White House has to figure out
By the way,
what
I
he's
asked him
going to
about that high five. He didn't seem to be enthusiastic about reliving the high five.
No, but he's the
Which I
one.
found interesting.
But what was interesting was that he's the one. He's like, and you still believe in the filibuster. So he's the one that basically peppered her on. So I don't think he realized that it was going to go to a wider audience as it did.
Is this a winnable fight for Republicans? I mean, it seems like, look, if history is any factor here, politically this stuff has always backsplashed. How do they not let it backsplash?
Well, even when I was in Congress, we had debt limit fights, and I was in a tough district, and I always said, why can't we leverage this vote for something? And in many cases we did. But in the end, it's going to be determined by those people in districts like I used to represent, those members of the problem solvers, the folks like Kyrsten Sinema, the folks like Joe Manchin and others that want to govern. Keep in mind, Nancy Pelosi over the last 2 years had the closest majority that we've seen in a very long time. And I would have thought the problem solvers would have been the caucus with power. Not a single Democratic member of the problem solvers during the last Congress ever bucked their leadership on it.
They didn't feel like they needed to, did they?
I don't know if they didn't feel like they needed to, or if Nancy Pelosi just had that velvet hammer that was.
She's
really
better at it than McCarthy. I mean, that's the thing we're going to find out. You know.
I mean, look at the difference between how she handled the squad and how the MAGA Republicans within the House handled McCarthy. I mean, they're completely different. She got them in line, and AOC right now, she is not stepping out of that line. Whatever deal she cut, it gave AOC enough fear to step back.
You shook your head.
I agree. Republicans are much more independent thinkers, and in the end, therefore a little more difficult for leadership.
That was a good chuckle.
Pretty good.
You got me good on that one.
But in the end, give Kevin McCarthy some time. Look, there were 200 Republicans that were with Kevin, and their support for Kevin grew over the course of those 15 votes. I mean, and in the end, once the oversight environment starts in a divided government, a lot of those individuals, those MAGA Republicans, are going to have what they consider their job, which is to go talk about classified documents, go talk about the Hunter Biden laptop, go talk about some of the corporate
you think
issues.
that when that happens, the internal politics melts away a little bit?
When you become part of the system, like maybe being a member of the Rules Committee that you excoriated for the last few years, you start to understand why it's important to be in the majority.
It sounds like I've heard.
But you didn't mention any policy in any of that. What they're going to be doing for the American people.
At some point, who in the American public thinks that major pieces of legislation are going to happen in a divided government? There are things that you have to do, like raise the debt limit. You ought to be able to put together a spending plan, but Americans of both parties have decided that the federal government shouldn't have to do that.
But I guess I know that. So in 2018, what was different is that at least Pelosi was able to demonstrate to the American people the 400 pieces of policy that they stood by and what their blueprint was. All they're saying is let's go after the investigations and not providing American people with that policy agenda.
We'll find out. I mean, in that sense, we'll find out. But I'm out of time. Ashley, Rodney, Mary Teresa, thank you all. After the break, I will have a one-on-one interview with a House Republican who's been pushing back at Speaker McCarthy's decision to block 2 Democrats from serving on some committees, telling the Republican leader to stop the charade, is what she called it, and start governing for a change. Congresswoman Victoria Spartz, a Republican from Indiana, joins me next.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Turning to Congress, House Speaker Kevin McCarthy has followed through on his threat and barred California Democrats Adam Schiff and Eric Swalwell from serving on the House Select Intelligence Committee. McCarthy and his allies claim Schiff and Swalwell have been compromised by past statements and disclosure. They push back against criticisms that the move amounts to political revenge after 2 Republican members of Congress were barred from serving on committees for violent rhetoric against Democrats last session. Republicans are also considering a vote to keep Democratic Congresswoman Ilhan Omar off the House Foreign Relations Committee for past remarks she has made, but it's unclear if they have the votes to do that. In fact, one Republican who's not in favor of McCarthy's committee fights right now is Indiana Congresswoman Victoria Spartz. She actually voiced her opposition on the floor of the House this morning.
Congress is not a kangaroo court and has proper committees like ethics or judiciary to provide proper due processes to all individuals, whether it's President Trump and Representative Green or President Biden and or Representative Omar. We have to become adults in the room and stop this bread and circuses in Congress.
Well, joining me now is Indiana Republican Congresswoman Victoria Spartz. Congresswoman, thank you for being here.
Thank you for having me.
All right, before I get to that topic, I want to start with the news about Ukraine. So I think some people know that You are of Ukrainian heritage. Is this enough support right now? Do you want to see more? And if so, what's next?
Well, I think thank you for having me. I think, and I've been, trying to push this administration to be more proactive. I think, there is also, no need to all, tell through Twitter and what we stand and how we stand in it. I think it's actually intelligence problem. Maybe we should next time tell where we're going to load the tanks. And I think the other issues with training and everything else, I think we have to really understand. It's been the discussion for months now, and it will be now for months discussion how to do it further. And this crisis can only be de-escalated through providing better and more timely and faster assistance to Ukrainians to stop this insanity, because this war is brutal and terrible. I've been there many times, and a lot of people dying on front lines. Yeah. And I think a lot more people dying if we're not proactive, and it will cost a lot of lives and money too if we are not doing that.
I don't think people realize, and by Sunday I hope to have a better count, but it's my understanding if you count both Russian and Ukrainian military losses plus civilians, we're getting close to 400,000 people who've lost their lives, regardless of which side they're fighting on. I don't think we've seen that kind of death on Europe's soil since World War II.
Yeah, and it's a very serious situation. It escalated further, and unfortunately, only strengths, can force negotiation in this situation and force to get put into the table. And this is not the people that you can be nice.
Let me ask you this: you've been concerned about corruption issues in the country. President Zelensky tried to act quickly after some news about some corrupt ministers, and he fired them all. Is he acting fast enough, number one? And do you think the Ukrainian government is on top of this?
Well, I'll be honest with you. It was interesting how my constitutional duty is to have oversight and all of the money spent and communicate to the American people and just question and oversight. And we deal with a country full of infiltration by Russian spies, politics, and companies. It's a very complicated issue. We have very brave people fighting, but governments are not always the best. We have problems, and everyone has problems. And it was interesting for me when I questioned that enforce an issue of an anti-corruption prosecutor, which was stalled by Ukrainian government for over 2 years. So I'm glad that we actually have now mechanism to make sure, because some of the stuff also deter fraud, and we need to make sure, because there is not unlimited amount of money, we make sure that it gets to the right people. So I'm glad to see some things, but ultimately we need to continue pressure and governing it too.
You've been very, let me move to what's going on in the House of Representatives. You've been very outspoken about this issue regarding Ilhan Omar. Why is that?
Well, I'll be honest with you, it has nothing to do, who is on the other side. I'm not talking about these members, and what they said, what they've done. I'm talking that we cannot have anarchy if we're going to be a constitutional republic, and if we are Republicans go in there and say we're going to protect the rule of law, due process, presumptions of innocence. We cannot go the same, do the other side, and then, turn around and do exactly the same, what we criticize them for. I was sitting on Judiciary Committee for 2 years. I argued what Democrats were doing was incorrect. Well, 2 rounds doesn't make it right. We will not have then credibility with the American people, and they will not trust us if we don't do the right thing. So for me, it's very strange that we have this crucifixion through public opinion without people be able to make the case. And let me tell you, I have probably day and night differences in my views on most issues with these people, but they're still entitled to due process. We have ethics committee, you have accusation, and they have to make their case. And if they cannot make their case, then, you'll be found guilty, and we decide what kind of, consequences they're going to have. But not to go through this process. This is erosion of values of our republic. We'll become like a dictatorship, and we'll become no different than a lot of other countries where we have to understand even pure democracy, that's why we don't have it, actually leads to a lot of dictatorship. We have the rule of law of a constitutional republic, and this is underlying principle.
Did you, were you able to make that case to your own colleagues at a conference meeting? And if so, what was the response?
Well, I talked to some members, and I'll be honest with you, a lot of my colleagues are not happy that it's happening, how it's happening. But, we have all different hills to die on, okay? And I truly believe it's not maybe, I know that it's very difficult, but someone who grew up under dictatorship and understand what it leads to, and how many people are dying now and died for our freedoms, I understand what the value of having proper laws and due processes, not anarchists, not dictatorship, and no one has the right to say what is right and wrong. If you don't harm people, you're entitled on your opinion. And we have so much infringement on our First Amendment rights that I am appalled that, people are telling this in committee and then go turn around and have the same way. This is wrong, and I don't think Republicans should be doing that and just being, having these fights and have a circus, continue the circus in Congress.
Do you have a hard stance on the debt ceiling? Do you think this should be something that's negotiated, or do you think it should be done in the budget process?
Well, I'll be honest with you. It's sad for me that we've been punting this issue now for years. A lot of our funds are going bankrupt, and no one proposed real policy. We have a lot of talking points. So my duty is make sure that my side, I have not much control of the other side, that my side is actually have some policy in healthcare, monopoly, and subsidizing large special interest groups. It's not, really, something that is going to be resolved. And I know we have a backbone and to push back and say enough is enough. There is so much corruption based on abuse within the system that we as legislators allow to happen, and we cannot be hypocrites too. We have to be able to propose real legislation and get, the American people on board with us.
Finally, a lot of folks in Indiana are curious. Are you still thinking about running for the U.S. Senate in 2024?
Listen, I'm telling you, I have to decide if I'm going to run for this office again, because it's a great honor. It's a great responsibility. I'll do my best to protect people's rights and not to be afraid to challenge the status quo. For me, it sounds crazy to be here for 8 more years. I don't know how people spend their lives. People shouldn't be. It should be a tour of duty, that you do for the Republic and then go back and live the laws that you legislated. So I'll keep options open just because I have some people that really want me to consider that. I know the Senate is broken, but I'll have to decide later now and concentrate on making some stuff done.
Well, I'm with you there in citizen legislators. Very quickly, do you have a preference between Mitch Daniels and Jim Banks if you don't run?
Well, listen, I think it's good. I want to see the competition. Competition vets us, makes us stronger, and really gives us an ability to show, what we've accomplished. I think that debate is very healthy because we need to make sure that people do have real competition in these races. I had very competitive races, and always the best person will win. But I think there is a differences in them, and I think people will be able to see that.
Congresswoman Victoria Spartz, Republican from Indiana, I really enjoyed hearing your perspective and how you view things. Hope to hear from you again. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Still to come, Pope Francis tells the Associated Press that homosexuality is not a crime, and he calls on the church to step up its support of the LGBTQ community. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
Welcome back. Pope Francis is taking a stronger stance on discrimination against the LGBTQ community than any previous pope. He has criticized laws against homosexuality during an interview with the Associated Press yesterday. The Pope told the AP the laws are unjust, and he called on Catholic bishops across the globe to stop any support of criminalization of homosexuality. Our NBC News correspondent Ann Thompson has more on what the Pope's stance means for the church. So, Ann, does this mean priests are going to conduct same-sex marriages?
Oh, no.
Okay.
Not even close. No. Essentially, what Pope Francis has done, Chuck, is he's put the moral authority of the papacy on the idea of inclusion and not exclusion. He has not changed Catholic teaching. And Catholic teaching is that homosexual persons must be treated with compassion, with dignity and respect. But homosexual acts in and of themselves are intrinsically disordered. So what you're seeing the Pope there say is, look, homosexuality shouldn't be a crime. And why is he saying this now? Because next week he's going to Africa. He's going to the Democratic Republic of the Congo and to South Sudan. And in South Sudan, homosexual activity between men is a crime.
There had been some speculation that Pope Francis had been a bit more reserved in his, perhaps, his goal of moving the church into the 21st century out of respect for Pope Benedict. Is that and now that he's deceased, should we expect a more progressive, publicly progressive Pope Francis?
I don't think so. My experience with Pope Francis has been that this is a man who is most unusual for a pope. He really does speak his mind. I mean, everything from saying, who am I to judge during his first papal press conference about a purportedly gay priest, to the comments he made today to Nicole Winfield of the Associated Press. And they are extraordinary. I think what he will miss with the passing of Pope Emeritus Benedict is that father figure that he's spoken of, that grandfather figure, somebody who he turned to for advice in private moments. But I don't think it will have much effect on the public man.
And I am curious, what do you expect the U.S. Cardinals, how will they react to this?
Well, the U.S. Cardinals are a very divided group, and they are very divided over the bedroom issues, if you will, of the Catholic Church, and particularly the issue of abortion. The newest cardinal, San Diego's Robert McElroy, just recently this week urged greater inclusion of LGBTQ Catholics. And so he's more in the Pope Francis mold. You have very conservative cardinals and archbishops who are not as welcoming.
Always interesting to watch, and it's not often we hear from the Pope in any news interview. There's always hope. Someday we'll get him on Meet the Press. Ann Thompson, thank you so much, and thank you all.
I want to be there.
I want you to be there for sure. Thank you all for being with us this hour. I'll be back tomorrow with more Meet the Press Now, and if it's Wednesday, we got a new episode of the Chuck Toddcast. I talk with former Arizona Congressman Ron Barber about Arizona politics 2024 and more. It's a fascinating conversation.
Some breaking news as we are coming on the air. We are just learning that former President Trump will be allowed back on Facebook and Instagram for the first time in 2 years since the attack on the Capitol. Ahead, what we are just this minute literally hearing from Meta about it. about why now, about the new guardrails they say Mr. Trump will have, and what it means for his push to try to win back the White House. Plus, 1 in 6 of us under a severe winter weather advisory right now. Hundreds of flights delayed. Thousands of people don't have power. We'll take you live to New Hampshire, where the storm is hitting right now. We're also learning more about the tough conversations the FBI is having with parents of kids who died after overdosing on fentanyl bought on Snapchat. Plus, exclusive details into us at NBC News about what a Virginia teacher told her colleagues before being shot by a 6-year-old student. Why a potential new lawsuit says this shooting was preventable and the school may be to blame. And for Justin Bieber fans who want him to hold on to his music, the pop icon says, sorry, it actually is too late. Why he's selling his songs for a whole lot of money, and what it means for the music industry writ large a little bit later on in the show. Hey, I'm Hallie, and we're starting with that breaking news, and we mean it, right? Literally, it is happening in the last maybe 60 seconds or so. We found out that Meta will let former President Trump back on Facebook and back on Instagram after his 2-year suspension. Remember, they'd kicked him off the day after the January 6th insurrection, the attack on the Capitol. His last post was 3 p.m., January 6th, asking for rioters to remain peaceful. And in a statement NBC News just got within the last few seconds, a top Meta official, the president of global affairs, says the company thinks the serious risks to public safety since that Capitol attack has, I'm quoting here, sufficiently receded, citing the assessments of experts and how the 2022 midterms played out. Look at that last part, though. There's a key sentence in there. Nick Clegg says Meta has some new guardrails in place. New guardrails. What does that mean? What does that look like? Meta says that if Mr. Trump posts something that like denies an election or a QAnon conspiracy theory, they will limit his reach. They could prevent people from resharing that post. They could also cut him off from advertising tools so people could look but couldn't spread it. If he does anything more, right, in the words of Meta or in the eyes of Meta, something that could incite violence, he could be suspended again, 1 month to 2 years. Here's the thing. Meta is not the first platform to let the former president back online. Twitter actually did it a couple of months ago. But Mr. Trump has decided not to tweet, at least not yet, although he is laying the groundwork for that return, telling Fox News just within the last week that Facebook, in his words, needs us more than we need them, and that his team had tried to set up a meeting with CEO Mark Zuckerberg because, after all, he's running again in 2024. Garrett Hake is joining us now. Garrett, explain the Meta rationale here.
Well, Hallie, the meta rationale here is that what occurred to get Mr. Trump suspended, at first indefinitely and then with a 2-year ban, was the kind of thing that needed to be reassessed over time. The 2-year portion is up. But Meta says their oversight board has been looking into this. They say they did not talk to Mr. Trump about it, but the conclusion that they came to is this. Part of the statement from Nick Clegg, where he writes, democracy is messy and people should be able to make their voices heard. We believe it is both necessary and possible to draw a line between content that is harmful and should be removed and content that, however distasteful and inaccurate, is part of the rough and tumble of life in a free society. Yeah, Hallie, this is a long statement, and Clegg really goes through the arguments here and makes it quite clear that they know they're not going to satisfy everybody. There are sort of pro-Trump folks and others who believe there's a First Amendment right, that political speech should be allowed almost without any exception, who won't like even the guardrails they put in place. And then there are those who believe Mr. Trump is still, and perhaps always would be, a threat either to democracy kind of writ large or specifically to, incentivize some violent act who aren't going to be happy about the decision to put him back on at all. But it's clear the guardrails you've laid out, and then I think in this statement more broadly, that the desire is to have him back in on almost a probationary basis to see if he can follow the rules that they have laid out publicly for him to rejoin the online community that they control.
I want to go back to this idea that risk has sufficiently receded. And I think a question mark about that, because as you know, Garrett, as we've been reporting on here just this month, we saw a self-proclaimed Donald Trump supporter and election denier arrested for plotting to shoot at the homes of Democratic officials. At the same time, Meta has faced some political pressure to make this move, to let Mr. Trump back on. I am told by Nick Clegg, in an interview we'll see later on this network, that in fact there was no meeting between Meta and Team Trump. Talk us through that.
Well, look, the Trump team has made it clear they do think Mr. Trump should be reinstated on these platforms. But on the question of whether the risk has subsided, I think there's two ways to look at it. I mean, on the one hand, there's no longer a mob outside the building where I'm reporting live. And that was the case when Mr. Trump was posting about the events of January 6th, basically in real time on his social media platforms. But the idea that he's not engaged in conspiracy theories is going to be quickly proven false if you follow him on Truth Social, his current social media platform. That's basically all he talks about. And so those guardrails and the idea of inherent risk here are going to be tested very quickly, I suspect, if Mr. Trump decides to pick back up his keyboard and start banging out Facebook posts.
It's not just about the posts, Garrett. Fundraising. A big part of why this is important to the Trump campaign is about money and about targeted ads.
Yeah, look, I think that's the biggest reason Donald Trump needs to be back on Facebook. There is no more effective tool for online political fundraising in this country than targeted ads on Facebook. His supporters are there, they can be reached, and in the months since his campaign has launched, we know that they have not hit the kind of goals they set for themselves for small dollar online fundraising. Getting at those folks on Facebook is arguably significantly more effective, or at least a different pathway than trying to hit them on email or on text message. Go where the people are. Trump can now do that.
Garrett Haig live for us there on Capitol Hill to start us off tonight. Garrett, thank you. Tune in tonight, later on here on this network, for my one-on-one interview with the head of global affairs for Meta, Nick Clegg. That'll be on Top Story with Tom Yamas tonight, 7 o'clock Eastern. However you are streaming this now, you can stream that then. Let's talk about what else is making news tonight, including this big storm making its way through a good chunk of the U.S. It's making its way east. Thunderstorms, a lot of wind, snow after what we reported on this show 24 hours ago, some damaging tornadoes around Houston. Right now, 31 million of us are under winter weather advisories from Indiana all the way up to Maine. It's already snowing in parts of Michigan, Pennsylvania, New York, New England. People are getting ready for not just a dusting, but multiple inches of snow. And we've seen the impact this is having at airports. Hundreds of flights are already canceled, more than 600 actually. Thousands of others are delayed. You've got emergency crews out in Texas still cleaning up from the damage the storm left in that area, with a tornado knocking out power. Look at this, leaving debris and trees, flipping cars, roofs all messed up. We've got 120,000 people tonight in Texas, Arkansas, and Missouri who still do not have their power back on. Gabe Gutierrez is live for us in Concord, New Hampshire, where it is already, seeing some flurries. It's probably going to get worse. A lot of the country is going to be affected. Gabe.
Yeah, that's right, Hallie. And yes, just within the past few minutes, we've gotten another one of these bands, and we have started to see these flurries. Now, most of the snow behind me actually was from another snowstorm just several days ago, Sunday into Monday. But this area is expecting several more inches of snow tonight. And Hallie, this is something that some parts of New England, or really the Northeast, some major cities like New York, Washington, Philadelphia, they've barely had any snow throughout this entire winter, and that's raised a lot of eyebrows. Even Boston, although it has gotten some snow, according to the National Weather Service, Boston has gotten about a foot less than it normally does. So later tonight, this snow that we're seeing right now is expected to turn into rain in many parts of the Northeast. This is certainly going to make for a very messy evening commute here, Hallie.
It's the risk of snow where you are. In Texas, it was the risk of isolated tornadoes, as Bill Cairns explained to us on this show 24 hours ago. They had something like a dozen reports of tornadoes in that state. And we're looking at some of the cleanup. It's a mess.
Yeah, that's exactly right, Hallie. This is some very destructive tornadoes in and around Houston, Baytown, Texas, Pasadena, Texas. Authorities are looking at the damage today. And we're also seeing that, this has been an especially active January when it comes to tornado reports across the country. About 157 tornado reports across 16 states just this month, Hallie.
Gabe Gutierrez live for us there in Concord. Gabe, thank you very much for being there on the ground for us. Stay warm. Big news from the White House, where President Biden is today officially announcing that the U.S. will send 31 Abrams tanks to Ukraine. Not long after Germany said they'd do the same with these key Leopard tanks. This is a big deal. It is significant, and it comes after some drama with Germany about whether sending these tanks would even happen at all. But the president saying it's more important to have a united front against Russia. Watch.
Putin expected Europe and the United States to weaken our resolve. He expected our support for Ukraine to crumble with time. He was wrong. He was wrong.
The U.S. will also give the training and the supplies needed to actually run these tanks. And that matters because a big reason why there was so much back and forth about sending them to Ukraine at all is because they're hard to use. So why did these officials in this country change their minds? Senior administration officials say they're looking ahead at the possibility of a Russian offensive, particularly in the Donbass region. Keir Simmons is joining us now. And Keir, there has been some discussion. I think it's been described as a potential game changer in this Russian invasion of Ukraine. Yeah. It is a reversal for the Biden administration in very fast fashion, by the way.
Well, that's right, Hallie. Look, I think it is a game changer, and I think there's been some confusion today. So let's try and cut through that. Some political leaders haven't really been being completely straightforward in what they've been saying. They're politicians, right? So that's perhaps to be expected. Here's why there's been confusion. What's happened is the US has announced that it will send Abrams tanks to Ukraine. That's going to take some time. But really, that was opening the door to the Germans being able to announce that they would send their own Leopard 2 tanks. That won't take quite so much time. Now, listen, Hallie, the Germans have been telling me through last week that they just wouldn't send their tanks unless America agreed to send its tanks. But it's more than that, because there are a lot of German tanks in a lot of other countries around Europe. We have a map. You can see the numbers. They're quite extraordinary. Just for example, on that map, you can see that neighboring Poland, neighboring Ukraine, has 250 of these Leopard 2 tanks. Now, what Germany has also done by saying that it can send its tanks, it's agreed for other countries to be able to send tanks. There are questions, Hallie. How many tanks will be able to be sent? And will it be months until they are sent? And really, this is a delayed decision. But I think you can see from that map, it does open up the possibility that large numbers of these German Leopard 2 tanks could go to Ukraine over time. I think there are two things about this. One is enabling the Ukrainians to defend themselves from what we expect will be a spring offensive by the Russians, well, obviously in the spring. And the other is, and I think that's where there's been some confusion, I think over time you're likely to see more of these tanks arrive in Ukraine, allowing the Ukrainians to push forward on an offensive and push Russia, the hope is, into negotiations.
You're making a super important point on the timing of it, Keir, because I've been talking with experts today who suggest that as it relates to the Abrams tanks that the U.S. is sending, you're looking at potentially months, right? John Kirby, the national security official at the White House, said as much, right? It's going to be many months. But the reason why the Abrams were important, because of what you've laid out, lets these other nations provide the Leopards, not to get into it, but which could be, as you say, more helpful. Russia sees this as a provocation. Russia sees a lot as a provocation, right? But you're hearing from Moscow today, and I'm paraphrasing here, that these tanks, they say, will burn like everything else, basically. I mean, this is, to them, an escalation.
Yeah, that's been the fear, that this would escalate, that the Russians would make new moves as a result of, frankly, fearing these new tanks arriving. Just one point. With the nuclear threats that Russia has been making, the Germans believe that they have persuaded China to put pressure on Russia not to make those nuclear threats. So it's not simple for President Putin. He could lose the support of China, of Saudi Arabia, of South Africa if he makes more of those nuclear threats, or even looks like he's going to do it. So clearly the West believes it can send these tanks and change the game in Ukraine without those nuclear threats.
Keir Simmons, thank you very much for that analysis and that reporting, as always. Appreciate it. We've got some more breaking news into us in just the last few minutes. The arraignment for the suspect in the Half Moon Bay shooting in California, it's getting pushed back to mid-February, not long after the suspect was officially charged with 7 counts of first-degree murder and 1 count of first-degree attempted murder. We're learning just now the names of 6 of the 7 victims of the shooting. I want to show you them. It's them on your screen. They're between the ages of 43 and 74. Our team spoke with the sister-in-law of Marciano Martinez Jimenez, who said he was always a helper, a great friend, and a good person. It's all happening as Vice President Kamala Harris is on her way to the state, a little further south to Monterey Park, for a vigil to honor the lives cut short, the 11 victims of that shooting on Lunar New Year. I'm going to get right to Nyala Charles, who is outside the courthouse in Redwood City, California. And in just the last few minutes, we're learning the suspect in the Half Moon Bay shooting did not enter a plea. He was visibly shaking in court. Explain to us what we're hearing now from the DA and where this goes next.
Right, that defendant, 66-year-old Chung Lee Zhao, was, like you said, was visibly shaking in court and also had his hands over his face. Today in court, he was appointed 2 private defenders who asked for extra time to review the details of this case, and that's why it's getting pushed, Hallie. They also mentioned in that hearing that he's a Chinese national, and for that reason, and of course because of the horrible nature of these alleged crimes, will be held without bail. Hallie?
Niall Charles, live for us there outside the courthouse in Northern California. Appreciate it. The U.S. attorney heading up the investigation into the death of 29-year-old Tyree Nichols is promising to be thorough and leaving it to state and local leaders to decide when they will release that officer body cam video that we've heard about that family members say is extraordinarily disturbing. The Department of Justice has already opened a federal civil rights investigation into this case. You'll remember this one. These 5 officers involved in the traffic stop were fired almost right away. They were fired last week after a separate investigation found they violated policies of the department. Police say Nichols was pulled over earlier this month for reckless driving and then ran away from officers, and that there was a confrontation. He was taken to the hospital in critical condition and died 3 days later. Early findings in an autopsy commissioned by the family and described by their lawyers showed Nichols suffered extensive bleeding and was beaten severely before he died. Joining us now is Antonia Hilton. And Antonia, the pace of this investigation, we mentioned it, it has moved very quickly. These 5 officers were fired almost right away. There's already this civil investigation announced. We're already seeing the U.S. attorney on the record giving a public statement about this. The timeline feels significant here as so many people are looking to the release of this video, bracing for it, I think, in some ways, because from what we have heard from family members and others who have seen it, it's horrific.
That's right. And the same thing is being heard by all of the residents, community members who I've been speaking to today here. And, you know, the mood is interesting because while people are bracing for what they expect to be a horrific video, you know, we heard the attorney, Benjamin Crump, describe it as something akin to the Rodney King beating video. And people expect to be horrified by what they may soon see. There's also a feeling that things are a bit different right now because they are grateful. I spoke to several residents, including actually one police officer here in Memphis just a little while ago, who said that they were grateful that the department took immediate action, that these officers were fired. They were not put on administrative leave. They were not able to continue working while, you know, people waited to find out more. They very quickly were fired. And in fact, even 2 fire department members were also relieved of their duties and are now under investigation as well. And so there's this feeling that city leaders took immediate action, which is not something that Black residents typically say that they feel happens. What they often say that departments drag their feet. They are begging and pleading to be heard, that they're fighting to get a shred of evidence or an explanation about what happened. That's not exactly how this community feels, but they do expect to have more questions, more demands after they do see this video eventually. But right now they feel like so far, with all of the state, local, and federal agencies that are now involved in this, that at minimum, this initial positive step has been taken, Hallie.
Any timeline on when we may see that video, Antonia, or when we might see next steps here?
So I actually just had a conversation with State Senator Ramesh Akbari, who is a local, spends a lot of time here still in Memphis. And what they described was an expectation that sometime in the next week or 2 weeks, but she believes more likely within the next week, we're going to hear about the charges and see the video at the same time. The conversation among many leaders here is that that's the appropriate way for this to happen, and that it'll both give the community clarity on what the next steps are, as they also give them more information, more of the actual report about what transpired on January 7th. Hallie.
Antonia Hilton, thank you very much for that report. Glad you're there for us in Memphis. Appreciate it. The jury is set, and the murder trial of Alec Murdaugh has now begun formally. Remember, he's accused of killing his wife and son 18 months ago. And in the last hour, not even, prosecutors are laying out in detail how they believe he carried out this alleged crime. Watch.
Alec Murdaugh took a 12-shade shotgun and shot him in the shoulder, in the chest and the shoulder, picked up that .300 Blackout rifle and opened fire on his wife, Maggie, just feet away near some sheds that used to be a hangar. Pow, pow.
You're about to see Murdaugh here as he arrived in court today. If convicted, he's facing the possibility of life in prison. He's pleaded not guilty. Katie Beck is watching all of it for us in Walterboro, South Carolina. So, Katie, we understand court has wrapped for the day. The jury ended up being seated, I think, a little faster than people expected, given how so many people in this community there in South Carolina know of Alec Murdaugh and the Murdaugh family. Talk us through more about what we heard from prosecutors and what we heard as they're sort of laying out the case that they are going to make over the course of this trial.
Well, Hallie, the folks here are calling this the crime of the century. There is such intrigue surrounding this trial, and as it kicked off, it did not disappoint. Lots of fireworks and explosive comments in the courtroom, lots of very detailed descriptions in these opening statements today. The prosecution stands by the fact that they have the forensic evidence to convict a guilty verdict on Alex Murdaugh, saying, you know, he killed his wife and son. He did it after a perfect storm of circumstances led him to this desperate point. They also say that there is some cell phone video, that's going to be a pivotal piece of evidence for the jury to consider, that actually places Murdaugh inside that dog kennel moments before the time of deaths. So they're saying Alec Murdaugh's alibi that he was never in that kennel until he discovered their bodies does not hold water, that this piece of cell phone video actually has his voice on it and has been identified by several witnesses and will be identified by the jury. The defense saying the total opposite, that they don't have the forensic evidence. There is no surveillance video. There is no murder weapon. There is no fingerprints, even pointing to the fact that when the police arrived, Alex Murdaugh did not have any blood on his clothing. Here's what the defense had to say in court.
And Alec was the loving father of Paul and the loving husband of Maggie. You're not going to hear a single witness say that their relationship, Maggie and Alex's relationship, were anything other than loving.
Now, at one point, Alex Murdaugh was actually brought to tears in the courtroom today. That's as his own defense attorney was describing the death of his son in sort of brutal detail. We did see him shed some tears there at the table. The point of the defense attorney was to say, what kind of father could do this? They're going to have to really explain to the jury what motive could have brought him to that point. And the fact that they say there's a video that moments earlier in the evening shows the two of them enjoying each other's company. So they sort of put out there that there's a contrasting video to perhaps the video that prosecutors are going to put forth as a hole in the alibi. Hallie?
Explain more about this Snapchat video here and how that plays into all of this, even though we haven't seen it.
Well, we assume the video they're referencing is the one from the kennel, which is, they say, the pivotal sort of part of this case. And this was sent from Paul Murdaugh to a friend as he's in this kennel, sort of describing a condition of one of the dogs that was being housed there, that you hear Alec Murdaugh's voice in the background. And that is going to be tough to explain, given the fact that Murdaugh has said over and over again he did not spend any time in that kennel that night until he came down, discovered their bodies, and then called 911. Certainly a big piece of evidence for sure.
Katie Beck. Katie, thanks for being on top of this one for us. There is, of course, enormous interest in this trial. I am sure we'll talk again in the days to come. Appreciate it. NBC News is today confirming the FBI is now interviewing parents of kids who died after overdosing on fentanyl in pills they bought over Snapchat, according to somebody directly familiar with this matter. The Department of Justice is neither confirming nor denying there's a criminal investigation here, but it comes just a week after Snapchat's parent company announced it was taking steps to try to stop drug dealing on that app. The Snapchat spokesperson tells NBC News, in part, they're doing everything they can to tackle this fentanyl epidemic, including shutting down accounts of suspected drug dealers, blocking search results if you go to look for any terms related to drugs, providing resources about the dangers of fentanyl as well. Joining us now is Ken Delaney, and part of the team that has this reporting for us at NBC. And Ken, an NBC News investigation, this is really a follow-up to that in many ways, found that Snapchat, found in the fall, was linked to the sale of these fentanyl-laced pills that killed teens and young adults in more than a dozen states. It is in some ways not surprising and in some ways heartbreaking that the FBI has to now get involved with this.
Yeah, I spoke today with attorney Matthew Bergman, who represents dozens of families whose children died of overdoses with fentanyl purchased through Snapchat. And he says they're not doing everything they can. He says this problem is unique to Snapchat because of the way it's designed. Take a listen to what else he had to say.
The disappearing message feature of Snapchat, the For My Eyes Only, and the geolocation is just it's just a boon to drug dealers. It allows them to ply their deadly trade with impunity.
And so what's interesting about his approach is that under Section 230, social media companies have been immune from liability claims because
And
they're
Snapchat
protected
would be protected under that.
as publishers. But what he's doing here is he's filing a product liability case. He's saying this is a harmful product. This disappearing message feature has no social utility. It's allowing children to hide stuff from their parents and police. And it's sort of untested in the courts. We'll see where it goes.
Anybody who knows anybody, like, I don't want to overstate it, but I feel like a lot of people who knows anybody under the age of 21, let's say even say 18, knows somebody who uses Snapchat, right? Like it's so popular for, like, call them what they are, kids, teens, right? But middle schoolers, high schoolers, et cetera. That's part of why this is such a big deal. And that's part of why, even though as the DOJ is neither confirming nor denying that there is an investigation, part of why it's so significant that we're finding out that the FBI is talking with these parents.
It is, because it's one thing for an enterprising plaintiff's lawyer to be bringing these cases. It's quite another for FBI agents to be sitting down with parents, as we know they are, whose children died, and they're looking into whether Snapchat contributed to these deaths.
Ken Delanian, great reporting. Thank you for bringing it to us here tonight. Coming up here on the show, the CDC releasing its first report on just how well those updated boosters work against the newest variant of COVID. We're looking at the numbers and what it means for vaccine strategy overall. Plus, why Netflix is defending conditions on the set of a controversial new show, one that you've probably watched. That's in our 5 Things.
This is what it looks and feels.
What's the latest, the bigger piece to the puzzle?
We begin tonight with breaking news.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now. Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens,
wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now.
You remember the story, the school in Virginia where a 6-year-old is accused of shooting his teacher earlier this month? We are now learning today, according to her attorney, that teacher's attorney, that people there were warned 3 times that that student had a gun. The teacher, Abigail Zwerner's attorney, says that other teachers and even school employees warned administrators that this little boy may have had a gun in his pocket. They even said another kid saw the gun at recess, but school officials didn't do anything about it. A source is also telling NBC News that Zwerner texted a loved one about an hour before she was shot, saying that this boy was armed and that school officials were not doing anything about it. Her lawyers today announcing they'll file a lawsuit, saying that this whole thing could have been prevented.
Had the school administrators acted in the interest of their teachers and their students, Abby would not have sustained a gunshot wound to the chest, a bullet that remains dangerously inside her body.
Yamiche Alcindor is joining us now. She's been covering the story all day. Yamiche, tell us more about what we're learning about the day the shooting happened and, frankly, what we are hearing from school administrators as they are now being put squarely in the spotlight by this teacher and by her attorneys.
Well, this press conference by this lawyer for Abigail Zwerner was really remarkable and heartbreaking in some ways, because what she really described, based on her understanding of the situation, is a slow-moving, violent train wreck. So at 11:30, the teacher who ultimately ends up getting shot, she goes to the administrators and say, hey, this little boy is threatening to beat up other kids. I'm really worried about him. That's the first warning. Then come the gun warnings. Then you have at 12:30, a teacher says, hey, there's protocol here. I'm going to go ahead and search this kid, maybe look for this gun, because there's talk that he might have a gun. They don't find a gun. Then at 1 o'clock, another teacher comes out and says, well, actually a child at recess says that they're crying and fearful because this child showed them a gun and said, I will shoot you if you tell anyone that I have this gun. And still the lawyer says nothing was done. 4th time, a teacher says, well, let's just try to search this kid again. And the lawyer says, school administrator said, no, you can't search him, denied it, saying, actually, it's pretty close to school, the end of the school day. It's okay, let's just all move on with this. And then after that, this teacher gets shot. And it's remarkable. She still has a bullet lodged in her body, according to her lawyer. So it's a sad, sad case. The lawyer has said over and over again, the school failed to act. And of course, now the teacher is suing the school district.
They talked about, there's been some discussion about how she, is alive. She's recovering physically, but the psychological trauma is there. There's so much psychological trauma involved here. What is the school saying in its own defense here in the face of these allegations? What, if anything, are we hearing from the administration, or is it just that they have lawyered up and that's how this is going to be?
Now they're being very quiet. A few weeks ago, we heard from the superintendent, the current superintendent, who said that, yes, school officials were aware that there was a report of a gun and that they had been warned about this. But now I was emailing with school officials today, and they don't want to have any sort of comment when it comes to what they're saying about this attorney and the timeline that I just laid out for you. The school district is meeting today. The school board is meeting for a special meeting. On the agenda is to appoint a new superintendent and possibly do away with the superintendent that they have. That right now is on the agenda, so they haven't taken that action yet. But it shows you that this is a school district that is clearly trying to move past this and trying to really say we are going to take a little bit of accountability for this. We'll see, though. That lawyer says accountability will mean making sure that this teacher is whole, whatever that means for them. Also, it's really interesting when you talk about trauma. The students today, the school is still closed, but the students today were able to go back into the building to just get them familiar with the building, just to sort of reintroduce it to them when school starts on Monday. So it tells you that they're just trying to get these 6-year-olds, these elementary school students, to feel comfortable in a place where they should have felt safe.
Yeah, Yamiche Alcindor, thank you. We're going to stay on top of this story. Glad you're on it for us. Appreciate it.
Thanks.
Let's get you over to the 5 things our team thinks you should know about tonight. Number 1, police in Spain say they've arrested somebody who they think sent letter bombs to the country's prime minister and to the U.S. and Ukrainian embassies there. If this sounds familiar, it's because we've talked about it. These letter bombs were found in November and December. One worker at the Ukrainian embassy was hurt. We've now learned that the suspect is a 74-year-old retiree who police say was very active on social media. They say they're not ruling out the participation or the influence of other people. Number 2, Pope Francis criticizing anti-gay laws in a new interview, calling them unjust. He told the Associated Press, I'm quoting here, that being homosexual is not a crime. The Pope says the Catholic Church can and should do more to put an end to laws that criminalize same-sex relationships. Number 3, Hulu and Adult Swim both say they're cutting ties with the co-creator and co-star of Rick and Morty, Justin Roiland. The show will continue, and Hulu says the shows that he was involved with on its service will also keep going on without him. Roiland has been charged with domestic violence. He's pleaded not guilty. Number 4, Netflix, defending on-set conditions of its upcoming Squid Game series story, reality game story, after reports of freezing temperatures on set. A Netflix spokesperson is telling NBC that the company cares deeply about the health and safety of cast and crew, and says any claims of serious injury are not true. According to The Sun, some contestants actually went to go find some medical help because it was so cold, like reported lows of 30 degrees. Number 5, if you were totally intrigued by the story of that now infamous fake heiress, Anna Sorokin, stay tuned, because she is apparently getting a reality series. She's that convicted con artist who went by the name Anna Delvey. She's under house arrest in New York City right now, but the production company behind this new reality show says it's going to feature her invite-only dinner parties at her home. Because again, she is on house arrest, can't go out on that front. The Centers for Disease Control today saying that updated COVID boosters actually cut your risk of infection from the latest variant by nearly half. They say the latest booster from Pfizer and Moderna is 48% effective against what they call symptomatic infection. That just means like you getting sick and then feeling sick for people under the age of 49. A little lower, you see the numbers on screen here for people who are younger than that. Tomorrow, the FDA has a meeting to look at older than that. The FDA has a meeting to look at the country's overall vaccine strategy tomorrow. They're going to look at what doses should be offered, what schedule they should offer those doses on. They're going to consider a plan to give Americans a single-dose COVID vaccine every fall, a la the flu shot. Dr. John Torres is joining us now. So, Dr. John, the FDA wants to simplify things, right? They want to make it easier for people. We don't have to do this booster and that update and this and that. Is that going to help get more people vaccinated?
And Hallie, that's the hope here. And we're going to find out tomorrow when they have the discussion, because what they want to do is, like you said, they want to simplify it. They want to say, you know, not only is it going to be one shot that you have to get every year, but also that one shot, it's not going to be confusing between the old vaccines that are still there, the new booster shots that have been upgraded to the new variant. And it's not going to be the kind of thing where you're going to have to necessarily catch up if you didn't get vaccinated before. They're saying, let's just go with one shot, kind of like the flu shot, and just go straight from here. In addition, today the CDC came out with that data you're talking about. And like you mentioned there, a little less than 50% effective at preventing symptomatic infection, meaning infections where you actually feel something. You get the sniffles, a cold, all the way up to being hospitalized. But on top of that, they said, and this is important, it basically had a twofold decrease in deaths in people who were vaccinated and had gotten the booster shot over people who just got vaccinated but didn't get the booster shot. And it was dramatically decreasing deaths in people who never got vaccinated if you end up getting this booster shot. So again, they're trying to just double approach here of saying how effective it is, and we're going to make it a little bit easier because they know not that many people are getting shots now. They want to make sure that once we start getting the shots, which could be on a yearly basis, that more people are going to line up to get that, because that's what we need moving forward, Hallie.
Dr. John Torres, thank you very much. Appreciate it. When we come back, this next story is for everybody who is watching this show at work right now. No judgment. We love to see it. We'll have more on this new report finding a lot of folks are not really engaged with their jobs. Who it seems to be affecting most after a break.
begin Top Story with that breaking news. This is just in. A lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
So if you're one of those quiet quitters that people have been talking about, going into your job, you know, just to do the job, do the bare minimum, you are not alone. You probably already know you're not alone if you talk to anybody at your office who probably is doing the same thing. But we actually have data now, not just your anecdotes, to back that up, to prove it. This new Gallup report out today finds the number of engaged workers has dropped from 36% at the beginning of the pandemic to 32% in 2022. The biggest decline? People who are younger and people who are still working in the office, but who could do their jobs from home. Why? Well, some of these employees say there's no clear expectations from their bosses about their job. They might feel disconnected from the company's mission. They might not feel cared for. Joining me now is Emily Aketa. It is not super shocking that younger workers, by the way, younger people under 35, are actually like doing kind of this quiet quitting or decreased engagement, to put it sort of formally like Gallup does here. This is something that we've been talking about for a long time, and I think some of it has to do with, not to sound like an old person, like the younger generation, and I would include like us in that, right? The ideas of what work is and how jobs function in your life.
Yeah, absolutely. A couple of things going into this. But I think if you've spent any time on social media, TikTok, Instagram, it's really no secret the younger generation is experiencing this level of discontent at the workplace. You mentioned quiet quitting. We've seen hashtags like work your wage catching fire. And what this new survey does, it gives us some insight into why younger generations are feeling this way, where we're seeing some of the declines. They listed out some of those reasonings: feeling cared about, a decline in; having someone who encourages their development, opportunities to learn and grow, their opinions counting; having a best friend at work, something, Hallie, hard to do if you're working remotely.
Let's look at employee engagement. I don't know. I think you can have a best friend if you work remotely, but whatever. I mean, maybe that's just me. I feel like I work remote from all my best friends at 30 Rock, and it's still okay, but still. Let's look at employee engagement, because it started going up again after the recession in 2008, right? Then COVID hit. Now we see disengagement rates that are going up. We all knew that COVID and the pandemic obviously threw everybody's lives into a tailspin, right? Talk to us about some of these trends, what they mean, and where this goes.
You know, you think about it, the pandemic, it really rocked our day-to-day lives and those boundaries, if we had any pre-pandemic along with it. And so that practice of the day-to-day, going into the office, logging onto your computer, and then end of the day, logging off, leaving that there, leaving the office, well, that all went away. Suddenly, everyone has their workplace at their fingertips 24/7. And so I spoke with different workers in different fields about how the pandemic has impacted them. A lot of them telling me, you know, they found themselves checking their email on their phone in the middle of a workout, a kickboxing class, or maybe someone was getting an assignment at 5 p.m. on a Friday. Just felt like kind of this never-ending work cycle, and that brewed a lot of burnout and lack of happiness, Hallie.
Emily Aketa. Emily, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Glad to see you. No judgment on quiet quitting, right? If people feel like they need to just do the bare minimum, just do what you got to do. I don't know. Is that a controversial opinion? Emily, I won't make you respond to that. Thank you.
Thanks.
Coming up, we're going to Florida, where the fight over an AP class is leading to protests, and now tonight a lawsuit. Plus an update on that missing hiker on Mount Baldy in California we told you about. How rescuers found him alive days after he disappeared. That's later on in The Local.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
Earlier in the show, we told you about how people across the Midwest and Northeast are under winter weather advisories. And if you're like, okay, Hal, so it's an advisory, what about a winter weather watch or a storm warning or whatever? The National Weather Service uses these words to label bad winter weather. So we figured we'd break it down for you, lay out what this whole thing actually means. Watch.
Holiday plans.
The words you hear in weather reports all winter long.
A stunning 105 million people under some kind of winter weather alert.
We still have winter storm warnings in effect across the Great Lakes. And
more than 200 million people are under some kind of weather warning or advisory.
Winter weather advisory, winter storm watch, winter storm warning. Kind of word salad if you don't know the difference, but there is a difference. Take winter weather advisory. That means the weather is going to be inconvenient, but probably not as extreme. You'll hear an advisory for any amount of snow and or freezing rain. Next up, we have a winter storm watch. That's more serious. Think heavy snow or ice or sleet. A watch comes out a day or two before an area might get hit with weather that could be dangerous to people or property. And it's announced on the early side to give folks time to prepare before the storm hits. Then there's the most intense language, winter storm warning. That means dangerous, maybe even deadly weather is about to hit or is hitting already. We're talking a lot of snow, a lot of ice, or a combination of the two. So when you hear a warning, be careful and listen to what officials are telling you.
Also important to note that these warnings are issued from each area's specific office, so the criteria for what an alert should be can vary depending on where you live. If you don't know, now you know. NBC News covers hundreds of stories every day, and because you couldn't possibly read or watch or listen to them all, our bureau teams have done it for you. This is what they tell us is going down in their regions in a segment we call The Local. From our Western Bureau, a 75-year-old hiker who went missing on Mount Baldy in California Sunday has been found alive. No word on his condition, but he was alert and talking to these crews when they found him. One of them called his rescue a miracle because of the conditions on the mountain. Super cold, freezing, wind so intense that helicopters couldn't even be used during part of the search. Officials are still looking for actor Julian Sands, who disappeared on the same mountain more than a week and a half ago. From our Midwest Bureau, police in Nebraska are investigating after they say some explosives were found after a traffic stop early today. Officials say they pulled over a car because it didn't have plates. That's when police saw drugs and some suspicious-looking devices inside. The driver was arrested. Police then went to the home of the person who owned the car and say they found more explosives. That apartment building got evacuated. Obviously, this stuff was taken out. Nobody got hurt. From our Southern Bureau, a Texas hospital is celebrating tonight because they've successfully separated conjoined twins for the first time this week. Twin girls Amy Lynn and Jamie Lynn were born in October. They shared a liver. It took a team of, I'm not kidding, a team of 27 people to do this surgery that lasted for 11 hours. Doctors say they're really optimistic about these babies' recovery. So many people are thinking and praying for Amy Lynn and Jamie Lynn tonight. Still to come, Justin Bieber is selling his music catalog. And listen, it's a big deal, why it's a no-brainer for him and the people buying it. Next.